Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the Nerd Street Gamers December monthly tournament. I am Lynx, joined once again by Uzu in the booth. And I think we're excited. Final day games are boiling down. It should be some really good ones overall, but we'll get to that later. As of course, this stream is always brought to you by Mike and Ike. And now, Uzu, we established yesterday that I believe it was in the very first one, maybe the one with Iconic as well, despite the fact he didn't show up, that Mike and Ike can help, fuel your game. They can make you play better. And I asked you this before. You know Karnoff and iced coffee and Dami off of Pepsi. You know those two things, right? So,
yes.
Dami's on Aerial Arise. I am intrigued to see what would happen if Dami were to eat Mike and Ike's. Because, again, we established that Mike and Ike's, they can help you play better, something like that. Or at the very least, gives you something to snack on while all your team's comms devolve into absolute chaos. But if Dami off of Pepsi is able to, reach the next stage of human evolution, as I believe we like to phrase it sometimes, I think Dami off Mike and Ike's might be the Super Saiyan 5 level of evolution that might be able to take Aerial Arise to the grand finals. They are in the losers bracket. Do have to fight their way back. If they lose one best of one or a best of 3 later on, they will end up losing. Actually, no, I believe it is only best of ones. As we can look at the bracket right now to see the current standings of things. Any games you're looking at for Uzu?
I was looking forward to the winner of this matchup going against Oblation, but unfortunately Oblation is going to have to forfeit, to my knowledge.
Yes.
They aren't able to have their full 5 come in. Something came up with them. So the winner of this match will then progress on through into the lower semifinal, I think it is. Yeah, it's like the lower semifinal, kind of.
I believe that is the name. Obviously, it looks a little bit confusing with the 2 bars right next to each other, but I do believe that first column is the loser semifinals, in which they will obviously on the CCS channel they have Goodnight versus Tax Collectors, I do believe. Who the winner of that will then go on to play the Favelas, and then the winner of that will play Aerial Arise if they end up beating Oblation. But obviously, insert name, the match hasn't happened yet. Insert name could come out on top. Aerial Arise obviously taking an earlier defeat in the tournament to PogChamp. Very close game. That was 7-5. And this is a best of 1. If you mess up on even one map, you end up losing. Since this is the losers bracket, you will get knocked out of the tournament. So that's the risk we are facing here at the moment, and for the games that we will see foreseeably going forward until we start to get to the later on in the day and the games that come with that.
Yeah, so it looks to be like that's the loser semifinal, and then the loser between PogChamp and the Gatekeepers then moves into the lower final.
Yeah.
And then the winner of that matchup will then face the winner between PogChamp and the Gatekeepers, whoever wins that one. And the way that's going to work out for the grand final, it's going to be I don't know the name for it, but if the team from the winner side of the winner bracket comes in and wins the first best of 3, then they win it all. But then if the losers bracket, the team that comes in from the lower bracket, they have to win 2 best of 3s in order to win it all.
Yeah, so obviously best 2 out of 3. I also don't have the exact term. It might be bracket reset. I'm not entirely sure.
I think it is bracket reset.
I think that's what it is. So yeah, if loser comes in, they have to win a second best of 3 as well. Which again, that's a pretty arduous task for anybody in the losers bracket would have to do. And if it's PogChamp that comes out on top of Gatekeepers, that'd have to be a rematch for obviously Aerial Arise, the team we're casting now. I think they're one of the favorites in the losers bracket to make a run all the way through. And if that happens, that'd be a pretty big rematch and something that they'd have to overcome. But again, we're talking about Aerial Arise versus insert name right now. That's the map that we're about to get into. Obviously, still going to be a little bit. Everyone's getting settled in. And going into this, the rosters are Aerial Arise. They're a team you know fairly well. It's Kool-Aid, Gunner, Dami, Whitlock. You have Wings on the team as Max, one of the star players, left to explore 18-plus opportunities. Thing going into this. How is Wings going to do? It is him being on the roster, something affecting their performance. But we will have the match for you right now, already getting in the ban phase. And we're close to seeing how this new 5 roster, for the first time on the NSG stream specifically, will end up panning out.
Yeah. So for insert name, you got Abunai, Noski, Gomez, Max, and Callout. So Max will be facing off against his former team, which is pretty interesting. I think that's going to make for some pretty good storylines.
Yeah, seeing how Max ends up performing against his team. And obviously, Max is a very good player on the roles that he usually ends up playing. Is the band just not going?
And there it is.
Huh. This must be a Kool-Aid moment. For those of you who are not aware,
this is a Kool-Aid moment.
Kool-Aid, I don't know if his internet is just slow or if he doesn't have it. Yep, there it is. So I don't know if his internet is just bad or if he doesn't have an SSD. I know he does not have one, but I don't know if that's the effect. Kool-Aid just takes forever to load into matches. I don't know why. I think it's because of that. But yeah, so Kool-Aid will be gone. Obviously, this is the ban phase, and his team can just carry on banning without him. Not a big deal. Don't have to pause the game. But Thatcher Band coming out first from Aerial Rise. No big surprise on the map of Oregon, as you can clearly see. Wouldn't be surprised if we see another hard breed band coming out, perhaps an Ace or oh, actually,
What?
yeah. That's a band that we have that it hasn't been entirely uncommon, oddly enough. It is certainly uncommon. I won't say that, but it's not the most rare thing on the planet. We have actually seen a few teams ban Zofia, not just against Aerial Arrives, but other teams as well. And obviously, there's no reason not to bring Zofia in a lineup. Her destructive lifelines are good for burning bulletproof utility. Her concussive lifelines are good for, well, one, stunning the teammate, signifying where a defender is, and two, burning projectile denial like ADSs or Ramais, and she has a great gun as well, kind of a substitute for Ashe. So taking her off the board, that can actually inhibit some of the fraggers in the entry from utility game on Aerial Arise, or on insert name, as they're going to be the ones starting. They're actually the ones that banned it. But Valkyrie and Mira coming out next, again, fairly standard, nothing all that common. We talked ad nauseum about the rise of Valkyrie yesterday.
And Kool-Aid has returned. So welcome back,
back.
Jamerson Kool-Aid. It's very interesting to see a Zofia ban, especially coming in from insert name. I know that the most notable team for Zofia bans was E United back in stage 2. That's the one that really comes to mind for me. And I'm so sad that United isn't like they just dipped the way they did.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker.
Because that team was on the come up. Mm-hmm. It was so sad.
Whereas with Tempo, again, no disrespect to all of them, but Tempo was at least like, you're like, okay, they had a really bad second half, so it's like, you know, it looked like they were on a downward spiral. But with E United, as you said, they were on a come up. They were looking leagues better than how they did previously. Obviously, that was after they dropped Call Out in Forest, so some changes were made before that. But even then, Call Out was part of that roster, and there were more problems than just those two players. They were a whole score of issues. But again, that's different team. Going into the game now, as you can see, probably having another Kool-Aid moment. There we go. He actually was able to load in that time. I don't know why. I know players who don't have SSD, so I don't have SSD, and they want to do it. That's the thing he has.
I think it's something with his computer, to be honest.
It must be.
It has to be.
I mean, he's so powerful. They have to be. The computer's like tone it down itself. That's the reason. I'm not sure. Either way, it's something that likely have to deal with. We'll probably going forward. There you can see Wings. He's taking up the exact same operator selection that Max did. 1.5 log. Very good at it. So we will not Wings, at least for a moment in this match. If able to be up fast, now the entire tournament. So a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah. Also, it's curious. It's just funny to see that Max is facing its former team so soon.
Yeah.
And given that it's Oregon, I think this is like their third best map, if I'm not mistaken.
It's one of their best.
Yeah, I know that Villa and Consulate are their best ones. Definitely Villa. But I'm just curious to see like if Max is going to be IGLing this team, kind of like just like giving their exact positions. Like, okay, this guy's going to be over here. You're going to have Kool-Aid in this position. You're going to have Dom over here, Whitlock here, and then they just go at it from there. Gunner, however, he's going to be taking control of Freezer Stairs, just trying to make sure that he can keep it on lock. And then if he needs to, he can just always fall back and have some support from any of his teammates that sit inside of Laundry.
In general, a lot. That and also dying early. It's kind of synonymous with him, especially on the micro, oddly enough. He often airways and positions where the attacker has to down do not have the advantage, but in many situations, as you just saw, it also isn't just like early on that Maestro especially, the prolific on as well. That's going to be a huge burden. Also, the Kool-Aid, the man who struggles to load into games to hold freezers, and he has to not struggle with holding it if he wants his team to have really any hope of stemming the tide that is insert name's attack. It's not a lot happening so far. They got that opening pick, but now they're moving back, just trying to get some hatches, some more map control up top, and then set up the execute likely to come in 20 to 40 seconds.
So Max is starting to make his progression down the Freezer Stairs. He's already opened up a portion of the wall. Now he has access to look over deep into Laundry. Gomez going to get the second pick of the round onto Wings. So that just leaves Whitlock, Dami, and Kool-Aid. Now, Natsuki and Dami are going to trade. So now it's a 2v4 effective for the defenders of Whitlock and Kool-Aid, the two SAS operators left standing here to try to win it out for Aerial in this first round of defense on Oregon.
Yeah, obviously a 2v4 is never favorable, but there could be a few better operators to be in this position, but that's a pretty much free kill given to Kool-Aid. Abu and I just sitting there almost idle right behind that box. It's an easy headshot for him, but still, it's a 2v3. Plenty of room that they have to go. The fact that Whitlock still has 2 smoke canisters, though, and just now expended the first, that's a lot of time that the defenders can still waste. Obviously, there's a lot of angles they have to contest. That's something that they'll have themselves to contend with. Kool-Aid will push up, see the Atom miss a lot of shots, still manages to get the repeat with the shotgun. Eliminates Gomez, and it's a 2-2 now. Sure, the mute's on low HP, but the shotgun angle is much more favorable to him in this situation, but he falls instead. Max takes him down. The former teammate gets 2 on Kool-Aid and Whitlock, an insert name. They take the first round because of it.
What a shot, man. Max is just insane.
Remember, by the way, we're still in his first 3-4 months of comp. Mm-hmm. His first league was CCS that he went up to win. I hammered that home yesterday when he wasn't even in the game. Max is, just to put it lightly, he's insane for how new into his comp career he is. It's ridiculous, the things that man can do on Ace and Cade and support ops. I don't know. It's just some things you cannot explain with normal logic.
If he was on entry, I would honestly be terrified.
I've never seen Max on entry. I
haven't either.
Half of his games I've casted with Crow, and Crow has casted the other half in CCS. And for the most part, he's watched all of them while Max has been on here. So throughout his entire comp career, I've never seen him not on those support ops. I've never seen him on Ash or Zofia or things like that. It's always, when he was on Aerial Rise, it was always Dami or Whitlock or Gunner taking that position. Yeah. But I'm very intrigued to see him on entry, if he ever gets that chance, whether or not he can do well. Because, of course, he thrives on that support role. I mean, obviously, he got the 2 final kills there. He does his support job very well. Never really the first to die in an engagement. Always will get his job done and live for the majority of the round. But him on entry, man, that could be something insane. Obviously, it has to be seen to be believed, but I don't know. I'm excited by the prospect.
Yeah. Both Gomez and Max are able to rise to the occasion there for their team, picking up 2 picks, and then it was just Noski getting that single kill, so that resulted in 5 for insert name. And I think Max is probably just more comfortable on the supportive roles because he's able to guide his team into the positions that they need to be, and he's able to utilize the drones that he's got at his disposal, able to give call-outs to his team. Gunner's still playing aggressive on the freezer stairs, but hopefully Gunner has learned his lesson to not be so aggressive on that staircase and not challenge Gomez. I hope. But hopefully if Gunner's able to stay alive for more than a minute here in this round, then things might go differently for Aerial.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Ab and I will start to push down Gunner, looking like he's not learning his lesson, but he's hitting his shots. Oh no, they actually traded. It was a headshot from both, so instead of just Gunner being picked off, they at the very least get Abu and I, but that trade still goes in the favor of the attack. 1:57 seconds left, and you lost a Twitch, but again, you took off the Maestro. Those Evil Eyes won't be able to be utilized to their full effect, not moved or be allowed to zap, if you recall their efficacy in the very first game on the NSG stream yesterday, in the Biggity Boobop game. That's not going to happen. So you still have to rely on Kool-Aid and potentially somebody else holding across, maybe Dami to protect Freezer. But with Gomez pushing down, he's still applying that active pressure, and he got a pre-fire here last time. And so far, he looks to be, again, unchallenged in that position, at least actively.
Kool-Aid getting very aggressive on the freezer stairs. I think he's trying to see if he can challenge Gomez, who's already fled the scene. And now Kool-Aid realizing that there's really no one around here, at least from what we can see. It's just really going to be Gomez protecting Zulu. Kool-Aid's going to be the first one here to try to connect with him, but Kool-Aid doesn't even land a shot onto Gomez, and he'll lose over 75% of his life points there. So not a wise decision from Kool-Aid. He thought he could get a cheeky frag onto Gomez, but unfortunately for Aerial, it doesn't work in his favor.
I mean, Aerial has always been an aggressive team, but this is even more so, and probably to a point it's not favoring them. A great frag grenade won't favor the life of Dami. He's put down, can't be revived. He's not in a good position, but Callout's holding the angle, is able to get the frag on the wings. Dami's picked back up, but it's still 3v5 and 2 of your members on low HP. Now 1 is dead, so it's only Whitlock and Kool-Aid left. And I'm getting a case of Deja Vu. Sure, Kool-Aid still has a C4, but with all the angles being held, him actually throwing it and trying to deny the plant, that will surely come out. it's going to be hard. So a lot of it will rely on Whitlock using those toxic canisters. You can already see he's cooking one. We'll send it over. It's a little bit short, and there's some room for Max to plant, but he can play it safe for the moment. Still, the stall game coming up from Aerial Rise could prove to be extremely beneficial. Kala will take a little bit of damage, but Max is already in the site. The cross being held by Gomez. This is a great position for the attack to be in. And it looks like Max won't be able to get denied, despite Whitlock will get a kill on the call-out. C4 will come out extremely late, but it's all up to Kool-Aid with 25 HP. In the 1v3 post-plant, the odds of him winning this are not high. Inoski will signify that the moment I mention it. Insert name. Pick up their second round in a row, and if Aerial Arise do not start toning back that aggression that somehow was even more so than the first round, we're going to have some big issues going forward.
Yeah, I think Gunner just needs to play a little bit more passive. He does choose to keep playing on those freezer stairs. And I've seen, some pros mention before that, it's okay to like be a little aggressive on that staircase, but the moment you start to get pressure, just fall back and just try to keep your aim up. Fortunately for Gunner, he was able to trade his own life out, but still, losing that Maestro, it really hurt the defending squad there, because then you're leaving the only firepower really with just Dami with the 416, because the AUG, that gun's got a slow fire rate, and if you're not landing headshots, you're done for. It's just not a good gun to take body shots with. And then we know with the SMG-11, with the limited ammo it's got in its magazine, it's just not ideal to take in those gunfights. Sure, the pump shotgun can be ideal in those close quarter situations, but still, you just want to have a decent gun in your hands, which is what Dami had. But unfortunately for Dami, he got downed by a nade and then eventually finished off before he was even really able to do anything. So that results in insert name taking the first 2 rounds here of Oregon. And now for a third defensive round for Aerial, they'll have to switch it up and change into kids' dorms and see what they can do here on this bomb site.
And we see some operator swaps, and clearly Gunner now on the Jaeger instead of the Maestro. Kool-Aid's taking up that position, and for how you usually play this bomb site and how Aerial Arise look to be setting it up, I think that's good. Gunner on the Jaeger will be allowed to get much more aggressive like he wants to, and if he dies, you won't be sacrificing as much utility as you already placed it all at the beginning of the round. So not the biggest deal, and with Kool-Aid, we'll likely be seeing him play behind bedroom wall. Impact tricking would be my guess, but could be playing somewhere else. Dami does also have impact grenades if he wants to play there. Maybe they're not even going for impact tricking, but if that is where Kool-Aid decides to play, on that bedroom wall, you can get a little bit aggro there. Not too much by any means, don't get me wrong, but there's some more potential there for kind of what Gunner was going for, and I don't know, it's a much better position than just pushing up freezer stairs like we've seen previously. So there is a lion also on the side of insert name, so Gunner might have some issues with that. He's not playing too far off site, plenty of time to rotate back unless someone goes up to bedroom and cuts off his rotation. But all things considered so far, not a terrible lineup coming out from Aerial Arise. I like the adjustments made.
Yeah, with Gunner no longer on Maestro, I agree that he's not going to have that pressure of staying alive to use his utility throughout the remainder of the round. And with Kool-Aid, the way that he's been reserving his life and preserving it and playing, I think it's a good change for Kool-Aid to be on that Maestro role. However, Dami's going to be the opening death here, being taken down by Noski. It looks to be that it came in from Attic, and that's going to be so. So unfortunately, those magnets are not going to be regenerated throughout the remainder of the round. So whatever magnets Dami did place down, it will be in effect throughout this round. So, well, Kool-Aid's going to die. I'm not so sure to where Max peeked him from. I think it might have been over from the master side.
Yeah, it must have been bedroom.
Yeah. I don't know why Kool-Aid was over by bedroom, if anything, but, well, actually, it looks like he fell from a big window. That's a pretty big miscue.
Did he just swing big window?
I think he did.
Okay, well, either way, Whitlock gets one. Noski with a refrag on the wings. So again, Aerial Arise, again, strongly not favored in this, and Whitlock is the last one alive. Once again, it's a 1v4. He gets one, but he's quickly traded out by Callout. It's her name. Take another convincing round on Oregon Attack. 3 in a row that they've essentially won the opening duel, and then by extension won the round. And there is just something going on with Aerial Arise. I don't know if it's overconfidence, ego peaking, what it is, but something needs to change. That much is to be certain, because this is looking like a runaway game if they don't get careful.
Hopefully for Aerial, they're slowly starting to understand the play style that is coming from insert name, and they're going to adapt to it. But the way that insert name has been composing themselves throughout these last 3 rounds, I'm very impressed with the way that they've been able to do it. And I think it's in large part possibly coming from the IGLing of Max, if he's even IGLing at all. If anything, I think that the primary IGL might be coming from Callout, with Max just giving intel
Yeah, he
on
might just be
how
giving insight.
insight on how they used to play it. So then with the the big brains that are coming in from insert name, they're able to take that information, process it, and then just counteract whatever Ariel is giving them. And I think it's also just a mix of over aggression coming in from Ariel. I don't know why Cole was peeking big window to begin with as Maestro. I mentioned earlier in the round that Cole is more reserved, at least the way that we had been seeing him play on basement. And then he just ends up dying. He's the second person dead after Dami, which just like counteracts my whole argument, just puts me down.
I mean, even then, going on top of that, Kool-Aid is a very, he's a reserved person. He's not quiet by any means. If you watch CCS, he was usually the one doing the interviews, or at the very least did the grand final interview, but not a very strong temperament, and his roles usually reflect that, but he has also been getting very aggressive, and I mean, he himself admits that he can be a bit more aggressive in game in terms of actual gameplay and also in game chat sometimes. So maybe he's just feeling that side more so than how he acts in real life. Who knows? Jameson is a complex individual. He's not exactly typecast any particular role, but either way, he will have to try to restrain his instincts, along with generally the rest of Aerial Arises. It even looked like Dami, who also a fairly aggressive player, was looking like he vaulted up on inside of attic to peek call out outside of that attic wall. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, they need to play Dorms how Dorms has played. It's a 5-man anchor on site with maybe one, usually Gunner, as you can see, playing off the site. You don't need to be getting too aggressive. You just need to let them burn utility, even though that might be a bit more difficult now, and just stall as much time as you can. Giving them picks is the exact thing that will and has lost them the round.
Bomb located by attackers.
Gunner's already making, I guess, a flank up Freezer.
Of
Maybe
sorts.
trying to see of sorts, yeah, whatever he can try to make some pressure. He's on a solo around here, and his first encounter should be coming with Gomez as he starts to progress over towards Zulu. But I think Gunner's just trying to bide his time here, wait around. He knows that the front door has been shot open, so for the time being, Gunner's just probably just going to lounge around, see what he can find if anyone comes his way. If not, then possibly progress over towards Zulu and try to engage with Gomez, who's currently already making his way down Freezer stairs.
He's on the hunt for Gunner, but Gunner's in the wind, or at the very least he's in main lobby. There is Abunai with the line E1D pushing forward. Gomez now rejoined him, but Gunner's rotated back up. He's anticipated that. He's playing this much smarter than he did previously. Instead of directly challenging them, he's just kind of kiting them a little bit, just slowly moving back and having them follow in response. But he's wasted a fair bit of time, though the attacking team is on white stairs. They're right outside the bomb site. They're knocking at the door, and they want to be let in. Max was also a big window earlier, so that seems to be the kind of execute we're going to be seeing, not nearly the same focus on master bedroom or attic like we normally see. Much more aggressive take, much more focused on getting those frags, and that makes sense. With how Aerial Arise have been playing, Insert Name have shown little problem with getting the frags they need to end up winning the round. So with a big window take that focuses on that, it's going to be pretty easy. Easier with Gomez getting the opening pick on the Whitlock. Kool-Aid also falling to low HP. Gunner sees one that had the Ashwin moved as the Maestro gets down up above, but Abunai's going for the flank. Or not even the flank, he's going for the peak, and Gunner sprinting. His gun not even up. It's a 2v4 for Aerial Arise, and keeps saying we're in deja vu, and it looks like this might be a lost round, the 4th in a row. Dami is on very low HP. There we go. Kool-Aid finally finished off. Wings, you can use those smoke canisters all you want, but I have a feeling it's not going to be much use. Dami will try to disprove me. Headshots Abunai inside of attic. Noski also takes a fair bit of damage, so it's not unwinnable, but the odds are not in their favor. 15 seconds. Max goes in for a late vaulty big window. Dami spots the head, and it's all up to Noski, and the shotgun will seal his fate. Aerial Arise, a 2v4 clutch from Wings and Dami. Manages to get them their very first round. It looked close. It looked unwinnable, but they managed to pull it back.
Wow. That looked like it was going to be insert name yet again because of the 4th 2v4 that they had in 4 rounds. Oh my god. Absolutely incredible efforts from both Wings and Dami there. And Dami on just one shot of HP. I don't know if it's because of Peeker's advantage or just call out not able to react in time or what it was, but man, Dami and Wings are the true heroes of round number 4 right there. And Gunner did a great job on that flank. He was able to get his one, but then I guess he just didn't expect for Abunai to be around there. Maybe they just didn't hear the flashbang that got popped off, or because it's still taking me some time to process that Ash still doesn't have flashbangs anymore.
It's weird.
It's so strange.
I can't even tell you.
She's basically another Zofia.
How long has she had flashbangs?
She used to have smoke grenades, but then I think when they changed the smokes to CS smokes, that's when she got flashbangs.
I can't even tell you when they
Which I
when they
think
made that
was
smoke
around Blood
grenade
Orchid.
change.
I think that was around Blood Orchid because I know it was when Ying and Zofia and Ella were introduced, if I'm not mistaken, or Ying, Legion, and Ella.
So yeah,
Then
that, so yeah,
Zofia
that's
got
what Blood
introduced
Orchid.
the next season, if I'm not mistaken.
So yeah, so she's had it since year 2, season 3.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that is weird. I think about it now. I see breach charges and like I register it, but even then, like in the back of my mind when I'm not casting, I'm just like my default mode is Ashe, breaching charge flashes. Though the odd thing is, I forget that she does not have flashes, but I do remember that they added another breaching round. So I remember part of the change. It's just the other one will just like I'll revert back to the old method. I don't know how you can explain that, but
Yeah, it's just the way that it's been for her for 5 years, almost for 5 full years basically. She's had some sort of projectile to throw. Right now, Abinai's going to try to get into an engagement, and he gets absolutely smoked by Gunner. Dome is getting into an engagement here as well, but he's not able to survive for much longer here, getting put down to about 24 HP. Toxic Babe will ring out from Kool-Aid. Or not Kool-Aid, it's actually going to be Wings. So, already not a good start here for insert name on this fifth attack round.
yeah, this is certainly the strongest Aerial Arise have looked so far. The previous round was the strongest just in terms of how much time was spent by the attack setting up and how much time was wasted by the defense. But now, Aerial Arise coming away with an opening pick and one member, a very effective member, I should say, as well. Or at the very least in the opening duel, he's won, I believe, 2 of them out of the 4 or 5 that have happened so far. So solid entry. But taking him to low HP as well, and now Max falling, thanks to Kool-Aid. Nice headshot from him all the way back inside of Dining. This is looking like an Aerial Arise round. Noski, with his best efforts, will try to stop it. Whitlock on the Jaeger will fall, but again, that's an op who doesn't have a lot of utility that's used later on. That's mostly just a gun for the execute. And while Whitlock is a great player, that's not the biggest loss on the planet, especially with Noski being put to low HP, joining Gomez. Call out falling soon after, the only full HP member left. This is an Aerial Arise round if I've ever seen it. The question is, will insert name be able to clutch? Noski will get 1. Wings, the smoke falls, and that's huge. Losing those Toxic Babes with an entry into sight following soon after, that's pretty solid, but Kool-Aid's has something to say about it. The Nomad dies. That's a 1v3. Gomez on low HP. Probably going to end up losing this round. Gunner is up top. If he even just sprayed through the floor, the Cade would probably fall. And again, he has the diffuser. He is in the bomb site. He could try to go for a plant, but there's so many angles he has to contest. The odds of him coming away with this are not very strong. Dami around the corner will just pre-fire it. That's Kool-Aid, actually. That's my bad. But he pre-fires that, and he gets that kill. Aerial Arise, they put it 2-3.
I like how Kool-Aid is using the racing skin on the MP5. That's such an old skin. That's like I think that was one of like the first ever debut skins that they ever came out with in this game, because it was like I think it was like around year 3 I think or year 2 when it was Operation Dustline, because like all like the 5 original CTUs got it, and then it was also I want to say the Navy SEALs and the GTF2 operators that got it as well, unless it's just like the Amethyst one, like with the old kind of like how it's like with the diamond camo, but it's like different colors.
Yeah. I played back. I've never been super into skins just in any game really, but I even played back then. I don't remember that. I saw the obviously it was kind of dark, so I didn't see it, but I saw like the purple and a little bit of black, so I just assumed it was the Crossfade skin that came out with Velvet Shell. But then you're like racing skin, and I was like, I have no idea what he is talking about. I've never seen that skin before in my life.
I mean, I can probably look it up later, but yeah, that's one of like the old skins. I think Kool-Aid got that when because Kool-Aid used to play on PlayStation, and I think when his account I don't think that transfers with your account. It was with the fire skin and something else. I think he just ended up buying it again. I still haven't bought them still, but
yeah, no, there's no account transfer in Siege. I know it's a big thing that people have been clamoring for, and I would like it because I don't have many Black Ice skins, but I think I have one. I think it's for the Commando for IQ that I have on Xbox, but I don't have it on PC because, again, no account transfer. So, I guess, screw me.
Yeah,
I don't get joy. I literally, I don't use the G8, and I use the 552. I'm trying to do something good, Ubisoft, and you punish me for it.
Yeah, so if you like Google like Rainbow Six Siege racing skins, there's like videos from all the way back in 2016, which was like Operation Dustline. So wow, Makers did they just win map 2 on Cafe? Oh my god, they're one map away from beating Tempra and going to SI.
He's talking about the EU
Oh my god.
qualifier grand finals for invite. If Makers win, I think they'd be the first like technically national T3 team that would make it.
Qualify for an invitational, yeah. Because
Exactly.
the first major was done by 4s. Man, that's so crazy.
This
They're
is
having a time of their life.
this is an historic invite, to say the least, in terms of many different regions.
Yeah, especially for NA and EU. And we also have, I think, our first Southeast Asian team qualifying, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure about that one. There's also, though, to be fair though, this is also a historic round right now because Gunner's not dead in the first minute.
Yes.
He's actually playing back in Freezer. So again, a stark contrast to what him and the rest of the Rise were doing early on, but he will get a little bit aggressive in pillars soon after, but he'll rotate back. So almost disproved my point. Not quite. But so far it's just insert name. They're just doing their thing on Organ attack. You know how basements work. You get the hatches, get a little bit of pressure up top, maybe down Freezer stairs. Not much beyond that.
Yeah, so the racing skins actually came out for the Russians, the Canadians, and the Navy SEALs, as well as for the SAS operators.
Gotcha.
And I think also FBI, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. I don't remember it all, but Noski's going to get the opening pick here onto Wings. And another pick as Call just, or Max actually, he'll drop the hatch. And Noski with the third pick here onto Dami. Basement is just not it here for Aerial. And another potential pick here coming in from Max, but each other's going to light everyone up. Call with another pick here. This is a flawless round here if Whitlock can't find one. We'll be able to find one, so the flawless round will not be here indeed. Whitlock does have a lot of HP, and he's actually going to be able to down out Abinai. Sees Abinai crawling, and he'll confirm that one. Oh my god, he's on the come up here. That's 3 big picks here for Whitlock. He's got to find Max. He's on 1 HP, and then call out. This is actually a winnable situation here for Max, but he's got 29 seconds left to find the remaining 2 players. Slowly pushing his way in through supply, checking Freezer, trying to make sure that there's no one in there, but the toxic will come through. Max getting so close to inhaling those toxic fumes, but unfortunately for him, he won't be able to inhale them just yet. This is so close here.
Not happening though.
That
was close, to say the least. That was
very.
Whitlock is again one of those players that he's just been so incredibly consistent throughout his entire lifespan in the amateur scene. Time span in the amateur scene. Those 3 kills there, that was fairly convincing. But again, good job on insert name, just playing back, not giving themselves up to easy picks, to say the least. Honestly, the funny thing is, that smoke grenade he put in Freezer, it was good, don't get me wrong, but it actually, it kind of worked against him a little bit because now the guy from insert name had no reason to peek him. He was like, okay, I can't push this doorway because there's a smoke canister there. I'll die. So it actually pushed him further back in his position, then therefore making it harder for Whitlock to actually push him out. I'm not saying he shouldn't have smoked him out. Don't get me wrong. Like, probably was still the smarter thing to do if he was trying to take the gunfight with the Hibana as it appeared he was. So you don't have the same crossfire being set up, but I don't know. Just interesting things like that happen sometimes. It will be Basement coming out first from the side of insert name, and a fairly similar lineup. Actually, I believe potentially the same lineup, save for the Malusi instead of the Maestro, and they're also bringing in Wamai, so same general operator lineup that Aerial Arise are bringing on their various defenses.
There we go. I thought that you might have died for a moment. like what had happened yesterday.
Did something happen?
No, it was just taking a while for the lobby to load.
Oh. Bro, you can't do that to me, man. You cannot do that to me. I am freaking every single round. I'm just like, please now. Please.
Have I dropped yet?
Like hello?
I'm still
is
here.
This thing on?
Is this thing on?
Dude, that was
that was a little rough.
I mean, you know what? Like, what? 8 months of me casting? That's the first time it happened. I mean, bad time for it to happen. I would have rather it happen in like the first like T87 league I casted for, as opposed to like the Nerd Street Gamers tournament. So, yeah. But I mean, it was bound to happen eventually. I am amazed I made it this long, or made it that long without it happening.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So now that we've switched sides, I'm a bit surprised that Aerial only got 2 out of the 6 rounds that they had on defense. I was expecting a lot more from them, especially since it's Oregon and they're on defense first. But, you know, insert name just coming through and just really taking control of the situation on the attack, winning 4 out of those 6 rounds. And really, it's been Noski on top, really, as his name suggests. And Max, too. They're just the duo of them just have been tearing up Aerial. And I've been following Noski around for quite a while, at least the last 2 years. He's been trying so hard to make it into CL. He recently just made it into FPL actually. So big congrats to him for qualifying
Let's
into
go.
FPL. Yeah. So he's got some good things coming for him, and I really hope that he makes it into Challenge League pretty soon. He's a standout player. I love Noski.
He's got 10 kills on, on the attacking team. He's playing Nomad, and Gomez was the one holding that Ash in that entry role. So pretty impressive so far. He's on Jaeger now, so a lot more room for him to be aggressive, and hopefully we'll see him frag out a little bit more. Not so if you're Aerial Arise. You definitely want to see him cool down much more so than he was when you're attacking. But Aerial Arise are quickly just gaining the map control that they need. Device ready. Activating shock drone. Pushing down Freezer stairs, kind of that same position that Gomez was pushing down last time. Is he now just putting down? The call just put down a Malusi now?
It's possible. That's also one thing that I was curious as to what Aerial didn't do. They never brought Malusi.
Yeah, on basement as well. It's usually not I would associate with basement. At least far more prevalence for the amount of times they played it. And they played it 3 times. I don't think they had Malusi on that side specifically once.
No, they did not. Not even upstairs either. Or they didn't bring on the kitchen defense, which is one of their 2 defenses that they won. So
not sure. Either way, minute left, or was a minute left. Now reached 55 seconds, and the Freezer Stairs push is becoming much more consolidated by Aerial Arise, but a lot of time is being wasted. Smoke Grenade will fly to cut off the cross. They'll give some room for Gunner to drop, and then they'll also open up that laundry wall, but still a lot of time that they really don't have. That it seems like they think they do. They're clearing out utility, and they're slowly making their way, but that Malusi's still in play. ADS's next to call out. There's so much room for insert game to play with, and Max will get 1. He'll quickly get refragged by Kool-Aid, so not too much damage, but there's call out gone unread in Freezer, but Gunner drops, hits the prone and takes him down, and it's just the trades all around. Still a 3-3. Only 15 seconds left. Abonai's just waiting 3 toxic canisters in his pocket. That is huge. At only 10 seconds left and the diffuser fallen as well, he can waste so much time. It looks like he won't even have to. Gunner tries to push in, doesn't fall, and actually gets him on the turnaround with the pistol, no less. Noski gets that one, but it's all left up to Gunner. And this is going to be the 5th round for insert name. Going into round 8, Aerial Arise have a massive mountain to try and climb up.
Poor Abonai. If he had just like a couple more bullets in the mag, I think he ends up collecting with that. I remember when I first started casting Abonai, he was on Scylla's Gorillas, and it was in Challenge League quals, I want to say, for Season 9, and he was just on such a massive tear with Mute and Dokkaebi. I forget who he played against, but they weren't expected to make it into Challenge League, and they just like stormed their way through the lower bracket after losing their first game. That was also when Skittles and Billboard were on the same team. I forget the name, but I think it was Least Wanted, and they ended up beating Least Wanted in the losers bracket after losing their first game. They just went on a massive run in the lower bracket to qualify for Season 9. So seeing Abonai with that's a bit heartbreaking for me.
He is going against Gunner though, and Gunner
he is going against Gunner.
He might not be showing it this game, but Gunner is generally he was the highest rated player in CCS. I don't know if he held that title at the very end, but for at the very least all of the season until maybe the very end. I still think he was at the very end though.
I think he was.
I think he was too.
0.01.
But he was the highest rated player in CCS. So this is not some, just some schmuck who can barely shoot back. He can hit quite a few shots, but one interesting thing, I remember Gunner saying this, he talked about how he played in 2 leagues, obviously CCS and RSA. CCS, no offense to RSA, obviously I cast the league, but the caliber of opponent in CCS is just going to be better due to prestige, various things like that. So Gunner talked about how CCS, for some reason, for him was easier than RSA, despite the better caliber of opponents. Maybe it's because he didn't get overly overconfident to a negative degree, where it actually started hurting him. And he actually, kind of played a lot smarter than I think he might in RSA. But right now, look at the opponents he's playing. Max, Abonai, Callout. The fact that Gunner's still kind of, on the defense especially, going for a lot of those aggressive engagements and also just not having the same power on attack as I know he can potentially have. I don't know, it's uncharacteristic for him. Really on Aerial Arise, they all seem to be having a bit of an off day. Even Kool-Aid, he's the only one not negative, and he's just breaking even at 6-6. So clearly something's up with just the entire roster.
Bomb located by
Yeah,
attackers.
I don't know if they had like a. I don't even think they could get a warm up scrim at this point. if
No,
anything.
when Team Aesthetic came back up for a second and it was just like Jazz, Henry, and I, we tried to like, we were like, I think we warmed up Joe and OB for Challenger League just because they just physically could not find a warm up scrim at that early of a
Attackers have
time.
located a bomb.
Yeah,
So I would be surprised if they weren't able to, honestly.
yeah, and like for Challenger League, like this year, like it was almost like impossible for like the teams who are starting at 12 East to find a good warm up scrim at like 11 or 10. Because like no one's really like scrimming at that point. Gunner's gonna get the first one, and Kala trying to make a play here, but for some reason doesn't get aggressed on. Down goes Abonai as well, so Gunner's gonna pick up 2 for himself. Potentially trying to find that third one, but he'll be on very low HP here when he goes up against Callout. Nomad coming in from Wing to fight up against Callout, but he'll take a lot of damage actually. As Callout will progress through, trying to see if he can find Wings. Whitlock gonna find a third pick onto Max. As Gomez takes care of Kool-Aid, Callout will find another air jab. But fortunately for Callout, he just hasn't taken any kind of damage at all. Just Gomez and Callout here in the 2v4. Shots coming in from the white stairs, and it's not even able to down anyone. Every single member of Aerial arises on very low HP. That C4 will miss. Shrapnel doesn't go around the window, but Gomez doesn't care. He's able to find Dami here. It's an effective 2v2. Gunner and Wings up against Gomez and Callout, and the advantage is in favor of the defending squad, but Gomez tries to make a hero play, and Gomez will get shut down by Gunner's third frag. So now Callout progressing up the white stairs, actually the main stairs. He'll go ahead and rotate into attic and now into dorms, trying to find the last 3 players here. Gunner's planning over by the window. He's got to worry about one right outside. But Gunner's going to get taken down pretty easily here. Callout knows that there's one outside the big window. He's got 2 members left to find. This is easily attainable, but Wings on the Nomad, 1 HP. And Aerial Arise somehow, some way, are able to win out another round.
I want to be completely honest with you. The moment I saw Callout was in a 1v3 clutch, but everyone on Aerial Arise had maybe a combined 60 HP, I was like, I think he wins this.
I did too.
Just because you have Jaeger, who has more ammo than a small army. If you just start pre-firing everything, you're probably going to hit, at the very least, 2 of the members of Aerial Arise. And that's what almost happened. I mean, that was Whitlock, I believe. I almost said Max because Max is the one that normally plays the ace. So I believe it was Whitlock who vaulted in big window and just prone on the diffuser. Callout pre-fires that. And I thought, even though the Nomad was around the corner, maybe had the advantage in the gunfight, I was like, if he seemingly knows that she's there, if he just pre-fires just for the sake of pre-firing, he'll probably kill her. That didn't end up happening. Wings managed to get the kill, and honestly, probably should have been a clutch just with the situation, but still, 1v3 is a 1v3 even with the enemy team on low HP. So,
Yeah.
odds are still against you.
He had the right idea going on that peak for Wings, but he just gets the crosshair placement just a little too high. That's one thing that I struggle with too in this game too. Like whenever I'm playing ranked, like I always guess where the head is, but it ends up being like the very top of their chest / neck, and I think that I hit them in the head, but they just flinch and they don't die, and I get upset.
That's one thing I've always obviously again. Disclaimer: I am not, nor have I ever been a player in comp, so. Maybe this is a very dumb question, but I've always found it interesting how how do you predict whether someone is going to be like chest level or if they're going to be crouch level or head level? Obviously, there are situations where, if somebody's probably holding down an angle behind maybe a shield or something like that in freezer, perhaps they're probably going to be crouch level. That's something you can predict, but I've always wondered how, if you're going to engagement, how do you know whether or not you should be aiming head level or crouch level, or is it just kind of, is it just a crapshoot to a certain extent? You're just like, I'm just going to aim head level, or I'm just going to aim crouch level, because if he's still head level, I can hit the body, or, I don't know. So that's always something I've wondered, just when people are playing.
Yeah, one player that I've really noticed that did that a lot, like when I first started watching them, was Joystick. Like, no matter what, Joystick knew whether you were standing, crouching, or prone. It was just, you just could not escape that, man. It was back when Ents was still in the game.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it was a very long time.
Season 9?
Something around there, yeah. Gunner taking a little bit of damage here into Abonai, or actually Max, who smartly retreats and will no longer peek the attic hatch. But Gunner, feeling that there's someone below him, in which he's right, actually.
There's one.
He's currently going towards Freezer Stairs, so this could be pretty big for Gunner.
could be big for Gunners. There is a drone constantly following the Malusi, but Dami's also there at the entrance onto the second floor, but Gunner going for the peek down below will manage to find the Malusi. And that's the opening pick in the favor of Aerial Rise, and 2 times in a row in the favor of Gunner, who is now breaking with tradition, or breaking with the pattern for his team. He actually is the only one positive now. Call-Out's there waiting for the flank, and he sees it. Gunner's looking a bit too far to the left. Call-Out manages to take him off guard. Now there's one more defender downstairs that the attackers will have to consider what stairwell he might go, but flank drones will have to be watching, and overall just try to predict where he might end up. Max has also dropped down inside of Split. Starting with Call-Out, there is Noski, or not Noski, there is Wings on the Nomad just outside of meeting. He's moved inside a kitchen now, so won't be in the direct line of fire from Max. Call-Out is also rotated back to the stairs. Defenders are now just consolidating on the bomb site going into the final minute. That's exactly what they need to do. It's a big window take coming from Aerial Rise, similar to what Insert Name did to them on their attacking side when they decided to go to dorms, and this did work out last time for Aerial Rise. Same pick they just did. You have to remember, a lot of them are on low HP. That was an odd situation, to say the least, and one that could have gone in favor of Insert Name. If they falter on the entry for the second time in a row, and they get to that same level of low HP, or even 1 or 2 gets picked off at the wrong time, this is still certainly in Insert Name's favor at the moment.
Actually trying to fight for his life here up top inside of game. He'll find one here. Trying to go for 2 on the white stairs, but Kool-Aid will get Call-Out. Now it's just Wings and Kool-Aid left to fight here. As I say that, Max will gun him down. And all of a sudden it's just going to be on Wings in a 1v3, turned 1v2. But there is Max yet again. And even Max is confused as to what's been happening this entire round. Oh my god.
Okay.
They weren't even aware that anyone was coming towards each other. Wings didn't even know where Max was. I think he heard that he was bottom white, but didn't expect for Max to be up there so soon, and he just turns towards white stairs and just gets shot on the side.
I mean, even then, what are you gonna do there? There's so much that you have to contend with as Wings. It's just at that point you got to keep trying, but you got to resign your fate a little bit. At that point, you know that the end is coming. But I hate to say this, and I just want you to know that it does pain me to say this because I love everyone in Aerial Rise. This looks like they're about to get eliminated. I do not have the confidence in them with how they've played so far. They have looked marginally stronger on their... They've had... The moments that they've had on their attack were better than the defense. They've had more obvious glimmers of hope. Even with Gunner getting the opening pick that round, and the pinch they had clearing out the roamers, it looked like they were going to be stronger. But again, it was that execution onto the bomb site, with the man advantage being even. You're just pushing in through big window, and you're just pushing in through white stairs. It's kind of the same logic if you're going for a construction push on Clubhouse, and you haven't taken out cash or open construction wall, and somebody's in garage. You're just pushing through 1, maybe 2 doorways or openings max, and the defense all knows where you're coming from. They can just train the 4 remaining guns in their hand, or 3 with Max coming in for a flank, and it's a turkey shoot at that point. It's shooting fish in a barrel. It's just not an execute that is often favored for you to win if you're in that situation. And with Aerial Rise, they have to win 3 rounds in a row, and we'll have to go back to dorms at some point and do either the same execute that's failed, or that has almost failed twice. It succeeded once, albeit it came very close with how low on HP they got. Then you also have to go to 2 bomb sites that you've lost or have not tried yet. I don't know. It's not looking good. It's not looking good.
Looking over at the CCS stream, it's looking to be that, Tax Collectors and Good Night there. So Tax Collectors on match point at a 6-2 right now as they're heading into round number 9. And they're playing on Villa. So depending on whoever wins that matchup, they will go on to face up against the Favelas.
Oh yeah, the Favelas.
Yeah, because this match goes into Oblation, but that matchup is going to end up being a forfeit. So then whoever wins this matchup will go into the lower semis, and then they'll face off against the winner of the Favelas versus the winner of whoever goes between Goodnight and Tax Collectors. But right now it's looking like Tax Collectors will be on top versus Goodnight, and then they'll have to face off against the Favelas, which I don't know exactly who's going to be casting that one, either us or CCS. So we'll have to coordinate things on that whenever we get to that point. But in this matchup, Gunner will be the first one to fall here. That's the twitch down for Aerial Rise. Not a good start here for Aerial on their attack.
Yeah, it's not. Gunner once again being the, having a patented gunner moment, either getting the opening pick or being the opening pick. And unfortunately for Aerial Rise's chances, it's going to be the latter. Now, they got the opening pick last time. They ended up losing a round. Maybe it's just opposite day for them, and now that they've lost the opening duel, they might end up coming back. But it's a minute 30 seconds. Twitch, sure, not the biggest operator to lose. You still have your ace, still have your nomad who for Flankton Island. You still have Kool-Aid on the Maverick, who's your other hard breacher that can bypass those Cades coming out from Max. It's not unwinnable, but it's going to take a lot of work with not a lot of map control, at least directly on the site that they have. There is some pillars pressure coming out from Whitlock. With the box hatch open, they can start to push up that position, and that's a strong point for the attackers to have, and it will be achieved now that he's been pushed out. Domi's still kind of trapped in bunker. He sees one push up, and he somehow wins that gunfight against Gomez, and the trades come out on both sides, but it ends up in a 2v2, with insert names strongly favored, both at 100 HP, and the two members of Aerial Rise on 25 and 50, respectively. And again, said it earlier, hate to say it, but it looks like their run in NSG might end unless they can land some really crucial shots. Abunai doesn't have a C4, but he's holding that pixel in between the bomb and the shelf, and that's a strong angle for the defenders to hold, and one that, if Aerial Rise properly predicts, could win them the round, but so often the attacking team will succumb to it. That'll probably be the death knell for them overall. Kool-Aid will have the diffuser. 25 seconds left. There's an impact grenade in the hand to call out, but no smoke grenades of any kind, so he'll move in. A frag grenade will drive Abunai off when he finds Dami. It's all up to Kool-Aid in the 1v2, and he gets finished off. And what do you know? Insert name goes against my predictions at the very least. Aerial Rise end up losing it out 7-3 on Oregon. Again, one of their better maps. Their run in the NSG monthly December tournament will end.
Unfortunate as it is, that will be the end of Aerial Rise, one of the favorites coming into this tournament. So, congrats to Insert Name. You'll go on to the lower semis. Meanwhile, we've got Goodnight and Tax Collectors currently playing over on the CCS Esports channel. That game might be progressing even further. It depends on how this next round goes. But for now, that's just going to be it for me and Lynx right now.
I believe we, though,
Yeah.
I do think, if you look at the bracket, I think we will have that because, I believe Corona, I was talking about this before, they have the PogChamp Gatekeepers game after this, if I do recall. Again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, and then I think we will be having the winner of that Goodnight Tax Collectors game versus the Favelas, but again, that game is still going on. We don't know the result of that yet. I'm getting worried that is correct, so we will have the Favelas versus Goodnight Tax Collectors game. Again, whoever ends up coming out on top of that, we'll have that in just a little bit, but as Uju said, we're going to be going to a little bit of a break. Do recall, again, if you want to go tune in that CCS stream, we still have stuff going on there, so get a little bit more Rainbow Six before we end up actually going to the next map. But we'll see you in a bit. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back. We do have our upcoming matches. Right as I threw it to a break, the match between tax collectors ended, and they were the ones that ended up coming out on top. So, the match we have upcoming is tax collectors versus the favelas. We want to take a look real quick at the bracket, as not many teams left, so not too much you have to keep track of. But do also keep in mind, insert name who won their game against Aerial Arise. Though I did forget to mention Aerial Arise, I believe, have already qualified to the Winter Championship. So, not the biggest loss to them, but again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Insert name, since Oblation forfeited, they're already in the loser semi, so they just have to wait for this Favelas Tax Collectors game to end. I imagine that's not going to be the best thing in the mind of either team, because your opponent in probably about 50 minutes to an hour is going to be able to watch you play out the entire map that you end up playing. Obviously, it's best of one. The map will probably get banned out, but still, it's not exactly the best position to be in for either of these teams playing right now. But that's the standings. Just wanted to update you. And also, one thing I noticed is that the Favelas and Oblation, they're both the number 1 and number 2 seeds respectively in this tournament. both in the losers bracket right now. And Oblation, obviously, they're out because of the forfeit. And I think on my Mike and Ike's ad reads, I think it really got to them. I think Oblation was just like, screw the game. It doesn't matter. They just ran to the general store down the street and they wanted to go pick up some Mike and Ike's. We mentioned it yesterday, those lemon orange flavors, they just get to you, man. It's just something transcendental about them that you cannot change. Obviously, Dami did not take my advice and he did not eat Mike and Ike's. If he had, probably would have won. But alas, he did not. Probably didn't even drink a Pepsi either. 2 things he could have done and both things failed. But anyways, thank you for Mike and Ike's for sponsoring the stream once again. Very much appreciate it. We are still waiting on the map bans, I do believe, to come in, but on the bright side, you can at the very least get Uzi. And if we see the map bans coming in, get our live reactions to what maps get banned.
I don't have access to that, unfortunately.
yeah, it's fine. They've banned like 2 maps, so don't worry.
Okay.
Theme Park and Cafe have both been banned out immediately. So won't be going to Theme Park, which is a map that we have not seen on this stream yet. I think it actually did get played on the CCS stream. I don't know the exact game. Might have been Gatekeepers played it. I don't know, but haven't seen it on this stream yet. Cafe, the next map banned out. So one we saw once, I think it was the very first game versus Biggity Boobop that ended up getting played. Since then, haven't seen it either. But so what map are you hoping for? Out of all the maps we could see, what do you feel?
I kind of want to cast some Consulate, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not even the biggest fan of Concept, but honestly, I could go for it right now. I'm kind of feeling it.
It's just been a while since I've casted Consulate. Coastline would be another one too. I don't think we've seen Coastline on this channel.
I don't think we have either. No, we haven't. We've seen Cafe. Then Oregon. We've seen Oregon. I know that we've seen Oregon.
We've seen a lot of Oregon
a few times. What was the second map? Was it it was Villa? That's what it was.
Yeah.
It went Cafe, Villa, Oregon, and then Oregon Clubhouse. And now we've seen
Oregon
again. And now if we see Oregon a 3rd time or a 4th time total, as Consulate and Clubhouse have been banned, so the map pool is getting ever closer to Oregon. I might go insane. You might see me break down live on stream, which I've never done before, but it might happen. I really do not want to go to the map a 3rd time. We still have the maps left are Villa, Coastline, and Oregon. So if Coastline gets banned, we're definitely going to a repeat. And if Villa gets banned, we're going to everyone's favorite map. The one everyone loves.
The one everyone loves. Indeed. Yeah.
No, it's definitely. I can't understand. Why do people call it Bore again? It's just it's so varied every time. It's always such. I mean, okay. To be fair, we did actually see a few big window takes there in the previous game, so that was something at the very least. Not often we even see that.
Little variety.
That's all you can hope for. That's all you can hope for in Oregon is just a little variety. Not much beyond that. But no, yeah, I would like to see, obviously, Consulate got banned, so Uzi, you don't get your wish. Hate to break it to you. I'd like to see Coastline then. I mean, obviously the favelas are a much more structured team. I mean, in the sense that Tax Collectors is just a pug stack. So just 5 players all playing through the tournament. So not going to have the same strats or cohesion that favelas have. So obviously they might have a bit of an aversion to Coastline, which favors that kind of more puggy ranked style of play. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Coastline, just because actually I don't have a reason. I just want to see it. If I'm being honest with you, I don't have an argument. I just want to see Coastline and I don't want to see Oregon. I'd even be fine with Villa. I'm in the position where I am okay with seeing Villa. I just don't want to see Oregon.
Fun map. The one thing that I really don't like about Villa is the fact that your sights shake.
Yeah, I don't. Villa's such a weird map. It's built different and not in a good way. Like the dust on that map for so long was just dustier than every map. If an explosion happened, you literally could not see. There are just weird things about the map. The color scheme. Obviously, a lot of those got fixed, but for a while, especially recently, there were just so many problems with Villa that I did not understand why they were there.
It was just a very interesting map at the time that it came out, and it's grown to be one of the best maps I think in the map pool, and definitely a favorite for a lot of teams. I just love the map a lot. It's got a lot of variables you can do to the sites. There's always something new that you'll find that come out on that map every season. So whether it's with a different operator or someone invents like a new strat, or like they make a rotate here, rotate there, whichever bomb site you're on. One site that I would really like to get played is living room. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but living room and library, because not many teams go into it and play it. Yeah, it'd just be a nice sight to see teams play.
Yeah, and I think to a certain extent you have to separate, how often you see a map versus its objective quality. So I think we can all agree that Villa's obviously no universal agreement. There's never going to be that in pretty much anything, but I think Villa's generally considered, as Uzu said, to be one of the better maps in the map. We're probably one of the best, but we just see it so often. It's that I mentioned it yesterday. It's the Clubhouse, Villa, Oregon, Cafe, and that's 4 of the 7 maps in the map pool, and those seem to be the only 4 that get played very often. And obviously, the other 3, Theme Park being a little bit of an exception to this rule, but still to a certain extent, they all play very different than the 4 that we normally see, and teams just don't really want to go for that. Don't want to have to change things up. They kind of want to stick to their circle of truth, or circle of comfort. But Villa is, I agree, there are a lot of things with it. I mean, even this season, I feel like we've seen a lot more on AVG, seen a lot more main stairs focused holds, and maybe a roam over by master bedroom, but really not all that much. And even some extensions down below. There's a lot more. AVG's kind of the site I think of when I'm like, okay, that's probably the site where you don't see anything groundbreaking every single round, but there's a core concept, but then there are a lot of variations that you shoot off of that. So if we see Villa, not all that crazy. We are still waiting for the map bans to finish because of the timing that the game's lined up. We're just chilling, waiting for everything to get done. But yeah, I'm just glad that Cafe got banned. If we see Oregon, I'm gonna cry. That's what you need to know so far. Is I will cry.
Yeah, if we see Oregon for the 4th time within 24 hours.
Did Makers play Oregon? Did they play Oregon in EU finals?
Makers have played Consulate and Cafe. They are currently on Villa. And right now, Tempera is leading Villa 5-2, and Tempera is on defense.
See what I mean? If they cannot play Oregon and they're in EU, like the region that had an 80% defender win rate on Oregon and then still went to it every single week, and they're not playing it, come on, guys. We can. We can be the game changers here. We can lead the way in progress. We can be better. We can be better.
Fine.
Life is good. Life is good. So we will be going to Coastline.
God is real.
Maybe, perhaps. Don't need to delve into those philosophical questions today, though. Don't know if we have the map up or the lobby up just yet. We do have the map confirmed, so at the very least we have that. Probably still waiting on everybody to get actually into the lobby, so going to see our faces for just a little bit longer. Don't worry. If I had a start game button, I would press it. If I had that power, I would do it. But alas, I do not. So you just have to deal with Uzu and I. Just rambling. Just talking.
I saw on the break screen, like one of the stingers said it don't tell this to the casters.
We do have the power to start the game.
We do have the power to start the game.
Yeah, so Crash is just sitting there. He's got the button prepped right now. It's like it's like always the big red button with the nuclear codes. Like it has that glass shield that flips up. He's just his fingers over the button.
Emergency meeting.
He's just no, exactly. It is the emergency meeting button from Among Us. It's a better analogy than even I came up with. But he's just sitting there with his finger over the button. The moment we run out of things to say, he's gonna push the button. He just wants to milk us for everything we're worth. I mean, you know what? I don't abide by the system. I'm like Johnny Silverhand in Cyberpunk. I don't know why I just compared myself to a terrorist in a video game, but ignore that. Johnny Silverhand is played by Keanu Reeves. He's pretty cool. So, aside from that,
he's a terrorist? What the hell?
Well, so have you played Cyberpunk?
I have not.
So it's in the prologue. It's not a spoiler. So Johnny Silverhand. Now I'm just explaining the plot to Cyberpunk. So it takes place in 2077, right? But there's a flashback to 2023. Johnny Silverhand, he's a rocker boy. He's doing his thing. Also decides, you know what? Corporations are kind of messing up the world. And then in the Fight Club kind of way, at the very end of that movie, he's like, you know what? I'm going to blow up the Arasaka building. The Arasaka, one of the bigger corporations in that world. And so yeah, he decides to blow it up. And then won't spoil the rest that happens. But yeah, so that's an interesting facet to the Johnny Silverhand character. No real Siege equivalent, so I don't know how I'll tie that one back. I don't know who would... If there's any, anarcho-communists in the Rainbow Six roster. I don't know. I feel like... Who would be? I don't know who would be. I can't think of anybody. What do you think the political beliefs of the Rainbow Six roster are? Now, actually, no. Let me rephrase that. Do you think any of the Rainbow Six roster likes Mike and Ike's? Because that's the political belief that matters the most.
I believe they do, and if they don't, then they're wrong.
Is Rainbow Six sponsored by Mike and Ike's? I think they might be. We are waiting on Favelas to jump in the lobby, by the way. Don't know if we're still going to be here, if we're going to jump to a quick break just to wait. I'm not out there. So, yeah, we will be jumping to a quick break just for a little bit. Couple minutes left, Favelas get in the lobby. We'll see you in a bit. Promise the game will start. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, we're just getting straight into the ban phase here. Again, took a little bit, had a couple bugs on, well, I think pretty much every side it seemed like. But yeah, we're finally here. We are on Coastline map we have not seen yet. So that's something we can all be happy about, at the very least.
Tax Collector is going to be the first ones banning out here, and the first ban is going to be Ace. No surprise there. I honestly don't see Ace being that much of an issue, to be honest, because you're just able to shoot the Selma charges off.
Yeah, I mean,
not as big as Hibana.
Yeah, it's kind of the, I mean, it's the same logic as that Hibana ban, and it's mainly useful in that hookah wall. So you just don't want to risk it. Just something you don't really need. But I mean, yeah, at the same time, not a lot of teams really run hard breach. The Hibana ban as well.
Okay. We're rolling with it.
This might be the first time I have ever seen, and let alone casted, a double hard breacher ban on Coastline. So that's interesting. I've never seen that before. Hey, this is shaping itself up to be at least a very interesting matchup, to say the least, in terms of the ban phase. That Coastline always allows you to free up your operator selection a bit more, play some ops you would normally bring. So with those two hard breachers gone, that's going to be even more so. Obviously, Thatcher still is in play, but even then, not as big of an effect on Coastline.
You just see a Maverick rappel down the courtyard. He just starts blowtorching the wall.
I don't know my reaction there. I don't know what I would do if I saw that.
We could see that.
If we see that, I can die happy. That's like the equivalent of someone rappelling down Skylight on console. It just moving down in front of everybody.
Which one, Spiral or Yellow?
Spiral. I guess both technically.
I guess, yeah.
Both have the same thing. Even Yellow a little bit more so. Yellow, you have that Yellow wraps all around you, and it's not a very wide space like Spiral is.
Yeah. Like right before I stopped playing comp, I used to rappel Yellow Skylight, but from like on the stairs. Like I would rappel up instead of going down. Okay. And I was always playing Buck, and the wall would be soft, so I would just Buck open the wall and just rappel there, and I would just get like an easy pick or two. It was like 30 teams off guard, and I would get called an idiot.
What are you doing? It's like, listen, man.
Why?
Yeah, listen, you weren't watching the Yellow Stairs rappel. Like, it's like the reaction whenever somebody rappels down the Skylight on Villa, and that I know has happened at least a couple times. So whenever that happens, like, did he just rappel down Skylight and just pop up? Like, yeah, he did.
Yeah, you see a Buck head glitching on the Yellow Stairs.
Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Maverick in the first round. Surprise, surprise. We'll see a Jackal and a Twitch, though. The other three operators much more standard. Even Twitch is becoming a bit standard for Self. Pretty much makes sense. Not all that crazy. If you do see some familiar names on Tax Collectors, you have Loading from Mirage. That is not Silent from Mirage, I don't think. That just has
I don't think that is.
That's just a different guy with Silent his name.
Yeah, that guy's just Silent Ends.
I am also sad that one of their players in game name. Was it the team with MinecraftKid.dz on it?
Yes.
Why is it not that in game?
I don't know, man.
I wanted to say Minecraft Kid so badly. It's just like iconic not being on favelas. It's been taken away from me. This is an interesting extension though. They've opened up a little bit of holes in VIP wall.
Oh, that's who Minecraft Kid is. It's McClapped. I don't know if you know who McClapped is.
I don't know who that is. I thought you were doing like a bit or something, and I was like, I don't know where this is going.
No. Well, moving into round number 1, we've got Silent Ends on the Legion, roaming up above inside a billiard. He's also going to have some help from Tones, and from what I was seeing over on the CCS stream, I think it was both. It was Tones who was really putting on his show against Goodnight, and Goodnight had the likes of Freak and Mohesi. But
all right.
Okay, Beastly is just going to shoot open from the double window and just immediately eliminate him. And another pick coming in from Jolton as well. So 2 quick picks coming through from the favelas. Not a good start here for Tax Collectors.
No, it's not. There was one on the roam, and the other, I'm not exactly sure where it was, though I'd assume Loading was either adjacent to the site or close by. So it's early 3v5, not exactly which one to be, especially on coastline defense. It's not a service push coming out, as you might often see. It's coming from the kitchen doorway, from Sunrise and Blue Bar, that area. They know someone's main lobby, by the way. You cannot tell by all the tracers pouring over towards Newers to try and take him down. They have an idea of the Jaeger's over there. Even some are rotating through security, I believe, to try and finish him off, but just not a good spot for tax collectors at all right now. Pretty much everyone is getting pinched either on the site or on the roam. Newers will still manage to get one. Jolton gets the refrag with a frag grenade in sight. Now Newers is rotated back into courtyard. Again, another precarious spot to be in, as it's open to pretty much all sides except the wall his back is to right now. So the moment he gets spotted, Fish and likely Diaz Lucas will just both start pre-firing him, and not much room for him to go. Tones will remain alive on the bomb side, but he gets spotted as well. Manages to land the shot onto Wimpy. That's impressive, to say the least. It's a lot of work has to be done. Newers will fall. Fish gets that one. 1v3 in the favor of the Favelas. Tones on 1 HP. He'll try his best. Nice Na'Vi skin, but it's not going to win you the round. These Lucas will pick up the final kill. The Favelas take the very first round.
Very good attack to come through from the Favelas. Nice flick from Diaz Lucas. And Wimpy getting smoked off like that, it's normally a gunfight he doesn't lose. He normally wins those 1v1 engagements. So big shout out to Tones right there for being able to put Wimpy down in the dirt. Hopefully today Wimpy has a better day, because I know that what we saw last night, or yesterday actually, he was just not having the best of days. But fortunately for his team, they were able to put them on the winning track, and now they're here. They're in the lower quarters, and whoever loses this game unfortunately will be bounced out of the tournament, and they will be going on to face off against insert name in the lower semis.
Obviously, nobody wants to have their tournament run ended here, so that's what both teams are fighting for. Though at the same time, this is mostly for Favelas, or mostly on the side of Favelas. Obviously, if they win, they're the #1 seed, so if they get knocked out, that's kind of not great. I believe they've already qualified, but still, it's like you lost to a team called Tax Collectors. Okay, cool. And if they win the game, it's just like, ah, yeah, you're Favelas. Of course you win that. So it's really mostly on the line for them. But again, not the highest stakes of games, but in terms of specifically this tournament, fairly so. Tax Collectors will go to Hookah for their next defense. Few different operators brought out. Silent on the Maestro. Tones moving to the Malusi. No Mozzie in sight. Diego Romani, which is something we often see, but there is a lacking of a smoke, who's basically a standard on this site since time immemorial. You just have someone sitting behind pink bar, and that's usually it. They just sit there, and once the plant comes out, you just start smoking off the push from Aqua. If it's push from Hookah, maybe you start lobbing him over through the holes made in the wall. If there are holes made in the wall, of course. But the fact that they don't have one, they're not focusing at all on that. I don't know, of all the ops, especially since the rework, I would have thought they would have dropped the Jaeger. And Smoke still has a shield, staple for Hookah. I don't know. Curious decision, to say the least, and probably going to hurt them in the long run, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. So actually, over on the CCS stream, they're also playing Coastline. So you got a double Coastline stream going on at the same time.
I didn't know that was possible.
I didn't know either.
Tones,
Tones going for an impact. I don't know exactly what for. Maybe to get a drone, because I think I saw a drone silhouette. But Jolton just awaiting the intel to come in from Fish, who is apparently droning in Jolton from the looks of it. Wimpy's going to be on the Hookah window rappel. And now you've got the Maestro Silent Ends currently hiding on Cole upstairs. And there's 4 members on the Hookah side. I'm curious to see where Beastly is going to come in. Oh, Beastly's actually there. Where's Diaz Lucas?
Where is Diaz Lucas? Oh, he's in spawn.
Oh, he's in spawn, just droning, I guess. Well, Silent End is going to end Jolton's life there. And Fish going to take a lot of damage here as well. So the Favelas are looking to lose 2 members within the first half here, as Fish is going to start raining bullets down fire. Might be going to get the pick here onto Silent Ends on the rappel. Not one that he would normally lose. Oh, but it's not nice away at the wrong time. Trying to fight against Wimpy here, who will take care of Beastly as Loading is there to dispatch a Fish. And all of a sudden you got Wimpy and Diaz Lucas on the 2v3 here, as Wimpy's able to find a second pick for himself onto Not Nice. Familiar name that I haven't seen in such a long time. I don't know if you were around when Nice was playing Con, but what a shot from Wimpy. He's got 3 so far in this round. Big numbers for Wimpy up here. Pickle Dog is in full effect today.
Pickle Dog might just be in effect. He's on low HP, so just a couple bullets will be the end of him. Diaz Lucas also down below, going for a pinch on Cool Vibes. Will spot the Malusi, not able to land the shot, but Tones can take the gunfight with Diaz Lucas without much worry. But he'll rotate back up. They know how to fly. A lot of pressure! What a hell of a shot onto Newers through the wall. Wimpy's on a tear right now. Maybe Pickle Dog is both, but an equally greater shot from Tones. what the heck is going on here? DS Lucas finishes it off.
Oh my god.
But I don't know. They both of them ate their Mike and Ike stay or something like that. The round goes in the favor of the favelas, but sheesh. You cannot do that to me, man. You cannot have that level of flick in that small amount of time. That's like crossing the streams in Ghostbusters. You're gonna break the earth.
God. That is absolutely incredible. If Wimpy instantly just melts whoever was sitting inside of billiards and then just gets absolutely shredded as he tries to make his progression in by Tones, and then Tones unfortunately not able to win out the round for his team there. And it's the favelas up 2-0 here versus tax collectors. So now moving into round number 3, we'll be going back into kitchen, which was our first bomb site. Nothing out of the ordinary here for the defense. Some intel denial with the Mozzie and some utility denial with both Wamai and Goyo. A bit curious as to why there's no Jaeger being played, but I'm pretty sure that they're wanting to bring both Malusi and a Goyo for that utility, to eat some utility to come in from the attacking squad. And then you're bringing in Mozzie for intel denial, and if he does take control of any of those attacker drones, he'll be able to give some active intel while just driving around and feeding to his teammates. So for the attacking side, there's not a whole lot of projectiles to use. They've got 4 in total with 2 impacts from Wimpy and 2 nades from Jolton. That should be more than enough. Well, it's actually not going to be more than enough to deal with it because there's 3 Banshees and there's 2 Goyo shields. So that leaves at least one of those to be left standing. Unless Fish is able to utilize his shock drone to dispatch any of the Banshees that come his way.
I mean, that's reason for foregoing the Jaeger. The prevalence of the Twitch is obviously those ADS can be destroyed and nobody's bringing them out. There's a Mozzie, so could potentially have a Twitch drone caught by Newers. I don't know. Usually catching those drones, it's more so just for intel denial than actually utilization of the drones if you're in a position to use it. Usually something has gone wrong for the attack if the defense is able to drone you out. Especially when the Mozzie's usually the one playing off-site. I'm not sure if he is now. He was playing on-site before in the shield on the rotate between service and kitchen. Tones takes a lot of damage early on. This time the Mozzie is on the roam. Takes a little bit of a pre-fire down to Fish, but the Twitch is not undaunted. But he probably should have backed off at least a little bit. Newer shows him why he should have. The head of Fish removed. There's still one inside of office. Tones will get another kill onto Wimpy. So it's an early 3v5, now a 3v4 thanks to DS Lucas, but the damage has already been done by the drone.
Coming in from loading with the TCSG, but recently actually got a berth, I believe, a few weeks ago. So that TCSG is become a monster yet again. Meanwhile, just leaving it all onto Jolton and Beastly here. Jolton still has those nades to put into effect throughout the rest of this round. But both Beastly and Jolton are separated. There's a yellow ping currently coming onto the Malusi of Tones, if I'm not mistaken. Now Jolton is still down below, sitting inside of couches. One on the base. That's an easy pick to come through. Yellow ping in full effect there as Tones will fall. Now this is slowly starting to become a winnable situation for the favelas. They've been able to take care of Tones. There's really only one C4 to deal any kind of damage, which is going to be with loading, as Silent still has both of his impacts in his pocket.
There's also one still playing in security, so if they're able, obviously it'd be hard, but it's technically a 2v2 on site right now with the Goyo all the way over there. Legion as well, looking to play a little bit aggressive, so if they manage to get that opening pick, as it looks like it's going to be a kitchen push onto, say, the Wamai or the Legion, if they are able to land such a long-range shot, it's certainly winnable. Jolton also has 2 frag grenades in his pocket. Beastly with 2 smokes, that's some fairly solid utility. Try to get an execute down even with the man disadvantage. Beastly's peeking into courtyard to see if potentially loading rotates in. You get a nice easy shot. Jolton as well trying to catch him off on the rotate, but loading is playing it safe as he should. Smoke grenade will get caught and 2 frag grenades will sail on him, but they won't find much. No damage done either way. Maybe some utility clear, but no, the Goyo shield even still remains alive. That's big if they try to go for the plant either somewhere in that general area, but again, the defense, they just have to waste time. They're not in a position where they have to start swinging or making some sort of crazy aggressive play. Loading just to stay in main lobby to hold the cross, and the Legion of Silent and Not Nice just needs to sit on the bathroom and rotate respectively and wait for them to push in. And it's on Favelas to try and make a comeback in this round. 15 seconds left, or just about so. The Jackal will fall after a long time of waiting. Jolton's all along to try and clean this up. Spots the Wamai, finds the head, but he's not there to watch Silent looking away. On ADS as well, Tax Collectors. They pick up the very first round in a very slow defeat for the Favelas.
It was a very slow and daunting round to come out for the tax collectors, but fortunately for them, they were able to put themselves on the board here. Meanwhile, Favelas will suffer their first loss, And we are done with the first quarter of play here inside of Coastline. Moving into round number 4, we'll be heading back to Hookah Lounge and Billiards. A round that has been won twice already by the Favelas. So this will be the third time that we're going to this bomb site. Favelas are going to be looking to make it a 3-for-3 on their end, where Wimpy got himself a nasty 4K.
He did get a nasty 4K, but at the same time, a lot of that very first hookah round we saw in round number 2 was Favelas just didn't make an entry into the bomb site until they were forced to. Wimpy on rappel, and well, Wimpy in general got the lion's share of picks for his team, but a lot of them just died sitting on hookah bow, maybe down below. DS Lucas was the only one that really entried into the building and made any sort of headway. Got the final kill, that's to be certain, won the round for his team. But Fish, Jolton, Beastly, 60% of their team didn't even make it inside, and they were just picked off by defenders taking gunfights and winning gunfights that they probably shouldn't have. So that's pretty scary for the Favelas going into this. It's not just you failed in your execute, you failed to even get close to an execute. And it fell upon Wimpy to do the most for his team in a situation he definitely shouldn't have. Favelas need to have a much more convincing start early and mid-game to really have a full chance of coming and winning this hookah round in a more traditional way, because you can't rely on Wimpy fragging out every single time to get your round wins.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Nope. You certainly cannot have that, because it's a team effort, and at the end of the day, if you're just having to rely on 1 or 2 players to really do the heavy lifting for you, it's not going to end well for your team, because everyone really needs to contribute, whether it be in the terms of frags or getting those players in positions to get those picks. In all honesty, it's just if the supports are able to do their jobs where they're able to position their fraggers to get those picks, and then they're able to use their utility effectively to flush out any roamers or any defenders that might be obstructing their path into the bomb site, then that's what they're doing their job correctly. But if they're getting picked off early, or if they're not able to drone effectively because they get them shot early on, then that becomes a really big issue for that attacking squad.
We'll see some coordination early on, some team play, utility burn. Flashbang is going in the hookah doorway to burn out those 1 or 2 magnets that Not Nice had put up there. Tones is downstairs in Sunrise, so far remains uncleared, and nobody really applying any sort of pressure to him. We'll just sit down there for the moment. The longer he goes unremoved, it's gonna be a problem for the attacking team. He doesn't have a C4, he only has impacts. The only C4 is in the hands of Newer, Not Nice. Also, doesn't have a C4, but he doesn't have much of anything anymore. Can't generate those magnets. He gets taken down by Wimpy. Feeling just the hookah warrior, DS Lucas gets a second, but it's refragged by Silent. So the sledge falls. He used most of his frag grenades, though, but he gets a second kill on the Fish. Now he evens it to a 3v3. Newers picks up 1 more. This is looking like it's a similar round and a similar methodology for tax collectors to try and get this win. But it's Wimpy and Beastly left in a clutch. We saw how Wimpy and his teammate ended up clutching out the round before. I said earlier that, and Uzu compounded on this point, that you can't rely on 1 or 2 players clutching a situation like this at a man disadvantage to win your rounds every time. They have a minute left, plenty of time to work with. Beastly also has all of his Jackal pings still in his pocket, so that will do a fair bit of effort to try and nail down maybe Newers, who's now inside of Sunrise, or any of the other defenders still alive. But still, that requires him to actually get in the building, which is so far a task that Favelas have completely failed at. Wimpy's going to try and go for an Aqua Tag, and Beastly joining him. Looks like that'll be the plan the Favelas will try to go for. There's only about 30 seconds left. Not a lot for them to do, and on this entry, a lot of guns trained towards them.
And we're going to get shot a little bit by an Evil Eye, which he'll easily be able to dispatch. I'm going to go ahead and shoot in some concussion mines, making sure that the proximity and his close area is clear. But Beast is going to get taken down by a half HP here. Not a good look to go in here for the Favelas. Another impact will come in from Wimpy as the plant's starting to come down, and they're trying to find where this Evil Eye is at. But that'll be Wimpy getting smoked by Newers, and another beautiful pick to come through from Newers. 2 picks for the man, and the tax collector will win their second round in a row, tying up the score at a 2-2.
Nice shot from Newers, but also poor utility usage coming out from Wimpy at the very tail end there. It was an Evil Eye shocking him the whole time, and he had 2 impact lifelines going in that full Zofia utility, by the way, going into that final 30 seconds. And I guess it's good he did, because he was able to burn a fair few things, check to see if there are any Wamais, but despite those 2 impact lifelines, he failed to actually destroy that Maestro. And you can argue whether or not how much of a factor that has, as once again, it was mainly Newers to just sitting in hookah, able to take both of those gunfights and finish off the 2 remaining attackers. But that constant intel and constant annoyance from those lasers being put forth onto the attacking team while they were trying to get their execute in the dying seconds of the round, that's not what you need. And maybe if you would have destroyed it, you would have had a little bit of a better time. But I think even if it had happened, Newers has been on one so far with that P10 Roni. Probably would have gone his way still. Blue on Sunrise, haven't seen it yet. Be the 3rd bomb site gone to by the defense. And so far, aside from that very first hookah attack, tax collectors have been looking, or that favelas have been looking much weaker overall in the course of these rounds, despite the fact that the score is even.
Moving to round number 5, we'll be going into the double bar for our 5th bomb site. Newers has really been putting up some big numbers for his team, as well as silent ends on the Maestro role, but this time around he's going to be on the Legion. Meanwhile, it's going to be also lined up with a Jaeger and a Wamai to protect those Goyo shields. Nothing really changing on the side of the favelas for their attacking lineup. You've got a Claymore coming in with Wimpy, no surprise there, although Jolton's main job is really just going to have to open up above, so his main focus is to not get picked off early and not get C4'd. My honest opinion right now, and correction, would probably to be bringing breaching charges with Wimpy, just in case that Jolton does die early. You can still apply that pressure from up above the bomb site inside of hookah and billiards. So maybe it's just something that they're relying on Jolton to do, because Jolton doesn't necessarily get C4'd. So hopefully for his sake, for Jolton's sake, that doesn't happen, and they're able to apply a lot of pressure onto the defense. Wimpy's going to go ahead and drone in and get his drone shot by Newers, who was playing on the white stairs, and Wimpy's just being cautious here of that Mozzie to push up. But as we can see for the time being, both Mozzie and Jaeger are going to be down below in the lobby, and the Jaeger's starting to progress up towards the white stairs, trying to see if they can bait Wimpy a little bit.
Wimpy's repelled in, and both the defenders, maybe just fearing his presence overall, will retreat to various corners of the map, and he'll have upstairs control as there appears to not be actually any member of the defense that is in a position to immediately contest it. Still potential for a flank, but DS Lucas on the Nomad. He's already going to use his air jabs, but went on main stairs, and that also goes to Uzu's point about you have a Nomad. DS Lucas hasn't exactly been dying early on or dying all that frequently. The only 2 rounds he's died are probably the 2 rounds you've lost, but obviously in theory, only died in half the round so far. You really need a Claymore when you already have DS Lucas. You can put 3 different flame watches. Obviously, a little bit different in how they actually work out, but again, to Uzu's point, might have been a safer option to bring breaching charges. Jolton will use a lot of soft destruction up top, though, but Loading's in a position to go for that C4, trying to predict his movement, and it's not even close, but he will wait. Not too quick to the trigger. He's just waiting, maybe for a ping to come out, maybe for a sound cue. Either way, he's just going to be sitting there waiting for it to blow that C4.
Bomb located by attackers.
Alright, well, never mind.
Using the rotate from the hatch, and very close shooting Jolton's legs off, but that's going to be a great pick from Beastly. Not nice, is just not even aware. Beastly's going to go ahead and start to get that plant. No one is even close to stop. Wimpy will fall.
Okay.
They're just focusing on frags on the wrong side. With the diffuser goes down, Beastly finds silent ends. This is not looking good here, but Beastly's actually going to get railed by Newers, who's been so clutch here. A fish on the cool vibe stairs easily dispatches of him. All of a sudden, you're leaving it on Tones in a 1v3. He's going to easily dispatch of Jolton up above. No problem there. But he's got 25 seconds to go to find Fish, where he gets nomaded through hookah. Now he's going to find 2 more members. This is not looking good here for Tones. Lighting Fish up, but Fish will come out victorious on that engagement, and the favelas will win out their 3rd round as Fish will succeed inside of the blue bar.
Yeah, that was definitely a much stronger round coming off from the favelas. Probably the strongest team performance as a whole that we've seen so far. But a lot of that was also due to just 60% of tax collectors playing wildly off-site. The closest was Newers, who was at blue bar doorway to office. Not a terrible angle, but not in any immediate position to contest the plant. And then you had both the Jaeger and the Legion just by main lobby or on white stairs while the plant was going down. So major misplay by the tax collectors. Good on the Jaeger to come back and get a few exit frags, but even then you got to wonder whether, whether their intentions were purely focused on getting some kills, maybe boosting their stats, or if maybe there was a miscommunication. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, I'm not in their comms, but either way, costed them the round huge when Beastly actually managed to get that pick on the Wamai and actually make the entry into the site. The final round will be Kitchen, side that is even for both teams, but in most recent history, tax collectors have won. Okay.
I'm laughing because we're both sitting at a 3-2 scoreline on both streams, and both final bomb sites are going into Kitchen.
Is our producer feeding intel to the other stream?
Again.
Like, guys, you know, it'd be really cool if we played the same bomb sites.
Even more trippier was that it would have been if they used the same operators, but that's not.
Did CCS get our copy of the script by accident? Come on, let me DM Crow. Let me ask Crow if he's on page 9, because he might be on the wrong page.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
We'll figure it out.
It's a strange coincidence, man.
Why did Fish just stop moving? What was that? He just
Scratch
started
his nose.
sprinting forward and then just stopped.
I think he had to scratch his nose, maybe. I've seen that happen before, where like a player stops moving, and like they're in an engagement, they have to or they're scratching their nose, but right before they get into an engagement, they stop, and then they start getting shot and they can't react because they were busy like offhand. Dalton's gonna get the pick here onto Tone.
He was scratching his nose.
Possibly scratching his nose. That could be a possibility indeed. But that's a great pick to start things off here for the Favelas. Next one up to bat is going to be Loading with the TCSG in hand, trying to see if he can fight over towards Jolton.
TCSG is not the easiest gun to use at long range. Fish is taking a much closer engagement, and Loading knows that with the pre-fire with that TCSG. Fish just not able to compete. And he falls. It's a 4v4 with only 2 minutes left. When I say only 2 minutes left, a minute of the round has passed, and we're already a man down on both teams. Wimpy will make the entrance into VIP, try to find the Goyo, but he just turns away right at the wrong moment. Not able to spot the head of the Goyo, but they'll both remain alive. These are impact Lifeline to try to get an angle in, but Jolton from behind goes for the pinch, takes down the Goyo. The Mozzie gets spotted too, but he's not finished off. There we go. He's put down, and he now is out. Beastly takes him off the board. It's a 2v4.
You have 3 members of the Favelas just barreling into theater. Jesus Christ.
Hey, you know your 90 theater hold with the Goyo? You know the one that Empire pioneered? You know the one that was very good? Yeah, it's not there anymore. It's not there. It's not there. Because Jolton decided to push the luggage. Sorry.
Yeah, Jolton resumed Fish's old position before he died to very miraculously to a TCSG. I was not expecting Fish to lose that, but he just kept his crosshair towards the left of his opponent. Great picks to come through from Silent and Not Nice, equalizing here into a 2v2. So that's Beastly and Jolton falling here, leaving it all on Wimpy and Dias Lucas yet again. Wimpy has been very clutch previously. Meanwhile, Not Nice is trying to heat up here. As Silent will be taking a little bit of damage coming out from Dias Lucas, but Dias Lucas will fall here, leaving it all on Wimpy in the bathroom. Taking a lot of damage here from Not Nice, and he'll get smoked off the game.
God.
A 4v2, all of the hands attacks. And round number 6 goes to the defending squad.
So,
Incredible.
okay. 2 kills in that clutch were through the floor holes that the Favelas created. So coverage and spatial awareness, not the best in that round. Not Nice just peeks out kitchen door and kills, I believe that was Beastly, just sitting outside watching main lobby. Again, not a bad position for the Jackal by any means. He's just making sure that nobody goes for a run out once the execute comes down, but he just was not aware of the Wamai's positioning. And then at that point, Dias Lucas fell to the same trap that Jolton did, dying through the holes that Jolton made. And then Wimpy is just Wimpy in the bathroom. And not much you can go there when you've got 2 guns for the defense and only 1 doorway to go through. Didn't expect that clutch to come out, but it happened.
Nice. Did a turn on the cheats, so to speak. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, Nice. There was like a common misconception that Nice cheated like a couple years ago. I don't think it's true.
Is that why his name is Not Nice now? Because he got so mad at the accusations that he turned heel?
I think that might be true. I've actually been playing with and against Nice for like as long as I've been on PC. My first ever scrim was actually against Nice. So, yeah, he put me in the dirt. He taught me a few lessons there of competitive siege. I remember just on Oregon, and we were just getting absolutely stomped on.
It wasn't nice, but it was tough love.
No.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So, moving into the side switch. At the half, we are sitting at a 3-3 even split. No team able to pull away with the victory, with the lead here.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
First time we're going to be seeing a pulse coming out from Beastly, one of his more traditional operators. It's usually one of his trademark operators, actually, with Beastly. Like, you always see him on Pulse or sometimes even Mute, I think, too. But he's usually rocking a Pulse, if not a Mute. So, I think he and Fish might be on a duo roam, but Fish might be starting off solo inside of Office and then possibly come around towards Beastly. Fish has also taken a little bit of damage and will get compromised here inside of the Office as he rotates away.
Don't know if you didn't spot it as the Ashes mainly looking over towards security right now. Fish does have the angle if the Ashes a bit reckless. Don't know if they've droned in yet. The Fish is moving up, going in for the kill. Will he go for the pre-fire? Yes, he will, but he'll still lose it. Newer's on low HP, manages to come away with that gunfight. Fish suffers the opening pick due to maybe an ill-advised aggressive play, and well, that's just, like, once again, opening duel in the first minute of the round, and unfortunately just not going to favor the Favelas. There's also a Blackbeard and a Lion in play, so no fun being had in this lobby. BE1D will go ring out. Wimpy trapped behind Sunrise Bar, but the grenade goes a little bit too far, only does a hair's bit of damage to Wimpy. He'll be able to sit there for the time being. But the attacking team is coalescing all around him. Someone's side of Sunrise, someone's side of Blue, all bearing down on him to try and finish him off. But he's staying steadfast for the moment. Lewis will take down Jolton. Wimpy peeks up, but he's playing whack-a-mole right now, not able to spot it. He gets one with the shotgun of all weapons. C4 flies out. Can he get a second? No, he won't. The Nomad vaulted out. Probably a smart play trying to challenge Wimpy when he's backed against the wall.
So they wasted 3 air jabs trying to fight against Wimpy and both the nades, and Wimpy is still fighting for his life here inside the bar, playing whack-a-mole, but loading will become victorious on the end of that engagement. And now, it's going to be Beastly up next to bat here against Newers, fighting for his life. He'll find one. Can he find a second, though? That's the real question. Kings are coming out as DS Lucas is there to fight off against Silent. And the third pick possibly to come around here for the Favelas here, actually the fourth one. But there goes Beastly, able to dispatch, not nice, and all of a sudden it's left with loading. But Beastly with the 3K, easily dispatching of loading. A great attempt here from the Pulse. What a shot from the X-Rise Nation member.
You'd be forgiven if you thought that bomb site was anywhere other than Hookah, save for maybe Penthouse, as the majority of those engagements took place in Sunrise, Zulu, and Kitchen, nowhere near the bomb site. I thought with Fish getting that opening pick that was kind of going to be the, not the, I almost said deal sealer, but that's not really a phrase. Not the nail in the coffin. We can go with that analogy for their defense, but I thought it'd be a big problem. Fish, obviously a very aggressive player. When he's hitting his shots, he's doing really well for the team. Not having the best game so far, but losing that opening duel and Wimpy just trapped behind Sunrise Bar, that doesn't look like a winning position. And then somehow, Wimpy, just by existing, wasted so much utility and time and also got a kill just sitting behind Sunrise Bar with a shotgun and an SMG-11. That's the kind of position I'd expect a Maestro just to start spraying over the bar and get a kill. But he's just bopping up and down. It's like Shiv's old tweet of like Siege players when they get drafted to World War III and he's just QE spamming. That's basically what Wimpy was doing, and it somehow worked.
I mean,
hey,
Wimpy was like, hey, you're dead.
All right, you're dead.
Up,
I got one. Not nice got to point. He's just like, I'm not dealing with this.
It's like when Stewie pushed it through the smoke in CS, and it's literally Wimpy. The smoke criminal. Nah, he's the bar criminal.
The Sunrise Bar criminal.
Sunrise
Wimpy himself. He's having a better day too. I mean, yesterday you and I talked about he was just not having it. Not top fragging, but 7-7 so far. Doing better than his team. He had that big 4K earlier. Nice to see him doing better. Happy to see him.
Yeah, like he just pops up again on the bar and it's like, "Sup, bitch."
I even. So many gunfights took place in Sunrise and Blue Bar. I wrote down Blue Bar in my notes as the site that got won.
What happened inside of Sunrise though? A little bit of kitchen and service entrance, but yeah. Again, dude, Tone is just not having it today. I think this is third opening death here now. I know that's one of the two, if not three. He's just not having a day.
No, he's not. He had that nice shot earlier, but yeah, since then, not having the best game so far. Sledge being removed early as well on Kitchen. Not going to be the best thing, but they did make an adjustment that Favelas did not have. They gave breach charges to Newers, no Claymore like they had on the Zofia, so they will have some backup soft destruction. And vertical play, they still actually have to take above the site. Wimpy and DS Lucas, both on the Jaeger and the Vigil respectively, are holding that, with Beastly also inside of Aqua as the pulse. There's a fair bit of defenders off of the bomb site. I mean, honestly, tax collectors, they have a line at Blackbeard. If they just want to go for a play, if they get that opening pick, like actually making their foray into the site, might work out. But DS Lucas has something else to say about it. He's inside the main lobby. Might be going for an aggressive play outside the main door. Drone will spot him. You'll see the gun barrel of the Ash just for a second, and the pre-fire will net the kill. It's a 5v3. Tax collectors, we still have a minute 30 left.
Absolutely smoked. Jesus. DS Lucas getting the second pick here for the Favelas and loading, looking to be the next one up the bat, but he'll back off. Retreat back to on deck. So now Silent keeping control of Penthouse, even though the bomb site is kitchen. Don't know why he's on the rappel there. He's gonna elect to go to the roof. And BC with the third pick here onto Not Nice. The Nomad is down for the count. And it's all on Silent ends and loading to finish out the job here. But given the way things are going, this is definitely going to be a Favelas win. I don't see Silent ends winning out of 5v1, a 1v5 here. So Tones is asking for a tactical timeout in the middle of the round.
Those do not exist.
Those do not exist, unfortunately, sir. You'll have to try again at the preparation phase. Silent
We're on a
ends.
LAN.
Yeah. Yeah. So after this round, they'll be taking a tactical timeout, which I believe is valid.
Is it?
I believe it is, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think that's a thing.
I don't know.
I don't. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't
know.
think that's a thing, man. It might be. I don't think it is though. Hear me again. What I say is not law, so don't get me wrong. I can't.
Not
be
yet,
corrected, but...
at least.
Oh, I'll be honest. I didn't know we actually had. We had tac timeouts. Ah, we do have 30-second tactical timeouts. I've actually never casted an event where we had tactical timeouts online, so that's interesting. They will have a timeout to talk about.
I don't think
we would've
anyone's had it. We
Wait,
haven't been able to because it's a brand new edition.
That begs the question. Why did the Favelas not take one yesterday when they were against PogChamp?
I don't know, man.
My mind, I have so many questions. So many questions. Why? I mean, I get they'll just take this time to go over things, figure out, I mean, what do they do going forward? I'm just so confused that we haven't seen a single team take a tactical timeout yet. I just assumed we didn't have any because nobody had used their option, but I guess they will.
They will indeed. So hopefully for this tactical timeout with the momentum stopping, the Favelas might be facing some trouble. At least if you're on, tax collector side, hopefully that's going to allow them to reassess their options, to figure out what has been going wrong. Obviously, it's been Tones dying early on. That's a given. But, 4 members of tax collectors have really not been able to really step up their game here. It's mostly just been Newers and Silent Ends. But Favelas, they're looking very strong here on defense. And it's not often that you see a coastline defender-sided map.
No, it's not really, but I guess, Favelas, once they don't have to worry about droning and where the defenders are, they could just kind of run around the map and play to where the attackers are pushing. It's kind of where they thrive sometimes.
Yeah. Looking over at the SI polls for Makers and Tempa, it's currently 4-3 in favor of Makers, and Makers are on defense on Clubhouse. And if they win this map, they qualify for SI and head into SI 2021.
Man, I wish we could be on LAN.
I do too, Carter. I do too.
That's the tweet.
Oh my God, Gemini. Sorry.
That's fine. I was like, you're on a bloodbath moment. I was like, bro, they're reinforcing. There's nothing crazy going on here. We have not gotten into the round yet.
And I just absolutely shred whoever was supposed to be watching the planner, and then there was like 0 seconds left, and they won the round. So now it's 5-3 for Makers on Clubhouse.
Love to see it. It's 5-3 for Favelas on Coastline right now. They're also in the defense, so similar position to Makers, but a different map in a different place at a different time. And it's Blue Bar, first matchup. Favelas are almost on the verge of completing a perfect cycle. Aggressive entry in from Newers, who's been fragging out more so than everybody except Silent on his team was just trailing behind at 7 kills. The question is, will Newers be successful? There's also someone inside of Sunrise. C4 is flying out from below, not able to find their purchase. You can already see Fish. He's doing Fish things. He's trying to get a kill really early on in the round, going for an aggressive play, but Newers looks right at the wrong moment, right as Fish goes for the repeat. He's now back inside of Office, able to sit there for the time being, but we've seen Fish in this position before, and it didn't really end well last time.
No, and it's not, and it's actually gonna be loading right outside of Office. You could contest Fish here. Another drone's gonna come in, and Fish might be faced with the task of fighting against loading in the coming seconds. But loading isn't wanting to necessarily give away his position for the time being. He's gonna rotate away, look over towards Sunrise window, as Fish is still gonna be locked up inside of Office. We got a Jaeger currently over at White Stairs, which is Wimpy. I don't know exactly who he's taking damage from.
Not entirely sure either. Might have been stuck on the window, but Fish goes for that aggressive play. Newers falls, but not to the Lion as well. Right as he pops the DQ1D, he's able to get the ADS down. Tones takes advantage of the stationary positions of the defenders and removes the head of Jolton. The smoke grenade gone. Those toxic babes aren't going to be effective anymore, and that's a key tool for the defenders that they will no longer have. But Favelas, not exactly the most utility-focused team. They focus on kills. Wimpy gets one, but not the second. Still, the trade's going in favor of tax collectors, but DS Lucas as K1A starting to light up. He makes it a 2v2. Diffuser is over inside of Offices, so that's easy and can be picked up by the attacking team. Beastly going for a peek, spots the head for a second, but isn't able to land the shots. Looking like he might be taking the re-engagement. DS Lucas with the crossfire ends the life of Silent. His gun will remain like his namesake, but not nice. Continues the trade game. It's a 1-for-1 now. The 1v1. DS Lucas has 10 kills. Can he get his 11th and put Favelas on match point, or is Not Nice going to break even and put it 7-7 for his scoreline? Plant going down, he remains undaunted. No, he will get off. The impact grenade scares him a little bit. Gonna retake the angle, survey the land, see where DS Lucas could potentially be. Rotate into Sunrise as well. Almost a wall bang from him, but the bullets just go above his head, but he still spots it. Takes the head off DS Lucas and tax collectors. They're not in the lead, but they're about to even. It's 5-4 right now.
What a great micro adjustment from Not Nice there to pick off DS Lucas, and now, if I'm not mistaken, that puts us at a 5-4 now. So we'll be moving into a one round advantage for the Favelas after losing that round. They'll be heading into hookah and billiards for their next bomb site. Meanwhile, for tax collectors, they're looking to equalize here on the round count and put us on the penultimate round of 5-5. But for the Favelas, they're looking to push things over to 6-4. So that way they can try to move on and go into the lower semis and face off against insert name.
We'll be going back to Hookah, which was a site that, in all fairness, the Favelas did win. But that was, if you recall, that was when Fish was inside of Office, like we saw previously, and he got taken down by Newers. And I believe overall required a 2v4, or essentially kind of a 2v4 clutch situation, going out from a couple members of the Favelas. Might be wrong, but it looked very strongly in the favor of tax collectors last time. So if they're able to not lose that momentum and carry it forth through the remainder of the round, that'll certainly be to their benefit. Beastly once again taking the role of the pulse. Not really many adjustments overall. Wimpy will move to the Legion, but other than that, everyone's sticking to their roles. Jolton on the smoke, Fish on the Malusi, going to be doing Fish things. DS Lucas also doing DS Lucas things, running around the map, roaming. The question mark is always on, what's Wimpy going to do? Is Wimpy going to run with the team? Is he going to play on the site? He seems to be the most flexible member, at least this matchup, as to where he can get slotted in. He's shown he can definitely frag with the best of them, the best on his team. He can also play on the site and hold down a position, such as behind Sunrise Bar, to the best of his ability. So, still definitely Wimpy's going to be the player you want to watch out for, even though his stat line might not be the, the most sexy out of all the players.
So the bomb site will be inside a hookah and billiards. You have the pulse of Beastly, excuse me, sitting down below in kitchen, possibly just going to try to see if we can find any intel on whoever comes over towards VIP. Meanwhile, for the time being, the Jaeger of DS Lucas will just be chilling around the bomb site as he usually will. Now, I believe Nice is probably trying to just see if he can bait Fish here, which, as we all know, Fish loves to go for those kinds of plays. But he will get spotted out here, and that's going to be Beastly biting the dust here first off early on. First 40 seconds of play, you don't have your pulse anymore, so no more intel to be utilized. And it's going to be an upside-down rappel from Silent, who is able to pick off the pulse.
Losing him early on is not going to be great. That's also your main player inside of Kitchen. So Wimpy's presence downstairs alongside of Fish is not going to have support from the east side of the map. That's something you have to consider. When when you're watching your angles and so on and so forth. But they're not concerning themselves with that downstairs play. All 4, potentially, or 5 members, the entirety of tax collectors are on that top floor just pushing the site. So loading open up that key angle with his hard breach charge, watching pink bar where Jolton is currently playing. So assuming his standard position. Newers will also join the line back there to make the entry into 90 Hall. Meanwhile, not nice in the Zofia. They're making that same Aqua push, and Silent the 5th, I'm not entirely sure where he is, but he'll likely join the Aqua players. Yep, there he is, right behind the Zofia to try to get the plant down. The Zofia charges will fly in, making Jolton's position a little bit more uncomfortable, but with Fish still down below and a C4 in hand, that's a strong position, and tax collectors might be regretting not clearing out down below. The longer they stall out, the more Fish has time to get in position and to go for that C4 and default plant where surely Silent is going to go. Still droning out, still spending the final second trying to keep covering all their bases, but that's the one base that they needed to keep kept. That's probably going to bite them in the butt.
Tones making the entry here as Wimpy's able to pick off Newers. And Tones will fall here to DS Lucas on the Jaeger, so another Lion charge will come out as Loading is able to dispatch Jolton. And now Fish will be faced with the task of trying to just deny the plant that's currently going to be going down. The plant should be coming down soon, and there goes the C4. Good night, Silent, and now it's a 2v3 here, as the advantage will go in favor of the Favelas. So now DS Lucas is faced with the task of trying to find Loading as he peeks on over a great 2v1 engagement there, and DS Lucas will finally put Loading down for the count. All of a sudden, Not Nice is faced with a 3v1 here. Just trying to make his entry here into the site. He'll get shot down to about half HP, but that's not going to stop DS Lucas in his tracks. And the Favelas will rise up to match point here. 6-4 scoreline. And they are 1 round away from progressing themselves into the lower semis.
It was a hard position, but a lot of the lack of true 90 pressure was a big problem for tax collectors in that attack. Obviously, the C4 from below was the biggest factor. Fish not being cleared out, but the guns inside of Hookah were able to remain alive, even though there was a hole in that wall facing over towards 90. The fact that nobody decided to actually push up until really the round was already lost for tax collectors just meant that they had free reign to just completely mow down any of the attackers trying to make their entry inside of Aqua when they tried to get that diffuser down. But it was a great play overall by the Favelas, and as you said, they're on match point. We'll go back to Kitchen again, a site that they've played once and won once. So far impressive. Now, obviously, it's only 1 round. Kind of a, I always forget the term. Whenever I'm not casting, I remember the word, but outlier. That's what I'm looking for. Kind of an outlier in the statistical sense. We need more data to fully understand whether or not this is a strong bomb site or if that was a fluke. But even if this is a fluke, and they just happen to get lucky and win it twice in a row, it's a 7-4 in the favor of the Favelas. They just have to get lucky this one time.
Bomb located by attackers.
Makers have successfully qualified for the 6th Invitational as the final European representative.
Let's go, boys.
The incredible and the dominant performance over Tempera.
First EU National, technically T3 team. It's kind of, Nationals are always T3/T2. They're in that weird gray area, but first truly CL or PL team to make it to the 6th Invitational. And now today at 4 p.m., there is the Altiora game. We get to see if a CL team will be the first to make invite from North America, or if a Canadian team will be the first to make invite from North America. It's truly a great day in Siege. Honestly, there's so much going on this weekend that it's hard. I don't know how we're fitting all this Siege into 2 days. I don't know how it's happening.
It's absolutely incredible. And for this attack here coming in from tax collectors, they're looking to make their entry to the office, but they've already successfully done so. There was on the Jackal going for just random wall bangs, I guess, but unfortunately for him, he's just not finding anything. These are just newer things, I guess. Just, your underage.
Why did he do
underage
that?
things? I don't know, dude. They just pre-fire everything. Why do you think Jackal has 275 shots?
All right, well, make a fair point.
Like,
a lot of pre-fires coming out. Hey, Newers got one, though. He got it onto Wimpy, and so far, the way the kills ended up going out, tax collectors are favored for the moment. Beastly and Jolton are still alive, so a lot of utility in the favor of the defense. And Jolton, or Beastly, I should say, will spot one down below inside of Blue Bar, but there's not really much he can do. Can't really go for a C4 kill when you're above them. You can just maybe shoot down through the floor, do your best Newers impression, but I have a feeling Beastly's just going to bide his time up top, not try and draw any sort of eyes to his position. You will hear that UMP ring out across the map, so doing the exact opposite of what I thought. Thank you, Beastly. DS Lucas is also on white stairs. 2 members still up top. Tones will go for the clear. Try and take down Beastly, who is playing alone, not supported. He'll rotate away, though, start to make his retreat back to the site, but how many angles and how many operators and how many potential angles tax collectors can cover, it's not the best position to start rotating back with a minute 20 left in map control they have. Lucas goes for the peek against the Lion, but it's the latter which to get those shots of Beastly from all the way across the map. He's able to take him and shoot him in the back and seal the fate of the Lion. It's a 3v3. DS Lucas still stuck between a rock and a hard place and only on 1 HP as well. Kind of just trapped there, but he does have the diffuser. That is big. 2 members downstairs. Beastly getting 1, but he's air jabbed. He can be easily finished off, I guess. But no, he's going to rotate back. Somehow makes it away despite Newer's presence. But the fact that the diffuser is in the hand of the defense, despite the fact that Beastly and DS are on low health, with 50 seconds left, this is a strong position for the Favelas to be in.
Very strong indeed. They have a 3v2 here, but both members of DS Lucas and Beastly are in very low HP as Tones is able to dispatch a Beastly. Now, the only member that's really going to have to take these gunfights with confidence is going to be Jolton. DS Lucas will need to hit incredible shots without getting shot by either Newers or Tones. There's 32 seconds that remain on the clock, and Jolton with the Mossberg out. This is not good here. And he'll be able to dispatch a Newers, all of a sudden leaving it all onto Tones. With Jolton picking up that frag, there's just 1 member left to find. DS Lucas makes the hop into courtyard. He knows that there's one inside a kitchen. This could be very close here as the smoke of Jolton will hide inside a pantry. Rotating back and forth. He's going to be hiding behind the box. I don't know if Tones is aware of Jolton's location. He's actually in the hallway supporting DS Lucas. The plant will start to come down and Tones is going to have to stick this as 2 seconds remain, but he's going to have more than enough time to get it off this plant. Now progressing into the bomb site, Tones has a prime opportunity to win this. Aware of 1 player moving into the bathroom. He'll smoke Jolton. Can he find DS Lucas, who has been so clutch for his team so far? 1 more member to find, and DS Lucas can win this for his team. Or Tones can push us into yet another round as DS Lucas makes the hop on over from the kitchen bar. Trying to find exactly where Tones is playing. He's got this. He's going to be able to have to find him. He'll get shot in the back, and unfortunately for the Favelas, they'll have to find 1 more round in their name before they are able to progress into the lower semis.
I mean, maybe Favelas thought that Tones was going to fall off, that he wasn't actually going to stick the plant, but I mean, the time was almost on 0-0. The time was working strongly against Tones, and the only one alive. There was no coverage for the plant. They're able to catch him off guard right when it hit 0-0. Even if 1 pushes in and Tones goes for the kill, there's not enough time for him to get the plant down and somehow survive. You could have just... You didn't have to wait outside. One of them could have just pushed in. If he doesn't fall off the plant, you kill him and you win. But if he falls off the plant, there's not enough time for him to go for the other kill and then also get the plant down. So at that point, whether it's DS Lucas running in since he's on 1 HP, or Jolton, the last one alive with full HP running in, either way, if you just play for trades like that, it might seem counterintuitive just fully giving away your life, but you waste enough time to force him off the plane. But instead, they just waited, allowed him to get in that clutch situation, and since they're both just pushing through their own separate angles, and DS Lucas is basically on death's door, that's easily, or not easy, but it's 50-50 for Tones able to win that, which is far greater than if you had just pushed him and forced him off the plant with time so low. That was kind of a misplay by Favelas. They still have 1 round. We'll go back to kitchen. It was close to say the least, but could have ended right there.
Their stream for CCS PogChamp have just won 7-5 over
10 seconds to go.
Gatekeepers,
yeah. So they win 7-5 on Coastline. We're about to see Favelas 7-5 on Coastline here as well if they can win this next round. Unless tax collectors have something to say about that and push us into OT. PogChamp will be faced with with an advantage of if they win a best of 3, then they progress on to winning the $2,500 prize, or actually $1,500 prize if I'm not mistaken, for the prize pool. And then if whoever ends up facing against PogChamp in the grand final, they'll have to win 2 best of 3s as a bracket reset will incur. So it's it's gonna be a very daunting task for whoever comes out of the lower bracket. And right now, Wimpy trying to fight up against Tones. Unfortunately for Tones, he's not able to find the shot here against Wimpy. But as the Lion Charge progresses through, he's not going to challenge the Jaeger. Instead, he'll opt to stun out Wimpy, who has no health. Now he's going to have to face this task against Tones. It's looking really tough here for Wimpy. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this alive.
Yeah, the issue is Tones is just kind of scared right now. He's scared to look. He's just shook in that hallway, and he walks in. I don't know what he's doing there, but he's not able to shoot back, and that's perfect for Wimpy in that situation. He gets the opening pick. Newers will be behind with support, but he's only at 50 HP. That's still in Wimpy's favor. Fish and Silent will... No, Fish actually gets not nice, and Silent manages to get the refrag, albeit at the cost of his teammate's life. Wimpy inside of security will be a strong position since tax collectors looking like they're just going to let him be, not push him out. Lewis is just chilling right now down below blue bar, trying to get maybe some shots through the floor like he tried to do last round, but overall the strategy from tax collectors is not panning out really at all in their favor.
Attackers have located a bomb.
4v3 here for the favelas. There's a minute 25 that remains on the clock. Toxic Babe will ring out. Silent Ends will end Wimpy's life. They're equalizing here into Spat and
What a
taking care of
shot
the
that
Jaeger.
was.
Yeah, it's all the way downtown from Sunrise. Jesus.
Jesus Christ, what a
I wish I
shot.
could have seen that. Oh my god. Absolutely insane. But now the advantage, well, actually, no, there's no advantage yet. They're just equalizing. There is a minute left to go as Newers is starting to make his progression from Sunrise into Kitchen Hallway. This should be the last second to last EU1 because BC gets dumpstered here by Silent Ends, who's just been on a tear this round. With that Banshee in the way and no way to dispatch of that device, tax collectors are going to have to make their way into site a little bit more unorthodox.
Silent will get taken down, so it's Jolton and DS Lucas once again to try and make this a round win. Loading getting the plant down so far uncontested. You'll be able to stick it despite the Toxic Babes. Newers seals the fate of Jolton. DS Lucas in a 1v2 still main lobby has put Newers even down to lower HP than he was before. Now he's only got about 28 seconds left. He finds the head of the Jackal. It's now just him and Loading in a 1v1. Loading has been having the best game. This is the time to prove himself, and he will. Able to find the angle inside of Kitchen. And that round, or that penultimate round, is looking a lot more decisive than we might have thought. Favela's not able to close it out. We have to go to OT to decide who wins this match.
Seen Loading peak, then he wins that engagement. But unfortunately for him, he's not able to make out whether if that was actually Loading's body, loses the gunfight, and that forces tax collectors to push us into OT, winning the previous two rounds, as it's going to be the Favelas lining up their defense here. DS Lucas 14-6. 3 members on the Favelas have double-digit frags, and yet we are still faced with the task of overtime.
Yeah, that's always something you hate to see when one team's stat line is fairly better than the others, but it's still, they haven't sealed out the map. It's incredibly close, and that's what we're in. We're in overtime. Now, the Favelas are starting on the defense. They will go to Hookah, a site that they have played twice and won twice, so starting off strong is exactly what they need. That'll require and put much more of the pressure on the side of tax collectors to prove that what they deserve to win this match. And I'm sure that in terms of momentum gain, in terms of making an argument for why they deserve to win in overtime, beating Favelas in this match specifically, their best side on Coastline, that would be a hell of a sign, a hell of a message to send to Favelas as they switch to the attack. But it's a similar setup all around. Mainly the same operators being dropped by the Favelas. No real changes, which means that the change is going to have to come into how they're playing. If they let the diffuser get down, which they haven't when they've defended Hookah, they have to work on their retakes. That is the big thing that lost them the previous 2 rounds. But if they do their job like they did on Hookah previously and they don't even let that situation come out, that's exactly what they need. And I have confidence that they can do it on this bomb site. But it's if this goes to round 15. That is when that question needs to be answered.
Wimpy started off hot, but he slowly cooled off as the match has progressed here. He's had a pretty impressive stat line heading into around the 3rd quarter of this matchup, and then he's gotten a kill here and there, but he hasn't really been as impressive on defense as he was on attack. And then again, it's more of an attacker-sided map. That we all know the adage that is for Coastline. First bomb side of overtime for the Favelas will be upstairs inside of Hookah and Billiards. You still got Beasley on that pulse where he was met with an ill fate coming out from Silent Ends on an upside down rappel. So now Beasley's just trying to see if he can find any intel for his team that might be coming in around VIP. But what he doesn't know, I believe it's Tones entering in already into bathroom, which is going to be compromising him unless it's newer.
He almost seems to do a little bit of a double take. It is Tones on the Zofia, but a lot of shots exchanged both ways. Beasley's the one down. Fish finishes him off. Looked like some vertical play coming out. Yes, it was. Maybe that EU1D being the culprit, but Beasley can be picked up in a risky spot, but nobody's actually contesting it. Newers will get the kill onto Wimpy, so he will unfortunately not be able to heat up this round. Newers also falls. The second kill for him. Pulse taken off. Just right as he was revived, he's not going to have any more of an impact. That C4 and heartbeat scanner, not going to be much of anything. He's stuck on cam duty. It's a 3v4 in the favor of tax collectors.
That's such a tough spot to be in if you're the Pulse, because not only do you have to give intel for your team, you also have to give it for yourself, so that way you can prepare for any kind of push. And then you're also faced with the task of having to use one of the worst guns of the game, if not the worst gun in the game, with the UMP-45. And at that point, when you're going up against Zofia with an M762, it's so tough to win it out. It's not ideal. I think that's a trade. No, actually, Diaz just puts Newers down in the dirt, so we'll equalize here for his team. 3v3, leading into the final third of the matchup. Right as I say that, Not Nice is able to dispatch a Fish who doesn't even bother looking towards 90.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough spot. DS Lucas also showing his head, but he doesn't even need to. He's on such low HP. Even a couple body shots will be the end of him. He'll be ushered to an early grave. 45 seconds left, and it's looking like Tax Collectors might be in a position to get the plant down with just how little control Favelas have at the moment. Jolton does have one smoke grenade left, and that's 10 seconds of denial that he can use. But he has to decide when he wants to use it. Does he want to use it early and guarantee that at least some time will be delayed? Or will he wait for the plant to go down? It looks like what he's going to do. The 1D will fly out and signify that Silent is moving in. He'll use the final one, but it's not going to stop Silent putting down the diffuser. Lion's also covering the angle. Jolton's not really able to move. He's trapped. Lucas takes down the coverage, but not the planter, and he gets finished off by Silent. There you go. The retake failing in the bomb, able to go down. Tax Collectors, they make that statement I mentioned. They beat the Favelas on their best bomb site on Coastline. They move to match point.
This is not the outcome that I've been expecting so far, but it's making for such a great map. Favelas win this round, we go into max OT. If the Tax Collectors win this round, it is 8-6 in their favor, and they progress on into the lower semis, where yet again they will be facing off against Insert Name, and then the victor of that, between Insert Name and the winner of this matchup, will face off against the Gatekeepers in the lower grand final, which then the winner of that map will go ahead and face off against PogChamp in that grand final.
On top of that, if Favelas loses this right now, they'll be the #1 seed in the tournament, being the third one removed. Again, this is the loser's bracket. There's no resurrections going on, no second chances. If you lose this match, you're out. Obviously, I believe they have qualified to the Winter Championship, so they still get to play in that tournament, but that's $2,500 if they get eliminated here. They have no chance at trying to get. And hey, nobody wants that. Even if you've already qualified to the big one, you still want some of that money. After all, this is their job. They are playing this game for a living. So more money is never a problem. Hookah and Billiards be the first site, or the only defensive site being brought up by Tax Collectors. This is their only defensive round on overtime. Want to go back in history, take a look all the way back. They played this site twice. Favelas won it the first time. That was Wimpy, and I think it was DS Lucas. Yeah, it was Wimpy and DS Lucas's 2v4 clutch. In the second go-around, it was a much more convincing win in their favor. So Favelas have a shaky history on this bomb site, so they have to do the same thing Tax Collectors did. They have to win a bomb site that they haven't looked strong attacking on, and that'll push us to round 15. And if they succumb to history, like some teams usually do, or sometimes can happen, it's 8-6, and they're eliminated from the tournament. That's the stakes that are on this round. And Favelas, they have a bit of a hill to climb. The pressure's on them.
A lot of stakes are riding here on the line for the Favelas on this round in particular. They don't want to be the team that gets knocked out by a pickup squad. But granted, they are playing...
Nobody wants to be that.
Nobody wants to be that. But, it's just been a very tough matchup here on Coastline, which is honestly the map where you wouldn't really want to take rank stars in. But hey, that's what the outcome came to be. I don't know exactly what the choices were between Coastline and the other map. I think you might, Carter, but whatever map it was.
I can pull it up real quick.
It was, I think the Favelas might have preferred to go to that map now that they're in the situation, because when you're faced against a stack like Newers and Silent Ends, the way that they've been playing, it's been absolutely crazy. And also, Not Nice, he's heated up here, very much so. Crazy. Oh my god, yeah, I thought Wimpy just smoked for a second, but...
I thought Wimpy was about to get smoked. So also Tax Collectors, they had the final ban, so it was between Coastline and Oregon, and Tax Collectors opted to ban out Oregon. But yeah, Favelas did also ban Consulate, but instead they decided to ban Theme Park and Villa, keeping Coastline in the map pool. So again, you have to wonder about the decision-making there, but hey, we're here now. Favelas, they're on match point, but they're on the verge of losing. So they've made their decision, and this is where we find ourselves. Still a 5v5, some damage done to both ways. Wimpy taking the majority of damage so far. And Fish is just chilling outside on his drone right now. There's one right next to him on the opposite side of the wall. He'll go in for a pre-fire, spots the head of Tone. That's the opening pick in the favor of the Favelas. And right now, that is the exact thing they need if they want to try to make this work.
top of main stairs. It's got a little bit of tracking. I don't know on whoever is currently rotated all the way over towards Aqua, but that's going to give the advantage in favor of the Favelas. Although Wimpy is on very low HP, whoever he gets into an engagement with will have to hit them in the head first before they can fight back against him. Minute only left in the round to play. Loading is going to be the one up to bat here inside of Aqua, one with luggage and one right outside, but not nice. Easily going to clean the head off the fish before Loading is able to find one. Can he find a second, though, is the question? No, it's going to be Beastly to answer right back, and now it's 3v3 here with the health advantage in favor of tax collectors, and the time is on their side.
Absolutely. There is a Jackal ping to a man inside of Hookah, so they at least know that somebody's going to be contesting that angle with Wimpy on low HP and an Evil Eye still on board. Hopefully Wimpy, with all his Sophia utility left over, will be able to destroy it. Don't exactly know where he is. He might not actually be over with his team. Might be in a different spot. Now, nice takes down Wimpy, so it's not going to matter. This is looking like a tax collector's win, but not if Beastly has anything to say about it. Newer's on the long angle, fails to live up to the task. There's one prone. The impact goes. He's not able to find him down, but the Evil Eye seals his fate. Yes, Lucas has to go for the kills, but he falls! It's tax collectors. You can count on two things, death and taxes, and they show that message in spades. Favelas lose 8-6, and they are knocked out of this December edition of the Nerd Street Monthly Tournament.
Wow, what a game, and that's 4 rounds in a row that the tax collectors needed to win in order to get that W in their column. So very well done, and great resilience to come through from that orange team on tax collectors, and very well played coming out from them as well. So they played a very great game. Wow, I'm absolutely impressed with what they just did.
Yeah, I am as well. And again, it goes back to that very first defensive round that they Favelas had. They were on match point. It was a 1v2 situation. Tones goes to get the plant down, and then neither of them decide to push. Allows Tones to get the clutching. So yeah, they're still going right now, but obviously Favelas end up losing, and that round is looking pretty major in terms of a throw coming out from the Favelas. And again, they've already qualified to the big one, but their time in this tournament has come to an end, and probably a match that they should have won. But alas, here we find ourselves. So we still have the PogChamp Gatekeepers game going on, so they just finished map 1 of, I believe it was Coastline, as we talked about earlier, game going on concurrently, so you can go watch that. While we are going on to a break, we do have a little bit of a shout out though. There obviously is the Nerd Street events going on, if you forgot to mention it earlier, but we also have other events going on as well. You know, Valorant, Smash, if you want to look at that. We also have I believe there's something else I was going to mention, but I can't exactly. I lost it. See, I have so many tabs open, I just can't keep track of everything. But so just make sure you go to nerdstreet.com, check out with everything. And we'll be back later. We have a little bit coming up. I don't know exactly what game we have. Oh, no. Of course I know exactly what game we have next. We have Insert Name versus Tax Collectors. So we'll get that in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back. If you just missed the last match, well, it was a bit of an upset, to say the least. Favelas lost their map pick to Tax Collectors 8-6, and now we're going to be moving on to the next match. So, of course, I'm still Link, still joined by Uzu, and we just want to give you a quick overview of the tournament going on as teams are slowly getting whittled down.
Yeah, so we've currently got Aerial Arise losing over to Insert Name, and then Insert Name ended up winning over Oblation due to a forfeit. On the other side of the loser bracket, you had Good Night losing to Tax Collectors, and then Tax Collectors just beat out the Favelas 8-6 on Coastline. Now that moves us into Tax Collectors versus Insert Name in the lower semis. And over on the CCS stream, you've got PogChamp versus the Gatekeepers happening right now. So the loser of PogChamp and Gatekeepers will then move on into a lower final versus the winner of Insert Name and Tax Collectors. And then the winner of that lower final will go on to face whoever wins in the winner final. And then the way that one works out, it'll be a bracket reset. So if the winner from the winner final wins a best of 3, the tournament is over. If the loser final winner comes up and wins the first best of 3, then they reset the bracket, and then they play a second best of 3, and then the winner of that best of 3 wins the tournament.
Yeah, so I think a lot of us were really expecting this matchup we're about to start casting to have been, and I know I was especially looking forward to seeing how these two teams would match up, Aerial Arise versus the Favelas, but there were upsets in both departments. Obviously, as Uzi said earlier, Aerial Arise losing to Insert Name, and the Favelas just now losing to Tax Collectors. And I don't want to say I cursed them, but those are the only two teams I brought up in Mike and Ike's ad reads, and now they both lost, and they've both been upset. So I don't know if they failed to power up with Mike and Ike, as obviously, friend of the show. Very much appreciate Mike sponsoring Nerd Street Gamers, and they're great. They're certainly delicious, but I think my ad reads might have cursed them a little bit, and that could be on me. So I'm allowing for that possibility, and if that's the case, Jameson on Aerial Arise, if you're watching or if you ever see this, I'm wholeheartedly sorry, and that is my bad. But not for Mike and Ike's though, because they're great. Thank you for sponsoring us all the time.
Yeah, so we'll be moving into Oregon as our map between the Tax Collectors and Insert Name.
Oh boy.
Oh
Oregon.
boy, I cannot wait to cast another Oregon. Absolutely one of the best maps that I've ever seen.
In any game ever.
So much variables, so many variables. Like you can't get enough of Oregon, right?
It's just like it's a new thing every time. It's like I'm playing Skyrim. Every time it's like a new adventure, a new type, a new path to play through. You can't tell this is a bit. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for you if you think any of this is serious. Yeah, so I almost called it Boregan. I actually almost called it Boregan. Wow. So yeah, we're seeing Oregon again. I can't hold my... It's not a bad map by any means. It's not like, why do teams keep going to this awful map? It's just doesn't have a lot to play out on. But I will say, I like to try and spin things to a positive sometimes. We do have Tax Collectors versus Insert Name. Those are both pug stacks, not established teams, so we might see something more interesting just in terms of aggressive play and hopefully different strategies that, hey, maybe they're not the most well thought out, but it's something different. So if there's any chance for Oregon to get, made into something much more interesting, it should be this matchup in theory. We could also just get another situation of like basically Gunner on Aerial Arise just trying to play aggressive and getting shut down. If that's the case, might not be as fun, but I'm hoping.
Yeah, I'm hoping too. I think this will definitely be a great matchup between these two teams. Looking at the way the match is for Insert Name, you've got Abenai, Noski, Gomez, Max, and Callout. Meanwhile, on the Tax Collectors, as we just saw, was Tones, Not Nice, Silent Ends, Newers, and Loading. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing the Minecraft Kid as much as me and Lynx wanted to see Minecraft Kid.
We really
it's not
wanted
happening.
I just wanted to... Going into today, I had a few things. I wanted to see my boys on Aerial do well. I wanted to see the matchup against Favelas, but I also wanted to say Minecraft DZ, takes the head off, I don't know, Gomez, we'll just say, or whoever. I wanted to say that, and it was robbed from me. And I'm not happy about it, but I'm willing to put that aside in the hopes that this game will be a better version of Oregon than we normally see. Still angry, but I'm holding it back. I'm repressing it. Trying not to unleash it all on all of you unwitting audience members.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for a couple more players to enter into the lobby. But, we'll be going into Oregon, as previously mentioned. For those of you who are just tuning in, we casted Aerial Arise versus Insert Name, followed by the Favelas versus Tax Collectors, which leads us into Insert Name versus Tax Collectors. Tax Collectors beat out Good Night and the Favelas, while Aerial Arise beat out, Insert Name beat out Aerial Arise, and then they got the forfeit win versus Oblation. And now we've got this matchup between Insert Name and Tax Collectors. And the way that Insert Name dismantled Aerial, I'm actually
on
really
Oregon as well.
surprised to see. Yeah, I'm really surprised to see. I'm really keen to see if Insert Name are able to keep up that consistency that we saw versus Aerial. So they'll be going back to the same map that they beat Aerial on. And I don't know if the Favelas might have been able to do some VOD reviews, some prep work, if they even were able to. But, you know, for the time being, for Insert Name, they've had a lot of time to view how Tax Collectors played on Coastline.
Yeah.
So they saw that, you know, the Puckstat just completely was able to just beat out the Favelas. And then now that moves us into a more structured map, more formal map, I guess to say, with Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, any map can kind of be turned to how you want to play it. It just depends on how well it facilitates it or not. We might see it brute forced into a coastline frag fest. It's entirely possible, but as you said, Insert Name dismantled Aerial Arise on Oregon, and a lot of it was because they were able to successfully punish the aggressive play being brought out by players like Gunner, players like Dami, who are known for that aggressive play, and now, essentially, it's two teams who are, you know, using that kind of style of play, but especially more so Tax Collectors with what we just saw. The question is, will Insert Name be able to punish it? Now, obviously, Oregon's a different map, as Uzu said, not nearly the same as Coastline by any stretch of the imagination, but if that same aggressive play still comes out, and Insert Name have not cooled down to their game earlier, they did have a bit of a lull, and while that gives you a break, that also does take away from the momentum you might have had off of that initial win. If they're still able to effectively dismantle that aggressive play being brought out by Tax Collectors, just like they did with Aerial, this still could be a fairly solid game in the favor of Insert Name.
Yeah. I think that, you know, with the way that Noski was really playing on Oregon versus Aerial Arise, just the way he was just so surgical with his aim and the way that he would like timed his peaks. I was really impressed with Noski, and I followed him around since like the USN days, back when they were on Seven Spades. But you know, I've been following him around for like the past year and a half, 2 years. I'm really happy for the way that he's been playing in this tournament. Hopefully for this team that he's able to. Well, obviously, you know, callouts still on 8. So that's not going to change. But hopefully for Noski, he's able to find a team that's within, you know, that's got the steel caliber to make it into stage 1. And I'm really excited to see how CL quals will be happening in March.
I'm as well. And on top of that, Noski, he was fragging out on operators like Nomad. I think he was on Jaeger the second go around, and correct me if I'm wrong, but still on the attacking side where a lot of his kills were coming out, he wasn't playing, you know, operators that are the first into the fray or the last to lie. He was playing kind of that middle of the pack, not usually the one that gets kills, just kind of watching flank, you know, doing their thing. But he was the one top fragging by the end of the second half, and I think by the end of the match as well. So having someone that's able to get those frags in that caliber, maybe it indicates a failure for another part of the team, or maybe just indicates that Noski's a hell of a player, like Uzu's endorsement just now. It signifies. So hopefully he, again, is also not cooled down. We see Noski making some big plays as well. Again, we are still just waiting on everybody to get into the match, and so we can get started and get on to Oregon. We already beat to death earlier how much Uzu and I love that map, so I won't bore you with it all that much. But who are you looking on Tax Collectors to try and make some play? We did just see them, so they're fresh in our minds. Who are some players that you want to look out for to go up against Insert Name?
Honestly, Newers was a really key component in the reason why Tax Collectors were succeeding so much. Silent Ends as well. Both of those kids, man, they were just absolutely tearing the favelas apart individually. Whether it was Newers on Mozzie or Ash, or whether it was Silent Ends on a Maestro or a Nomad. It seems to be like those two, like the players that seem to be on those operators are usually the ones that are really doing well. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just something in the water with those operators. But you know, they're just outstanding operators to play on, especially with what I've been seeing. The ARX has been making more of a surge compared to the AK, just probably due to the faster fire rate. It does have half the amount of ammo in the magazine compared to the AK, but I think just because of the faster fire rate and the fact that both Silent Ends and Noski have been able to hit their shots with the ARX, I think that's the reason why we're seeing the ARX being used more over the AK.
One thing I'm intrigued to see as well, going again on the players on Tax Collectors, was he wasn't exactly all that hot, but Tones had his moments of, you know, in the spotlight. He wasn't a consistent performer, to say the least. I think he ended the map a little bit negative, nothing too crazy, but didn't have nearly the amount of kills as, say, Newers did. But he had his moments. He had a really nice shot onto Wimpy, a great flick, and then also he had that 1v2 clutch that was kind of given to him and ended up by extension, it started the chain of events that won the map for Tax Collectors 8-6. That just goes to show, sure, he might not be the flashiest player, but if you give him some room, he's going to work with it. He's not just going to fumble the bag when it's given to him. If you give him moments like that, if you make mistakes, he seems like the kind of player who's going to be able to run it to the end zone and actually make those plays happen for his team if you give him the room to work and do that. But again, at the same time, wasn't a highlight performer on the side of Tax Collectors. So I'm interested to see if that was, a consistent thing, an indicator of things to come, or we see him heat up a little bit and join the ranks of newers and silent ends at the top of the fragging department. So he's another player that I want to watch out for. But on the side of insert name, I'm also intrigued to see how Callout does. He's another player that I want to look out for just because of that pro status.
Yeah, Callout is a former pro within Ape right now, as he's on that Challenge League team. But right now, he's currently playing for insert name within this tournament. Again, it's just another pug stack featuring Noski, Abonai, also former pro with 0 games played. Unfortunate for Abonai as it happened. Actually, Callout and Abonai did team together back on that Obey team that was inside of Challenge League Season 9, where they all, no, Season 10.
Season 10, yeah.
Actually, yeah. It was with Obey and Two-Face where they made it into Pro League, beating out Sonics and Rogan, relegating them down into Challenge League. For Callout, he's made some really crucial plays for his team whenever they've needed him most. Max is another player that a lot of people are keeping their eye on. Granted, he's had a very, very well past 3 months with Ariel. And now that he's 18, he's looking to go for CL. I honestly think that he will make Challenge League no matter which team he gets on.
Yeah.
But we'll be moving into the ban phase just shortly within a few moments. Finally, the match is going to be getting underway. I'm excited to cast this match. I'm excited to see how these two teams are going to pan out against each other. We got Intername on defense with the Tax Collectors on offense.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see as well. Again, I mentioned it earlier. This isn't exactly the matchup I think any of us thought on both sides, the insert name and Tax Collectors, but they're here now. So this is kind of uncharted territory, even in theory. So the fact that it's the first ban is Thatcher makes me a bit worried that it's just going to be, a bog standard Oregon fest. But hey, still holding out hope. Might see a Zofia ban. Tax insert name, I believe, were the ones that banned Zofia earlier. I might be wrong. Let me check my notes real quick. But we did see a Zofia ban on Oregon earlier, so that was interesting to say the least. And it was insert name that banned Zofia. So maybe Tax Collectors will follow suit. And no, they won't. It's just a Mavic ban.
I think Tax Collectors banned Zofia specifically because that's what Dami mains on attack.
True. Want to cripple one of the entries.
Yeah, and the fact that Dami really didn't know necessarily what to do. Like, he trades back and forth between Ashe and Zofia, but I think Zofia is more of a comfort pick than anything. It's just it just really throw a wrench in the plans of Ariel. Mirror going to get banned here, no surprise there, given how Oregon gets played out. Last ban, I wouldn't be too surprised to see insert name ban out Valkyrie, because I think that's what they had banned previously. And there you go, Valkyrie again. It's actually Tax Collectors that banned out Maverick, and the insert name had banned out Thatcher. So Maverick ban coming in from Tax Collectors, that's not too big of a surprise. It is going to, limit the hatches that get opened by Tax Collectors on the attack. I'm not sure why they would have opted to go for the Maverick ban, but maybe they just struggle with playing against Maverick on defense. So that could be an issue for the Tax Collectors, because with Cade being brought here with Max, they're not going to get those hatches open, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the issue. If you see a Thatcher ban and you decide to ban out Maverick later, but you don't ban Cade, that is a major problem with your defense. As you mentioned, those hatches are probably not going to get opened. It will require a lot of effort for them to even try to get there. Sure, Hibana's in play and Ace as well. They're both very strong hard breachers, but going basement first, where hatches are the name of the game for the most part, or a couple walls here or there, but a lot of those hatches inside of Freezer, E-Box, that's a lot of the places where those attacks can hinge on. And you're not able to, push in, somehow get an angle on the Electro Claw, but all those useful angles are going to be closed. And the fact that you didn't ban out the Cade, again, maybe they just have scrims like this, and they know that even with the Cade up, they can squeeze by at least 1 or 2 attacking rounds, which is about how much you need on Oregon, that 2 being the magic number. Maybe it'll work out, but again, we insert name. They defeated a pretty dominant team so far in T3, being Aerial Rise. And it's going to be a bit hard for Tax Collectors to try and make that work, especially with that ban phase going so strongly against them.
Hatches are being reinforced, which allow for Max to use those Electro Claws onto the hatch. I believe he'll just be putting 1 in E-Box and 1 on maybe the main stairs, if not on the freezer hatch. So with the way I'm expecting for this to play out, I'm expecting to be very defender sided because there is no Thatcher and there is no Maverick. You're limiting the intel game with banning the Valkyrie, but still, like, I personally would have banned out the Kaid over the Valkyrie just due to the fact that the hatches are important for the attackers to attack on this bomb site.
We're just going to be taking in some early shots at the very least. Not really an engagement of sorts, just kind of the hint of one outside of bunker. Nobody else in this team really pushing with him. Jaeger looks like he might be going for a peek, but I could be mistaking him. Yeah, he's peeking up on the back of big tower stairs instead, but it's actually Max. He's the only one who's taken damage so far. Still, he has a C4 in his pocket. Really, it's just HP being exchanged both ways. No real kills, though I say that. Right as Callout gets one on, not nice. And flank through Attic, oddly enough. Not something we often see. He's got impact grenades in his pocket, but he didn't even utilize them, so I'll just take my words back. Getting that sledge early on, only set of frag grenades on the side of Tax Selectors, that is a big pick for insert name. Despite a couple members of them having low HP, still strongly favored at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be Callout taking a lot of damage as well in that engagement from that nice, if I'm not mistaken. Newer's also taking a little bit of damage, but he'll deal a lot of injury onto Max. And now you got the Jaeger currently of Noski trying to fight over a pillar. He'll be able to clear out loading. That's a nice pick to come through. A third pick to come through for Noski as well as a second. Trying to find his third pick for him individually as Newers is able to take care of Abnai. 4v2 here for the defending squad of insert name, and Newers is still outside of blue bunker, but what a shot from Max! Able to dispatch and Newers, and all of a sudden it's all on Tones. Callout cleans them up, 2-piece for the man on Ape, and insert name will convincingly take round number 1.
Yeah, convincingly indeed. I mean, it wasn't even tax collectors walking into the crosshairs. I mean, Noski was just straight up pushing the attackers back from their positions, running at the player on big tower stairs, running at the player outside of bunker, taking the fight to them, and they just didn't really have much of a counter to that kind of play, and it was just insert name all across the board. Callout setting the pace of that round was exactly what he did. He set the pace, and the attacking team failed to pick it back up. Now they'll go to dorms, the next bomb site. Abnai will change to the Mozzie, and there'll also be a mute in place that might indicate an extension down below, and Max also switching off the Cade. Mute will be the only hard breacher, but I think that's a solid pick. We talked about this yesterday. Since there's no Maverick in play and no Thatcher, if you're getting the walls, you don't really need the Cade all that much. You can kind of just rely on the Mute. Sure, it's easier to get off the wall, but there's such little the attacking team has to really get those walls open, especially because they're now only bringing the Ace, not the Hibana in addition. Still a solid pick, and there's a lot of room in terms of the operator lineup that the defenders can bring because, again, how that ban phase ended up working out.
Yeah, in theory, that's how you would be expecting it to be, but given that the fact that both Tower and Master for those walls to be cleared out by the Mute Jammer, they're both met with the wooden floor, so whoever it is, whether it be Tones or Newer, they just have to send a charge there, clear out the Mute Jammer, get rid of that utility, and then the Ace is able to cleanly come in and reach open the wall, whichever one that they're opening. So this round is going to be a little bit easier for the attacking squad, in my opinion, especially given the fact that Max isn't on that Kaid. But they'll be having a lot more information with both Mute, with a trio of Mute, Mozzie, and the Maestro, 3Ms.
They want to go down below, they will also have to contend with that Mute Mozzie, combination. They do have the hatch open inside of Attic, and also Callout spilling over in that general area might provide some congestion. They try to go down below, as Tones is clearly trying to do, but maybe I will eat my words in a moment, as he hasn't met much resistance so far. He'll move on through, slowly moving to try and cut off the flank of Callout, who's now trapped in Kitchen, and with his E-ping coming out, he might not know that Zofia is just around the corner. He's holding an angle over to Kitchen, and pops one just for a second, manages to get the shot, but the stuns come out a bit too late. It's the exact moment for Zofia to try to go for the kill. Callout's kiting her, fighting back in the corner. Will he get the shot? No, he cannot. Tones gets the refrag, albeit at the cost of the Ash. Abnai will fall later as well. That's loading with that kill. It's 3v4 in the favor of tax collectors. In terms of the operators they've taken out, they've dismantled the realm, and it's just the site players left, but Gomez as a whole down inside of Kitchen. Just fires some bullets down vertically through the body of Zofia. Now it's a 3v3. Make that a 3v2 now that Nice has taken down Noski.
Noski down on the board in this. The Banshee's going to be a little bit of a nuisance for a nice right there, but he'll go ahead and clean it up with a frag grenade. Now, the ace coming out for loading is going to be here to try to dismantle the wall. Smoke grenades are coming in. This is a very fast-paced round. A great shot from Max, however, he'll be lit up to very low HP. It's just Gomez and Max now in a 2v2 versus Not Nice and loading. Both members are on very low HP, but down goes Gomez and Nice, and what a shot from Gomez! Cleaning up the round with the 4K, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, that's 3, because Callout got 1, and then Max got the other, so Gomez with 3.
Still a solid 3K with the SMG-11 as well with attackers, you know, just storming your position. That looked like a tax collector's round, all things considered, once they got the Mozzie and the Jaeger off the board. But Max just going again, opening up some room for his team to play with and making things work. That Maestro peeking over towards big window, that was a risky engagement to say the least, and kind of paid for it later on, took some damage, but still, that was the opening that they needed, and Gomez especially took it and ran away with it. Now they'll go down to Kitchen, the final bomb site, on the verge of completing a perfect cycle. The only one who hasn't participated in the slaughter so far has been Abernai. He's on 0 kills, but he's on the Vigil, in a position to try and go make some plays. Now Max is on the Warden, not on the Cade, but he's a demon with 1.53 armors, so I have a feeling we're still going to see quite a few from the ex-Aerial member.
Yeah, I would honestly have to agree. Looking over at the CCS stream, however, though, it looks like the gatekeepers are going to be forcing us into a map 3, depending on how this round currently plays out. They're starting up 6-1 versus PogChamp on Clubhouse, where they started off
6-1?
On Clubhouse. And I'm surprised that PogChamp won Coastline, given the stature that the gatekeepers bring. It's pretty incredible that they don't win the map that's like known to help like those non-structured teams, and then they come in and they just completely destroy PogChamp on Clubhouse, which has yet to be completed, but still, like they're up 6-1 on Clubhouse.
10 seconds to go.
I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect gatekeepers to make it this far and to be putting that much of a fight against PogChamp. Well, 6-1, we might be seeing a map 3, as Uzu said. And we'll just have to see who ends up being the one that either of these teams will have to face in the loser's bracket. Right now it's looking like tax collectors, but we're only 2 rounds in, so there's still plenty of time for them to try and mount a comeback. This is the tertiary bomb site, so now is the moment, or more of a moment than ever. Silent is on the Capital, by the way. Always an operator I like to point out, because he's not played as often as you might think for how useful of utility he brings. You know, obviously those fire and smoke bolts. And there's Wamai on the side of insert names, so that might be part of the reason why he wasn't brought until this round, and that's something they'll have to contend with. As Wamai is the only one who can suck up those Capital bolts. Callout gets spotted, but it's loading able to seal his fate and knock him down on the floor. Callout tried to peek that double door, but probably not the best engagement. He'll fall. Now it's the open pick in the favor of tax collectors.
Great pick from loading there to be able to dispatch of Callout, and that Jaeger will no longer be in play for the remainder of this round. However, you do have one pop white. That's going to be Not Nice trying to come over into the engagement, while Newers is going to dispatch of Gomez. This is not looking good here at all right now for Insert Name. They've lost 2 members in the opening minute, but there goes Noski able to frag it back onto Tones. Down goes the Ash, and Noski at the bottom of White Stairs as his defense is on Kitchen Dining. So now Noski might be met with the task of fighting against loading as he creeps his way into Classroom, but Noski will retreat back into the bomb site of Kitchen. Now for the time being, the Warden still down below. You have Abernai on the flank. This is an easy pick to come through for Abernai. Easy knife and an easy frag. This is a 3v1 here for Abernai up top. Trying to find the third, but he can't do so. Equalizing coming out from Not Nice onto Abernai. 2v2 for Max and Noski. Make that just Max as Not Nice is able to clean up Noski. All of a sudden, the young gunner of Max will have to prove his worth here versus Nice and the loading.
Newers types well, but it's more Max with that reaction. Just a minute left, no one left alive on his team, and he doesn't have a lot of room. Trapped in a corner, as you can see. There's a drone just to the left, but it hasn't droned him out yet. If it doesn't spot him, he might be able to spring the trap and put a surprise maneuver on the team. We'll shoot the drone. Got one outside security, and he gets that one. It's 1v1, but Not Nice has the angle instead. Gets the refrag. Tax collectors, they get the very first round. Insert name still in the lead, but it's at least a start for tax collectors to try and build off of.
I thought Max was about to hit the pre-fire, the sentry.
I thought he was too, honestly. As soon as he got that first kill, I was like, he's got this if you pre-fire.
Absolutely smokes loading, and then just had the right idea, just wasn't able to pull the trigger quick enough, and Not Nice is there to clean up the mess that was made by the team. So fortunately for the tax collectors, they're able to find themselves with the round on the board. End of the first quarter comes to a close. Callout going to stick on the Caveira in the reveal phase, but he'll most likely 6-pick this away.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. So he'll switch over to the Malusi. No surprise there. Tone's going to switch away from Buck into Zofia. So you've got both Ash and Zofia still in play here. Capital as well coming in as the Jackal. So no real like soft breach coming in for the tax collectors outside of maybe breach charges from both Ash and Zofia. Although you're not necessarily needing that for this bomb site, but given the fact that there are no grenades being thrown into the mix here for the attacking lineup secondary gadgets, it's a little concerning to me, at least just for like helping them in the fragging department.
Also, they're sticking to Capital and not picking the Hibana again, which they brought the first round. I mean, that might just be because they're kind of resigning themselves to the idea like, hey, we banned Maverick and Thatcher also got banned, but we didn't ban Cade, so I don't think we're getting those hatches open. Maybe they're just accepting that, and they're like, we can just rely on the ace, go for more lateral destruction, or if they try to go for those hatches, that'll use a lot of those Selma charges if one remains unkited. Depends on which one. I'd assume the meeting and the freezer ones will, and that'll just be the main lobby one, but that's kind of... The hatch and main lobby is kind of the least important of the three, at least in my opinion. Feel free to disagree with me, but since most pushes come from that northwestern side of the map, usually the ones that are the two most important, but maybe because that they will go for that laundry-sided push. You see 3 moving outside main door for the moment, droning out there. Capital's there as well, though the ace is nowhere to be found on that side of the map. Who knows? Tax collectors, obviously only 30 seconds in. Quick entry in by Newers upstairs, try and spot a roam, but there is none. The moment they realize that, that's free map control. Notsky gets the opening pick onto Nice. That's the Jackal gone. The main roam clear will not be able to give any more info for his team using those feet scans.
Notsky able to clean up, not Nice there. So no Jackal pings will come out, and there's not really a whole roam game really happening here for insert name. They're all just kind of turtling on the bomb site, but still that Jackal could be crucial in the later portion of the round, or could have been crucial in the later portion of the round. But for the time being, he's going to sit on the sidelines for the remainder of round number 4. And now for tax collectors, they're going to have to try to see what they can do to progress onto this bomb site. But given the fact that both Thatcher and Maverick are not on the board, and both Freezer and E-Box Hatch are electrocuted off, everything's just going to have to be horizontal here, or they're going to have to go for a main stairs take. It's exactly what Newers is looking to be doing.
Yeah, he's pushing down. Again, Loading hasn't used any of his Selma charges yet, so we don't know how he's going to, deviate those resources or decide where they end up and getting utilized. There's only really one hatch or lateral destruction. Newers will take a bullet to the shoulder. He'll be able to retreat. Max not doing too much damage. Nothing to write home about, at least. Tone's also making that entry into Freezer alongside another member of his team. Max takes a lot of damage, not sure where, but there was that Selma charge being utilized. Tone spots the head of 2. He manages to get both of them. Max with a late refrag, and it's a 3v3. Thanks to the singular play of the Zofia, but now 2 members find themselves on the floor. Gomez finishes off 1. Down with the refrag, just Gomez left into 1v2. We've seen him clutch this before. 1 on low HP. This is certainly more possible than the previous one. If anybody can do it, it's him. Time is on his side. 1 will fall due to the AUG, and the other as well. It's double clutch for Gomez so far in 4 rounds. Insert name making a statement, especially from Gomez.
Gomez is really on fire this match specifically. I know that back in CCS he wasn't having the best of times. I think he might have just been in a slump competitively, but I know that in ranked he's been tearing it up. But it's nice to see Gomez finally back in form. I remember the first time I ever played against Gomez, I honestly thought that he was cheating, just because I would barely see him and I would just get instantly smoked. I'm like, where is this guy coming from? Like, why does he know everything? And back then I was a little bit more inexperienced. I think it was like in year 3, I want to say, that I played against him. He was like 16 at the time, just like an Ash Jaeger main, just running around like a freak and just gunning everyone down. But comparing his performances this weekend compared to how he was in CCS on Moneyball, it's a night and day difference. He's definitely shown what he can do here. He's been very clutch so far for his team, bagging himself 6 kills. He's already gotten himself 2 clutches as well, so he's proving to be a very standout performer for insert name here. And granted, for tax collectors, they got very close to winning out that round. They had everything that was going in their favor, and then Gomez just said, "Nah, you're not gonna go anywhere. I'm still here. You got to get through me." And then cleans up both Loading and Silent Ends. Great round to come out from Gomez. Now we're sitting at a 3-1 scoreline for insert name.
Moving to the top floor, Gomez will resume the position of the mute, the operator, and on the bomb site, which he got that very first clutch. will be utilizing the same weaponry. Noski's made an adjustment himself onto the Legion. An interesting pick, to say the least. Again, Legion's never an operator. That's a terrible pick. Obviously, he got nerfed, but still, overall, his utility is somewhat similar. Maybe a little bit worse, but nothing all that crazy. So, again, not a terrible pick, but you got to look at what you're sacrificing. You're not bringing a Maestro. You're not bringing a Wamai, and instead you decided to bring a Legion. I know, it's a decision that can harm some teams. Abwinai's also going to harm his team's chances if he meets the same fate as Callout. Jaeger went for a similar peak a couple rounds before, and he wasn't able to find a kill, and it looks like Abwinai's looking for a repetition of history, and he found one. He's the opening pick, peeking the same door that Callout did 2 rounds ago. It ends in the exact same way, a way that we probably all could have predicted.
Yeah, seeing Abinai miss the shots like that, you don't need... Honestly, like, you know, Abinai's a better player than me, but given the circumstances here, he doesn't need to keep peeking that. I understand that he's trying to find, you know, the opening pick and give his team the advantage, because this is the bomb site where, you know, using both Mute and Kaid, and now that this time around, Max isn't on the Maestro, he's going to be on the Kaid. So this is going to be a little bit more difficult for the attacking squad, and now Newers is going to have to try to find exactly where that Electric Claw is placed. As I was mentioning it before, Abinai didn't need to necessarily be that aggressive inside a split. He could have just backed off, fallen over towards maybe tower. Because there's really nowhere else for him to go, because he can't go down the main stairs. Noski trying to get aggressive here as well. Another pick for Newers. Finally, Call is able to answer back, but all of a sudden, Call is going to get shots at Oblivion. And now Gomez is going to have to clutch up yet again in a 1v4.
1v3, you get a lot of shots on the silent, unfortunately not the kill, and not a lot of ammo left in his SMG-11. He'll have to fully reload, not fully reload, but still retreat back. Bedroom wall has been open, sees the Capitao is able to down him, so the beginnings of a clutcher there. He gets the head on the loading, surely he can't do it 3 times. That has to be impossible, no he can't. Not nice with the SMG-11, might be the better player that round with that gun. Tax collectors move up 1 more round. I thought Gomez had it for a second. I really did.
He was about to get the 3-peat there, man. Ah. That's so tough. Like it's so anticlimactic too, because you want that clutch to happen, and then Not Nice just like steals it away from him. That's the second round that Tax Collectors will put in their bag, and now we'll move on to our final round for Tax Collectors on attack with the defenders on defense. God, I don't know why I can't remember their name right now. Like it's insert name. Jesus Christ.
We just maybe it's because it's like it is insert name. You think to yourself, like, did I just forget the name? And I said to myself, insert the name. I don't know. I had the moment earlier where I was like, wait, is that actually the name? And I was like, yes, that is the name. They are just called insert name. So I get where you're coming from. But also at the same time, I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. Leading up the Cade was a huge risk being brought out by Tax Collectors. I mean, massive risk just in terms of how sealed off, especially sites like Laundry can be, but also really any site that defenders want to go to. Save for maybe meeting or dorms, but anyway, mainly the 2 sites I'm talking about are dorms and Laundry. That was a huge risk, leaving that up. But so far, they've got their 2 attacking rounds. And then going to the defense, even if they end up losing this out, they're still on the favorite side, and they're at the exact round count that you generally need on Oregon. At this point, if they end at 3-3, they are strongly favored on the defensive side because of the fact that Cade is still up, and they can utilize him to his fullest extent with that Maverick and Thatcher out of play. So it was a gamble, to say the least. One that I didn't think might pay off for Tax Collectors, but whether it's the aggressive play coming out from insert name, being capitalized by Tax Collectors, or just the strength of their attacks overall, the Gambit managed to pay off. And they're at the point where they really needed to make it work.
Look at that call. It's going to try to go for a very aggressive play here. He's trying to shoot off. He's having trouble shooting off
He just gave up.
the debris there, but he's going to give up after spending a mag. But a prime opportunity, cleaning up Newers. Good night, my friend. We'll see you later on the next half. Holy smokes, call out.
That was a sick pre-fire coming up from Callout. He's been involved in 4 of the 6 opening duels so far, and he's won 3 of them. So only 5 kills, but hey, 60% of them happened at the beginning of the round. So you gotta give something to him. Tones looks away at the wrong time. Doing the opposite of Callout, was watching the angle. That's an unfortunate moment of Siege timing right there. Hate to see it coming out from the Ash, but insert name, they're fairly happy to see it happen. It's a 3v5. Callout still alive on their own. Tones lamenting his death. And Callout looking at the same angle he was holding a couple rounds prior over in Kitchen, but he's not even able to see the Capitao, and he lands the headshot. Or the Capitao does, and Silent gets that. Still a 4v3, favoring insert name, though.
Moving into the first minute of play here. There's already 3 people gone. Newers and Tones off the side of Tax Collectors. Meanwhile, call out finally by the dust, as well as Max getting too aggressive there onto loading. It's a very nice shot onto the Kite. So the only C4 that'll be left in play is just going to be with Gomez, who's been very crucial for its name. Right as I say that, Silent's going to get another pick here for his team as he takes down Gomez. Now the advantage is in favor of the Tax Collectors, priming themselves to be pushed into a 3-3 split. Noski and Abinai have to answer the call here, try to push their team up to a 4-2 split. And Abinai, he hasn't been all of that really in this particular matchup.
No, he hasn't, but now it's on him and Noski, who has been having a much better matchup, to say the least, to try and pull this out. Abinai using a lot of utility early on, but then again, not really in a position to, play around. If he thinks he's got to use it, he just kind of has to commit to the decision and hope it works out. Thankfully, Tax Collectors are stalling out a little bit, giving the defenders enough time to coalesce and make their own position. Noski almost spotted the sledge, but the timing was not in his favor. Now he might be able to push up White Stairs, at the very least hold the angle. If Noski peeks back, around the corner, might be able to spot him, and if he's quick to the trigger, he can even it to a 2-2. Gumine will fly over, signaling to the sledge, somebody's there, and he loses the gunfight. Abinai got one, but he succumbs to the firebolt, roasted alive on Big Window. Tax Collectors, they end at 3-3, and that gambit looking a lot better now that they end the half even.
Insert name looking to they're having a lot of struggles here, which I wasn't necessarily expecting. It's just so strange to me to see that the only rounds really won from insert name came out of 2 basement defenses and 1 upstairs defense. So, I mean, as I mentioned before, that upstairs defense, it's not as strong as the basement with the Thatcher and the Maverick Band, because there's multiple avenues that the attackers can take. And they can also apply pressure to you from below, which is something that basement defense really doesn't, is really lacking for that attacking squad. So it's no surprise here that insert name wins that bomb site 2 times out of the 2 times they played it. And then upstairs on that bomb, on the second floor bomb site, they only win it once out of the 3 times they play. So moving into the second half, we'll be going into the second floor with loading switching away from Echo into Mute. Meanwhile, we also have a Twitch Beam 6 pick here.
Your bombs from being defused by attackers.
We'll start our second half of play here at an even 3-3 split. And I'm not too sure as to why Tax Collectors are wanting to go to second floor instead of the basement, given that it's a Maverick and a Thatcher Band. It just makes that bomb site so much stronger for the defending squad, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's not literally, obviously things can change, but in theory, we're kind of setting it out. It's kind of a free W almost. So many things are going in your favor, and Domes, there's a lot more variables you have to consider. Big window takes seem to be the favored move from the attack today on really all the teams we've seen play on Oregon, so insert name. Probably going to go for that. Tax Collectors will obviously have to counter back with a lot more focus on gunfights as opposed to utility, whereas with Attic, you let those mute devices, try to jam any hard breach charge, focus on bedroom and Attic, making sure they stave off that push as long as possible. With Big Window, a lot of it is just, they're already at, metaphorically, the door to the bomb site, so you really have to use much more gunplay there. Will look like insert name just based on the way they're moving and where they spawned. It will be that more standard master bedroom Attic push, so that blends a little bit to the favor of Tax Collectors. They can play this much more standard and passively waste time as opposed to actively contesting the push inside from insert name at this moment. But at the same time, there's no Kate on the board, so they will solely have to rely on the mute and going to more of that active focus. Make sure that the impact tricking, if there is such, as well, there's only 1 set of impacts left on Silent, so he has to use that to be true if he's going for impact tricking on bedroom wall. You have to use it to the best of his ability to try and stop them from getting open bedroom and attic wall. He's not even nearby.
Fortunately for the Tax Collectors, they don't have really anyone playing inside of Attic. But as that smoke player from Not Nice comes around, he'll be the one that's really going to have to contest this. And that new jammer is not able to stop that summer charge from going off. Max's drone will finally get caught off. And now with a minute 45 to go, the attack is trying to progress their way into games to see what they can do. And right now, at this point in time, Max actually has every opportunity to push into games and progress into the bomb site. Silent Ends will be getting a lot of damage dealt to him, as I believe it came from Abinai. Now Gomez is making his retreat outside from the front door. Abinai utilizing that switch drone to full effect, seeing what he can do here. Maybe he can try to pick and tickle off at Silent Ends, but Abinai not able to really dispatch that. Evil Eye just yet. Noski able to clean up the sledge, the smoke, but a great pick to come through from Max. But he'll finally be downed by the player on top of White Stairs.
He's down. Gomez as well, but Abenai's trying to get the plant down. Meloding falls, and so does Silent. It's just Tones left as we have a mute bug I believe, overbearing all of our sounds. Tones has to rotate back. Abenai's free to get the plant down, but I don't think they know. So the Eagle will have much more time to rotate back and try and deny the plant, but it looks like it's still going to happen, and he gets taken out by call-out. Easy cleanup for insert name, and now you have to wonder, maybe they should have gone laundry, as that looked much more strongly in the favor of the attack than I think many of us thought it was initially going to be.
Yeah, I'll probably speak it Tom Blue in the face. Just go basement.
Just go
There's
basement.
there's no reason to not go basement with the attacker bands that you're dealt with. It makes it so much easier for you, especially if you're bringing that Cade, which is what Newers is going to be doing. And then if you're bringing more like bulletproof gadgets such as the bubbles, the banshees, the Goyo shields, it just makes it so much tougher for the attacking squad to burn through. And with nothing really to, well, actually, as I say that, never mind. Well, no, yeah, it's Abenai switching over to the Twitch. I mean, you could maybe switch away the Ace for it if you're only wanting to go for hatches, but it looks to be that insert name are wanting to go for that, you know, the both walls and the hatches, but the smoke will get six-picked here instead in place of a Wamai. So at least there is going to be something to protect those defender gadgets, although it won't be a whole lot to come through since Wamai only has 4 magnets compared to the 5 that he used to have previously.
We do still have that sound book, so I don't know if we will be rehosting or if we'll just be, you know, dealing with it the whole time.
I think if it's the drone bug, then the only way to get rid of it is to have someone on, like, spectate someone on cams and have that cam die from our perspective. So hopefully so like if, for example, if someone was on that cam right there, then we would have had the sound back, not bag.
5 seconds remaining.
Now it's a game of timing. CD's just in the booth, just like, okay, come on. Where's the cam getting shot? Just trying to.
Like when I was doing like the SI calls hosting it for Intero, that happened to me, and I was fortunately able to get rid of it within that same round. I was like, ah, crap, here we go. I gotta find someone who's on cams.
It's an odd game of cat and mouse of sorts, one that isn't even happening in the game. Tone's also on a game of cat and mouse of his own, but he's failing so far. He has to impact out, rotate, but there's one cutting off his rotation outside of security, and there we go. Abenai with the opening pick. Tone's getting picked off early, not even 30 seconds a clip so far, just now reaching that mark. And already one of your key roamers, albeit one of your more quiet players so far, isn't going to be a factor. But you still have to deal with the utilities. You can see the Cade charges on the hatch, though the Twitch roam might actually be useful for that if they're able to get it downstairs. You've at least made an opening in terms of man count, and that's something that you can work with in just reaching 2 minutes. Let's go. CD did it. She timed it properly.
Very well done, CD. And is the sound back?
It is back.
It is, yeah, okay, cool. So hatch getting popped open, and I'm not gonna toss over a flashbang. But one thing I wanted to comment on Tones, like he would limit his early deaths and how many deaths he has if he just stopped playing so aggressively. If he had a dual roamer, he would have someone at least fight for a trade, because when you're on a solo roam like that, you have to play differently. Like you just can't play the way that you are, and it just ends up hurting you in the long run. Max will get taken care of by Newers here, as it appears that Abenai is very, very close to dealing with the Maestro. Sees the head eclipse, and he'll finally win out that engagement, giving the advantage back into the attacker's favor.
Abenai gets a third as well, potentially reaching ace territory, but as I say that, not nice, ensures that's not going to happen. Still a 3v2. You've taken out the top fragger in this round on the side of Instant Name, but you're still in the man disadvantage. Not nice inside of Pillars is a key position. He's blinded now, lost one of his 5 senses. Newers on the long angle will find the head of Gomez. Nomad with the kill, taking control of Pillars. It's now Newers left in a 1v2. You talked about how great of a player he is, and this is his time to shine and make it work. Spots the Nomad, takes a bit of damage, but he rotates around and gets the head of call out right there. It's a 1v2 clutch from Newers to even at 4-4 for tax collectors, and he's making it work just like we thought he would.
Yeah, on the Cade AUG no less. Usually you would normally see him on Mozzie, on Jaeger, with those fast fire rate guns, but no, he's on a 3-speed. He's on 3-speed. He's on a 3 armor, and he's winning these engagements versus an ARX and a Type 89 without really taking any damage in the process. So now that puts us in a 4-4 split here. We'll go into meeting and kitchen this time around. So a change of bomb sites, no second floor bomb site to come through here for the defending side of tax collectors. I don't know why it's so difficult to remember that. We cast so many teams. It's difficult to keep up with all the names, man.
No, I mean, we also did just see these teams for the first time. Obviously, they both formed for this tournament, so Uzu and I haven't exactly had extensive experience casting insert name and tax collectors as much as I do remember that second name very easily because before the qualifiers started, I was just talking about how much
Attackers
I
need to
love that
locate
name for
and
some
defuse
reason.
as
I
many
don't know
bombs as
why.
they can.
I can't quite put a finger on why I love the name tax collectors. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a socialist and I love high taxes or something. Who knows? But it's just something about it, man. It makes me chuckle every time I think about it. So I can
tax
remember that.
collectors are, yeah. Well, the tax collectors are definitely collecting some taxes here versus insert name. Moving
Some.
into kitchen meeting, there is a castle in play, so I'm curious as to where loading is placing down his barricades. He's already placed down 2 and 3.
Is he using the pistol?
Yes, instead of the shotgun,
5 seconds
Okay.
to insertion.
which is pretty interesting to me.
Starting off good.
Normally you see
Attackers are moving out to
castles
locate
bring
a
the
bomb
super
and defuse
shorty
it. The attackers
and a
know
bomb
the
creep
diffuser
can, but
has been
sometimes
dropped.
they will bring those parts
Cover
in
the
mind.
diffuser.
I think it's because they just want Silent to use all of his shotgun ammo. And also, maybe there's just not a whole lot of room to rotate because they've got 3 sets of impacts, so there's no need to bring the shotgun. Okay. That's the reason why he's not bringing the shotgun, because they have 3 sets of impacts. They have 6 impacts to make rotates and deal with whatever they need.
So I don't know, not seeing a super short. He's always a bit weird. It's better to need it, or need it and not have it than, wait. Have it and not need it, than need it and not have it. There we go. It's always
There we
those
go.
it's always those sayings that use the same 5 words that trip you up. You always forget what order they go in. He's trying to contest a long angle with the UMP though, so that's a bit risky. The wall's still solid, so not contesting much. Him and the
Attackers have
Malusi
located
of
a bomb.
Tones both still up top. Oh my god, I thought someone was upside down rappelling the wall for a second, but they're just sitting on the rafters. I was like, how the hell is he doing this? But okay. He's just sitting on the wooden beam. Don't worry. Max will get the wall on meeting, so one of the most key pieces we can get to play now. We realized before we even reached a minute 30 left, the T4 will fly. He just didn't detonate it. Okay. Cool. Why did he not detonate it?
I don't know, to be honest. But,
He didn't die.
I don't know, dude. Like, maybe he just felt that he couldn't detonate, or maybe he got shot out of the air. But speaking of getting shot, is going to be loading in the head. Max already going for the plant. 9 players are all alive here with a minute 15 to go. This is really crazy. So now Callout is trying to see what he can do here on the coverage. Max able to clean up Tones and Callout as well before Silent is able to clean up Gomez, and now the Maestro on very low HP. Newers and Silent are going to have to clutch up here and get that counter defuse, but it's not likely here as the Maestro falls. All of a sudden, it's all on the original 1v4. He'll find one though. Great shot onto Callout, but for the rest of the time being here, it's going to be a round win for insert name.
Yeah, not enough time to find the kills. I mean, maybe he'll get all of them, but it's not going to matter. Like, he's not going to be able to get the defuse down. He won't even get one more. That was still a great shot to open it up, but yeah, you're not coming on top of that round. Insert name, take the lead once again, and perhaps going against Uzo and I's predictions, maybe this is just an attacker-sided Oregon. And despite the odds certainly going in the favor of the defense with that Cade in play, just the teams are built different on attack, I suppose. The defense is just not their strong suit. It's obviously a close game, but still, attack kind of has the edge so far, it seems.
5-4 lead for the attacking squad here, and in all honesty, there's no better bomb site for the defenders to be on than in the basement with these bands, as I mentioned again. But you know, it's just a lot more difficult, really, because of how Jaeger and Wamai have been changed. It's so much more difficult to protect those bulletproof gadgets, and to really meeting as a whole. It's so difficult to defend because not only do you have to defend the meeting wall, you also have to try to defend the attic wall that's above on T2 while also keeping the hatch control. So you need to have roamers from up above playing inside, and it just makes it so much more difficult for your anchors to play on that bomb site.
So we'll see how Tax Collectors try to maneuver around that uncomfortable reality. We saw it was Newers on the Legion. No, I'm thinking of Noski, who is getting aggressive on the side of insert names. So Tax Collectors don't get too aggressive. It won't be, the worst time, as both teams on their attack showed a tendency to capitalize off of any. What's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? some sort of uncalculated aggressive play, ill-advised aggressive play, I guess is a better word, better phrase to utilize. If somebody goes for that, both teams have shown their attacks to capitalize off of that. And insert name in the game against Aerial Arise, as well as their game here, have shown to continue to, or shown that they're continuing with that trend, that if you just start peeking an angle, they're probably going to take you off of it and not die to an early engagement. I'm sure that'll change because as things usually do when casters try to make a point, that's entirely possible. But either way, the player coming over on the side of small power will likely come into conflict with one of the roamers off the site. There is any, as Uzu mentioned. There is one, and Shower, so it's loading. Not able to find anything so far. There you go. Notice gets the opening pick on Abenai, so one of the operators will succumb to the opening gunfight. Not like I thought.
So Gomez going to get the opening pick onto Loading, who's been kind of lackluster in this matchup. So now Abenai has also paused well, so it's an effective 4v4. Abenai's kind of been, he's been average. He's able to break even. He's not really costing his team a whole lot compared to what he was doing on defense. He's been a lot more, he's been a lot better on the attack, if I have to admit. But now you have Tones currently playing inside of Zulu, where he'll eventually get drone and finally get compromised here. He's also got backup from Not Nice as they start to retreat up the main stairs. And then you got Gomez trying to react onto that information that was found as Max is going to go ahead and utilize the secondary hard breach to open up the wall inside of Kitchen.
Noski will just go in and kill the man right behind it, so hard breach charge. Not really utilized to all that effectiveness because, well, Noski just pushed in and killed him. Still nice, he cleared it out though. Maestro now gone. It's a 5v3 in the favor of insert name. Max is taking the position outside of big window, so we'll be seeing that push come out again from the attacking team. He still has his firebolt, so if there's anybody playing in that corner or right to the left side of him inside of master bedroom by the bunk bed, he'll be able to utilize it and push them out of that position. Really, he just has to wait for the rest of his team to do the work. Maybe work a pick, but he doesn't need to. It's already a 4v3, taking out some key operators and Mozzie with the C4 and Maestro with those evil eyes. So just chill, fire a couple bullets. That's all you really need to do. Whereas in terms of, Gomez and other players like Callout, they have to actually start pushing the defenders out of their positions and gaining map control for the rest of the team. They start with Not Nice, who's now on 50 HP. Still alive and in his position, but much more uncomfortable. E1D will fly out, and Max slams him on that window. And we'll get the refrag. Call against Tones, and K left in a 1v2. They got a 1v1 with 3 quick kills. Now Noski on big window, he got the opening pick, and it looks like he will have the angle on Newer as he flicks, but he's not able to land the shots. It's an overcorrection from the Cade, and the Nomad comes away with that, making insert name. They're on match point. They're going to take a timeout.
We'll be going into a tactical timeout. Very great round from Newers overall, but unfortunately, yes, Abenai, that is a thing. You are wrong, sir.
It is actually a thing. We didn't think it was earlier, but it is actually a thing.
You have to rehost. No, you do not. Not in the Nerd Street Gamers X CCS tournament, sir. Can you pause caster? No. I cannot pause Gomez. The observer can, but I cannot. Neither can Lynx. Unless, oh, I know. Hey, producer, can you pause it? Oh,
yeah. Flip open the switch on that button. You're the one. You're the one that controls the game. Call the emergency meeting. As Abenai said, they might be shaken right now. So, talk about the round. Address the issues. I mean, we can if Max wants to. We can talk about the round. Obviously,
let's talk about Max. He's been very, very well playing out so far here.
He has. You know what else is interesting? Newers is on very similar roles on the defense and is also doing crazy, to say the least. He hasn't, unfortunately, been able to, win out those clutch situations, but he's hit some nice shots, and that was damn near a 1v4 clutch coming out for him, and he was just sitting in one spot. He wasn't even really moving. Just attackers were walking into his crosshairs, and he was able to take them down one by one. Shame he didn't get that final kill. Now they're on match point. They have to climb 2 more rounds. We'll start on laundry, though, so not the worst site to have to go to. But Newers has been having a hell of a game, and just like Max, he's playing that Cade on the defense, not the Jaeger, not the Malusi. He's that support op on site, and he's doing the best he can with the situation he's given.
He is, and so Max wanted to figure out what Coach said. Coach sets to run the annexation of Puerto Rico. I don't know if any of you guys have seen Little Giants, but that's the play that ended up winning them the game versus the Cowboys.
That was I did not get that reference. I still found it funny, though.
You've never seen Little Giants?
No, I don't know what that is.
Oh, man.
I know the Iron Giant. Is it related to that at all?
No. Iron Giants is it's a football movie about it's a Pee-wee football movie about these underdogs who beat out like the quote-unquote talented Cowboys, and the Giants end up winning.
and there's a play called the annexation of Puerto Rico.
Uh-huh. The play that their analyst slash playmaker drew up.
Yo, football teams got analysts?
Yeah.
They running up the Google spreadsheets in the NFL?
Yeah. Yeah. It was in the menu, so
I got a VOD review this Cowboys game real quick. Hold up.
Drone activated.
Hopefully tax collectors, their coach, I don't know if they're running the annexation of Puerto Rico, but they are running an anchor hold downstairs. All 5 members, generally on the bomb side of the Goya, looking to get a little bit aggressive. Loading not having the best game so far. He's got the TCSG as well. Oddly favoring that gun in this lineup so far. Probably for soft destruction on the side, and hey, it's not the worst gun ever. Might as well use it. It can hit like a truck if you're looking to knock my pop filter into my microphone.
Good job, Carter.
Listen, man. I'm trying on this, okay? I speak with my hands. They cannot be held accountable for what I do to them.
Bomb located by attackers.
Once I get like a sure or something and the pop filter is on the mic, we'll be okay then. But now, what we have to deal with. We play the cards we're dealt.
Bolstering our defenses. Perimeter defense active.
Keep pushing devices.
I'm just gonna take a look at what's happening over on the CCS stream, and it's apparent that indeed it was
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Gatekeepers
The
ended up
attackers'
winning
bomb diffuser
Clubhouse
has been
7-1,
dropped.
I think, and now they're playing their decider of Oregon. It's currently PogChamp up 3-2. So the winner of
A
that
bomb
match
has
will be
been
facing
located.
the loser of that match actually will face the winner of this match, and the winner of
Attackers have
that next
recovered
match
their
will face
diffuser.
off against the
Attackers
winner of the
dropped the
winner
bomb
final.
diffuser.
Just have to see which one it is. While we were talking, Newer's got that opening pick on Abunai. It's their favorite for the moment. Cones will take a lot of damage, so is a lot of the members on the defense. Newer's will fall. That leaves 2 more members on 1 HP. So still not exactly disfavored against insert name. After go around the corner, managed to land the pre-fire on the Maestro despite defense's best efforts. Callout gets 1 as well. Just moving through the rotate. He's on low HP, but it's a 2v2 now. He did his job. The diffuser is also upstairs, and both members of the attack are downstairs. So this is really just a great game overall. Gomez now at a 1v2. Got to get his 3rd clutch and take the clutch minister name away from Callout. Spots 1, not able to land the shots. It's put down a hell of a lot of low HP, or really little HP, if you want to call it that way. And odds are they're not winning this round unless he manages to hit the most insane shots ever, which he's not going to. Combine the fact with diffuser off-site, that's a pretty solid and easy win for tax collectors. They just have to win 1 more round to take us to overtime.
We'll need all 12 rounds to complete this matchup. Should insert name win it out, but at least all 12 rounds of regulation will be played out between insert name and tax collectors. Moving into our last potential bomb site here. Should the attacking squad win out the round, we will be moving over into dorms, which previously we have seen this attacking squad win. So Gomez is going to switch away over to the Zofia at the last minute. Potential 6-pick to come out here from Gomez onto the Ash, if anything, maybe.
Potentially.
No, he's going to lock. It looks like he's locking it in. No 6-pick coming over from the defending squad of tax collectors. Insert name looking to. Well, actually, as I say that, Newer's going to switch over to the Mozzie, which he's been so good on the Cade, and there's not going to be any source of breach denial here. So that's going to really
Attackers
bite
need to
tax
locate
collectors
and
in the butt
defuse
here
bombs.
if they happen to lose this round. And this is very ill-advised from I don't think that he should have 6-pick off the Ike because he's the only source of hard breach denial. And still, you know, like the way the match has been going, granted Newer's has been insane and he's probably wanting more speed over more armor. He's still got the C4 in hand to work with. But both Tones and Loading have kind of been really lackluster, especially Tones. He's just been far too aggressive, and he's been the opening death quite a lot in this matchup.
It's also
10
died
seconds
every
left
round.
before insertion.
Yeah, he's died every single round, so that he's got to tone it back a little bit.
5 seconds to
Pun
insertion.
intended.
I mean, Newers as well, obviously you hinted at the argument there. Probably he's like,
Attackers are
hey,
moving out to locate a bomb
I'm the one
diffuser.
top fragging, and you know what? We need a little more dash of gun skill in there. And obviously he was great on the Mozzie on coastline, so that's the move he's going for. But as Uzu said, like a hard breach now could be a bit precarious, especially when there are 2 hard breachers on the side of insert name that are both gonna take that and what you give them and take it for free. So it really depends on whether or not they can make this play off-site, which also, to be fair, there is no one playing off-site. Okay, I'll be real with you. Aside from impact tricking, which they only have in the hands of, well, they have in the hands of Not Nice and Silent, neither of which really in a position to impact trick, I don't quite know what tax collectors are going for. because it's going to result in both attic and bedroom being opened pretty easily. And at that point, they have to contest some fairly long angles to have a chance.
First minute of play will be clipped here, round number 12, as Kala will go ahead and open up the attic wall. Meanwhile, it looks to be that he wants to make an entry point, possibly over towards attic highway, but now it's going to be Noski who rotates over compared to the top of main stairs, and this will effectively make him rotate back toward tower. And now, of course, not nice out of position. Before Max is able to clean up Newer. So down goes the Mozzie, the star player of Tax Collectors is down for the count. Loading, finally finding a 6th pick here against Gomez. So down goes Zofia, equalizing here. Another great pick from Tones. He hasn't been start player here, but he's definitely showing up here in this round for his team. The shotgun is out for Loading. A very unusual sight to see for the Legion is Tones cleaning up, insert your name here, and we're possibly going ahead into overtime. And that's actually going to happen as Tones gets 4 picks. Tax Collectors winning out round number 12, and we'll be moving into overtime. Very, very well played from Tones in this round. You know, he just takes a little bit of a smack talk onto the player, you know, put some respect on his name, and he finally is able to show up here for his team.
So I guess I now know what they were going for. Tones before the round started, he was like, "Guys, what new? Get off the cave. Get off the cave." And he's like, "Why would I get off the cave? We don't have any hard bridges now. They can just open the walls." Tones like, "Nah. I'm gonna kill people," and that's what he did. He just peeked and he won his gunfights, something he was unable to do for most of the match, but he did it where it counts. And now they're in overtime. Maybe the strategy wasn't the grandest. Wasn't the most big brain, but hey, Tones was feeling himself, and as a result of that, I believe 4K. They're now in overtime. Insert name on the attack.
According to Tones, his teammates told him to get turned. And Max just
okay. That was
okay. Yeah.
That was. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, that was kind of a miss right there.
Yeah.
I think all the energy got expended in the round and not in chat. I mean, that's where you want it to be expended. You know, you don't want to be that guy that's bottom fragging and never makes a play and just starts, telling the other team how much they suck, but like, just it kind of lessens the play you had in round if you just missed that hard in chat. So, if I can impart some wisdom, either rethink it or don't say it. Because if you say it and it's bad, you just look like a fool. Also, Uzu 0 is in play.
10 seconds
0
left.
is going to be in play, and I'm honestly surprised that we haven't really seen a
5 seconds
whole
to go.
lot of 0 play in our stream. I know that PogChamp have been implementing 0 in
Attackers'
their
objective
play
is to locate a bomb and
with
defuse
Prod,
it.
if I'm not mistaken. He's going to be bringing that SCK 3000 or 2000, whichever the number is. I'm
gonna be honest, I just call it the F2000 because that's what the gun is. Like, I don't know why they call maybe it's
I have
because
no
of
idea
copyright, but it's just the F2000 from Battlefield, man. Like, that's just what the gun is. But yeah, so he's on 0. I'm also surprised we haven't seen 0 all that much. He got his frag grenades taken away, so fair bit of his utility got slashed, but he's still very good. And I was sorry. It's more that he was too powerful as opposed to Ubisoft just being like, no more frag grenades for you. So still very good. Just haven't seen a lot of teams utilize him. Interested to see how Abinai does it. Probably going to use a lot of it for setting up flank cams that are hard to spot for the defense and they have to keep more of a keen eye out for. Kind of like a reverse black eye effect on the attack. When, if you don't have an IQ, you got to often search in those nooks and crevices for those black eye cameras, whereas on the attack, with those 4-0 cameras, able to do a similar thing.
Oh, wow.
Watch those flanks.
So Max Abinai actually placed his secondary hard breach, but the Cade from Viewers is actually able to put the electric claw on the attic wall just as it was about to pop off and blast through. That's pretty incredible.
That's good timing for Viewers.
We didn't happen to catch it on stream, but this could be detrimental for the Romai, but unfortunately it's going to be Callout who repels onto the roof instead of searching for Not Nice. So for the time being, the first half is eclipsed here. No one has taken any really points of damage, but Not Nice is looking for the engagement here as they retreat over into the attic. He's going to find one for Max, lights him up. A beautiful shot from the Romai. And that will put the advantage and the first frag in favor of Tax Collectors in this first round.
You've taken out Max, who's a very strong player, but he's already used the lion's share of his utility, so damage could have been much worse early on. Abernai will get the refrag onto Tone, who once again will have to kind of be relegated to cam duty like he's been for the majority of this, and his 4K will not have the same follow through that we wanted to see coming out from the Aegis. Now Abernai has white stairs control. We'll be able to have a very strong angle. Spots one hopped up on the elevated surface. It's Gomez to die, though, and Abernai to bide his time. The push-in results in the death of Newer, so he's finished off. Abernai takes off the head of Silent. It's a 2v3 in the favor of Insert Name. Not Nice and low HP, and Not Nice the only one left. He's got to get 2 more kills. Now that he's found ahead of Abernai. Naski on 25 HP. If he's able to land the shots, he can make this a 1v1. If he finds the head of Kolob, this will be an easy cleanup if he has the momentum. Sees it for just a second, but Naski has the engagement. It's Insert Name on match point.
Stotsky on top indeed for Insert Name, and they will be pushing themselves back onto match point, which they weren't able to do so to close it out in regulation. They will be forced to do so here now in overtime as they transition over to defense, winning out that first attacking round. I'm still confused as to why tax collectors just refuse to go down to the basement for their first bomb site, no matter when they started off on defense, and now when they started off on overtime. They're just making it so much harder for themselves.
Yeah, I don't know either, because they went to the bomb site twice, and they won it both times. Then they went to dorms, played it 3 times, lost it twice, and then the only time they won it was because Tones just peeked and killed people.
Tones got turned, so to speak, in his words. Loading is going to switch away from the buck into a blitz.
Yeah, this is the play.
This is
the play.
Let's see if he's gonna take a note from Mint's strapbook, from Mint's playbook. That's what I'm thinking he's going for here. I think they're faced with the task of like, let's just go for it. I think they might rush blue, given that he's on the blitz. Maybe you send in Tones, viewers, and loading. I was about to say Mirage. You send in Tones, viewers, and loading into blue, and maybe the Capital too, with his utility. I don't know. This is going to be very interesting for loading, because I don't think I've ever really seen him play shields, much less blitz.
This is the play. This is the play.
He's definitely pulling out a mint.dz here.
This is the way. This is how they go.
This is the way. He's turning into the Mandalorian now.
Exactly. He's gonna rush in, and it's just gonna be dead people all around, and Insert Name won't even know what happened. Like it's just gonna be absolute pandemonium. We'll have to see what he does, though. I mean, I'm as curious as anybody to see how loading plays this out. He's droning already, so I mean, for right now, it's not looking like a rush is coming out. Maybe he's doing that more tactical blitz gameplay our grandparents talked about. Who knows? I'm just gonna be real with you. I don't think this is the play, despite my repetition of the phrase. That was kind of a bit. I don't think, with a Cade on the board in a Hibana, with no Thatcher or Maverick, that bringing a blitz is going to be the remedy for your issues. Remember, they attacked this site twice, and lost it both times, and their adjustment was to bring a blitz. The fact that they're not rushing, I now don't know what they're going to do. I'm just being real with you. Anything could happen here. Maybe it's a delayed rush. Honestly, I don't know. Anything could happen at this point.
So now the attacking has shifted their focus over towards blue. Max is going to get the opening pick here onto Newers. Finally transitioning that player into negative territory. As loading starts to progress over, he's going to get shots at pieces. He can't even get a flash off. But finally the Revive will fall here. Now it's chaos on pandemonium here. Wow, the Capital was able to win out that gunfight. Shots are ringing all across the board. It's somehow a 2v2. Now it's just Nice and Silent End here. But Nice is able to frag off onto Kala, who just ill-advisedly peeks over, leaving it into Abernai in a 1v2 with the TCSG in hand. This is very, very dangerous territory right now for Abernai, but if he's able to land those shots, he can deal a lot of damage and win out the round here in an 8-6 fashion for his team. Going back and forth between Supply and Elbow, he's being very confident. He does have his C4 in hand, lighting up the Hibana, but not able to frag her. C4 getting tossed on top, but Silent wins the gunfight, and we're not done just yet. We are needing all 15 rounds to progress us into the final moments of Oregon. What just happened?
No! They won! Bro,
See the deal if you
I
could
can't-
explode it.
why I trashed the blitz pick and they win the round, dude. I can't.
The caster's curse.
It's, you know what? It is. I mean, let's be real. Blitz didn't really do much aside from distract the Momai. But hey, I guess that worked. Trades came out, evened it to a 2v2. That should, in like 95% of realities, be a win for insert name. Abernai peeked around the corner. I don't know what angle the Capitao is holding. I think he's holding the pixel, waiting for the C4. So that'd be my guess. But he was not watching the actual rotate around the shelf. Abernai spots the planter, shoots, and puts her down to 1 HP. Didn't aim for the head, just started shooting, fired one shot, and wasn't able to kill her. If he had just either aimed for the head or sprayed like his life depended on it, it'd probably be 8-6 and the match would be over. There are obviously a lot more problems than that as well. Don't get me wrong. But that was, by all intents and purposes, an Abunai victory for insert name. And it just didn't happen. I want to be honest. We took a lot of time to load in there. I thought my internet died again. I think my heart stopped beating and I was technically dead in that moment.
Attackers have discovered the
I
location
want to be
of the
honest.
bomb.
I don't understand how Abunai and the CCSG specifically don't kill the planter in that spot.
He was 2 feet away from her. Did he shoot her in like the big toe? Where was he aiming?
Deploying Vulcan.
I don't know how he does not kill her there. I know this isn't pre-nerf TCSG we're talking about, and you know it's gone through it. It's gone through the trenches of the buffs and the nerfs, but
5 seconds
I
remaining.
don't know. That's just unlucky, I guess.
At that
And now they're on.
like
Attackers
the
objective is
the TCSG should have been able to frag out the Habana, but it just
if-
doesn't. She's a 3-speed against a shotgun at point blank range. How are you still standing?
I mean, I assume he's aiming chest level. Like, how is she just not? I don't know, man. That was last round. We're in the final one. Whoever wins this wins the map, goes on to face the winner of Pog Chambers, or the loser, sorry, Pog Chambers Gatekeepers. The other one will be knocked out of the tournament. It's a bunker push and the standard big tower push coming out from insert name. It is basement now, so that gamble on dorms, it paid off earlier. Well, I guess now they go to laundry. Actually, it didn't really pay off thinking about it now. I still don't know why they didn't go laundry first, but hey, now they're on the better site, so they don't have to worry about that all that much. I'm trying to find a silver lining there. But so far, nothing much has happened. Insert name just setting up for their execute, getting intel on the defenders, how the first minute normally goes.
This game could have been over.
Yep, yeah.
It could have been 8-6 for the tax collectors,
Yeah,
but no.
Setting self up.
but it's not.
I'm
Abernai
gonna
gets the
start things off. Yeah, he gets floating. He hasn't really been that much of a performer here in this matchup, but you know, it's one pick off the board, and now that's gonna push the focus for the attacking squad to try to flush out this player on pillar, which they will do so successfully due to distorting Tones' vision.
Bomb located
So
by
now he'll be
attackers.
compromised here inside of the long hallway. 2 members are aggressing. He can't even find one, but he gets lit up. He has nowhere to go. Lasky
Yeah.
finding his 18th pick. He's trying to go for 20 here. He'll need a 3K to do so. It's nice, Newers, and Silent. The 3 members who have been on top here for their team. The Zophia's starting to push into the bomb site. Call out trying to see what he can do here to find the progress on his team. He'll find one on some Newers. Can he find a second on the player inside of Freezer? Noski's going for the plant. There's one inside the closet. This is not looking good. Call out finds another.
All right.
All of a sudden, it's all on nice, and he can't do anything. It ends in a flawless round. An insert name progress on through the brackets, and they will face the loser of PogChamp and the Gatekeepers inside of the lower final.
So yeah, I mean,
Which-
I think we know. Maybe this is why they didn't go to laundry. Maybe they just knew the vibes were off. Because clearly they were. That was a flawless round to end things off after a round that should have been insert names. But hey, they came back. They answered back flawlessly. Now they will move on to play the loser of Gatekeeper versus PogChamp. Which, Uzu, do you have an update on that, by the way?
It is currently 5-4 in favor of PogChamp, and it is PogChamp on attack with the Gatekeepers on defense for Oregon. They are currently going into meeting in kitchen.
All right, so obviously we do have to wait for that game to end in order to start up on our next game, as Obviously, this is a best of one. They're in a best of three on the very final map. That series has been going on for quite a while, but it's just close to the end, so it shouldn't be too long until we end up getting there. So we'll be back in a little bit. Probably gonna take a break. Manizu, do you have any thoughts after that? You got anything to say? I mean, it was just kind of, there were so many rounds in that where it probably should have ended, and then it just kept going. You got anything to say? You got any final thoughts on that match?
I would have liked to have seen Noski end with 20, but he did his job. He got his frag, and he started getting that diffuser down. Call out went pretty huge in that final round.
True.
And overall, everyone on insert name just was able to do their job. Ab and I got the opening pick, and then it closed out with the final frag onto Not Nice. A far much closer game than I was anticipating, but it's a barn burner nonetheless, and it sucks that it ends on a flawless round. But hey, big props to insert name for being able to lock it down when it mattered most, and they will be progressing on through into the lower final. So whoever ends up losing between PogChamp and the tax collectors, they will be playing against insert name, and then we'll be moving on to cast the grand final versus the winner of that match versus the winner of our match that we'll be casting next.
Well, with that being said, make sure while you're on the break, check nerdstreet.com, see any events for other games you might be interested in, Valorant, Smash. Just, take some time this extended break, most likely, to relax and check that out. As you can see, all the lovely games that we have, wide selection, all, of course, presented by Mike and Ike's, our lovely sponsor. But with that being said, we're going to take a little bit of an extended break. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss these final groups of matches. All right, everybody, welcome back. And if you just got word from the CCS stream, Gatekeepers unfortunately fell to PogChamp on the final map 7-5. So they will be insert names next opponent going into the next match in the final best of one of today before we decide who will be in the grand finals later on. Just want to take this time again to thank our sponsors, Mike and Ike's, for sponsoring today. Now, I spent a long time before we got on here deciding if I was going to weave somebody in to the ad read, whether it was Rexby's team of Gatekeepers, who I believe I might have woven in yesterday, or if I wanted to risk cursing another team, and I decided against it. So I'm just going with something normal. You know how much we love Mike and Ike's, you know how much we love their fruit flavors, lemon and orange, and that's when I realized, insert name. They haven't experienced Mike and Ike's. I haven't talked about them yet, but call out. And you have other players on that team as well. All of them seem to have eaten their Mike and Ike's today. And I think that might be the reason they might be playing. I thought Dami off of Pepsi was going to be good, but it appears just call out off Mike and Ike's. I'm assuming that's the reason that they're doing so well and making a bit of a dark horse run throughout the NSG tournament. So thank you, Mike and Ike's. And you might be the reason that insert name are winning, and you might want to look up at sponsoring them as well if they end up working this tournament, and that's the reason things are working out. So again, thank you for Mike and Ike's for sponsoring today's team. But Uzu, we do have the Gatekeepers coming up next. Obviously, still getting map bans sorted out, but how do you think this matchup might shape up once we get into it?
So we do have Gatekeepers coming in, and this is a best of one. It's gonna definitely be an interesting map ban, especially I think that Gatekeepers might be a little bit tired coming into this matchup, whereas insert name had time to catch a little bit of a break, go get something to eat. But Gatekeepers, they're going to have to just roll with the punches and just get right into this next matchup. Unfortunately, they did not beat PogChamp, as we saw on the CCS stream. They will be faced with going up against insert name in this lower final. And in all honesty, I wouldn't be too surprised if we go to Coastline. I don't think we've seen insert name on Coastline today, at least on our stream. So we did see Coastline earlier, but that was a pretty incredible match between Favelas and Tax Collectors, in which Tax Collectors ended up winning 8-6. So then moving into this one, maybe we go to Clubhouse, but given if insert name probably scrolled back through the CCS file and skimmed through it, maybe we don't see Clubhouse, because just given how dominant the Gatekeepers looked on Clubhouse. But instead, we just got word that we will be heading into Villa for our final map here in the lower run. So whoever ends up winning this matchup, we will be moving on into the grand final. Whereas we mentioned before, if PogChamp wins the first best of 3, they win the entire tournament. And then whoever wins this matchup, if they win the first best of 3 in that grand final, then they have to play another best of 3, do another set of map bans, and then whoever ends up winning that second best of 3 ultimately wins the grand prize of $1,500.
Yeah, and we have seen Gatekeepers on Villa before on this stream specifically, but it was that North Coast game, the second match from yesterday, in which, let's all be honest, not necessarily the most indicative of Gatekeepers' true skill on that map. It was, kind of like a David versus Goliath type situation, and David in that situation did not come out on top. But now this is a true test of how Gatekeepers truly are on Villa. Now, of course, as Uzu said, this is a best of one. They're just able to get the lead early on and hold on to it for dear life. They can probably win this out, and in a lot of the NSG tournaments, they've had the most success in those best of one areas. Once they get to those best of 3s, they struggle a bit more. But at the same time, they've had a markedly better run than they did last time, taking a map off PogChamp, and again, as Uzu said, at a 7-1 on Clubhouse. So this could be a revitalized Gatekeepers we're seeing, and once we get to Villa, that might just be their bread and butter, and unfortunately, insert name will be the ones that have to discover that. Yeah.
Whoops. So yeah. So looking back at Noski, that last map, and the way that he's been playing on Oregon, it's clear that Gatekeepers probably saw how good Noski has been performing on Nomad, and I can't really remember what defense operators he was playing. I think it was like Wamai,
He was
if I'm not
playing a lot of
mistaken.
he's all over the board. I remember him playing Legion one round, switching on to
Mhm.
various other operators, so kind of just a more of a flex role.
Yeah, he's been very outstanding for insert name within this tournament, and with the gatekeepers coming in, they've looked very strong throughout the entirety of this tournament. Their only loss coming in from PogChamp. They've only dropped one map or two maps actually since they lost 2-1. So they're on a pretty nice run here within this tournament for gatekeepers. But I think insert name. I think they might with the fact that they've had a little bit of time to rest. I think that they're going to be just fine against gatekeepers. But who knows? Splash is a player that really comes to mind for me. He's been absolutely tearing up the scene inside of this tournament.
Yeah, he was a player I was going to bring up just now. I mean, Rexy is probably one of the more famous people on that team, but Splash has been putting up some big numbers throughout all of the matchups that the Gatekeepers have been playing in, no matter which level of opponent, whether against, teams like North Coast, which aren't exactly, the most well-known in the T3, T4 scene, and against PogChamp as well, who are titans, to say the least, kind of the giants amongst the people of T3. They seem a little bit out of place, but he's still able to put up some pretty big numbers against them. And again, that's 7-1 on Clubhouse that's an interesting number, to say the least, because not only is that a map win against a really good team, that is a dominant map win against an extremely good team. And Splash was a big reason they got that, and a big reason they made a fair bit of progress overall in that matchup. So can he continue his streak onto Villa? He's looked hot this entire tournament, but at some point he's got to cool off. You can't keep shooting that straight for the entire tournament, but if he does it for one map longer, they'll find themselves back in a rematch with PogChamp in the grand finals. But if insert name, they're on a hot streak themselves. They've been upsetting some fairly solid opponents, Aerial Arise, Tax Collectors, who had just upset the Favelas. So a lot of this going in, none of this is working out how we thought. A lot of the teams that are still left safe for PogChamp, nobody thought would make it this far. So a lot of variables that we have fully yet to get a grasp on how this might play out.
Keep forgetting that I'm muted on our end. But yeah, going into Villa, I'm very excited to see how this map plays out. It's one of my favorite maps to play. I'm very excited to see how this is going to pan out. As you mentioned before, we did see Gatekeepers play it out, but that was against North Coast, where they pretty much just kind of memeing around, not really caring about it. They did care enough to win, obviously, but they struggled a little bit here and there. Some of those rounds were really, really close. The scoreline really doesn't reflect how the rest of that map panned out. But I'm expecting for insert name to really to come out on top here, just given the fact that they've had a little bit of time to have some rest and recovery, probably get some food in their stomach. They don't play on an empty stomach, so playing on an empty stomach in this game, oh man, it is one of the toughest things that you can do.
Yeah, I mean, even casting on an empty stomach, obviously not nearly the same mistakes as playing, but even then that can get kind of tiresome. I know I spent that 15-minute break just kind of gulping up food Kirby style. So you got to make sure you have that energy up. But insert name and Gatekeepers overall, I mean, insert name, that the rest they've had so far, obviously that forfeit to Oblation, then finishing the match a little bit earlier than Gatekeepers did. They've had some time to maybe pull up that CCS stream on the side and see how PogChamp or Gatekeepers, either one of them being a potential opponent later on, were playing. So there's a factor to be said for that as well. I know I mentioned it yesterday. Can't exactly remember the teams. I think it was PogChamp actually who finished the match and were in the chat watching Favelas play out their match to kind of get a view into how they were playing maps like Oregon and so on and so forth. So that's a factor as well. Have insert name done their homework, so to speak. I guess it's more or less classwork since they're actually in the tournament itself. But if they have, that's going to be a big advantage going in. Obviously, it's Gatekeepers in not necessarily as strong opponent as PogChamp, but they've, again, as I said earlier, don't want to beat the point to death too hard. They've had an incredible run so far, and they're a team that I think many of us realized they are to be feared. But we will be going into the ban phase right now. We are getting ours in chat and starting up the game right now. Oh, no, we do get word. It was an issue, so we will have to delay a little bit, but we're about to get into it, so don't worry.
Villa, it's a very structured map. It favors structured play style. the way that gatekeepers have been, composing themselves, they've actually been able to hold their own against PogChamp, which has been seemingly the toughest opponent any team will have to face within this Nerd Street Gamers tournament. For the gatekeepers, as I mentioned before, and what we saw early on CCS, they looked very, very strong on Clubhouse. And it was surprising to me that they lost Coastline the way that they did. It was a very close 7-5, and that Coastline, that map favors like the unorthodox, unstructured play style, very loose, very scrappy play style, and it just favors a lot of like heavy fragging. But the way that it would have been a 2-0 had gatekeepers just managed to pull out the win there, which would have been one of the craziest upsets we would have seen.
Yeah, it definitely would have. But alas, weren't able to pull it off. But again, that just goes to show how close those things came. And I mean, even if you look at CCS, Rexv, I believe, was on 7 Spades, right? That was the team that Rexv was on, if I do recall correctly. They didn't exactly have the best run either in that specific tournament. They were one of the first teams knocked out alongside Globe, and he himself actually got dropped off the team afterwards. But now, making this run, maybe just Nerd Street Gamers, that's his battleground. Maybe they really are just the gatekeepers of those NSG monthly tournaments, weeding out the lesser teams, but now they actually have a chance to scale the wall themselves and not just be the defenders. So, again, a lot to prove for them, Nice storyline. You always like it to see. Sometimes you get grand finals where, sure, I would have liked to see a PogChamp Aerial rematch or Aerial v Favelas or PogChamp v Favelas, but at the same time, seeing these teams, sure, they're more pug stacks, not necessarily the most established. It's still some nice storylines to see what these 5 people who are just coming together, in insert name right now, gatekeepers being a little bit more established than insert name, but still, it's something that's nice to see, and something that sometimes events will just give all the matchups you predicted how they were going to end, and you get to the grand finals and it's like, I could have told you how this was going to end 5 matches ago. So it's nice. It's nice to see those kind of upsets in tournaments, even if it makes things a bit harder to prepare.
So we can look at how insert name went into their bracket run. So they started off beating out the Navigators and then losing against Oblation, which then in turn put them down the lower bracket where they had to face off against Venom Nation. And then they beat out the Idiots, which is what we casted yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And then they beat out Didn't Ask, following up with today's matchup of Aerial Arise, getting the forfeit win versus Oblation. And then they just beat the Tax Collectors not too long ago, and now they're facing off against Gatekeepers. And then as for Gatekeepers, they got a bye in the first round, and then their first matchup was against North Coast. And then they ended up beating Good Night, which was one of yesterday's matchups, if I'm not mistaken. And then they ended up beating out Oblation 2-0. And then they ended up losing against PogChamp 2-1, which now puts them in the losers finals here versus insert name. Yeah,
that other game versus Oblation, that was a pretty big surprise overall. None of us really expected them to win against Oblation, a pretty, solid CL team that's looked like they're on the come up with some roster changes. But it was a 2-0 in the favor of Gatekeepers, and probably unrelated, but they got beat, then Oblation forfeit the next day. So it's, the perspective and the storyline you could spin off that is a bit, not favorable to Oblation, but certainly favorable towards Gatekeepers, the fact they were able to win that out. But at the same time, going earlier on with, the win against North Coast, they went against Good Night. Sure, you had some good players on the latter team, but they didn't exactly have the hardest bracket on the planet. But the fact that they got to Oblation, 2-0'd them, and now they've got to PogChamp and almost won that out, that kind of solidifies the fact that they're a much more stronger team than we initially thought. And again, I think this will be a good match coming up. Again, I think this will be a close one no matter what map it is. If it's one of those more frag maps like Coastline or Consulate, it might be a bit more favorable towards them. But no matter what map this is, this has got to be a close one. I don't think, Caster's Curse, fully a thing that we have to recognize that might end up coming out, but I think this has got to be a close one. We've made it this far. There's no way it's going to be a 7-2 one way or the other. Feel free to clip that and hold me against my word if that happens, but that's what I think at the very least.
Yeah, definitely not. I don't think it'll be a blowout at all, no, I don't think it'll be a blowout at all, but we should be getting into the matchup shortly, and so... We're having
a lot of issues with this lobby right now. So we do have a lobby bug, unfortunately. We'll be going to a 5-minute break real quick, and promise the game is going to start. Just sometimes the servers aren't exactly the most favorable, but we'll get it solved and be back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this one. I promise. Alright guys, I told you we'd come back. Finally fixed out all the lobby bugs, because, you know, those things happen sometimes in Rainbow Six. We're in the ban phase. We are on Villa, as you can see. Insert name starting the attack, or insert name starting the defense. Gatekeeper's on the attack, and for the first ban out, we have a Jackal. So we're already starting off great.
Jackal ban it's a bit surprising recently because normally we were used to the utility simulator for the past 6 to 8 months. But a Jackal ban here on Villa, especially given the fact that gatekeepers like to roam, I think that'll be a good ban. Actually, since Intername will like to roam, that would be a good ban. Gatekeepers are going to go ahead and ban out Ace. So no Jackal and no Ace here, so one of the hard breachers is gone for the rest of this map. First defender, I think it'll be Mira. No, it's actually going to be Valkyrie. There's been a lot of Valkyrie bans today. I think she's going to be the new standard ban alongside Mira.
She's been extremely powerful for a long time, and when she had that deployable shield, she was even more so, obviously. Got taken away, so now it's mainly just, again, how annoying she can be, just on her lonesome, even ignoring that secondary utility. But that C4 combo, very strong. Mira as well for similar reasons, that Black Mirror, not necessarily combined with her secondary utility, that more stands on its own. But those Black Mirrors can often change the way you attack a bomb site and just put some fear in a team overall. They can be dealt with easily in some situations, but it's almost just like a Pavlovian response. When you see a Black Mirror, you kind of just stop for a second and you're like, crap, how am I going to deal with this? And now you won't have to. You don't have to consider that. Apollo's on Nook. Obviously could 6-pick away from that. Okay, he will. He'll change to Zofia. I got scared for a second, but we're all good. Other thing, though, Call Out and Gomez, they're on the mute Mozzie. So that at least implies a little bit for the moment. Somebody could 6-pick. Might be seeing an extension in that, February 2020 meta that we saw back at Invite.
Indeed, it could. It's actually so crazy how quickly, the meta changed from, being, an FPS with a little bit of utility dump and a little bit of utility simulator to how fast it just changed to everything needed to be brought. You needed 12 flashbangs and Zofia, you needed both Ash and Zofia, you needed nades, you needed all this stuff to just come into your arsenal. And then with the recent changes, I kind of feel like they just took a little bit of they hit it too hard in my opinion. I think they might have nerfed Jaeger a little bit too hard in my honest opinion. The 10-second cooldown Call's just gonna get shot. I don't know from who. I think it's either Gomez or it's Gomez because he was the one shotgunning. But yeah, he'll live. He's only losing about an eighth of his HP, an eighth of his HP,
something like that.
So, something
about
like
an eighth.
that.
No, he'll be fine. And I mean, that's just often how metas, or at least in Siege really, that the metas have started forming in recent history. It happened so quickly because Wamai got released, and on his own, not the strongest operator. I mean, he was fairly strong, don't get me wrong, with Magnets, Shield combo, they're very powerful. But it was in conjunction with Jaeger and Smoke's deployable shield that was where the true utility simulation, as we called it, happened. It's the same thing where the Mozzie meta come out. Mozzie on his own, fairly strong. Mute on his own, not the strongest operator on the planet, but combined together with other operators like Vigil and Castle, that is where the true dominance of that meta came from. So that's what often happens and why that sudden change occurs. Not because one op is just game-breaking, though, in case of Lion, that's what happened there. It's when it's discovered, or it's where its main use is discovered in conjunction with others, that sudden rapid shift ends up happening, because just the power is suddenly revealed, and teams aren't going to play off meta for the sake of playing off meta. They go with the strat that normally wins. Right now, you have to see if this Mozzie roam will work out. Obviously, the mute got dropped, so it's a smoke for Gomez, but still, it's a roam of sorts, not the same extension, but that's the strat instantly we're going for the moment.
Drone's up and running.
Splash is a key player to watch out for gatekeepers. He's been the primary fragger alongside Apollo. Him and Splash have just been terrorizing the bracket here. They had a really good run against PogChamp, but unfortunately were not able to effectively win it out against them, as we saw on the CCS stream. So hopefully, for gatekeepers and their sake, they can make it back into the grand final so they can have a rematch with PogChamp after figuring out how they've played. And then, as we mentioned before, it'll be a bracket reset type of grand final where you'll have one best of 3 to prove your worth. And if you lose it, you lose the entire tournament. But if you win that best of 3, then you have to play a second best of 3. If you're able to win that one, then you just beat all odds. and have just come alive here and just pretty much just shut a lot of haters out, which in all honesty, I don't think a lot of people expected for gatekeepers to progress as far as they did, mostly just because of how many people are just not fans of Rexy.
I was going to say, in terms of shutting up the haters, Rexy is certainly a player with quite a few of those. Not the most well-beloved member of the community, but this is the moment for him to actually stake his claim and say, hey, you might not like me, but I'm here to make something happen. Splash most certainly is. Takes down Max on a very lengthy pre-fire into the bomb site. One of the most effective members of Insert Name will fall. Obviously, that's the kid. Done a lot of his job, but in terms of just plant denial, that's still a loss that will be felt. Noski behind his shield, still contesting 90. That's a strong position for him to play, and a piece of map control that the attacking team will lack. Abinai is also, he's taking his position on that elevated surface of the bar. He has a shot to go in, but he misses so many shots. Nada is able to get behind the vault door, starts to get the plant down. The Toxic Babe goes too far, then goes too short. And that's a successful plant for Thatcher. Feltwinter and Callout both get one. Feltwinter gets two as well. It's 2v4 in favor of Gatekeepers in a post-plant situation. Feltwinter is now on his third kill, looking for a fourth. Callout's looking to get four of his own. Spots one with the pre-fire, but it's modded around that one out. Gatekeepers on a bit of a missed opportunity, capitalized on the side of Abunai. They get that plant down in the very first round win on Villa.
Yeah, that falls on Abunai in my opinion, just because of the fact that he had the right idea, just too slow to pull the trigger right there, and it costs them the round. Overall, a great round to come through for the Gatekeepers on their first attacking round. Second round for defense will be back into AVG, otherwise known as Aviator Games. And nothing really changing out here except for call out on the Malusi this time around. He was on a Mozzie previously, but I think just due to the fact of how quickly the map control was taken from Gatekeepers, the Malusi is going to be there to try to slow them down. With Vamai and Jaeger in the fray, they're definitely going to be there to try to defend those Banshees. But with the lack of extra bulletproof utility to come out here with no Maestro or Goyo or any bulletproof camps to try to help out with them, Lucy on her own is pretty weak in all honesty. Like, there's no Clash even really to help out to come around. And although, you know, Clash isn't, she's kind of bulletproof with her shield as long as it's facing you. But I'm surprised that not a lot of teams have been utilizing Clash, because I think she's a really great operator that can well, not great in the terms of like weapons, but like her shield can shock up to 13 meters, which I still don't understand why that's a thing, but it just is. It can shock like down a very long hallway. So she's great for crowd control, and I think in tangent with smoke, she could provide a lot of coverage and a lot of safeguarding for those defenders. But for Gomez here on the Jaeger, I'm expecting him to be on a deep roam over towards Astro. Possibly have some backup maybe with Abunai or Callout, whoever wants to roam with him. And then for the roam game, what they should do, they don't necessarily need to play for their lives. They just need to play for time and see how much time can they waste without dying and trying to retreat back to the bomb site.
That's exactly what Gomez is doing right now. Just with that mute jammer in tow, right next to him, he'll be able to deny some intel, but Abunai denies any further entrance by Apollo into the building. That wasn't really a wall bang, but still was a nice shot to say the least, though. A kill has also got onto Gomez up top, so it's an even trade overall. And in terms of map control achieved by the attacking team, that master bedroom control is where Gatekeepers have been pushing from mainly in the very first round and clearly in the second one. So that is a bit more important in terms of map control, but losing your Zofia and then Romai of Abunai somehow not making it alive and being able to use those magnets later on, that's a boon in and of itself for the defenders. And again, man count being indicative, somewhat even. Though Splash is getting an early pick as there is a mark coming out that somebody's on that deployable shield, isn't able to land the pre-fire, still getting very aggressive and putting his life at risk. He'll peek out and do a lot of damage to Splash. 25 HP, the Ash is now on. If I were him, I would just send an Ash charge down that way. You don't have to keep peeking that. You can destroy it, burn those Ramais, and then manage to get the shield. But they haven't burned the magnets yet, so that's something they'll have to deal with. Now that Splash is down, Max could finish him off, but at the very least, Gatekeepers, they're on the back foot for the moment.
Nade's gonna get tossed out from Feltwinter, but that'll get caught off by a magnet. For some reason, Max doesn't feel like finishing off Splash, but this could be very dangerous for the defending squad and for Max in general. So for the time being, Gatekeepers are realizing that Max is no longer behind that shield, and they can now start to progress down the long hallway over towards Games. So now it's going to be Feltwinter on duty here. Rex is going to find the first pick here for their team onto Abunai, getting so aggressive. Feltwinter will find one onto Max, and Call will trade it back onto Rexavy.
So now Noski on top and call out .ape in a
A bomb has
2v3.
been located.
Call out looking to get aggressive once more. Doesn't necessarily need to. 45 seconds left and 2 C4s on the side of the defense. Noski also with the shotgun can play close on any door he so pleases. Let's call out to be, again, the most aggressive
Attackers
one on the
recovered the bomb
defense so
diffuser.
far. They don't really have to do much here, just waste time and watch their angles. There is one flanking, well, actually one flanking from all directions, really. One from study, one in 90, and one outside vault doorway. The one on vault falls. Call out with that aggressive play, gets one. He gets splash as well. Now it's Felt to try and make this work, but Noski with that shotgun I mentioned earlier, he puts a couple shells of lead into the chest of Feltwinder and gets insert name their first round, even at 1-1.
Oscar will pump Feltwinder's guts full of lead there, and that'll solidify insert name for for one more round here, actually, because it was Gatekeepers who won out round number 1, excuse me. Moving into round number 3, we will be moving into Trophy and Statuary, as is common. Normally, you'll see teams go for Aviator or Trophy first, depending on what their preferred style is. Sometimes, not often, you will see teams progress their first bomb site into being in dining kitchen. And then even at times, you will sometimes see teams go for library living room, which is one of my honestly favorite bomb sites. Splash is going to switch away from Ash into Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Ab and I will scarcely, just barely, be able to pick that Mozzie in
Protect your
place of
bombs from
the
being defused by attackers.
alibi.
Haven't seen Splash on Blackbeard before, so interested to see how this pans out. Also, Hound will be utilized on Bedroom, probably just doing Blackbeard things. Not going to be your entry. It's going to be holding angles mainly, just being annoying for any poor soul on insert name who has to take a gunfight with him, because you know that shield blocks your face. That thing that kills you instantly if a bullet enters it, yeah, he's got a face shield covering it its entirety. So you got to dump a couple more bullets into it before you can actually get to the sack of flesh behind it.
Seconds left before
Potentially an
insertion.
extension coming out. We do see a Mozzie on the other side of the map, a Legion as
seconds
well,
left
all
before
chilling
insertion.
over there. Not so much, well, there's a bit of reinforcements dedicated to it, so it is that
Attackers must locate
extension.
and
You
defuse
would
the
see with the
bomb.
mute in the Mozzie. I don't know if they've actually dedicated any mute jammers, though. I would assume they have. Well, actually, no, they haven't. Noski still has 3 in his pocket, but him rotating over signifies that there will be one, at the very least, dedicated in that general area. It's a fair bit of an extension as well. Legion also looking like they'll know he'll rotate back to site, so actually, I don't know what the plan is. Everyone is moving around right now. Jaeger is the only one actually in that area. Ab and I could just be running around the map for all I know. He's down in the basement, so it's just Gomez for the moment, chilling with all those resources at his disposal.
My guess with the Blackbeard is that they're mostly just
Bomb
going to
located
be
by
utilizing him for post plant, not necessarily for entering. But I could be wrong. We could just see, we could try to see Splash try to enter with Blackbeard and get a couple picks here and there.
Attackers have located
Because
a
what
bomb.
it looks to be that's what he's going to be doing now. They got some pings now on the defenders. Shield's going to be broken, but Splash will have to reload and replace that face shield after getting melted by the Maestro callout.
Yeah, that's an early shield taken down. I don't know. Call probably had a Z-ping of some kind, or just at the very least intel or heard him stomping upward. I mean, Splash isn't exactly quiet when he's walking around that face shield. He's not exactly fast either, but there he sees call out, but him and Apollo tag team him, tag him out of this one. He's the first opening pick, or the opening pick.
Attacker's bomb
Obviously, that
diffuser
implies
has
he's the
been
first.
dropped.
In the
Attackers
favor of
recovered the bomb
Gatekeepers.
diffuser.
That's a very powerful operator taken down and a lot less pressure on them to take Master Bedroom, because it appears that Max is really the only one on the site right now. There is one on Astro Stairs, so he can provide some support, but the defenders, if this attack starts to progress as quickly as it seems, they're going to have to start returning through the bomb site and actually helping everybody out. And yep, Gomez has already made the return. Mute's there as well, so in a position to try and aid things if Gatekeepers continue to apply the pressure that they're doing going into this final minute.
Still got the Thatcher opponent outside of Asher window. As Splash is able to clean up Max sitting inside a trophy. This could spell a disaster right now for insert names. They'll lose another member here with the mute. Feltwinter with 2, all of a sudden leaving it on Gomez in a 1v5 scenario. He can't even find one Splash throw with the Blackbeard. There's nothing you can do there against the face shield and the Blackbeard in play. So 2-1 here scoreline for the Gatekeepers.
Flawless round, no less. Clearly, at the very least on the initial attempt, insert name having a bit of struggles with their defenses. It's both times they've lost the first time, but now is the question. They won AVG on their second attempt. They're going back to Trophy. Will they win it on their second attempt? If that's the case, this half is destined to end 3-3, but we've just passed the first quarter. There's plenty of time for things to change, just like the lineup of insert name coming out. We do have the Jaeger and the Wumai still in play. Actually, I don't even think the Wamai was in play last round. Thinking about it now, it was mainly like a Mute, a Mozzie, a Legion. We also have a Bandit coming out. So I think Jaeger might actually be the only operator that is sticking from the previous lineup. It's a complete reversal nonetheless, coming out from insert name. Looking like much more of an anchor setup, maybe with Abunai or Call Out running around the map as insert name tend to usually do things. So not nearly the same coordinated extension that they brought out last time. Probably in reaction to the fact that Gatekeepers hit the site as quickly as possible.
Bombs as they can.
Moving to round number 4, first quarter has eclipsed us. And now we will see yet again another trophy and statuary bomb site. So, as the theme has been so far for this map, the attackers win one round, and they repeat the same bomb site where the defenders win it pretty convincingly. Then we saw round number 3 where the attackers won it pretty solidly. So the expectation for a lot of people in this round is for the defenders of insert name to win it out. And for the gatekeepers, they've already gotten their 2 quote-unquote reasonable rounds to like stay in good terms in this map.
5 seconds left.
They're putting some pretty good numbers with Splash and Feltrinker. They put in a combined total of 10 frags between the two.
Yeah, they've both been fragging out on their teams so far. Obviously, both kind of on that entry role. Splash definitely more so. Feltrinker might be more of that flex player. Apollo is on the Zofia. Traditionally signifies that he's at least one of the 2 entries. But yeah, they're both putting up very solid numbers in the favor of Gatekeepers. There's also a Yana coming out from Splash. Not an operator you see all that often. We'll most likely see her, oddly enough, fulfilling a similar role to what he was doing on Blackbeard. He was pushing in very quickly, getting a lay of the land, maybe a cheeky shot or kill here or there. But with Splash, instead of having to physically do it with his face shield, though he's doing a similar strategy right now, just holding a prone angle, waiting for someone to peek at that door. He can use that gadget of his to send out a hologram and drone it out. And since there's no mute on the board, that can be fairly effective. And then on top of that, if that's unable to utilize, he's got 2 frag grenades. So we can still use that. Max almost gets his head ripped off by him, but he'll be able to go back and continue bandit tricking on that bedroom wall.
I'm a bit surprised as to how Splash is able to keep that trigger discipline in play. He can actually use the drone, but he can't use the Gemini CCS. Finally is able to try to see if he can get some intel here onto Max, who isn't even ready. If he wasn't on the Gemini, it would have been a great pick for him. But now he'll get that intel onto Max, and Max will relay the intel that he's about to push into Master. Pushing in, he's gonna get smoked by Abunai. Great pick to come through from the Malusi. Down goes the Iana. No more nades to be utilized here for the rest of this round since Feltrinker has already expended both of his.
Max gets the kill onto Rexavy, and probably a bit of an ill-advised play coming out from Splash, but hey, give it the good old college try, and I can at least respect that. Gomez also gets away from his bullet hole peak, but he's only on 1 HP, so he was probably just dead meat the moment he decided to go away from that angle. It's at least 1 kill in the favor of Gatekeepers, but they have to get a few more to try and get the odds. You know the smoke is on Ashford's stairs, so we don't know where Abunai is. He's kind of in the wind. They find him but a bit too late. It's only Apollo left, and now he falls soon after. Double kill for Max, the second one to end out the round. Insert name. They continue that trend. They take their second attempt at Trophy and Statuary.
Moving into round number 5. Potentially we could go back to Aviator Games since it's been 2 rounds since the defenders have won it. It's exactly where we're going to be going. No kitchen defense this time around, and should insert name win this map, then I believe we will see a kitchen defense from insert name. Meanwhile, we're tied up 2 apiece here. Hopefully the trend that's been set here so far isn't continued, and the defending squad, for their sake, is able to continue and progress into a lead. Gomez having a bit of a quiet start here. 0-4 for the van there. No 6-pick coming out on either side. Hopefully for Gomez, he's able to pick it up and get something going for his team, because you can't just have just 4 members. I mean, you kind of can, in a sense, but that's not what would be preferred for Infinite, to just 4 members and just have Gomez just kind of lagging behind them.
Yeah, and especially because Gomez was obviously that clutch player we saw last game versus the Tax Collectors. Had 2 clutches to his name. Obviously 1 aided by a teammate, 1 all by his lonesome. But no, he doesn't have any kills so far. Hopefully we see him pick up. Obviously Gomez is a very good player. Talked about his prowess in the previous match, so won't reiterate it much here. Just know that if Gomez actually starts heating up, he heats up pretty strongly, and everyone in the lobby will recognize his presence there. Also, one interesting thing, Thatcher is unbanned, something that we haven't really seen all that much today, or when he went unbanned on Coastline, it didn't didn't really get brought all that much. So this is the first time we actually see him to get
Diffuser has been
utilized.
dropped.
So those bandit batteries being brought up by
Attackers
Max
recovered the
is the only hard breach denial on the side of the defense. That's going to be dealt with much easier on the side of the defense. Obviously, Max seems to be going for more active bandit tricking than just putting them down, than running around the map trying to get some kills. So not as effective or not as good of a situation for Mata, but Abinai spotted a sledge moving up through basement on a default cam. He spots him. The pre-fire is not strong for Feltwinder. Top fragging in the lobby, but he'll sit on cams for this one. Not adding to his stats anytime soon. That opening pick goes in the favor of insert name.
I don't even think Feltwinter shot. He just kind of swung out there and just said, "Hey, I'm a freebie. Kill me." Just ends up biting the dust there, not even dealing any kind of damage whatsoever to Abinai if he even shot. I don't think he did, but however, on the side of the Gatekeeper, Splash has taken a little bit of damage. He's back on the Ash this time around, given that the Blackbeard didn't work for him, or it kind of did, but only really resulted in him just getting baited and having his teammates get the frags. So Diffuser's on the other side, well, actually pretty close to the map this time around, because the side is Aviator Games. It's going to be with Apollo. Surprisingly, it's not going to be with Rexavy, who is their primary hard breacher.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Apollo is looking to impact into
Attackers have
study.
located a bomb.
I think that's at least that's what it's looking like. Splash is going to be down below inside a memorial, possibly going to retreat his way up the red stairs and see what he can do. He's got one member, sees him, and is actually able to win the fight versus Gomez, somehow losing the fight. A quick trade will come through from Max as Rex is able to find one, instantly getting refragged by Apollo. Another refrag comes through yet again. I believe it's a 2v2 here for Abinai and Callout versus Rex and Mata.
Abinai close on the wall, has the opening created by the Hibana of Rexavy. So it's an angle for him to utilize. Callout also coming in from the back, reinforcing his teammate. As it's just about to be a headlong engagement, the two fighting face to face. No flanks, really. They're just going to have might versus might in this situation. Callout be the first to ring out some shots in the final 45 seconds, not finding just many members of the defense. And it's Abinai to take the majority of damage, and he falls because of it. That's a 1v2. Callout, the clutch minister, has to get 7 kills if he wants to win this round for his team and secure a 3-3 half. He won't even get a little bit of a start. They win AVG for the second time in a row, and again, they've secured themselves a 3-3 half. At the very least.
Yeah, at the very least. This could go to a 4-2 split here, depending how this next round goes, which will be played out inside of Aviator yet again. I'm a bit surprised as to why Abinai didn't really shoot back to the Thatcher that was inside his study. Maybe he just didn't see him and just saw bullet tracers. Who knows? Because sometimes it's the case of like where the spectator and the actual player model they're kind of out of line with each other sometimes, where we can clearly see the operator that shoots, but on the player's perspective, when you're actually looking through their eyes, they don't really see anything. So that could have been a case of maybe some peeker's advantage, but I don't know. I think Abinai just kind of just wasted his life away there in the dying seconds of that round, and then just leaving it up onto Kala, which in all honesty, Abinai probably should have just hid and tucked himself safely inside of the bar. Maybe go around to the wall onto the west side of the games room. I don't know, but for the Gatekeepers right now, they're looking very solid here. They've got 3 rounds to their name. They're trying to look for number 4 here, while Insert Name is trying to look for their 3rd round to equalize here. And from what I've been seeing from a lot of the matches lately within this meta, it's been very even. At least in the first half, it's usually a 3-3 split. Sometimes we do see a 4-2, but more often than not, within at least this tournament, we've seen a lot of 3-3 splits among a lot of these teams.
Yeah, at the very least, if it's not a 3-3 split, it's a 1 round, one way or the other. It's never a 5-1 half or a 6-0 half, at least, you know. I think there was a 7-0 in the first match on the CCS stream. It was Project Neo versus Slayer. I think Project Neo 7-0 to that team. That's one of the only ones I can think of. Other than that, it has been a lot of 3-3, 4-2 split, and 4-2 usually being the max of the range on those man counts. Obviously, you have yet to see what happens here. It will be either a 4-2 or a 3-3, and if it's a 4-2, Gatekeepers have that advantage on their attack going into the defense, and Villa did not get hit nearly as hard as other maps in terms of, you know, the average defender sidedness. It's still fairly strongly in that favor, but so far, the likes of Splash and Feltwinter are doing their best to turn the tide in their favor. Splash once again on the roam, cleared down below, so thankfully we can always count on him doing things such as that, droning himself out, making sure that nobody's going for a flank behind him, I suppose, though. Did he not come in from that way? Or did he come in from main lobby? I just assumed he came in through that window. I don't know why he was droning behind him again. I guess never hurts to be thorough. A lesson, I'm sure Paul will lesson. All right. Paul has also made a quick entry into study, though. He's holding an angle back towards Vault. Some of those Hibana charges get shot out by Abunai inside of sight, and you just put them in the same spot with Max Bandit tricking. Okay, well,
What?
and Apollo's dead. All right, so Gatekeeper's not having the best go of it so far.
So Gomez isn't able to like win out a fair fight really in the previous round, but he wins that. Wow, that is
I don't know.
incredible. But hey, you know, he's finally on the board. It took him a couple rounds, but
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
he's here and he's here to stay. So shotgun blast will come out from Noski as Spotwood is able to dispatch Gomez, who I believe was playing on 90, as Rex will find Abunai as well. Feltwin's on very low HP, so he's one shot away from being equalized here. But Mata is able to take care of call out down below. 3 members coming up here. Mata on to Max. All of a sudden, to Noski with the SMG-11 in the 1v4 turned 1v3. The splash will be there for the hero for the save, and the Gatekeepers will rise up 4-2 here versus insert name.
So, the way that round seemed to play out from that perspective, so there is a sound bug going on, so we'll be pausing the game as we don't actually have to rehost anymore, thankfully. Don't have to leave and remake the lobby. Call-Out can just leave, restart his game, come back in, so don't have to worry about that. But a lot of the thing with that round was here's what seemed to happen, okay? Gatekeepers had their strat. You had Rexby on the Hibana outside his study. He was like, okay, we're going to open up the standard left side panel of Games Wall, get an angle behind the bar. Okay, makes sense. Shoots the first, gets shot. He's like, okay, guys, what if I put it in the same spot? And he does. And not only does it get shot, it then gets shocked by the bandit batteries. And so they go, huh. And that's 2 of our Hibana charges. Guess we'll just go in and kill people. And that's what they did. Modest started running in, got a 3K. Their grand attacking strategy decided, you know what? Screw it. 3 of us are just going to run up main stairs and you all will die. And that's basically what happened at the end of that round. And I mean, now it's a 4-2 in the favor of Gatekeepers. And so far, the strats have not exactly been at the forefront. A lot of it has been fragging on the side of Gatekeepers and less so on the side of insert names. So going into insert names attacking half, that's the biggest factor they're going to have to pick up on, making sure they're all collectively putting in that work in the kill department.
Yeah, that round just absolute chaos.
It's fair.
It's
to
incredible. Yeah. It was just incredible to see how really just the Gatekeepers were just able to compose themselves and just pretty much just find every single frag that came their way. Like no matter who peeked them, they didn't really lose their ones. They just came in and just like shot them in the face. Whoever it was that peeked them. Outside of Gomez onto Apollo, that was the only one that they really lost.
Yeah.
So Noski was able to find one in that 1v4, but then instantly got traded by Splash. So, you know, great job to the Gatekeepers for coming out on top 4-2 in that first half. But things are looking a little dire here for insert name, and they're looking down the barrel facing elimination. And I think that they'll be sitting in 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of this match, if they do lose.
Yeah, that is the question. I mean, earlier on Oregon, you and I were talking about how defender-sided that matchup in particular was going to be. And then it turned out both teams were just better on their attacking halves of Oregon than they were on their defense. So could be a similar situation on Villa. Crazier things have happened. So maybe insert name just like they were on Oregon. They're just more proficient on attacking, and Gatekeepers will have to, follow the pace that insert name sets once they actually are defending their own bomb sites. They might just struggle a little bit in the same vein that insert name did, obviously. Still have yet to find out. Soundbug at the end of that half kind of leaves a lot of questions, but it leaves a nice bookmark, regroup, talk about things, figure things out, as that's what both teams will be able to do while the times are paused, regroup, collect their thoughts. And that's beneficial for insert name. Sure, Call-Out's the one with the sound bug, but they can still talk, figure things out, come up with strats and how they can better themselves going into that attacking half. And that can be the difference maker for some teams, all because of the elusive sound bug. Well, so what Uzi was saying, he unfortunately had his mic muted again. We'll be going to a 5-minute break. Call was not able to get back in the lobby, so despite the pause feature's beautiful nature, the fact that it's finally in the game, we do have to remake it and therefore have a rehost. So we'll be having a quick break. Sorry about it again. We hate taking you away from the game, but we'll be back as soon as possible, just in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back. Finally got everything sorted out. Today is just this lobby in particular, being a little bit cursed, having a few bugs all over, but we are back. If you missed it, if you're just now tuning in, it's a 4-2 half in the favor of the Gatekeepers, who themselves have been having a fairly solid matchup so far. As you will see, Max pointing out, do have the wrong bans, unfortunately. An ace has not been banned. Thankfully, that has not been a foremost part of all the attacking teams' lineup. So the question is, well, can they play around it? If you recall, it was a Jackal ban. Oh no, Ace was actually part of the ban. It was Thatcher that was not banned. And it was Jackal that wasn't played. So we will have to leave again and fix the bans and figure that out. Unlucky, to say the least. I'm going to be honest, though. I don't think Jackal was going to be a key part of any of the team's attacking strategy. But alas, here we find ourselves. And we're back with another rehost. I mean, I have not had a rehost to deal with in like any major one in like 3 months. So really, this is fate coming back for me. This is karma coming around. I've had it too good for too long. Now we find ourselves in this situation. Back at us, you, Chris, and me, all talking to each other and being happy. Chris, not much has changed, of course.
Nope.
Haven't played a new round yet. Fixing the bans. Thankfully, that should not be as quick unless the game decides to not allow us to start the lobby again, which, by the way, we've suffered enough. I'm pleading with you, Ubisoft. Let us start the game. I beg you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Uzu,
I don't know.
you had dinner yet? You eating food?
Yeah, I've eaten food. I had some pizza and wings. So
I had Jamaican food earlier, so that's what's in my belly.
I've never had Jamaican food.
Oh, Jamaican food is outstanding. I highly recommend it. There's a Jamaican place near my house. It's actually owned by a family friend, so that's where we got it from yesterday, and keep very well, by the way. Jamaican food, highly recommend. What is your favorite food, Uzu? We're playing the rehost game of just finding more about each other. Just learning about who we're together with. What's your favorite food, Uzumaki?
My favorite food would have to be Chinese.
Checks out.
Chinese food.
Fried rice guy, or you like some noodles, General Tso's chicken. What are you feeling?
I'm always a fan of General Tso.
That is a good answer. That was actually the correct answer. Funny enough. It's a subjective statement, but you answered right.
Yeah, I like steamed rice, fried rice, noodles. I'm not picky on the side, but yeah, noodles are good. I'm more so of a steamed rice guy. I like soy sauce with my steamed rice.
I'm not a big soy sauce guy for some reason. Like I like it in things, but I don't like it like. I don't like it when it just by itself, like when it covers things. Like I don't put it on my rice, don't put it on things like that. If it's in food, if it's an ingredient part of the whole, it's solid. But yeah, beyond that, not a big fan. Chinese food's a good answer though. There's actually there's an entire street at my college. I'm home right now. Obviously, this is not my dorm room, but there's just an entire street by my house that's full of like Asian cuisine. Chinese food, Tibetan food, Thai food, Indian, Korean. It's super cool, and I mean, it expanded my palate quite a bit there. Pretty solid. Don't know if they have Mike and Ike's down there. Don't know if they sell Mike and Ike's at those. And maybe that's why we're having so many rehosts. They keep running out of Mike and Ike's. They got to run back to the convenience store and just quickly sprint, grab as many as they can from the counter, then run back and get back in the game. I don't know why. Of all the matchups, it's this one. This is the one where life was just like, no.
Yeah, at least it's not happening, in the best of 3. It's just the best of 1 that's happening in. So at least we're not that cursed. But
we don't have to worry about this happening on a second map.
Yeah, no, we don't. So looking over at the SI stream, Altiora just won Cafe by a score of 7-4. So they have a 1 map advantage right now over Beast Coast, and they all have to win 2 more to qualify for SI.
Everything is going according to plan. Penguin gets dropped from OB, and at that moment, the Penguin master plan was initiated. Him and Eska, they met in a dark back alley. They set the stage. Hey, we hear through the grapevine the CAPL thing is happening. We're going to form a team to end all teams. We're not going to start out in the roster. We'll join later on. But we're going to orchestrate it, and now they're here. I'm very excited. I want Altior to win. No diss to Beast Coast, but I just want Altior to win more. Love everybody on there. Eska's the GOAT.
Eska's insane.
Insane. Literally one of the most insane players I've ever seen. He's the ability to just carry every match he's in almost.
Yeah, his consistency level is just ridiculous, absolutely insane. The first time I ever casted Eska actually was when it was right before he got dropped from Bittersweet. They had qualified for CCS with him, and then he gets dropped, has 0 games played. He's kind of like the Yardy of CCS. Qualifies for the leagues, gets dropped, 0 games played. Shout out to Rent Free. Got to pour one out for them too, because they had a very, very tough loss last night versus Altiora, which a lot of people really weren't expecting, myself included. I thought it was going to be a very close game, and I knew how good Eska and Penguin were, because they were the real hard carries for Altiora in that matchup, especially on Coastline. Oh my god. But Eska really came alive and dropped 20 for the W, which recently you see players dropping like 20 plus, 22 plus, and usually they're the ones that lose the map.
That has been a little bit of a trend recently, it seems, that there's one player just absolutely doing the most, putting in the work, and then they lose. Happens sometimes. Didn't happen to Eska last night, thankfully. I, of course, wanted Altior to win. I'm sure you could tell by my very happy expression when I figured out that they were up 1-0 against Beast Coast. But I honestly thought that they were going to win. I knew it would be close as well, but I thought they were kind of throwing some rounds there. Their post plants were a little bit shaky. Penguin as well also had a few rough moments, despite the fact he was doing extremely well, but Spirits as well was having a very off game last night. Obviously came in clutch towards the end, as Spirits can tend to do sometimes. He's like a final 10 seconds player in a basketball game. The rest of it, he's out, but he gets that. I don't know why I tried to work my way into a basketball analogy when I don't watch sports. So not the best decision I made. So I don't really have a place where I'm going with that. He's just a very late player, apparently. Except for that time he aced 2 rounds in a row.
Spirits in the first 2 rounds, actually, of Cafe and against Mirage. So Mirage, also, they're a team, I've mentioned it on Twitter. I personally think that Mirage just need to let go of Zilchi and pick someone else up. My opinion would preferably be with Default, because Default can play those supportive positions, really, and he's been absolutely insane. But I personally think that if Mirage were to just drop Zilchi and pick up Default, then the Canada division would be like, it would just be a tirade of 4 incredibly talented teams.
Yeah, and then I believe Parker mentioned,
because Nordic actually they're kind of down in the dumps, and I think they have 2 players that have been wanting to leave, which is why they couldn't make changes before relegations. I don't know. That team's a mystery to me right now. Yeah, I mean, but I believe Parker said this on a 6-on-6 episode. Mirage were kind of the first team going into the Canada division with the most experience and the most talented roster, really, overall. And they figured most things out first, but they haven't made any changes. Meanwhile, Livid and especially Altiora made changes, and now they've kind of caught up and even superseded Mirage in many instances. So that's kind of what happens if you get complacent and you don't. Now, obviously, I'm not saying they don't work. I'm sure they do, but Altiora, they just wanted it a little bit more. They were willing to make those changes. They didn't redo their roster as much as Livid did, but they came pretty close with the players they dropped and then the ones they brought in. And obviously, they ended up catching up, and now they're here. And I think they really do have a good shot in winning this. They're up 1-0 versus Beast Coast, and we'll just keep you updated so long as this rehost keeps happening. We did have to fix the ban, so I believe we're just still waiting on the lobby to be remade. Not entirely sure. Should be in here. Should be starting a little bit though, so don't worry. Yeah, we'll be getting into the matchup very, very shortly here. But thank you to you guys for being patient with us. I understand your frustrations, and especially the players. Oh man, I can only imagine how the players would be. It's not the most fun experience. No, it's not. The rehosting process definitely could use some work in the game, especially with the timer cooldown between lobbies. That's one of my big irks with custom games. Mm-hmm. But it's one of those things I was always kind of weirded out. I think obviously not a video game programmer, funny enough, so I don't know. We will be getting back into the lobbies, you can see, and bans are correct. I do believe. Overall, the same operators have been banned, so we love to see that. But no, overall, I don't exactly know why we have that 5-minute cooldown timer, but maybe this is just me being overly deferent to authority and experts, but I assume it's there for a reason. Not one I can see. Then again, I'm also not a programmer, so what do I know? Round number 7, we switch sides here. Insert names swapping over to the attack, with Gatekeepers moving on to their defensive portion. So, players have had a very extended break, one that they would have liked to have not had, but it happened. Moving into this round, hopefully for Insert Name for their sake, they're not going to get shut down here 7-2. Now the gatekeepers are on defense, and they've kind of come up with a game plan. And the first bomb site that we're going to, I didn't notice it
5
until
seconds
now,
to insertion.
is going to be kitchen dining.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, insert name didn't opt to go to that bomb site once. They instead tried ABG 4 times. They won it once. Didn't go to kitchen a single time. So, gatekeepers seemingly a little bit more confident on this bomb site, or at least starting out. Haven't seen if they're going to be able to win it yet, as we're only 20 seconds in. Still plenty of time for them to either fumble or regain the bag. Or just further on it. Haven't lost it yet. Solid lineup coming out from both teams, though. Nothing all that crazy. Rex on the castle indicates we will see much more concerted effort up above. An extension, you see the Mute and the castle both there with the Malusi for moral support and also maybe some physical support if push in a bathroom starts coming out. Still playing kind of even. Can rotate back down if she wants. Longer flank isn't cut off. Can rotate back up as long as her flank isn't cut off. It's solid position for Feltwinter to be in depending on where the push comes out. As it's looking more lateral, horizontal, and quick coming out from insert name. We might see some action in the first minute and a half.
Avanai is already making some construction changes inside a living room and the vault. Gomez is already going to be chilling inside a mudroom. I think he's just trying to get some intel from his team. Doesn't appear there's any drones inside the bomb site, but Gomez is actually, there is a position on where the Jaeger is currently playing with Mata. Gomez pushing in, but he'll get absolutely shredded. Mata losing a lot of HP, but he comes out victorious in that engagement. I like the effort from Gomez, but unfortunately for him, not able to get the gun up quick enough. And Feltwinter finally taking down Noski, down goes the Diffuser, and now insert name are left with a 3v5.
Not exactly the best spot. Abernai will get one, so he starts to bring it back for insert name, but the entry is certainly not going well. There's still some holes made up top, too, as the roam up top has not been cleared whatsoever. So that's just free map control and free angles for splash to rain hell and rain fire down upon you. Thankfully, they haven't lost Diffuser, so that's something. But really, it's not looking all that good for insert name. They're just outside the bomb site. Max could make an entry and maybe take advantage of the lull in the round to catch Mata off guard and even it to a 3v3. He is on low HP, so even just a slight pre-fire coming out from the Thatcher would likely be the end of him. But overall, with the time slowly moving down and insert name just sitting outside the bomb site, not much they can do, even less so with Abernai off the board. There goes Mata. He falls. He's down in the corner, so can still relay some sounder intel if he's able to. Paulo will finish him off. Paulo also takes a bit of damage. It's just starting to look winnable if Callout's able to get the plant down. Two members still upstairs. They have to rotate back, and the Maestro almost gets killed, but he's the one that fell with Max in response, and Callout has to go for a 1v3, and it's 2 kills for Apollo to send Gatekeepers up to 5-2, and it's looking like insert name might be pulling a bit out of control.
I did not expect Apollo to win that first engagement. Wow. What an angle to use. I thought Max was going to come out victorious there, but I think the dot in the 2.0 is just a little bit too fat, in my opinion, for those like really long range fights, especially if you're using like you know, a red the red color because of how red Maestro's beret is. I don't understand why we have red, like so much red stuff, like Ace's uniform, Maestro and Alibi's berets. It's just like why? What is with the color red on uniforms?
It's a nice color. It's one of my favorite colors. But at the same time, there's a lot of it.
Yeah, like it's a great color visually, but from a competitive standpoint, it just like it's just why.
I'm not sure.
Like that's the one thing that I've always hated about like playing against Maestro is that he has a red beret, and if like he's blending in with like a red background, like say for example here, like inside of like if he's playing in like on top main, or if he's playing inside of vault, maybe it like it blends in with the display cases that are in the vault, and I don't have time to react. I just get smoked. It's just one of the things that I hate about Maestro.
Well, probably not going to be most liked by insert name either, considering he was the death of them. 2 kills, Maestro God. Also not a fun operator to deal with in general. Also not a fun operator to play. I've always said this. I don't know why when I play Maestro, the analogy I always use is I feel like I'm moving through a
5
swamp.
seconds left before insertion.
I've played other 3 armors. Maybe it's because of the LMG as well on top of that, but just moving with Maestro is one of the most unfun experiences I'll ever have playing Siege. And I don't play that operator for that reason. Also because I'm bad, and I don't like feeling bad about myself because I suck at the game. So I just avoid it in general if I can. That's another topic in its entirety, though. Abernai is going to repel up a little bit. Somebody reinforcing the wall, oddly enough, in split. Make sure that Abernai can't get a pre-fire against it. I don't know. I've never actually seen that wall really get reinforced, it looks like. Yeah, it's just the left panel as well, so makes sense. I get it. You want to deny the angle through the wall. I'm not saying it's a bad move, just I've never seen it all that much. Gomez also going to be seeing a lot of dust and fire in his face as the C4 erupts from down below. He still manages to be alive. Rotates back in, and the push from Master Bedroom could pretty much come out unimpeded unless Feltwinter has something to say about it. And he doesn't.
No, nice attempt there from Faultwinter, taking Avenite down a lot of HP, but he comes out on the losing end of that engagement from the sledge. It's a good flank drone to have. I usually place that one whenever I play ranked on this map. I usually have it on either on the projector up there on the little awning, but for now, it's going to be insert name with the advantage. Mata's going to be the next one up to bat here as he's playing in 90, trying to see if he can fight against Gomez, standing back up top here. I would advise against that, given the fact that's where he's at.
Okay.
91 is going to get sludged on open, and Mata has no idea of where to come through. Actually, yeah, it does get sludged on open and then it's just call out ready for the gunfight. Noski trying to find another. A Splash is going to take care of Noski with the pistol in hand.
Attackers have recovered their
From
diffuser.
down below, Goyo on the roam, albeit at very low HP now. It's the Nomad. I think the Nomad used most for utility, but still, Nowski's been a power player on insert name so far, so that'll be an issue just in terms of sheer presence on the map that insert name will have to reconcile with going into the final minute. Splash is still going for a flank despite the low HP. Will run into an air jab. Don't know if anyone is close enough to exploit that, but it appears not. There's one down below and might be able to catch him on a rotate, depending on if he runs by the red stairs area of the map, which is where he will be going for the moment. Abenai's also on low HP, so if Splash is able to spot the sledge and just relay a couple pepper shots into him, go late into his head, so only one shot necessary. There, that's an even 3v3 because Splash just refuses to go back to the bomb site. Now one more falls. Rex is retaken 90. That's Gomez to be the end of him. A UMP finds the soul of the second. And call out the Clutch Minister is in that situation once again. He's on study, a world away from the diffuser, and it's starting to look at like a Gatekeeper's match point in this series. 27 seconds left. He can try his best, but I don't think it's going to happen. Enter Pottery. Odd place, honestly, of all the places he'd rotate to. Didn't think he'd rotate there, but, you know, I understand it's a bit of a weird situation. Almost, might have been able to spot the Maestro from below, funny enough, but won't see it. He'll go back up, flash on out, and he's not even looking at them. It's not CSGO. You can't pop flash like you normally can. They can just shoot you in the back and headshot you with the super shorty.
I think that's also one of the key things that Ubisoft is wanting to change, like working how flashbangs are interacted with in the game, but Gatekeepers show no signs of slowing down here. They've won 2 rounds of defense. They'll be going to their 3rd bomb site of Trophy Statuary. First bomb set that they played was going to be Living Room Kitchen, and then now they just won Aviator Games, which puts us into the position of match point, as well as Trophy Statuary for a potential final bomb site here between these two teams.
I think this goes to show once again Gatekeepers being much more dominant than I think many of us thought. 6-2 and against an opponent that really not many people have been able to keep toe-to-toe with. Aerial Arise, CCS champs, fell 7-4. Then Tax Collectors, team that just beat the Favelas a game prior, fell 8-7, albeit it was an incredibly close, razor-thin margin. But now it's a 6-2. And on Villa Attack, insert name have to mount a 4-round-in-a-row comeback that, I mean, honestly, they've lost 2 rounds in a row. I just don't see them able to pull out. It would be a miraculous comeback, to say the least. And it would be very impressive and get me very excited. So I hope we see it. But at the same time, Gatekeepers have looked much more convincing in their round wins. If insert name relinquishes, even for a second, a little bit of map control, they've shown that they're going to retake it from you and use it against your advantage. They've also shown that despite, no matter how much damage they take or how much map control you do have, they'll go for flanks like Splash. He's not undaunted by the fact that you're on top of red stairs and you might hold the position. Even if he's on 1 HP, he'll try and hit you a little bit and basically play a war of attrition. Gatekeepers have that drive in them that maybe insert name just don't, and that could be the X factor for why they're doing so well in this tournament.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it. Defender is exposed.
Very aggressive run out from Faultwinter will not net anything, and the new timer really... The new run-out timer is actually kind of nice for the attackers, not so much for the defenders, because with it only being 1 second, it's just not enough time to effectively get that kind of peak, because that extra second just provides you so much more room to work with on those peaks, and it just catches those attackers off guard, which Granted, I assume which is the reason
Attackers have
why
located a bomb.
Ubisoft is intending for this to happen, so that way those peaks are like less common and less
Drone's ready.
less victorious for the defender on that end. Right now, Noski's just going to be waiting for anyone to peek into Master, but he'll instead rotate around outside. Meanwhile, Gomez is going to be making his entry into Master. Looks to be that the Habana is going to be coming out with those pellets. Gomez is going to be able to spot out his enemy, but fortunately for Splash, he'll be able to hit those shots directly onto Gomez's face, which is something that really shouldn't happen.
I don't know how a Sledge just lost that fight to a Frost with a 1.5 slapped on a gun from World War II, but hey, things happen sometimes. And now your Sledge and your frag grenades are gone. Gomez dropping the donut potentially for the rest of the match. Noski will try to minimize the damage and mitigate the impact Splash is having. Takes him off of the board, he'll capture that piece, but Feltwinter also captures one of his. Max the Thatcher gone, the bedroom wall is open somewhat, so a lot of the work that the hard breacher needs to do has already been done. But again, Max is a very powerful player who has been quiet so far in this second half. Not exactly been able to find kills alongside Gomez since the rehost. And Feltwinter also has gone unread on Astro. Apollo as well, that all the singing seals the fate of Noski, and this is looking like Gatekeepers are on the verge of a match point. A death by 1,000 cuts in a slow one of sorts, but Gatekeepers appear to be almost at the end of the line for sealing the fate of insert name in this tournament. Minute left, Callout does have the diffuser. Callout will get one on direct, so we'll even the scoreline just a little bit more, but still far more work than I think they might be capable of. Take the time, start droning in. This is what they need to do, but I don't think they have it in them.
They've currently got 45 seconds left to find 3 members or get the plant down and start to protect that diffuser, but drones are coming all over from the place in both Abonite and Callout. Former teammates from Obey Alliance will be left to the task here to take down Mata, Feltwinter, and Apollo. Evil Eyes are coming in from Apollo, not able to do anything, but Abonite has won the final breaching charge to go ahead and deal with the Evil Eye that's currently sitting inside of Astro. Both of them will be dispatched of accordingly. Flashman's going to come in, but Abonite does see the feet from Feltwinter and he'll win the gunfight, trying to find a second here onto the Jaeger. But unfortunately for Apollo and Mata, for Abonite and Callout, Apollo and Mata will come out victorious. The Targaryen duo will come out on top here versus insert name.
What do you know? It was a fairly easy stomp for Gatekeepers, but they will move back to the grand finals for a rematch against PogChamp, the team that sent them here against insert name in the first place. We'll have to say goodbye to the team, insert name, that upset a fair bit of people. I said, obviously, them tax collectors are probably some of the biggest dark horses combined with Gatekeepers as the triple threat that they've all been, but there can only be one to take the fight to PogChamp, and it appears that Gatekeepers are going to be that team to try and challenge them. We will take a look at the bracket real quick, as it's fairly simple. We've narrowed down our 2 teams. We know who are in this final best of 3. It is PogChamp versus Gatekeepers. Now, Uzu, do you want to recap them about how this matchup went just a couple hours ago?
So for PogChamp, they started off their journey in this tournament. Coming up, they had a bye, and then they beat Buttadog. Then they beat up Aerial Arise, following with the 2-0 victory versus the Favelas, and then a 2-1 victory over the Gatekeepers, which we saw earlier on CCS's channel. Meanwhile, for the Gatekeepers, they started off with a bye, and then their first match was against North Coast, which we casted, and then they ended up beating Goodnight, and then they beat Oblation, eventually losing to PogChamp earlier today. Meanwhile, they ended up putting themselves into the lower final, which they beat insert name on, and now they're having to face against PogChamp yet again. However, in this matchup for the grand final, as we mentioned before, just in case you haven't been tuning in, PogChamp just needs to win 1 best of 3 to seal their fate and become the NSG champions of this month. However, the Gatekeepers will need to win the first best of 3, followed by a second best of 3 to win the NSG tournament. So we will be moving into PogChamp and Gatekeepers pretty soon, but I think we might be kicking it to a short break if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So,
and before we go, of course, just want to give a quick shout out. Just talk about one of the other things we offer at Nerd Street. We do have Nerd Street Plus. You can get access to community and monthly championship tournaments at your fingertips. Just head over to nerdstreet.com once again and check that out for yourself. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Nerd Street. Very happy we get to cast this game, and also just they've been pretty solid people overall. So throwing some support their way is always appreciated, especially for me and Uzu, since we've had a good time so far. And going into the last match, as Uzu said, we'll be taking a quick break, and the grand finals are finally here. So I promise you, you're not going to want to go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. All right, everybody, welcome back. The road was long and dark, but we finally made it to the grand finals of the December edition of the Nerd Street Gamers Monthly Tournament. Final match, I'm still Lynx and still joined by this guy over here. I think I just pointed to the wrong side, but we do have the bracket. I'm with Uzu. Uzu, we already broke it down a bit before we left, but specifically in the matchup of PogChamp and Gatekeepers, it is a rematch after all. How exactly did that match go out? Do you remember what maps were played? Do you remember what the score lines were? Just trying to test your knowledge here.
I wasn't really able to pay attention since we were in the middle of
That's
casting
true. We
it.
were kind of casting
I know the last map was Oregon that they played, and it was a 7-5 victory for PogChamp, if I remember correctly. Either way, it was a 2-1 overall in terms of maps for PogChamp. So heading into this next best of 3, it's going to be close again, I think, for both these teams. But I do think that PogChamp will come out on top in this first series and take it all. But who knows? Maybe it's the Gatekeepers that actually come out on top off the back of Splash and Apollo, who have really been stepping up their game for their team. And we could go into 2 best of 3s for this grand finals. But if PogChamp win the first one, then they win it all, and they're the Nerd Street Monthly Tournament game winners for this tournament. But if the Gatekeepers are able to progress us into a second best of 3, then more power to them.
Thank you very much. We can get a little bit more into the analysis just in a little bit. But for the final time, I just want to thank our sponsor, Mike and Ike's. Again, they're always the sponsor of these Nerd Street Gamers Monthly tournaments. And this is the final time. Just want to say, thank you. I've been able to get... they started the taper off towards the end, I will say. I really used the max of my creativity yesterday in terms of the ad reads. But I appreciate, getting to have a little bit of fun with things like that. Did something similar in high school, so getting to write those radio-esque commercials again, talking about Mike and Ike's candy that, it's fairly solid. I don't like fruit, by the way. I don't know if you know that. I don't, but I still like lemon and orange flavored Mike and Ike's because those are about the only flavors I like. So if I always see them, I always pick them up. They're always solid. And hey, maybe they will give you special gaming powers. That the science is still out on that, but I think we can probably decide what the answer and the conclusion to that is going to be. So thank you once again. But now let's get back into the matchup. The maps are in this order. It is Coastline, map 1. Oregon, map 2. Villa Decider. Those seem familiar. Those are the only 3 maps we've casted today, I believe. So, this is really just where, it's like poetry. It rhymes. We're wrapping it all up in a nice, neat bow.
Yeah, so, I mean... It's no secret why those maps are usually the ones that are most played, with the exception of Cafe, because Cafe's not in this mix right now. They're very balanced maps outside of Coastline. Really, Coastline's more just who can sit on the roof longer, and who can find frags
who can
those ways.
confuse their opponent the most.
Yeah, who can out-frag the other, really, which is a great aspect of Coastline. Because it's not a map that really relies on strategy. It's not a map that really necessarily relies on structure. It's more so just your positioning and your fragging ability to win out that map. As for Oregon and Villa, they're more structured. We did see recently, right now, actually, the Gatekeepers win it out 7-2. So there's no fluke that Gatekeepers are a good Villa team. They've proven that time and again here. Once versus North Coast, second versus insert name. So... if we do end up going to that decider map, then I think we'll be in for a great treat. But we've got to get through Coastline and Oregon first to determine if we go to that decider. And if not, then do we see PogChamp come out victorious, or do we see the Gatekeepers force us into a second best of 3, which will then decide the fate and seal our winners of the Nerd Street Monthly Tournament?
Yeah, that is the question. Oh, and one little factoid, if you recall, we talked about this at length. The one map Gatekeepers did win in that series was on Clubhouse. It was a 7-1 victory for them. Probably one of the more dominant scorelines against one of the more dominant teams in this tournament. PogChamp did make sure to ban it, so it's not like they almost let it through. Though it was the last map they decided to ban, so surprising maybe Gatekeepers didn't want to try their luck a second time, and they were just willing to go to Coastline more, try their luck there, as that was their pick. They got the very first map choice out of the ban phase. But so no, we will not see Clubhouse, of course, and PogChamp a little bit hesitant of it after that trouncing that Gatekeepers gave them. So... Coastline starting out first. Uzu and I mentioned this earlier about how we were surprised that actually they didn't go to Coastline. Starting out for Gatekeepers, obviously a little bit more unorganized, a little bit more chaotic than PogChamp, at least, are in theory. So I think starting out, that's a good place for Gatekeepers to set the pace and try and get an early map win, especially with how that map plays out, as Uzu just described. You concur? You agree?
I agree wholeheartedly. I think we're just waiting for players to get into the lobby at the moment, since the maps have already been chosen. Uh, you know, we haven't really casted PogChamp a whole lot.
We have not.
I think this is the first time that we're going to be casting PogChamp, I believe. If I'm not mistaken.
We casted them against the favelas yesterday,
That's
but
right.
that was the only time we casted them. They've been more on the CCS stream than our stream.
Yeah, because Crow likes to take PogChamp away from me. So
PogChamp and Aerial Arise. We got the
Yeah.
one today, but Crow very much wanted Aerial Arise yesterday, which is fine. You know, he gets less games of the NSG stream, so I'm willing to give him that one every now and then. But of course, the one I got was the one they got knocked out.
yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not bitter. Don't worry. I love seeing Jameson lose. It's great. No, in all seriousness, no, I am surprised a bit that Gatekeepers, the scoreline they beat insert name on, a team of, fairly solid gunners and a few current, not even ex-pros, current pros, actually, in terms of Abunai and Callout. Same scoreline they beat insert name as they did North Coast Esports. A team of not ex-pros or CL level talent. Again, no offense at all. But the fact that those were the same scoreline, again, it's a best of one. A lot of things can happen, but that says a lot about their skill overall.
Yeah. I don't know if our observers monitor is dying on them, but
I now see Uzu. I saw DM from Uzu. I was like, why is Uzu DM in the middle? Sends me a video, and I'm like, oh, yeah, so our observer's monitor is having some issues right now, because
God knows
might
why.
as well happen. First, it was my internet. Then it was just the previous match's lobby just not wanting to work at all.
Mhm.
And now it's this. But hey, sometimes if you want to finish a tournament, you got to go through the trials of Hercules in terms of administration and bugs. It just happens. We'll see what's happening. Not exactly sure. I'll update you as the situation goes. But for now, you just have to. You're stuck looking at me, looking at Chris, just chilling and vibing in a call. By the way, you want the update on the Altior Beast Coast game. Normally it's Uzu that updates you about the other games, but I want to take that for the moment. I want to see what it feels like. Beast Coast are up 6-2 on match point. If you're not watching that game, which if you're not, you should at least have it up on a second monitor. Like, obviously watch us. I very much appreciate it, but that's a very important game. Beast Coast could potentially beat Altior, even at 1-1 in the series so far. I don't know. That's interesting. I didn't think it was going to be a 3-0 for Altior, but a 6-2 on the second map, that's a little bit worrying, to say the least. On Consulate, too. I don't know about the map pools for both teams, though. I'm not that informed, so for all I know, they could just be a bad Consulate team.
Yeah. Before this round, it was 6-1 for Beast Coast, so Altior just won the previous round. So hopefully Altior, they're able to make a comeback on Consulate and force OT. It'll be a very daunting task for them to win 5 rounds in a row. So, I don't know. Concept might go in Beast Coast's favor. They, as in Altior, did win Cafe 7-4, as I mentioned previously. So, we're in for a pretty darn good series in that matchup. To best of 5, there's no map advantage because there is no losers bracket. So, Beast Coast and Altior, they fought their way through. Beast Coast coming in through the close qualifier with the CL teams. Altior coming in after winning the Canada Nationals, so they just had to win one game, which was yesterday versus Rent Free. Probably the toughest game that they have ever had to play in their lives. Yeah. And now they're having to fight for their SI spot here versus Beast Coast.
It's a lot of upsets going on, In terms of invite finals, a lot of people predicted a disrupt Altiora, disrupt Rent Free. Though I was always partial to Altior, I will say. But people always picture Disrupt to be in the finals, and now neither of the favorite CL team or PL team are in the finals. It's Altior versus Beast Coast. And NSG, a little bit similar. I think a lot of us expected, and at least for me, my prediction was in Aerial Arise, maybe PogChamp, maybe Oblation, one of the CL teams / CL level teams versus Aerial Arise. That's what I was thinking, but obviously now we're here, Rexvy's team of Gatekeepers, making a dangerous run for really anybody that's decided to face them. And I got half of it right. PogChamp is here, but a little bit of upsets on everything in terms of Siege related. The only thing I don't think there was an upset was the Steel Series show match, which SSG won. So that is where, the more standard predictable fare happens. Here, though, in NSG, in Invite, where at least we're having some upsets, makes things much more interesting. As I said earlier, still don't quite know what's going on with the game with our observers. Still just waiting for people to get in the lobby as well. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's happening right now. We're just chilling, like I said earlier. Uzu, Oh, we will
Cool.
actually be getting in a little bit. So there we go. Finally got the update. We will be going in just a little bit. So do not worry. We're about. Crash is about to push that button. He's about to push the button to start the game. Glass case is flipped open. He's ready to call an emergency meeting. Do not worry.
So we will be moving into map number 1, which will be Coastline. So Thoughtwinter, I don't know which guy. I think it's Apollo. He's needed to pee 8 times today, according to Rexv and Thoughtwinter. Jarvis is saying that's rookie numbers, which I agree with. If you're not peeing more than 15 times a day, I don't know what you're doing.
You might have a medical issue.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate the confirmation.
You're not drinking enough water.
How much is this?
Water is very important.
I have 24 ounces of water in this bottle, and I drank 12, and I think I'm on. Wait. I think I'm on like ounce number 16 or 17 now. I actually have not drank a lot. Funny enough, normally I drink a lot when I'm eating like spicy food, not when I'm like doing work. Normally I just need a little bit of water to like keep me going, like it's like gasoline, like gas in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like chug water or anything like that.
I don't really chug water either, but I use a 32-ounce Yeti cup, and I just usually jam pack it with ice and then
Some
get water.
dude, those 30 like the Yeti bottles, those are absurdly big, dude. Like I can't drink that much water, and that's just like it seems cumbersome to like move around and hold. I don't know.
Sometimes, I guess for
not
some
a water
people.
bottle aficionado, so
Maybe for a
What do I
5'6" caster, I don't know.
all right, 5'7". First of all, 5'7".
5'7".
Let's
my
get
bad.
that on the record.
1 inch off. 1 inch off.
1 inch off. That's an important inch. That inch means a lot to me. By the way, bans have been coming out. Nomad Ace, Valk Malusi. Nothing all that crazy. I actually have not seen a lot of Malusi bans in this tournament so far. Valk bans, on the other hand, have seen a lot of. Nomad bans, same as well. We have seen Coastline a couple times, but she hasn't been banned there all that often. But that's important. Won't have nearly as many, or actually, we could have potentially a little bit more aggressive play, runouts, and flanks coming out from the defenses since they don't have to worry about those air jabs. And on Coastline, that's going to be extremely important for how I have a feeling gatekeepers might play their defenses.
So we've got a Frost in the mix in our very first round. Never mind. Thanks, Splash.
All right,
You're ruining the fun, man.
We're almost there. We were this close to greatness. We will see Amira, though. Haven't seen her all too often.
I'm gonna see Jarvis on Ash. Never
No,
mind.
Jarvis on Jackal.
God damn it, dude.
We
Sorry.
almost had it. We almost had it.
again. So close to greatness. Again.
Jarvis on Ash, I will say, was a little bit let down. It was built up to be a lot more than I thought it was, or than it turned out to be. So hopefully Jarvis on Jackal, you got the alliteration there, the double J's. Hands out a little bit more. C70, very good gun. Nick's also on Twitch. He's got the F2. Really just all these ops on the side of PogChamp. Brings some good utility, but a lot of the better guns in the game. You know, M762, F2, C70, L85, very reliable. Also, Prod is on the Lion. Not really super great guns there, but hey, you know what? It's Lion. You're not playing him for the vector.
He's got a drum mag. That's all that matters.
Does have 50 rounds in a mag, so that's if you want to let off the pre-fire of the century to not rival Finka or fuse LMG, but get a little bit close. That's your best bet. Also, EV1Ds are annoying, and Prado likely he's sitting on the roof, just doing his thing.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that Lion does use a variant of the DT-MDR with a 50-round mag, which shoots an insane bullet caliber. Never mind. I'm not gonna get into it. Never mind.
I'm not a gun guy, so like
I'm not a gun guy either.
you're gonna start saying words, and it's going over my head.
Yeah. So the bullet caliber is a 7.62 by 5.1, and there's like different variants of it, but it shoots insane ammo, like really hard hitting ammo. So it's no wonder why it's no wonder Lion is like at least on that drum mag it's just so scary to go up against if you're able to hit the body shots. First Lion charge is going to come out though, and Nick's already progressing his way over to Flower, trying to see if he can find the Mozzie of Splash, and he's going to get caught off guard here, but he'll make the smart escape here to drop down to the lobby. Not going to find anything with that C4, but if Nyx makes this great progression down the staircase, never mind, it's anticlimactic. They just stopped. I think they were just waiting for to see if Splash was But for the time being, they're not going to chase after Splash. He's just going to be able to get away with his life and retreat all the way back into kitchen.
Yeah, they're just saying like, hey, don't come up here. Go away. That's what Splash will do. He'll retreat. Still playing down there. Might consider it later on, but he's just chilling in main lobby, trying to get a long angle over to Blue Bar and Sunrise. Meanwhile, up top, that's mainly in the control of the attack. Team Trippin will start doing some home remodeling. Breaking open the ceiling, getting some sight lines down into the bomb site. Still a 5v5 with a minute and 15 left. One mirror window will get popped, but nobody was playing behind it. Rex just sitting in a corner, waiting to use that. Actually, he already used his C4. Actually, both have used their C4, so none of that will be on the side of Gatekeepers. Could be a bit precarious, especially with the lack of a smoke in terms of plant denial. But still, plenty of guns on the side of Gatekeepers. Now less so, thanks to Butter's entry into Mudroom. That's the opening pick in favor of PogChamp. There's one hard right of him, and he doesn't even know. Mana gets the refrag. EU1D will signify his position, but he's already done the damage to the Sophia. Lion is contesting his window, though. Mana's taking up the prone angle to try and spot the head of Prod. The Lion's not biting, though. He's just biding his time. The Castle goes for a peek. He hears the flashbang get ripped. Splash gets one across the map as well. And PogChamp looks strong on the entry thanks to Butters, but since then, they have just collapsed, and the dominoes are starting to fall. Nyx will start to pick up the pieces. Feltwinter gets his head removed, and now it's a 3v2. Not unwinnable for PogChamp, but certainly not in their favor. Final E1D will be utilized. Won't be able to find much intel, save for one lone member inside of Sunrise. Flash will not... I thought that was Nyx. Flash will get the kill onto Prod. Nyx gets the Mozzie. 9 seconds left. Gotta get that Fuser, but he isn't able to land the shots. Apollo confuses his tracking. Gatekeepers take the very first round.
I thought Nyx was about to win that gunfight against Apollo for a second.
I thought he was as well.
I hit the fleck, but it's just too far to the right. Apollo comes out victorious, and it's going to be the Gatekeepers on top of round number 1. And this map specifically was the very first map that we played out in the previous series of that best of 3 inside of the winners finals. So, also to note, PogChamp did win this map 7-5. So let's see if they can win it out here yet again. So PogChamp will be on the attack this time around. I believe that they started on defense in the previous series, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to check back the VOD on that, but for the time being, it's going to be the Gatekeepers up 1-0. Their second bomb site is going to be the kitchen, and it's pretty interesting to me that their preferred bomb site is the double bar, which I believe that is what they've won pretty much more often than any other bomb site, at least on defense.
Indeed.
Attackers have located a
Apollo
bomb.
dedicating himself to this Legion so far. We've seen a lot of Legion play today. Maybe it's just because I've casted a lot of games and normally might do 1-2 best of 3s tonight, but I mean, it's what? Let me think. Gotta run up the numbers real quick. Math is never my strong suit. 4 best of 1s and then a best of 3? I believe. Yeah, I think that's right. That sounds right, at the very least. So I've just seen a lot more potential for operators to get played.
I was wrong. It was the Gatekeepers starting off on defense in the previous series on the coastline, and then it was PogChamp that won it out 7-5.
Oh, so yeah, so similar.
Same exact startup.
So not only are we casting the same maps, we also have 2 maps from the series they just finished.
Also in that previous series, PogChamp had banned out Valkyrie and Jackal, while Gatekeepers banned out Malusi and Nomad. However, in this series, Malusi and Nomad are banned out by Gatekeepers yet again. Meanwhile, it was Ace and Valkyrie that are banned out against the Gatekeepers. So that's the slight change in bans heading into this series.
We couldn't go to Consulate. We had to go to Oregon. We just had to get that game in. I don't know.
One last time, potentially.
One last time. Unless we get that bracket reset. The Child Gatekeepers are playing, have won the first round, so at the very least they have that little early burst of momentum. This is an interesting setup being brought up by Gatekeepers. An extension up top. Feltwinter on the Jaeger behind that mirror window will provide some very strong penthouse control. And again, they can just go down below and break the main lobby if they want to try to, but with the Mozzie on white stairs in a good position to try to counter, and a lot of time being wasted by Gatekeepers, their window to actually push Feltwinter out of that position by breaking the mirror window is lowering. But that's why you don't go on drones in front of a wooden barricade, especially when the attack is droning you out in that exact same position. That's an easy wall bang for Jarvis.
He starts things off very hotly here versus Splash, who's been a very hard carry for the Gatekeepers. Pushdown coming out from Nyx is going to pop open that mirror window, and Feltwinter is going to be in a very precarious position here against Nyx. I don't think he's in a very good spot here. Nade will ring on out. Not going to do anything because it gets caught up by an ADS, if I'm not mistaken. And now Feltwinter will be backed up by Rexavy.
XV also contend with Jarvis on that white window, and Nick's now pushing up even further. Hasn't really broken stride yet. Rex and Feltwinter, neither of them looking their way. This is probably going to be an easy kill, either for Jarvis or Nick's or somebody.
No.
But it's an easy kill for Rexavy. There it goes. Finally, Nick's gets one. Rex gets two, though. Finishes off tripping upstairs. This will be an easy pre-fire for Nick. Surely, yes, it will be after ringing true. So now the man advantage in the favor of PogChamp. But it took a long time to deal with that upstairs control. Sure, 3 members of Gatekeepers have now died, but 45 seconds left, and I'll be with it. C4 not in the pocket of the Mira. This is still winnable for Gatekeepers. They have solid map control in a Mira window watching main lobby. As long as they're careful with making sure they don't get shot from up top. Well, I guess Trippin is dead, so nobody's breach charges either, so you actually can't really get any of that self-destruction unless Butters wants to use one of those destructive lifelines. Mata gets one, Mata gets two onto Butters, and it's Prod once again in a clutch situation, or at the very least one member of PogChamp in a clutch situation. It's much more winnable than the previous one was. The defenders are playing separate. He has to know Apollo's hard left, and we will spot him, but he can't land the shots. For the second time in a row, Apollo gets that final exit frag, and he nets Gatekeepers their second round in a row, twice in a row.
Because we're not looking good here for PogChamp, given that the map is attacker-sided, as a lot of people would suggest. Moving into round number 3, we'll be heading into hookah and billiards. No surprise there, because you know, even though Mira's on the board, we're not going to see Penthouse. No real change in the lineup here. Splash is going to be on the mute, and we're also going to be seeing Mata on the Mozzie. Legion will be coming out here again for Apollo. It's the 3rd round. He'll be playing Legion. Feltwinter back on the Jaeger, as well as Rexavy on the Castle. Meanwhile, in the attacking lineup, nothing else is changing here so far. Splash on Smoke. It's strange to me seeing Splash on these more supportive roles. And not like on Mozzie, so to speak, because usually Splash is the one that's mostly doing the fragging. But I guess he just wants to let his other teammates shine, and like, you know, he's been having a hell of a tournament, So
Splash has been one of those standout players, not just on the side of Gatekeepers, but really in general. And yeah, seeing him relegated to playing on the site, especially after really just making the entire map his domain by just running around and killing people. Maybe we'll see that side of Splash on the attack, and he wants to hold back his power a little bit for the defense, save it for that second half. Understandable. He's also on those high-impact operators, though, so it's not like he's not helping the team. Smoke, especially on hookah billiards, very strong. And now they've won 2 defenses in a row, and this is usually the site that the defense goes to the most. You can argue whether or not it's, you know, truly the most defender favored, as I think there's some debate over whether or not it actually is. There is a good angle from the roof, basically directly into a key hallway outside the bomb side, but I digress. It's the one that's the most practiced. So Splash will surely know his position as, again, where else are you going to play Smoke on Pink Bar, or on Hookah Billiards? You're going to play it behind Pink Bar. And as for everyone else, going to see Feltwinter, maybe Rex roaming around the map. He's keen on doing that as well. Mata on the Mozzie, just doing his thing inside main lobby at the moment. Really, so far, it's exactly what we'd expect from a Gatekeeper's defense, and surely from a PogChamp attack as well. Hopefully we see a little bit more from the latter, though. And we will. Splash taken out first. That's the Smoke gone at Sunrise, or Hookah window, I should say. That's a very key pick, and a very key player moved off to the board before he barely even hit 30 seconds in.
Where the hell is Trippin? Was that from the roof?
Simply do not know. I think he was just in spawn and saw Splash at the window, or just started spraying through it.
Something. I don't know. Splash is going to be the opening death here regardless, and Trippin, he's going to rappel out all the way to VIP balcony. I was about to say VIP balcony. You got Apollo currently situated inside of Aquarium, where the door is open. I think he might have gone for a peek out there previously at the beginning of the round, but the first minute has already eclipsed, and that's going to be Feltwinter biting the dust here. So already PogChamp putting themselves in a great position here. I believe this is the first time where they've gotten the 2 opening picks to start off the round. Mata will be tasked with stopping Prod here, who's currently situated inside of Sunrise. As he starts to creep up into Kitchen, will be tasked with fighting Prod in just a few moments here. Prod swings over, takes a little bit of damage on Mata, but smartly retreats back. Doesn't want to lose his life in the process.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Apollo will get nicked, so he'll lose his life. And able to
Oh,
try to sail into the
tripping.
drone hole, but he gets it caught on the ledge, and Rex will be like, huh, I probably should stop standing here. He'll rotate down cool vibe. Now the other grenade has been utilized. He'll retake that position, a little bit more comfortable knowing that Trippin won't be doing anything, but he will get a kill onto Mata. It's a trade between the Mozzie and the Sledge, but that favors PogChamp just based on their man advantage. Rex also on low HP makes this PogChamp's strongest chance to start winning out a round. The question is, will they squander it? Will they actually manage to follow through? 55 seconds left. Starters will get Apollo, so it's all up to Rex to do. 25 HP, a UMP, and a Dream. And, well, it turns more into a nightmare. PogChamp gets the very first round. Jarvis on the C70, finally working out. It's been a bit quiet, but he gets one.
Absolutely no chance. What a shot from Jarvis. Round number 4. Last time we came here was a pretty convincing win for the Gatekeepers. Mirror's going to come out this time around with Mata on the castle. I don't think we saw Mirror here on the site previously from the Gatekeepers. Apollo's switching it up this time around. Not going to be bringing in the Legion. Instead, he'll opt to get some intel with that Pulse. Nothing else changing for the attacking squad as well. Lion's still going to continue to be in use here.
As he often is on Coastline. Lion fairly common off. Play on this map. Not using the 417 though. I don't know why. Maybe it's because Lion gets played on Coastline. That gun started having a little bit higher use rate. Obviously, I'm not going to flame you for picking the Vector over it. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not insane. I don't have any illusions about the value of shooting quicker over one bullet at a time. But still, you like seeing DMRs get used every time. Not 11 crack often brought. I like seeing it. I also just like using the 417 for some reason. Maybe because I'm a psycho. Could be. I'll allow for that possibility.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Looks to be all 5 man on the first floor type of deal for the Gatekeepers. Got your traditional mirror setup sitting inside of watching over blue bar, as well as the other one watching over towards service, so that way that side of the map is countered off. Doesn't appear that the courtyard double door is going to be castled off, only the one in the hallway, so that's a little bit interesting to me because I've seen some teams whenever they do the setup, they castle off the double door into the hallway as well as into courtyard. And then the last one is probably over by office, if I had to say. But Feltwinter is going to be tasked right now with keeping control of lobby for the time being, as the first EE1D from Prod will ring out. Right. Feltwinter isn't even aware of Nyx, and he just gets absolutely shredded.
Yeah, I mean, he was barely even around the corner before those bullets were let loose from the F2, and Feltwinter's fate was pretty much sealed at that point. Not much he could do. He's also, been having a bit of a quiet game. 0-4 so far, and he'll... Obviously, that being his 4th death won't have much of an impact on this round. Open pick going the way of PogChamp. Splash is inside a kitchen, going off that horizontal defense that Uzi mentioned. He's got the FMG9 characteristically enough. Just going a bit of an unorthodox play. Nyx, though, he's continuing to kill people, as we often know Nyx to do. We've got a second kill onto Apollo, the pulse off the board. Rex gets the refrag onto Butters. He's also not been having the greatest game so far, but not terrible to say the least. Nyx gets his 3rd. Might be reaching ace territory here if he gets even more confident with that F2, as he's looking like he's pretty confident that his shots will land, but no, Jarvis gets 1. It's Mata left in a 1v4. Likely not going to be able to clutch this out. He gets 1. Not able to deny the plant, but that's Prod the line taken down. Plant will go down successfully, so now Mata finds himself in a post-plant clutch situation. Spots the sledge, but Trippin's bullets are just a bit too quicker than the castle's reaction time. PogChamp even at 2-2.
Very well played from PogChamp this time around, as previously it was not really all that well from them in round number 1. Round number 4 does go into their pocket, and they will walk away at a 2-2 split here at the end, progressing further into the second quarter of the match. Nothing's really changing in the lineup here for PogChamp. Trippin most likely going to go back onto the sledge, where normally you do see him on that hard breach roll, but given that it's Coastline, he's having more freedom in his operator selection, having more ability to get those frags in place. Blue Bar and Sunrise yet again for the 3rd time here. It's a 1-for-2 bomb site for the Gatekeepers. Let's see if they can keep up the trend of, not the trend really, but let's say they can keep another win in their column here, and they don't want to go down 2-3 here versus PogChamp. Mata is going to switch away from Vigil. No castle being played out here so far just yet, but he might stick on that Vigil as time runs out, and he'll lock in that Vigil precisely. So a waste of a 6 pick there. Nothing really changing.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Probably just wants a better gun to shoot back with. Granted, he's not going to have a 1.5, but at least with the K1A, he'll have some impacts to work with, and he'll be a 3-speed, and he's more elusive with the K1A in his pocket.
Yeah, K1A is up there with some of the best guns on the side of the defense. At least one of my personal favorites as well. While you might not have, been able to 6-pick in time or just gone back with it, it transitions into a fairly solid lineup. Obviously, no mute on the board, but Mozzie and Vigil, both through different means, have the same effect of denying utility and wasting time for the attacking team on the roam clears. I'm sure Splash and Mata are both feeling themselves. Splash, obviously, in his nature as an aggressive player, and Mata, the top fragger so far. We'll be playing off-site to just try and take the fight to the attacking team as we go into the first minute and a half. With Rex down below, and likely Feltwinter also aiding wherever he's needed. This is a fairly solid setup. They've got a lot of their bases covered. They just have to make sure they don't spread themselves too thin and don't get picked off too early, because if you devote too much of your resources and that roam gets cleared in the first 30 seconds to a minute, like we saw PogChamp do to them on Kitchen, though that round did end up going in the favor of Gatekeepers, that can be the death knell for a lot of defensive teams that round if they focus a lot on that roam, and then it's just dealt away with in the first minute of the round. So as long as we reach that point and they're able to waste a sufficient amount of time, they're doing good, at least so far.
Nyx and Feltwinter yet again trying to fight against each other here. Feltwinter 0-4. He hasn't been successful, but he will deal a lot of damage over onto Nyx. Continuously peeking 0-5, man. You gotta give it up at some point, man.
Yeah, like, I don't know why he kept retaking that gunfight. Like, he's there. Like, he's got a 1.5. He has the advantage on you, but Feltwinter kept peeking, and as Uzu said, probably needed to give it up. Trippin gets one onto Apollo, and it's not even the roam game that's collapsing. Splash will get one. He's still on the roam, so it's still alive in a literal sense, but in a figurative sense, it's not having the most success. Sure, you're taking down Nyx, who's the top fragger by far and away for PogChamp, but what have you lost? You've lost Mata, your top fragger, Feltwinter and Apollo, who are also on the roam, and Rex is the only one on the bomb site so far with Splash a world away. Still doing some work. He manages to find Trippin and the diffuser by extension. Maybe this roam was actually working out a lot better than I was initially giving it credit for, but he's getting shot. Doesn't exactly know where, but he spots Prod, and you can land that shot every time. Maybe you don't need a roam, you just need Splash to do his job, and he pulls out the pistol, and Jarvis gets that one. It's now Rex and Jarvis, the two Velvet Shell operators, trapped in a 1v1. The duels to decide who will guarantee themselves at the very least a 3-3 half. Jarvis will get that kill, and he's got the diffuser, but Rex spots his feet on the long angle, puts him down to 1 HP. That misplay by the Jackal might have just been the end note and the end piece on the round for PogChamp, because it's just 1 or 2 more vector shots from Rex to be the end of him, and there we go. It's a headshot, only 1 bullet necessary. Gatekeepers, they're the one that secure themselves at the very least that 3-3 half.
4v2 gone down the drain by just the efforts of Splash. The precise aim coming out there from Rex to be able to seal the fate for Gatekeepers. They improved their lead here by 1. They result themselves with the 3-2 scoreline. Final bomb site is going to be inside a kitchen and service before we have our side switch.
Mirror will continue to be a staple of that Gatekeepers lineup. It's gone unbanned. They brought it pretty much every single round, and their setups have revolved a fair bit around it. If you recall on Kitchen, they extended upstairs, and that was the example I brought about of the roam getting cleared out pretty effectively. You had Feltwinter playing behind that Mira inside of Penthouse, and Splash/Rex on the castle, just giving some support on the side of White Stairs. And should see what adaptations they make, as Nyx on the Twitch was able to deal with that mirror window fairly quickly at very little cost. And sure, they lost the body upstairs, but Nyx himself and Jarvis on the rappel were able to deal with it pretty quickly. So whatever adjustments they make, hope therefore the better. But if they play this exactly the same, that's a good opportunity for PogChamp to read into it, clear it even quicker than before, and try to even this 3-3.
Hopefully for PogChamp that is the case, and for Gatekeepers, they did lose this map previously to PogChamp, and I think after that experience that they had, they learned a lot. Fortunately for Feltwinter, doesn't seem to be that's the case, given that he just continuously just kept peeking Nyx 4, 5, 6 times before finally Nyx was able to put him down. Like, I mean, I understand that you want to make a play, that you want to get yourself on the board and prove yourself, and not just be down in the dump of the donut, but That's not the way to do it, man.
Yeah, if you peek, you don't get it, and Max, you peek a second time, and you still don't get it, you just gotta cut your losses at that point, because they know exactly where you're coming from. They can just pre-fire you, and you're walking right into their bullets. Spellwinner obviously has failed to learn that lesson 5 times now. Hopefully the 6th time it's finally stuck in his head. Jarvis will get the opening kill on the splash, so your high-impact player from last round will be taken off the board within 30 to 40 seconds of the match starting and their entry into the building. A lot of the clear coming out from office and horizontally right now, whereas they've kind of left the roam up top alone. Not dealing with it for the moment. Obviously, they will have to keep that in the back of their head to watch for any flanks down cool vibes or main stairs or even a vault in the courtyard if they get ballsy enough. But it's PogChamp. That's a solid opening they can work with. They can build from there and gain some momentum.
Butter's on an off angle right now inside of blue bars. Jarvis is still droning. We'll go ahead and spot out the Jaeger if Feltwinter looking to go 0-6 here for PogChamp. But Nix is going to be on the task here of trying to stop Feltwinter in his tracks. He's getting drone, and he's going to be encountered now with Rexavy, I believe. Castle's crouching in. The debris, man, that is tough. Oh, client-side debris. We love client-side debris here at Nerd Street Gamers.
I don't know if Rexavy could see him or if he was reloading or that debris was on his screen too, but that gave Nix a perfect opening.
Hey,
there we
he's
go.
on the
Feltwinter
board.
gets his very first kill of the match on the Butter. So hey, that's at least something. Also might have done one of the members of the attack. Maybe a little bit of damage, but there goes Nix. He's got 2 so far, almost 3. 25 HP done to tripping, but unfortunately he falls. And Apollo is the last one alive. What do you know? Remember, Gatekeeper's in a clutch situation. I've seen this a few times before. Splash managed to do the work last round, but now the duty falls to Apollo Targaryen, first of his name. Tribun finishes off Feltwinter, so no more kills for the Jaeger that round. Apollo will go for the peek, can't land the shots. Prod hits his more often than you. PogChamp, even the half 3-3, and there you go. It's an even split going into the second half.
Not too bad for the Gatekeepers at all. But not a situation that PogChamp necessarily wanted to face themselves with heading into their defensive half. They would have loved to have gone at least up 4-2 heading into the second half. But alas, that is not the case here, as the Blue Bar and Sunrise seems to be a favorite among these two teams as their first bomb site. It's pretty curious and pretty interesting indeed, but I think it's due to the fact that Mira is left standing, which means that this bomb site is a lot more viable. And just the fact that you have a lot of coverage around the couches inside of Sunrise looking in towards Blue Bar, and you can place another mirror as what I'm expecting for PogChamp to do inside of Kitchen, looking over to Service. Jarvis, however, is going to sacrifice some intel and go in for the dock so that way he can heal his roaming teammates should they take any damage, or himself if he gets into an engagement. And should he get injured, he'll be able to juice himself back up to 75 HP.
And defuse bombs.
Jarvis having a bit of a better
Cover the
game
location of a bomb.
than I've seen from him previously. He wasn't doing bad in the match we casted yesterday, but certainly wasn't there. And he's kind of middle of the pack right now, but still, he's positive. He's doing his thing. And he's felt that he's doing a good enough job. He's going to use that MP5 dock, and with those stims, he's promoted himself to the lord that he is. Apollo commenting the skin coming out from dock. You can clearly see. Interesting about the setup overall. We haven't seen a Wamai brought so far in this
Seconds remaining.
in the defense coming out from Gatekeepers, I do believe. Correct me if I'm wrong,
5 seconds
but
to insertion.
don't believe we actually saw him. So Jaeger Wamai, not exactly the most famous
Attackers' objective is
on
to
the
defuse
on
the bomb.
coastline, just because again how the nature of the map works out. So don't know exactly what's going on in chat. There's a bit of a conflict going on, bit of a war over potential skin. I am 90% sure that's the default skin though. Like it looks like it.
Launching drone.
Like, is that not the default, Uzu? Obviously, you're the skin guy more so than I am. Is that not the default?
I'm pretty sure that's the default.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't know, man. Maybe they're just trying to find a way to get a free round or something. It looks like default to me.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of hard
obviously-
to tell through the quality. But either way,
It's
it's
fine,
not
he's
gonna be
dead,
a
so it doesn't
factor. Yeah, it's not going to matter.
Bomb
Well, I mean,
located
hey,
by
at
attackers.
the very
If
least.
anything, we could spectate. Well, never mind. I was going to say we could spectate Apollo as he rappels up and goes to check the body. But if anything, we could probably see if Butters hovers over Jarvis's body, and we could check the skin. But I'm 99% sure that is the default.
I mean, either way, Apollo took him out first, so whatever happens, Jarvis clearly did not have any sort of advantage as he was the opening pick in the favor of Gatekeepers. Apollo will pay. Try and start an issue. Now 4v4. Nyx loses a little bit of HP. Splashes unimpeded for the moment downstairs on his clear. Rex as well up top. The two members just a floor below and above each other, respectively. Working out pretty well. Obviously, it was Rex with a kill there. It's now 4v3. Moving the entry over towards Aqua. Prod has a good angle, good long angle inside of Kitchen, but he'll look away right at the wrong moment, and they start to make their way into Aqua. Feltwinter with a grenade kill onto Cool Vibe stairs. Butter's now the next victim. The Gatekeeper's onslaught onto the site. Triple will get a C4 from below, but it's not going to find much of anything. It is a Blue Bar Sunrise defense. Most of the action has happened either in lobby or up top. So once again, another example of that anchor play not really working out all that much and not causing or giving a lot of action.
Second E1 deal will come out from Rex. Not going to find any intel for him. Just kind of stop him in their track for a couple seconds. 55 seconds left to go. You're left with Trippin' and Prod. Two members left alive. PogChamp is Splash is starting to make his entry down the Cool Vibe stairs, seeing who he can find. Since the bomb site is in Blue Bar and Sunrise, it appears to be that the attack wants to go over towards Sunrise. Last E1D will pan out, and Mod is going to go in for the plant now after Trippin' takes a lot of damage, I believe, from Splash, given that he's the one shooting bullets. Now Trippin's going to fall here. A great shot from Rex. Prod falls, Trippin' falls, and the Gatekeepers will take round number 7 here, putting their 4th round in their pocket. Where was this Rexavy in CCS?
You know, that's a great question. I was thinking that too. I wasn't going to say it, just because that's not where I was going with my line of thought, but now that you brought it up, it's a fair question. Where was this Rexavy in CCS? I don't know. His exact rating wasn't great. I don't know what it was, but yeah, this Rexavy seems to be a lot stronger than the 7 Spades Rexavy. Maybe now that he's on Gatekeepers and it's not CCS, he's like, you know, he's powered up. He's not shaken nearly as much, but I don't know. Even the spread of kills across Gatekeepers, as CD showed, our observer, 6, 6, 6, 4, 4. So a lot of even work really across the board. Just two members having a couple less kills than the others, but that's about as even as you can get once you get 7 rounds in, and even then, fairly impressive. Next defensive site will be Kitchen, being brought up by PogChamp.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
I'm a bit worried,
attackers.
to say the least. That defense or that attack looks strong in favor of Gatekeepers.
Yeah, I think maybe Rexy was just a halfway crook inside of CCS, but
perhaps
now that he comes here into NSG, which also is, you know, in partnership with CCS, I don't know. Maybe he's just
maybe he doesn't know about the
NSG
partnership.
warrior. Maybe not. But you know, they're going against
Don't tell him.
And I don't know. But fortunately for Rex, you know, he's been decent. He's been okay. And for PogChamp right now, they're pretty much on even footing with Gatekeepers. I did say that PogChamp would come out victorious in this series, but the way that Coastline has been playing, considering how it played out in the previous series, it was so close last series, and it's even closer this series as well. Like, I can't imagine the mental strain that has been going on between these 3 teams, especially for Gatekeepers, because like they've just been battling round after round after round, and it's tiring playing this game for hours on in a competitive sense.
That is unfortunate, to say the least. Right as Splash checked the corner, but I don't know, man. Hey, but Splash might get this kill, though. Onto the Mozzie, get vengeance for the drone, and yeah, he catches him reloading. Prod's not able to take that engagement. He looks back right as the R4C's crosshairs are trained on him, and he kind of one of the moments like, hey, you might be wondering how I got here. And before he can tell us his life story, he's unfortunately cut to pieces. Opening pick in the favor of Gatekeepers. Butters is right inside a courtyard, where Splash is currently running right next to inside main lobby, holding the angle. The Ash decides to rotate over to Kitchen. Butters will find her in his line of sight, slowly crouch walking up. You can see the Ash's hologram. Now we're spectating her. Question is, will Butters be able to see her, and will Splash look over towards main lobby? No, she won't. Her head is now removed, painted all over the wall. Jarvis loses a lot of HP. He'll paint the walls with some of his own blood upstairs. The PogChamp managed to even it 4-4, at least for the moment.
Currently still the line outside of service and the front door. The Haban is going to get to work over inside of office to blast open Blue Bar. Even though the site is Kitchen. This is a pretty interesting round. Wait, is it Kitchen? Yeah, it's Kitchen. Okay.
Yeah, it's Kitchen. No, don't worry.
I wasn't too sure, but
I think gatekeepers might be confused.
I think they might be,
Attackers have
given that
recovered
the
their
wall
defuse.
inside of Butters is still chilling inside a courtyard. Feltwinter might be the next one up here for Butters to come in contact with, but there's 60 seconds left to go within this round. Butters just his sole attention over towards Blue Bar, but Nyx is down to take care of Rex. For Feltwinter, trade it back onto Nyx, but Nyx will technically get his own trade, downing him out, and that's going to be finished off by Trippin as Butters takes down Apollo. All of a sudden, you're left with the former Targaryen, Mata. 1v3 here for the men. The Habana rotating their way inside of Blue Bar. I think he's got a call that maybe someone's rotating towards security, but there's 30 seconds left to go. He's got to find 3 members with 20 rounds in the bullet. It's not going to have a whole lot of time here, especially with 25 HP, but he'll get smoked through the wall. Actually, on top of Black Tar, but that's Jarvis coming in from luggage from the top ropes. PogChamp will equalize here at a 4-4 split.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Hibana, found a lot of success inside of Blue Bar, but that was not the site. And once she actually got away out of Blue Bar, she died. And it was a 1v3 situation, not often going to win those, especially with, as you said, low HP, low ammo count in your mag. Really just not all a good situation that Mata found himself in. Thankfully for PogChamp, they're on 4-4 now, though not so much thankfully because they don't have a lead, something they've been sorely looking for throughout this matchup, but has continued to elude them generally pretty much the entire time. They've only been able to even it, never fully take the lead. This is their time, though. They're going to hookah. They've lost blue. 1 kitchen. If they can ride this momentum and get this defense, they will take the lead 5-4. They looked much stronger that time, able to shut down the aggression coming out from gatekeepers, obviously. Butters did not get droned inside of courtyard, it appears, so that was mostly a failure from gatekeepers and not exactly stellar play from PogChamp, albeit they played that round very well. So if gatekeepers have that sloppy droning again, and maybe they let Butters or someone else slide, and PogChamp continue to be able to exploit that, then I can see them taking the lead 5-4. But if gatekeepers shore up that shortcoming, not to use the same word twice, but if they do that, I don't know. I think this is still a dead even game, and I cannot really give the edge one way or the other right now.
Neither can these two teams. No, honestly, it's just been so back and forth. It just makes for great content, It makes for a great game, and it makes it, not boring to us. It just like keeps you on the edge. You see, like this team, like is team one, like PogChamp, are they going to edge forward and keep like some kind of streak going, or the gatekeeper's going to go blast off and just like completely dismantle PogChamp here on the coastline, which they got pretty close to doing in their first engagement against PogChamp, but unfortunately for them here, they just have not been able to find any kind of success, at least on coastline.
Swapping mags.
The first engagement, they lost 7-5. Here, they're currently sitting square even footing at a 4-4 split right now. Butters looks to be tasked with taking on Splash, but he'll get thrown out in compromise, which will force him to retreat all the way back to Cool Vibe Stairs.
I'm not sure anybody really wants to challenge Splash on a head-on gunfight. He's lost a few, but he's won far more than he's actually faltered in, so I would not envy Butters' position of trying to be the one to be the first one to take that fight. It looks like Prod is feeling himself a little bit, though, and might be the one with that 1.5 on the MP5K to try and end his life inside the Blue Bar. He'll rotate back, though. He's just chilling on Cool Vibes wherever his team needs right now, as it's all fairly close to the chest for PogChamp, save for Nyx doing, Nyx things across the map inside of Penthouse Theater. Takes a lot of damage, about 50 HP from Feltwinter through the wall inside of 90. So he'll have to rotate back, a tail between his legs a little bit. All the way, you can see him sprinting through luggage, peeking up on the roof, but he gets caught on the rotate through Aquarium. I don't know if that was the best move, especially once you see the barricade open, but I mean, there wasn't a lot Nyx could do. And once you commit to that rotation, you kind of got to follow through. So don't envy the guy, but it's still the opening pick in favor of him.
First half of the round will go ahead and pass through. Zofia coming out from Apollo has made their entry into luggage now after coming in through Aquarium and back to Aquarium now. Splash is going to be just right below the smoke. Oh lord. Got super close to just dismantling Trippin there at the time, but Trippin will be able to survive a little bit longer here. I think a C4 got tossed out? No, not yet. Trippin's taking so much damage. He's got 2 canisters left in the team. Prod, good night, my friend. Trippin is down too, so it's an effective 2v5 for Butters and Jarvis. So now Rex is coming over to get this plant down, as Trippin is not in able position, really,
Oh,
to
Lord.
toss out those smoke grenades. Plant will come on down, but before it can even happen, Mata's there to take care of Jarvis. Felt one had down tripping previously with the nade, and now it's going to be another round in the column for the gatekeepers.
Yeah, that wasn't just a round. That was a complete dismantle of the defense being brought up by PogChamp. Whether it was the roam off site, shut down by Apollo with Nyx on the flank back. At that point, it was just left on everybody playing on the site, and yeah, they got one. Actually, did they even get one? I don't even think they got a kill. Even if they did, it didn't matter much in the long run, as obviously it was just a gatekeeper's round through and through. Not much you can really say beyond that. Every angle and every gunfight, for the most part, that PogChamp tried to take, gatekeepers were there to answer back and then some. The setup wasn't exactly the worst thing ever coming out from PogChamp. It was pretty solid overall. No real quibbles with the operator lineup. Maybe Nick shouldn't have just been solo roaming over by Penthouse, but again, he's just trying to waste time. He knew to rotate back. He just didn't have a lot of good options, unfortunately. It's just, again, goes to show how dominant gatekeepers have been and how on point they are with all of the things they need on defense or attack. In this case, cutting off flanks, joining out the defenders, and collapsing on the bomb site and constricting them and squeezing the oxygen slowly from the life of the defense. They can do it. They're in grabbing range of match point. It's really everyone on gatekeepers.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
He was not. No. All right. That was just an easy mirror window pre-fire right there. I mean, that's no disrespect to Butters. Good on him for getting the first pick, but that was the easiest kill of his life. That's an easy pre-fire. And now Feltwinter is still trying to challenge a mirror window that has not been taken down. That really is the Feltwinter special. And now they hibana the window and then walk away. Okay. I think they still got the window, so I mean, I can't really tell. I think they might have, but still, yeah, okay, they did get the window. Okay. I was about to get crow level annoyed there, gonna be honest, but still got to open the window. Feltwinter will start to move in, spot the head of the Jaeger. There we go. Okay, you brought me back in. You started to lose me, but you managed to bring me back. You've even 4-4. Good on you.
Frag!
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
I'll set to blow it up. See you on the other side.
Okay. Good one for one. Jarvis is on white stairs. I mean, okay. So, they've lost the yokais. Yeah, so like, Jarvis is on white stairs, and Nick just pushes up Zulu as Echo, and now Apollo gets another kill. That's tripping gone. Just prodding Jarvis left to try and clutch this out and deny gatekeeper's match. Jarvis pops around the corner, sees Apollo, and that's diffuser dropped inside of main lobby. There is one attacker in a position to go get it. I believe that's Feltwinter right there. No, that's Splash. Oh, actually, it's both of them in main lobby. So, have regrouped, gotten the diffuser, but now it's 2v2, and the time is not on their side. Zulu's where they're going to be pushing up. Not much really option to rotate right now. And they have to decide, though. We're going to try to plant blue, we're going to plant sunrise. Haven't really decided yet, but Feltwinter just walks in and Splash gets the second. It's match point for gatekeepers. Not even a showing from the final two members of PogChamp in those final couple seconds.
I just realized that I was muted for I don't know how long, but I was muted on VMix and not Discord.
Ah, so
I think it was just this round. I don't know. Crash can probably tell me, but
So you were okay.
Yeah.
Uzu was silent. You just said 45 seconds of silence whenever Uzu was talking.
probably. I don't know how long I've been muted for.
I want to be real. I want to be real with you, dog. I think you should just stop muting the mic.
Probably.
You know, in the future.
In the future, yeah. But it's going to be the Gatekeepers currently up now 6-4 in the position that they were not finding themselves in the previous series. So clearly the Gatekeepers have learned a lot heading into this series. And if they were to win this best of 3, they will progress themselves into a second best of 3 where they will then have to beat out PogChamp yet again. So final round potentially here for the Gatekeepers on Coastline.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Potential last bomb site will be inside of Kitchen.
ATS deployed and ready to go. Test online.
Be a bit weary for PogChamp if they went down 7-4 to Gatekeepers right off of the rip in a best of 3, so only have to win one map after that. This is Gatekeepers map pick, though, to be fair. It's not like this is PogChamp and the Gatekeepers about to 7-4 them on it, so they should win this map in theory, obviously, just based off, you picking the map. Should feel confident that you're going to win it. Rex does not want PogChamp to shoot his drones. Don't know if they'll abide by that wish, but I appreciate the attempt anyway. No harm done by asking. Or trying to tell them. But in terms of the setup coming out from PogChamp on the defense, nothing all that crazy. Nyx on the Bandit is interesting. Makes sense, actually, because Gatekeepers have been bringing in Hibana multiple times. So seeing Hardbreach deny with how prevalent that Hibana has been, clearing out those mirror windows, who is not being brought, by the way. Mirror not in this lineup, oddly enough. But still, that makes sense. Trying to deny those X-Kairos, I dig it. Normally I'd be confused, but I get it now. It all makes sense.
A lot of shots, and it's going to be Jarvis on the receiving end of Rexivy. Splash going to make a quick entry here into service. But as you can see quickly here, one member is, I believe, Pod. He's going to run away, but Splash just does not care, dude. Like, he's still pushing through the Guma, and finally will go ahead and take it out. Doesn't even take it out. He's going to toss the drone, see if he can bait Prod here. But Nyx will go ahead and fell Apollo. Now Splash is aware of someone possibly being on his flank. Gonna go for a pre-fire and just entering on in, face checking everything. Prod's gonna bite the dust here yet again. Now it's gonna be a great shot, but Splash? Okay, he takes care
How?
of Butters, who's behind Nyx.
How?
What?
How? What? How does Splash win that? There are 2 of you charging him. How does he get one?
Oh my
He
God.
just got done killing one of your teammates, and you let him get Butters? I mean, Nyx, you got 13 kills. I'll give you that, but that 13th came a little bit later than it should have. Now it's a 2v3 in the favor of Gatekeepers. Still plenty in terms of everything. 2 EE1Ds, sled with both his nades, and plenty of vertical destruction in his bag, or in the bag. Modded with all 18 of his X-Kairos, though I'm going to be honest, don't really know where he's going to use them on Kitchen, since there's no mirror in play, but could just be a Type 89 player. I'll allow for that possibility. But still, PogChamp are the ones that are going to have to do the lion's share of the work to try and win this round, especially with Nyx on low HP. This isn't looking good, to say the least. Rex is holding a cross all the way over by Black Tarp into the site. It's a very strong position, albeit a bit of a precarious angle. It's hard to thread some of those shots. They can get caught on either the ceiling above or the floor below, and overall, long-range engagers like that can be kind of finicky. Nyx will spot the line in main lobby, and he's got his EE1D out and not his gun up, so the Bandit will get that for easy pickings and not even lose an inch of HP. It's 2v2 now, tripping with plenty of utility to try and delay the time, and Nyx with the C4 in his pocket will be able to deny the plant. The question is, Feltwinder has hurt him in Black Tarp. Going to push him, Nyx isn't even looking his way. It's going to be an easy kill for Feltwinder, and yes, it will be. Nyx is low health, being the death of him, and now Trippin has to do all the world. Apollo doing a little bit of BM in chat, but still, Trippin has to ignore that. Try and clutch this 1v2. 25 seconds left. Second Toxic Babe will fly out. 10 seconds delayed. With one more, that'll be thrown right towards the kitchen door. That's the final 10 seconds. Denying the push, but now it's all up to Trippin's gun skill and the angles being held for him to deny Gatekeepers the very first map. One will vault in the window. Tracer's coming his way. They're both right around that corner. If he pulls out the shotgun, he might be able to get it. Spots the head, and he can't land the shots. Doesn't even fire. The reaction time just not there. Gatekeepers end the first map 7-4.
Well, Gatekeepers obviously will very nicely get their revenge here versus PogChamp. And they'll be up 1 map to nothing here inside of this first best of 3. So for the Gatekeepers, they just need one more map to win it out here, and then they'll be moving on into their second best of 3. But for PogChamp, they're not done quite just yet. If they lose this series, obviously they move into a second best of 3, but they'll need these next 2 maps to go into their favor if they want to have any chance of securing this W for the $2,500 prize within this Nerd Street Gamers tournament. But, so far we've had a lot of great actions, some incredible, questionable plays that we just really can't explain why they happen. They just do.
Splash getting kill on the Butters being one of the top ones in my mind for how that happened.
It's like Splash just doesn't care about his life as long as he's able to get at least a pick. Like if he's able to deal some damage to you or pick you off, he doesn't care as long as he's able to get into your mind. I don't know.
A man with nothing to lose is a dangerous thing, and Splash certainly has that same mentality. He's like John Wick. He's a man of pure focus, and you let him focus on you, you're probably not going to end up coming out alive, or at the very least, a lot of collateral damage as a result. Don't believe we'll be going to a break. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, might be corrected on that. We're just talking about the map as everyone's in the lobby, and I want to be real with you. I don't want to risk another lobby bug, so not giving it time to mess up is fine with me. Though I always enjoy, taking a little bit, talking with family. I don't want to not start the game, but we should be getting into it right now, so do not worry. We won't have any prolonged silence. We'll be getting into the next map, which is Oregon. So Uzu, PogChamp's map pick, how you think that might pan out?
Which map is it?
Oregon.
It's a lot more structured. I say it would probably go into PogChamp's favor, but that's obviously what Clubhouse is all about, is structure. And as we witnessed earlier on the CCS stream, PogChamp completely got humiliated on Clubhouse earlier. But it's Oregon. That gun favors, at least with the bottom side, depending on how the bans go. Hopefully we don't see a Thatcher Maverick ban compared to what we saw earlier. So that map outside of the basement, it's not a so sure way to win for the defense. Like the attackers will have a lot more success on any other bomb site compared to the basement, which in my honest opinion, if it is a Thatcher Maverick defense or ban, then the basement is 99% for sure going to go into the defenders, unless we see something crazy happening, like for example, Abonai whiffing the TCSG on the Hibano, which that should have been Abonai's round.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that one. That one was just that one wasn't great. There have been quite a few rounds today where you're just like, if you had just done that, you wouldn't have lost, or so on and so forth. But I guess they did end up winning that, so yeah. No shame to them. Did end up winning it, but then you call back to that Fellas game where if they had just pushed the guy planting, they would have won. But that's in the past. I'm not going to get heated about that because we still got this game to focus on. Gatekeepers, they're up 1-0. Going into Oregon, obviously, as Uzu said, conventional logic dictates PogChamp have been around as a team longer. A lot more experienced players there, PL players, XPL players that are used to playing the more structured game. But they got smoked on Clubhouse, to put it lightly, at a 7-1 scoreline. So at this point, it's kind of anyone's game. It's up in the air. Gatekeepers had a dominant first map on the very unstructured map of Clubhouse, but they've looked dominant throughout this entire tournament on any given pick of map. So even though this is PogChamp's territory, I would not be feeling safe if I were them, and that might be the game changer. If they're uncomfortable going into this, they start shaking, we might see the Gatekeepers initiate that bracket reset and potentially end this in that second best of 3. But we'll just have to see. Not there yet. Obviously still waiting on the game to start up. So I don't know. I think, obviously, I'm with Uzu. I think PogChamp probably have it, but I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Gatekeepers too. I mean, the way they've been looking, as Uzu said, why did we not see this Rexavy and this, these level of players inside of CCS? It just makes you wonder a little bit. What was going on there?
I honestly do not know. I mean, Rexavy played one game, had quite honestly the worst game of his career. Gets dropped after that, and then, 7 Spades. They kind of make somewhat of a comeback within the regular season, but not necessarily. For Rexavy, he obviously learned a lot in that matchup, but here on the Gatekeepers, I think he's found a better home. So far for the Gatekeepers, they look like a very strong unit. I think they've got a bright future ahead of them if they keep this core unit together. Because they've had a very great success all throughout this tournament. But despite the loss to PogChamp, which they have a chance to redeem themselves here in the grand final, regardless if they win or lose here, they're a very well-knit group of guys, and I think they'll be just fine coming in the coming months of whatever T3 League they decide to try to go qualify for.
I also have to say, I actually haven't seen Rexby. Obviously, I've not been around the T3 scene for a super long time. Just started being around here in kind of June, July. So I've missed a lot of story teams and not seen the full careers of players. But I actually haven't seen Rexby play in many leagues all that much. I know he was in
He
AGN,
hasn't. Yeah.
and I know he was in CCS obviously recently, but haven't seen him around many others. So we might start seeing him more. I don't know if he's 18 plus. Uzu, you probably is he 18? Is he able to play in CL Quals?
I think they were, because Seven Spades initially was a team that was going to go for Challenger League quals, and then they ended up dropping Morocco and Rexavy. So, I'm assuming he's 18, or if not 18 now, then he'll be 18 before March, which is around when the quals should be starting. There's no confirmed date yet as of yet, but my assumption would be that it'll be around March, maybe the first or second week. So, depending on when that happens, I think we might go for CL quals, because Splash right now, he's 16 according to his bio on Twitter. So this team isn't going to be going for Challenger League in the near future.
And you always hate to see that when somebody who is clearly very talented as Splash, who is just able to kill people seemingly against all the odds. It's always a shame when you see them under 18. I mean, Aerial Arise were kind of a similar way, A lot of them very talented, could probably make a dominant run in CL, if not make CL, but Kool-Aid under 18. Dami under 18. Max the only one that is actually 18 plus, and he ended up leaving the team to go search other opportunities because of that. So it always sucks when you see talent like that could absolutely demolish in Challenger League or in that level of competition, and they just can't because of age. But unfortunately, that's the rules we're given, and that's the cards we are dealt with. So we just have to deal with that sometimes. I mean, I know I have some friends that are with them. Jazz is an example on the caster side, really good, and probably would be in CL or casting some of those better events, so. But he's under 18. It always gets the best of us. Then you also have Henry over at SCS, who's literally 14 and is a really good observer. It still blows my mind. I don't know how someone could be that young and so talented. I was an idiot at 14. I could barely even read, let alone play, cast, or observe Siege. I don't know. Yeah. Youngins today.
Yeah, weird. Jasmine's been a grinder in this community, and if the age limit wasn't a thing for casting, I definitely think that he could be in CL with me, and also with you now that you've joined the Challenge League group. But yeah, I don't know necessarily what's taking the lobby a while. I think the players just maybe taking a bio break while we're just rambling along here. But we should be getting into the second map very soon here. We're just waiting on Butters to just confirm that he's ready. I think you need to just go to use the bathroom, get some water and stuff like that. But so far throughout this match, I'm expecting it to be a close one, and obviously Coastline is a prime example of that, for what we just witnessed. We will be moving into our second map pretty soon here. If I'm not mistaken, that is Oregon. So we'll be going to Oregon, and then our decider map is Villa. So 2 structured maps to end off this first best of 3, depending on how the gatekeepers do. If they win these next 2 maps, if they win this next map, then they'll be progressing into a bracket reset where they'll have to reban the maps and then move on to a second best of 3 there. So we could see some different maps coming through into play. I don't know exactly who it was that banned Consulate, but I honestly like to see Consulate.
We won't see Coastline, Oregon, Villa again? Crap. What's the point of even casting it then? If I can't see the same 3 maps we've already seen, what's the point? I do love Coast though, but I would like to see a little bit of variety. We haven't seen Consulate, haven't seen Theme Park. I think we've seen all the other maps, but we haven't seen Cafe today. We have not seen it today. We also haven't seen it that much overall. It's been much less common than I thought it would be. So yeah, I would like to see if that bracket reset happens and Gatekeepers end up winning the series 2-0, 2-1. That'd be cool. I haven't actually casted a bracket reset match thinking about it now. So this is the first time for me. I wasn't even sure about how it worked, but now I know, and we will be going into the match, I believe, in a little bit. Just starting to get into it. I believe it'll be in the ban phase just shortly. There we go. Stinger and lobby. We finally see the ban phase, and we're in map 2.
Yeah, so Gatekeeper's going to start off the banning phase here for Oregon. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a Thatcher ban here. That's very common. I don't know really about a Capital ban, although a Capital ban wouldn't be too bad for this map. Ace is another one that comes to mind too. Ace is going to be the first one banned here now that the attackers are going to start banning. I don't know if they're willing to ban Thatcher and sacrifice that kind of utility on their starting half, we'll see what they choose to decide here. Would be curious to see if they also if they were to ban Maverick too, because Maverick's a pretty tough ban as well to have to deal with on the attack, but it's going to be Thatcher, so they'll be utilizing Maverick on prod most likely, and then the first defender they're banning most likely is either going to be Valkyrie or Mira if I had to guess, but probably Valkyrie.
Yeah, Valkyrie's basically been a permaban for any team on any given map, it seems like. So wouldn't be surprised if she's taken out by PogChamp here. Wouldn't also be surprised if we see Womai, maybe a Cade, something like that, since Thatcher is banned, Maverick is in play. But who knows? It will be Womai, so that wide net I cast will get something. For the final ban, also wouldn't be surprised if we see a Valkyrie. Again, just because she's basically been that permaban the entire time. She's like the Mira. Well, she's like Mira is the Mira, but Valkyrie's also like Mira, and that she's a permaban and no one really gets to play her. But no, it's Melusi. So both Valkyrie and Mira will be in play, and you won't be hearing any of those wub-wubs, either on Big Tower Stairs or in Freezer, and no more MP5 angled grip, and the world is better because of it. First site will be Laundry Supply. See Mira coming out first. Nope, actually Valkyrie. Paulo deciding which of the not banned operators, oddly enough, that he will decide to play. Could still 6-pick. Not entirely sure. We'll see. Mata also on the Legion because he loves it. People just love the Legion so far. I don't know if he's actually getting a rise in pick rate. He might. And Valkyrie 6-pick to the Mira. He literally just could not decide what he wanted to play. He was Mira, Valkyrie, Mira, Valkyrie, Valkyrie. Never mind, I'm going Mira. So, finally made a decision. Wonder where we'll see him place those Miras. I wonder if we'll see that E-Box Mira, because sometimes teams will put them there, and then I kind of wonder why, because you can just open the hatch. Obviously, it's much more viable since Thatcher's banned, and you don't have to rely on Maverick opening up that hatch. So, but still, that's kind of one of the weirder mirrors I've seen, because again, there is a hatch quite literally directly above it. We'll definitely place one inside a closet as we can see that reinforcement. That was a default mirror for old Oregon before the rework as well. That would kind of get a return to form right there. Always nice to see some callbacks carry through even after the map rework.
Starting off round number 1 will be inside the basement.
10 seconds left.
Nothing too out of the ordinary here for PogChamp. Lineup given that Ace is banned. Trippin doesn't want to don the Hibana. Over on the defense side of things, he will remain on that Jaeger. Looks to be that he's trying to just go find some drones before he barricades up the blue bunker door. Rexavy's taken damage. I don't know from who. Clearly it's a teammate. But I don't know where he took damage from. However, on this side of things... Oh, shotgun block, okay. So... Splash is going to be donning the Kaid this time. No Mozzie to come out for him. Okay, what is Rexavy doing?
I don't know, man. Hey, Felder got a kill, though.
He did. He did indeed get a kill, and the Ashe slowly starting to make their progression here. It's going to be Jarvis coming up against Feltwinter. So he'll retreat all the way upstairs here. As the sludge starts to move their way down the stairs. It's going to be Nyx on the sludge. Feltwinter going to be hiding in Harry Potter for the time being. I think that Rexavy is still hiding over on the blue bunker double door. Feltwinter getting very aggressive before he retreats into the blue bunker. This is the one playstyle that I just hate playing against, man. It's just a non-stop aggression. It's not the weirdest. It's so weird.
It's not great, especially me who has the lowest self-confidence taking a gunfight on the planet. So if you even just look like you're gonna win, I'm like, all right. You can have it. And that's usually what happens. Hey, let's celebrate it again. Feltwinter got a kill. Donut for 5 rounds. He's the opening pick of the second map, or he gets the opening pick of the second map. First kill goes to his name. Trippin will get the second on the Rexavy. So, again, Uzo and I were both wondering, Rex, what are you doing? And it appears he doesn't know either. Now he has fallen. The smoke no longer going to have an impact. Minute left. Like we'll start to move downward, but it's Trippin to get a kill. No, it's actually not Trippin. Won't get finished off. Jarvis gets Feltwinter. Mata will finish off 1, finishes off 2 as well, just running out blue door. Apollo gets a 3rd. The Targaryen twins doing their absolute most to win them this round. Rod in 1v3 will use his final frag grenade to send inside a pillar. He's going to find a whole lot of nothing, though. Now he's got to rely on that M4 and push down Freezer stairs to win them this round. Does not have Diffuser. So that's something he'll have to contend with. He literally knifed the goo mine and it still hurt him. You love to see that little goo. You'll have to pull it out. C4 will ring, but there's a second. There's a second goo mine. I don't know how he dodged the first one and then still hit the second. I don't know. Both C4s got utilized, by the way. He'll try to pre-fire. I believe that's the Mira up top. Not entirely sure. Can't tell because of the silhouette, but really, there's not a lot he can do here. Wasted a lot of time. Well, I mean, didn't have really a lot of time to do much of anything, but even what little time he had left is now gone. Only 10 seconds. No diffuser. He'll drop E-Box Hatch. Apollo finishes him off. Mon and Apollo both putting in the work that first round, and Gatekeepers for the second map in a row. They open it up 1-0.
Good old leg meta there on the prod from Apollo. Man, second bomb site, no doubt about it, going into dorms. It's usually the second primary bomb site. Although I don't know, I just don't like the way this bomb site is formatted. It just feels awkward. Like, yeah, like, you know, the primary like way to hold it is just defending attic and keeping control of that, and also keeping control of attic from inside of dorms or inside of the bunkers, bunk bed, excuse me. I don't know. I just feel like this side is just strange to defend to me. And I often see defenders losing it more often than they win it.
It is a bit of a weird site. The more I play this game, the more I look at and the more experience I get, the more I look at sites and I'm like, why is it set up this way? Like, they're just so let's look at them, okay? Let's break it down. Uzi, feel free to disagree with me. You can sit in attic, right? You can sit in attic, no problem. Obviously, well, you might have a few problems, but generally that's a fairly defensible position. You also have the back left corner, that northwest corner, inside of dorm. You can sit there. Also behind master bedroom wall. But aside from those three positions, there's really not another great spot where you're fairly safe. You could sit hard right a big window, but you can just get an 8 cost there, and with the ADS changes and no Wamai on the board, and especially if they have a Capital, you're pretty much toast there unless you're able to rotate off and somehow not get picked. And then even then, you might be able to sit left of Wolf door, but you've seen some teams, if you don't have a shotgun, still lose that engagement, even though you're probably the favorite party there. They do have the mirror, so there are a few more places to sit, and a bit more defensible overall. But yeah, dorms is TLDR. It's a weird site. 45 seconds to get to that point. The life of a caster.
Mata's gonna go ahead and shoot open the floorboards inside of attic, something that you don't normally see too often. And it appears that Nyx is gonna just lurk down below in the basement at the bottom of tower. I don't know if he spotted whoever, but there appears to be like a trio slumber party inside the dorms.
There's something going on.
Yeah, Fallwitch is going to be on his own over by small tower. I think Apollo, Splash, and Rex were having like a team meeting, like a group huddle, formulating their plan, and they just like decided to disperse. Like, ready, break.
All right, guys. Blue 42. Again, I keep trying to work my way to a sports analogy, but I don't watch sports. Why do I keep doing this? I'm like, oh, got it. Wait, I don't watch football. Crap. Listen, man, I'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
We'll
run a post route. He's going to tell Splash to run a post route. Rex, you run a deep route. And Amado,
they're going to annex Puerto Rico for some reason.
They're gonna run the annexation of Puerto Rico. I don't know why that's involved either. Shout out to Little Giants.
I don't know why it's called that, man. It's so weird.
That's just what they decided to make the line, man. I don't get it. It was a 90s movie, man.
Well, either way, you know what else is weird? It's a game with gatekeepers in it, and no one has died. That's a bit odd. Prod will send a grenade into dorms, though, doing his best to try and change that. It won't work, though. Feltwinter's still down below. Has not been read. He doesn't have a C4 because he's Jaeger. But he will still be playing down below to potentially go for a fight later on. There's one guy outside big window. It is Prod, so it looks like it could have been a big window, actually, but it's really just an attic bedroom like we normally see. Butter signifying that takes down Rexy. The smoke once again and lost in the opening duo. I believe that's Rexy falling twice in a row. Early on. Obviously not the opening pick the first round, but he is the second. C4 will fly outside of Dorm's window, but it explodes and singes Prod just a little bit, but he manages to remain alive. Trippin gets the second kill for his team, while Splash got one just before that onto Butters. Right now it favors PogChamp. Even more so thanks to Jarvis's best effort on the R4C. It's a 2v4, and with these holes down below, Feltwinter might be able to land a shot. Spots the head of Mix. That's not the planter, but if he gets enough info and Trippin's low enough HP, he might be shot off. T4 flies out, and even they could have been 10 miles away, it would have killed Trippin, but it'll kill him just instead. Prod takes down Mata. He has to go for the planter. Feltwinter's in a good position to try to deny this. He gets spotted, 50 HP he's put to, but as Prod tries to go for the plant, Jarvis quick peeks, looks away, looks back, and takes off his head. PogChamp, they even at 1-1. It was a bit of a weird round towards the end, if I'm being honest, but they got the round win, and that's what matters.
I think Jarvis decided to look back one more time towards White Stairs, but then the moment he saw the red and black of the G2 skin on that Jaeger, just knew what he had to do and just put Feltwinter down to sleep and laid him to rest. Third bomb site, excuse me, back on the second floor. We'll be going back into dorms between these two teams. Nothing changing for the lineup on either side except for Splash on a Valkyrie this time around. No, yeah, I can't remember what. Oh, that's right. No mute this time around for Splash. So I'll have to take a C4 with intel.
Both Mira and Valkyrie, the partner bands, coming out on this go around. Obviously, the Mira alone was not enough to stop the pursuit of PogChamp for that W. So they're bringing the forces of Splash on the Valkyrie, what I'm sure will be a dangerous combo. You know, knock on wood. What I'm sure will be a dangerous combo. Again, we'll just have to see. Splash overall. Solid so far. It's only 2 rounds in, so still plenty of time for him to go absolutely insane. Mata's been the one doing the most so far. Mata and Apollo both have had a really good day yesterday. Obviously, we only casted Gatekeepers once, so we have a bit of a small sample size, but it was really the Splash show through and through, and him just fragging out of his mind, where Apollo and Mata were there, but not nearly at the forefront as Splash was. And so far on Coastline, and in the best one we casted before this, they both have been standout performers for their team, keeping lockstep with the likes of Splash, who we've already said, very good player. So it's impressive from pretty much all of Gatekeepers, and even Feltwinter, who's starting to come alive more in the second map, and that they're all really on point. Save for Rexy right now, but again, plenty of time to change.
Trippin's going to start his side of the map over on Master. Feltwinter seeing if he can find anyone who's repelling over up to T3, which for the time being, he's currently got an angle to do so, but seeing as he sees no one, he's not going to find a Prod here, which unfortunately for him would have been a pretty nasty kill and a very impactful one to say the least, because Prod going down would result for Trippin to have to rotate over towards Tower and have to blast open the attic wall, but unfortunately for Gatekeepers, that's not going to work in their favor. I think if Feltwinter would have just, stayed around just a little bit longer, look for Prod, because Prod wasn't even looking over towards small tower. He was putting his attention at the dorms window. That would have been a pretty nice pick to go for Feltwinter and giving them the advantage throughout this round.
Bomb located by attackers.
Last year was not the case. Prod's frag grenades and Maverick Torchwood can still be utilized. Trippin also in the Thermite, again an operator we haven't seen all too often. We've seen Trippin doing quite a bit. You just feel comfortable with that 5.56, as I appreciate, because I love that gun. One of my favorite guns in Siege, because I am a sadist. Or wait, no, sadist is the one that doles out pain. Masochist. That's the one I said. I love shooting back at approximately 1 round every minute. It's a good time. Trippin, though, he has rotated over to bedroom, as you often see a Thermite do. Prod won't be doing much rotating anymore, because Feltwinter took a bit, but he finally sealed Prod's fate on the side of Big Tower, or Small Tower, I should say. Really, overall, it's kind of quiet. Even that one kill really did not have much fanfare around it. A couple shots, wrong out, and then Prod fell. Now with 45 seconds left, we see things start to pick up, some sound cues start to happen. Some flashbangs, Toxic Babe inside of attics, gunfire all over, and Nick's... And that LED5 signaled the death of Apollo, the Maestro. Feltwinter also falls. We're not able to hear because of the stuns. We can at the very least see that Nyx is on a tear. It's a 3v4 in the favor of PogChamp. Going into these final couple seconds, 30 seconds I should say, there's still 2 C4s and Toxic Babes on the side of the defense. A good assortment of utility to say the least, but Butters is doing his best to stop that. Mod on the long angle with the Vector gets 2 great kills, seals the head and takes the trophy on Trippin and Jarvis.
Oh my God.
Gets 1 more. He's on a tear right now. Butters only 1 HP. Gotta somehow clutch this out, but it looks like it's not gonna happen. Oh yeah, he's tangoing with a Mira and a man behind it. This is not happening. Gatekeeper, take it that one. Rexy, I believe, gets his first kill as well.
Leave someone. He's just watching the feet of Butters dancing through the smoke. Butters had nowhere else to go there to try to win out the round. So Gatekeepers win their second round here versus PogChamp, which will then send them back down into Laundry, which they initially won in round number 1. Splash going back onto the Kaid. No surprise there. Mata's this time going to be on the Legion instead of Apollo, which is strange because it's almost like Apollo has a relationship with Legion at this point, given how much he's been playing Legion.
He loves that op.
He really does.
I mean, Legion's great. Don't get me wrong. I was a Legion main back, when I didn't know how comp worked, and I thought that maining operators was a viable strategy. I also didn't play comp, so, didn't matter all that much. But I played Legion a lot. I understand it. You just put those goos down. You got the T5, a very strong gun despite its small frame.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
I get
many
it.
bombs as they can.
I dig it. I appreciate it. PogChamp certainly doesn't, because it's so far been their undoing 6 different times, because that's the amount of kills Mata has. Overall, Gatekeepers once again looking very strong on Oregon. With the way they're playing, they're in striking distance of sending us to that bracket reset. We're just now passing the first 3 rounds. We'll go back down to basement. The site Gatekeepers did win. This is the time for PogChamp to start bringing it back and trying to make an argument as to why they still have a chance and why we might be seeing a map 3 in the next 9 rounds or so, if we need that many, though I have a feeling that we will. One of the problems last time was Rexy was kind of playing in a non-positioning, and overall Bunker was just kind of weird. They ended up winning the round in fairly solid fashion, to be fair, but overall Gatekeepers just play this kind of odd style sometimes, and Feltwinter is just outside spawn peeking Bunker when there's a 1-second run-out timer. So that's a good example. Appreciate him for making that point. Get an idea of what I'm saying. Now he's just going to peek Big Tower, because that's what Feltwinter does.
Feltwinter is going to still remain here on the T1 side of things. I believe that's going to be Butters repelling into T2 as Jarvis repels into T3, and realizing that there's starting to come some pressure on T1, Feltwinter will fall back, and now Butters will start to drone to gain some intelligence. Meanwhile, the rest of the attack seems to be maybe coming over from the master side of things on the lobby side. If anything, maybe towards Freezer. But now Jarvis is going to creep up. A great pick from Feltwinter. Nyx isn't even ready for that peek. And Feltwinter will start things off very nicely here for the Gatekeepers as Butters. Next one up to bat here to come up against Feltwinter's Jaeger. Instantly smoked. Doesn't even realize where Feltwinter is coming from. They've lost 2 members now to this Feltwinter's over-aggression. And it's paying off for him this time around. Normally it's been his undoing.
Yeah, it's certainly working out much more now. 2 kills for him so far. Prod will try to stop him. He sends down a frag grenade. Doesn't do really much damage to the Jaeger, and Apollo continue the Targaryen reign over the entire map. Trip and falls. That's the one hard breacher. Prod still has some Maverick, actually all of his Maverick torch left, but I mean, how many people have died? And now Jarvis falls as well. I don't think he's going to be doing much hard breaching, but hey, he meleeed that good mine. Might melee the second. No, he's gonna bypass it. Walk right past it. And he triggers it again. Does not matter.
I think there was a third one there, if I had to.
Yeah, I think there was as well. Legion throwing an impact, because you might as well at this point. There we go. Splash finishes him off on a long flank from the Cade. Falls round for Gatekeepers, and they're just continuing their reign of terror. PogChamp not really able to find much in the way of room in this matchup.
I think PogChamp are slowly getting frustrated with the playstyle that really comes from the Gatekeepers. I mean, I don't know who wouldn't. It's just non-stop, in-your-face aggression. They don't care if they die. They really don't. And if they're able to get under your skin the way that they're playing right now, then that's the exact out that they're trying to do. And it's working out a lot in this map. Granted, it's hard to attack this map without a Thatcher, without an ace. So PogChamp clearly wanted to work around this map without using Thatcher, so Prod was going to be mainly playing Maverick. However, this time around, he's going to be playing Hibana. As there is a Kaid, they're not going to be able to blast through to melt through the walls that will be reinforced and be electrocuted by those electro claws. So it's a bit curious to me. But I think the plan here for PogChamp, they're not going to worry about stage. They're not really going to worry about kitchen, so to say. I think they're going to go for a lobby take, blast open the right wall split, and also breach open the wall sitting in, or right at the laundry stairs. And then just probably have somebody lurk around below so that anyone who tries to come in from underneath from gatekeepers will be met with an ill-advised
10
death.
seconds remaining.
That's just how I see this round playing out.
Loading full magazine.
I don't think it's a bad prediction by any means. I mean, that's usually getting in their face, trying to get that early kill is how gatekeepers usually try to make these rounds pan out. And so far in the series, it's been working pretty well for them. Feltwinter and the Mute both up top right now. That extension upstairs, because it's a meeting defense. Usually you have a couple upstairs trying to do their thing. They do have that nice cade on the so because that meeting wall is right below the attic wall, you just put one cade charge at the top, and you're able to electrify both. But because they reinforced it late, and Butters is quick to repel on that big tower, that right panel didn't get reinforced. He just sprayed through it, pushed the defenders off of that wall, and now they're able to open it for free. No need to get rid of the cade charge. No need to use any sort of Hibanas or Thermites. You can just open it up with some sort of lifeline, but his T4 flies out. Won't open anything or get a kill, really, but Nyx does. A great pre-fire coming out him. Nail, slash, right in the face. Dumpsters him. That's the opening pick in the favor of PogChamp, and once again, they can get that wall for free. Feltwinter, he's all alone up top.
Yeah, like I said, they don't really care about their lives here. As long as they're trying to get a pick or two, they don't matter. It doesn't matter. So, PogChamp starting things off very nicely here. And I'm a bit surprised as to why Nyx hasn't gone to go sledge open the wall, but he'll find his second here as he nades off Rex. The courage for Nyx. Butters gonna bite the dust here potentially. Yes, he will. Down goes Butters to Feltwinter. Nyx is doing so much work here, as the only members are going to be Mata and Feltwinter. But Mata slowly creeping his way up to green here. He's gonna be able to pick off Nyx, no problem there. Next one's gonna be, I believe, Trippin right outside of the doorway. Keeps on in. Trippin's gonna bite the duster down to the diffuser, and Mata's on a very good path here, as Prod will be the next one up to bat to fight up against Mata. But Mata is ready for this. Smokes
Lord.
Prod, finding a fourth. Mata
my
going
God.
huge. Jarvis falls, and PogChamp will bite the dust.
Lord.
What just happened?
Oh, Lord.
Mata that spiker. Oh my God. I'm getting chills because he's played against PogChamp on this map before. That was a 4K from Mata because Feltwinter got one.
How? Okay, hold on. I gotta collect my thoughts real quick, okay? Just give me a
pressed mouse
second.
one on four heads.
Give me a sec. They literally did not reinforce one of the walls upstairs because they did it too late. Nyx gets the opening pick. Gets the second one after that. Okay. You've basically dismantled most of the efficacy of the upstairs roam just for that first kill in the wall alone. Any damage after that is extraneous for this point of the round, and you'll take it, and that's much appreciated. But to quote Uzu just now, Mata clicked 4 heads.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
And
as many
just-
bombs as they can.
I don't have any words beyond that. I don't know how he did that. I don't know what he's doing. Not because it's bad, it's working. But just because I don't know how he keeps getting away with this. It's like that scene in Breaking Bad where Jesse's about to burn Walt's house down and Hank comes in. He's like, Jesse, we gotta stop him. Then Jesse just screams at the sky that Walt can't keep getting away with this. That's how I feel about Mata right now. How is he still doing this? He's 10-1.
Remaining.
10-1 on Mira.
5 seconds.
And now he's on Doc with the MP5 and 3 stims. And PogChamp are down 4-1. Hey, it is Oregon attack. I will be fair there. They are on the less favored side. But I mean, let's be real. Gatekeepers aren't winning because it's defender favored. Gatekeepers are winning because they're playing better. And they're catching PogChamp off guard at the moments they least expect it.
Placing my evil eye.
Gotta love the view.
I think Mata just had time to kind of solidify himself here within the gatekeepers, and if I'm not mistaken, he had a pretty mediocre CL season in stage 1 before Spiker ended up disbanding.
He was on Spiker.
Yeah, he had a pretty mediocre season, if I'm not mistaken. But Clearly, he's proving his worth here versus PogChamp. Granted, PogChamp don't have the same members that they did have in that first initial playday, because PogChamp had Sweater at the time as well, and Sweater has just been, honestly, such an impactful player for Rent Free. Granted, they didn't make Challenge League, but Punisher's gonna get his back blown out by Nyx, no problem there. And then, hopefully, Mata just doesn't go on another tear here. Punisher was the only one to get a frag in that last round, outside of Mata. So,
So far, if Nyx were to just do everything, I think it would start working out for PogChamp, because he seems to be the... I mean, obviously, he's got 6 kills, he's died 5 times, he's not too far ahead of everyone in terms of kills. It's not like a Spirit situation where 3 rounds in, he's got 10 kills and everyone else is like 3. That was really close. I honestly thought he was going to blow himself up there based off the glowing indicator. Thankfully, he didn't. Nyx has been doing a lot of the work right now, and PogChamp have kind of been failing to step up to the plate and do their share of all of the work. Nyx is now down below. He'll get killed. Okay, now Apollo's taking out Nyx. That's the best player on PogChamp so far this series. Successful bandit tricking as well. Trippin will try to get down the exothermic. I don't believe he fully put it down yet. No, he did take it off. Splash will also get fragged from below. So I believe that outside the window, a second one will fly in. Not able to find the kill onto anybody inside. And Splash will be able to be... No, actually, no, he's not. Nobody's really in the vicinity of him. The bedroom wall will open. Apollo looking like he'll try to contest it to the best of his ability. Also, look at those stims. Taking up Flash, now at 75 HP, and can continue to contest Attic. Try to go for pre-fire there. That was a bit shaky from Trippin, but he finds Apollo. Splash with a refrag onto Butters. What a oh, that was actually Prod to land that shot. Thought it was Trippin for a second, but yeah. I thought it was too, but Trippin's not long for this world, so not able to land all the shots necessary as Rexon's able to land his turn. 2v2. Prod will get one more from Rexon on that big window, and it's Mata, the Lord himself. The Targaryen Dynasty will try to continue his reign, gets the man with the diffuser, and starts rotating down. Prod has to pick it back up and go for the plant with only 3 seconds left. Ladies and gentlemen, it's looking like another Mata play. Another Mata 2K, he can slip down below and miss some shots for a second, but he nails it. It's 2K to end it out. Gatekeepers, thanks to Mata in those latter 2 rounds, end the half 5-1.
I'm absolutely baffled as to what is happening in this matchup. Mata is just absolutely bullying through PogChamp right now. It's like the Matador and the Bull, but the Bull is just absolutely just decimating the Matador. Oh my god.
Yeah,
that's basically
PogChamp are getting
Mata
gored
is.
right now.
Yeah, they are getting absolutely really, really chewed up.
Gored, floored. I don't think bore. That's an animal. I don't think that's really a phrase.
If Mata can ace here without anyone from PogChamp, if Mata can ace here without anyone from PogChamp getting a kill, he'll have just as many kills as PogChamp would have combined. He's currently at 12, needs 5 more to get to 17. PogChamp has a total of 17. And if Mata is able to ace here on Hibana and have the map of his life, oh man.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised.
Defenders,
Mata has shown
bombs
an
from
ability
being
to do
defused by
anything
attackers.
that he says he might do. I mean, we're to give one thing to PogChamp, they're on defense now. They only have 1 round, but they're on defense. They'd have to answer back with a 5-1 half to even secure overtime, whereas Gatekeepers, all they have to do to end this map is win 2 rounds in Oregon attack. How strong they've looked throughout all of these maps so far. In the series before against PogChamp, where they beat them 7-1 on Clubhouse, and in the tournament in its entirety up to this point, I think they can squeak by 2 attacking rounds on Oregon, even though it might not be the favorite side. If that happens, they will trigger the bracket reset, and they'll have to win another best of 3. If PogChamp win that one, they're the ones that'll come out on top. So again, a lot of the burden is on Gatekeepers, but again, winning this puts them just a little bit closer to winning out this tournament in its entirety, and just 2 more rounds is what's stopping them from reaching that halfway point.
Just to update you guys on the Rainbow Six stream for what's happening. It's currently 4-0 for Altior on Villa. Though starting on defense, and right now they're getting close to making it a 5-0 victory here.
Down 2-1, right? Yeah. Beast Coast on 2?
Beast Coast up a map count 2-1, yes. And this map is looking to go in favor of Altior, at least the way it's been for defense. So that one's really, really crazy.
Well, if they had Mata on the team, it would be over.
It definitely the way Mata's been
The way
playing
he
in
shoots,
this
he's
map.
12-1. 12-1
Knock, knock.
on Mira. Nah.
Yeah, they just
Right
went
now.
up 5-0 on defense for Villa. Absolutely insane from Altior on Villa. Jesus Christ. I'd like to see Altior versus Ariel.
Clearing the way.
I think PogChamp would just like to see Villa right now.
I think they would too, but the way that this map has been going, I don't know. I think we're going into a second best of 3 in the next 2 rounds. In all honesty, at least the way that it's been playing out. The first 2 rounds were pretty neck and neck, and then you just had Mata just
Bomb located
doing
by
Mata
Demolish
thing,
everyone in this path.
demolishing everyone. Yeah. Fault Launcher's going to be the first one to bat here versus Nyx, taking a little bit of damage from that Mira, trying to get the default cam in his place. Don't really know why. Nyx will go ahead and take out the drone and retreat over into the hallway.
Rex trying to get an angle into the site. He knows the smoke is hiding behind the bomb chassis, but again, it's a tight angle for both members. So it's sort of just a staring contest and see which one blinks first. Hibana charges will go on the Mirror and likely destroy the one in closet. Rex and Nyx both get kills of their own. Nyx on the Rex, Rex on the Trippin, I should say. Jarvis gets 2 with the Alda. The Targaryen twins fall. Splash gets Nyx. Now it's a 3v2. The freezer push, the only thing left alive for Gatekeepers. Not a bad piece of positioning, to say the least, but again, a lot of defenders they have to cut through. Jaeger goes for the peak splash, and both miss some shots, but it's the Jaeger to ring more true. The Fuser dropped on the bottom of Laundry Stairs. Feltwinder has to somehow either get the kills or somehow get the Fuser. Spots Butters looking away, starts and brings it to a 1v2. The clutch could happen. Not in a bad spot. The defenders are separate. If he manages to know that Prod is to his left and the pre-fire comes through, I think it's a winnable round and a very winnable situation for Feltwinder. He has 18 seconds left, so not a lot of time to think and not a lot of time to hold angles. He has to make some sort of play, but he doesn't know that Prod is there. PogChamp will at least even at 5-2 or make it 5-2 right now. It's certainly not even. They're well aware of that. And the comeback might start here, but again, it's basement. This is a site they should win. Now we're going to dorms and maybe the tertiary site later. That's where the question is whether or not PogChamp truly have a chance.
You're indeed right. Dorms will be our second bomb site for PogChamp here on Oregon. There's no surprise there. These are just the standard bomb sites in that order. Usually you do sometimes see teams go second floor, then down below into the basement. I guess it's just their belief in the ability to how well they can defend each bomb site. But for the way that PogChamp have been playing, at least on attack, it's not all that convincing. Splashing the 6-pick away from a fuse, no surprise there. Nyx trading out the Mirror for a Valkyrie. And instead, Nomad's going to make an appearance. Instead, never mind. Twitch is going to make her resurgence here. Resurgence, excuse me. Intel game coming in strong here for PogChamp. I don't know if there's going to be any bulletproof cam, though, but they'll have Ella for audio cues, Smoke for intel denial, Mute for drone denial, as well as breach denial, the only source of hard breach denial. And then you've got the Valkyrie for intel. Jaeger's just there to help burn utility and just stop anyone in their tracks. No problem there. And then on the side of the attacking squad, Thermite, he's a good pick, especially for this bomb site, since there is no ace being played. Maybe you could bring in a Hibana, but the Thermite's just able to just open up way more than Hibana did.
That's true, though. Hibana does have a bit more charges, and since the rework has a little bit more utility as a result for your options, but again, for this kind of take, kind of a user's line of thinking. An ace and a Thermite is probably your best bet. This for basement would be different. This for basement, a Hibana would be much appreciated. But it's not. We're on dorms. Again, that side the PogChamp, I think, is the time to prove, if they win this, whether or not they really have any real chance so far in this matchup. Feltwinder gets the opening pick into Butters. It's not looking good to start out. He's 3-8 so far, not nearly the same scoreline as Mata. Feltwinder also having a much better game this go around than he has previously at opening pick. Only suffered a little bit of damage too, so really overall this is just... It's the Jaeger, so like... There could have been worse picks if they lost the Smoke or the Valkyrie somehow. Even Jarvis on the Ella to a certain extent, with a Gurthmot in his pocket. That would have been a much more impactful pick in the favor of Gatekeepers, but still. Butters, it's better to just have a man off the board. You're never going to shirk away from winning that opening duel. Rex will start to go get that attic wall, and hey, Uzu, he's doing your favorite thing. He's starting at the bottom instead of the top.
Oh, boy.
At least I believe he is. Oh, no, he started at the top. That's my bad. That's on me. My bad.
Okay. Nick's gonna get splashed. So splash on Ash is like, I don't know, Michael Jordan with the Bulls. Splash
Now
on
he's on
Twitch,
Twitch.
however, yeah, it's just not working. And Ash isn't even banned.
He just the F2 man. He's an F2 warrior.
I guess.
I mean,
but,
apparently not, but
Apparently not, yeah, but I don't know. It's just strange seeing that like why Splash is not on Ash, considering that one, she's not banned, two, he's had a lot of success with Ash, and three, just the way the Twitch has been working. What the hell is Apollo doing? What? Okay. Mavericks gonna jump in and just
my-
repeat the
you're
same
just-
mistake
you're-
Rexavy.
You're kidding me. Like, that didn't happen.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, Feltwater's down now. That's good. But now Mata's alive. If he aces, he will get that 17 kill mark. That with that benchmark that he Oh no, Rubbers is dead. I forgot about that. Smoke grenade will fly out. That provides him a little bit of cover to get Feltwater though, so he'll pick him back up. The Fuser is stuck inside of Attic, so if they want to try to go for a plan, they'll have to rotate all the way over and get it, but there is one defender. It's just sitting on it like a mother hen, letting it roost, letting it incubate. And just sitting there, waiting for them to come out. Trippin, I believe that is. It's one of the SMG-11 boys. No, it's Prod going for a inside of Attic. Trippin has a shotgun right out, holding close to the angle, but Mata's actually been allowed to rotate back into Attic. You can see him. Oh no, he's outside on Highway, slowly creeping his way forward to try and recover that diffuser. I admire his effort, and there is no defender over there anymore, but there's only 25 seconds left, and he's not really in any position to recover it because it's so deep inside of Attic. Now you've split up both your attacking team, and you're pushing each from one direction, and you're about to encounter Prod with a shotgun. Honestly, at that point, it might be risky. I would just go for the push, but it actually goes the way of Mata, oddly enough. I would have thought the shotgun would have signaled the win for that, but it won't. It's still a 2v3, now a 1v3. It's all up to Mata with 3 seconds left. This is a round win for PogChamp, albeit at the cost of a lot of mistakes from gatekeepers, but it's a round that they needed desperately. This might be the start of a comeback. If they manage to win the tertiary site, I think we're in possible overtime/map 3 territory.
Possible. Definitely is possible with the way PogChamp are handling themselves on defense. They'll have to go to a third bomb site here and circle the wagons. Meeting Kitchen will be their preferred third bomb site. Valkyrie coming back into the hands of Nyx as Jarvis will be back on that Maestro. Prod this time, however, no mute for him. He'll be going on to the Cade, while Trippin will don the mute. Looks a bit Splash wants to ask Nyx a question, I think, because Splash possibly whiffed. Fortunately for Splash, we didn't see it. So you're saved the embarrassment for this time, Splash.
Yeah, you don't want to get you don't want to get embarrassed on 5-3. Lord knows if you get embarrassed up in the scoreline. Nyx is on Legion. Again, the operator that just will not go away. Constantly loved by Mata and Nyx. So Mata obviously using it to well, when Mata was playing it to a little bit more effectiveness than Nyx has so far, but Nyx is also the only one on the side of PogChamp who's positive. So if you want anyone with that T5 and shooting straight, I'd wager a guess that's probably your best bet. Meeting all defense, because they won the 2 primary bomb sites, and again, this is that moment where we have to see if they're truly up to snuff for mounting a comeback against gatekeepers. It's already started, now this round will tell us if it's actually happening or if those were just flukes. Since it is Meeting Hall and Kitchen, you won't have that same extension into security. It'll be mainly focused upstairs. You can see those reinforcements on Attic Wall. Looks like Nyx will be the main one up top. Nobody's joined him yet. There's no castle, so it's not the truest extension. He's just barricading doorways instead of putting castle barricades on them. But if Trippin's joining him, that's a fairly formidable duo to hold up top. But again, we've also seen gatekeepers sometimes just get that opening duel with no recourse. So again, it's a solid setup in theory, but gatekeepers have shown to just ignore theory and just run straight in and kill people. And that's still certainly a factor, and will be a factor in the minds of PogChamp.
We're going to go ahead and drone out Trophy, make sure it's clear. It's his last drone, so he needs to be careful with how he progresses on using it. I'm not so sure of how Mata is going to be utilizing his switch drones, and I don't know which ones of those have already been shot out. However, Nyx will get caught out by Feltwinter. Looks to be that Butters will be getting into an engagement here shortly. Splash has decided to forgo the Twitch and pass it over to Mata, so that Splash can go back onto the Ash. Butters looks to be that he might be getting into an engagement soon with Apollo. Seems to be the only one really nearby dining if the bomb site is Meeting Kitchen. Splash currently up above inside of Attic, trying to see who he can fight against here, which is going to be with Nyx currently situated inside of Bunks. going to have one more person to assist him up here, which is Butters on that white stairs. Splash going in for a pre-fire as Feltwinter will back him up. Nick's going to get the opening pick here onto Feltwinter. Now the next one that's going to be up to bat is going to be Ash Flash. He'll bite the dust here as Butters also finds Mata. So a very quick 3K here for the defending members of PogChamp, and they will come out. Fourth pick possibly here. No, unfortunately not, as Nick sees the head, flicks up. Not going to find any kind of damage here onto Rexavy.
No, he's not. Rexavy will try to get a kill of his own. Apollo failed to do so. He falls to Nyx, the Legion, doing the most so far for the defense. And, I mean, that would... I mentioned how that extension up top was probably going to be critical. I did not think it would be all of the engagements that we've had in this round, but it was. Nyx getting the majority of those. Butters also got in on the action a little bit, but Rexavy, realizing the odds of him clutching a 1v5 in which they could not even breach above the bomb site is likely not going to happen, so he'll take some time, regroup with his team, and honestly, that's probably his best move here. No need to try to be a hero when you could take some time and regroup. You still have the lead. Even if they win this round, you're at a 5-4 lead. One round in less than it was before, but still in the lead. I said to you earlier, you just need to have to win 2 rounds, and so far they've looked, oddly enough, incapable of doing that. Again, maybe it's just Oregon Attack being just the tough cookie that it is, but they have to figure out something's going wrong. That round, obviously, was entering into the site, dealing with the extension, and Nyx, honestly, just fragging out of his mind, which you can't always account for. On the other sides as well,
10 seconds remaining.
want to go back in history, since Rexavy is giving us some time, just QEing
5 seconds
back
remaining.
and forth. They got much closer than they did that time, but again, a lot of it was trying to penetrate the defenses on PogChamp, but they just
Operators,
failed
you
to.
have run out of time.
So a lot of that is really just trying to make inroads in and failing to do so. And whether that's finding opportunities through drones, through opening picks, just trying to make some room for yourself, that has been the gatekeeper's problem. They're, in a sense, just gatekeeping themselves from getting a round win.
Pretty much. The way that PogChamp is starting to progress throughout this map here, at least on defense, they've shown a lot of formidable prowess. They've circled the bomb sites, and they will be heading back downstairs into Laundry, which they should have no problem winning here, unless, you know, Splash just has no regard for his life and just is able to just pop off. That's just been the story here for this squad of gatekeepers. Like, they just have no fear, and they will just try to
Attackers
stuff
need to
their
locate
barrel
and
down your
defuse
throat
the
and
bomb.
hunt you down by any means necessary, even if they die. A lot of the plays that they have made have been smart for the most part, but I don't know, just looking at how some of these rounds have gone out for the gatekeepers, it's just like, you know, why, like, you just lost 3 members in the span of 5 seconds. Like, what are you doing?
Fair question. Certainly a fair question to ask. Splash on Ash, though, I'm really sad. It hasn't had the same impact. It certainly has a better ring to it than Splash on Twitch. It rhymes at the very least. Like to see him do more. The gatekeepers would as well, because if he does start doing more, and not just leaving it on Mata, who, to be fair, has also had himself a fairly quiet half. Got those 12 kills at the end of their defensive side, and since we switched to the attack, he's got 1 kill. That's something, but 1 kill is not going to win you rounds unless there's only 1 person left alive. Looking like the standard big tower, bunker push coming out from the gatekeepers. Nothing big there, nothing all that crazy. It's Apollo only in bunker at the moment. Probably just going to sit here. If he's able to work and pick good, that's solid. All he has to do is make sure that nobody is actively swinging. He can cut off the rotate. Okay, really? You're placing an Evil Eye now? And you're... Okay, he just wins that. So the Maestro, despite the fact that he's literally in the corner, and Apollo knew exactly where he was, still loses the gunfight. Apollo, I'm as confused as you are. Felwinter will get the pick on a Jarvis, so at least he's cut off at some point on the rotate. But how the hell did he just win that? Because I don't know, and I don't think any of you do either. Now the Nomad will see the C4 fly right in front of him. Prod seals Mata's fate, he'll have 13 kills.
Did you see Nomad's body just completely get enveloped by the brick wall?
Listen, man, like, there's a lot of things going on, and let alone gatekeepers, knows what's happening. But hey, while that's happening, Rexavy's opening the meeting hatch, doing his job. That much we can confirm. Felwinter has a couple frag grenades left, both of his. Voters is trying to get a pre-fire. Bit of a risky one behind Pillar. Likely have a frag grenade sailing into his lap momentarily, but he's rotated out. He's anticipating that. Prod is in Harry Potter, going for a peek up, spots the head of the sledge, but isn't able to land the shot, and Butters pays for it as a result. Feltwinter gets his third, I should say. That's now Prod going down.
That's such an annoying game, like such an annoying play style to play against too. Like Prod knows what he's doing. He's trying to play their game to them. Like, he's got to bring the game to the youngsters, but
Feltwinter doesn't
God,
care.
it is just ridiculous. Like, if you're not landing that shot on the first peak, you're practically dead. Which is how that playstyle plays out, because you're bringing the aggression to them, and if you're not giving them, and if you're not landing those shots that you necessarily need to, which unfortunately for Prod in that instance was not able to do, 9 times out of 10, unless your opponent just has the worst like gunfight at that time, you're dead. Like there's just no getting out of that as hard as it is. Like, you need to land those shots. It's a very risky play style. It's a very Joe type of thing to do from if you know Joe from Navi, like that's how his play style works.
Yeah.
Splash is just deciding to eat up his life points here in the smoke, just trying to cover his teammate. There doesn't seem to be a C4. Finally gets over, but shot out by Splash. Fortunately, with Splash, team kills. Okay, well, I mean, you've gotten the worst player out of the lobby. He'll be sitting down. Trippin will find that frag. Before getting smoked, it's Feltwinter. Now it's a 1v1 for Nyx and Splash here. Nyx does have an opportunity to try to counter defuse here. He doesn't have a C4 since it was already shot up by Splash, but Nyx is opting to bring the gunfight to the Ash. He doesn't know if he's inside of Elbow, but Splash should be hearing the footsteps soon from Nyx, but he's deciding not to peek. Nyx is pushing all the way deep into Elbow. He's running out of time here. 12 seconds to go. Nyx doesn't have any time. He's got to counter defuse now. Splash knows he's got more than enough time to reach in. This is more than it. But oh no!
Wait.
He's in the wrong
no.
spot! Nyx is going to counter defuse!
Oh, he
But
got
no! Fortunately for Splash, he's able to get there just in the nick of time. I was so scared that Splash was going to lose that.
Splash is not Ash
He
there. He
almost
loses
lost
that
that.
round. He is if he's Twitch, that it got to
Oh.
0.6. I don't know if he still had time. It was so close for Nyx in that defuse. He might have been too late anyway, but it was 0.6 seconds left. If he's
No,
Twitch,
he had time.
he had time. So yeah,
He
if
had
he's
time.
if he's Twitch and he's not as fast as Ash there, he actually might not make that. Even then, the
I highly
pre-fire
doubt
wasn't
it.
exactly where Nyx was. So play the same situation, but you're just a little bit slower. That might have gone Nyx's favor. I mean, that already came really close. Nyx opting to go for that gunfight, obviously. It was kind of a split-second decision there. You could try and bait the defuse and, again, bait Splash further in. But either way, the gunfight wasn't favorable to Nyx, so I understand trying to take the fight to the Ash. But Splash played that perfectly. He knew that he didn't have to peek, and if he just hid in the corner, didn't get too aggressive, and kind of just a Drax move from endgame, just sit so perfectly still that his movement is not registered on the radar of Nyx, then you should be fine. That's exactly what happened. Well played by Splash on the Ash. And PogChamp will try to give that basement defense a second go around.
Wow, that is so close for Nyx. That's like a centimeter. That's like a centimeter away. And in all honesty, Splash didn't even use his utility
No.
because he's bringing a Claymore and breaching charges. And that entire time, I don't think he knew that he could vault over.
10 seconds to
But
insertion.
still, like, as your teammates are progressing there into that round, or as they're executing into the bomb site, I'm so surprised as to why he didn't use any of his Ash charges to blast open E-Box and make it easier for himself. Because if he doesn't round the corner and smartly, or just at least place his shots there, because he started placing them to the right side of Nyx's head, but fortunately was able to micro adjust and shoot Nyx in the head, which was so close. We should be at 5-5 right now. We should be.
Probably.
That's obviously not the case here. Splash just, is the man of the hour, it seems. Prod trying to bring the aggression yet again to Feltwinter, who's been pretty dominant in this matchup so far. Apollo deciding to play the Glaz here. No more Zofia for him.
I mean, you're 6'4", you want to try something, I guess. It's kind of like the equivalent of the Blitz, like, albeit a bit more useful. The smoke grenade will come out, so he'll sit inside with the thermal scope. Are you really peeking that Prod? Are you really picking that? A glass in smoke. Well, that's the opening pick, easily in the favor of Gatekeepers. Still a second smoke grenade in the pocket of Apollo.
It's
300
clear,
IQ.
It's clear to me that Prod had no idea that they were bringing a glass. He just saw smoke. He didn't
saw
know what
smoke
was
and he
going
was like,
on.
bro, I've got an idea.
I'm gonna this.
I've got an idea, and Apollo did too. Apollo's idea was shooting a bullet through Prod's head, and that didn't work out. C4 will fly out, not find much of anything. Wasted C4 from Nyx, albeit he didn't really see anything through the smoke. He does not have thermal vision like Glass, so that was kind of a shot in the dark, quite literally. I believe Butters is also sitting below Harry Potter. I might be wrong. Yes, he is just sitting there, waiting to... Almost kind of like Splash was on the counter defuse last time, just sitting in a corner, hoping that he doesn't get noticed by the attacking team. And so far, that hasn't happened. Still a 5-4 in the favor of Gatekeepers. There's one outside of bunker. Pretty much everyone in the bomb site, though elbow control still firmly in the hands of Trippin. I mean, PogChamp aren't playing this too poorly. Gatekeepers are kind of stalling out. But still, that opening pick is worrying for the possible trend this round could go.
Butters still continuing to just apply the pressure here, but the Goya shield will pop off. So Butters still trying to aggress here as he is just lighting up Splash. Unfortunately for Butters, he's not going to find anything here for him. Butters going to bite the dust here to Splash, who's just so aggressive. Apollo will fall to Jarvis, who now receives into elbow. Unless that's actually Tripping. He's got such low HP. He doesn't have any more toxic saves either. A great peek to come from Nyx. Two huge picks. Finding a third here. No, he turns away at the wrong time. That's going to be Feltwinter progressing down the stairs. As Rex will fall here. It's a 2v1 here for Feltwinter. He's got a good eye to take down Nyx, but Trippin will finish off Rexy. Now all of a sudden it's a 1v2. Finding that last member of Jarvis. Now it's a 2v1 here for Feltwinter. He progresses through in the long haul. He knows one's inside of elbow. It's going to be Nyx. 5 seconds remain on the clock, and PogChamp are stealing their fate here. This round, getting shot on his back. 1 second to go. Feltwinter can't find one, and down goes the Gatekeepers, at least in this round. And we will be needing all 12 rounds to see how, if we need to go into overtime or if the Gatekeepers can close it out and force us into our second best of 3.
So it's not attacker-sided like it was earlier. This is Oregon like we know and tolerate it. Very defender-sided, at least working out for, at least for PogChamp. Obviously, they have to answer with their own 5-1 half in order to make this work. And that is just what they might be able to do if they win this next one. Nyx also on 15 kills, doing very well for himself. His team, not so much. Butter's not having a great game, 4-10 right now. Probably need to step it up at least a little bit. Splash is on Thermite. Can't see, but I'm kind of looking into the camera office style because I don't know. I did not know Splash had it in him to play Thermite. I did not know that was a thing he knew how to do. But he's going for it. I mean, he's not top fragging so far. That's obviously Mata and Felwinter's department, so he's been having a bit of a quiet game, but normally when your entries have a quiet game, you don't put him on Thermite. But hey.
I mean, it happened to Rampy. If it can happen to Rampy, it can happen to anyone.
It did happen to Rampy. You do make a fair point. No offense to Splash, but he is not Rampy. So if it happens to T1, it makes sense to trickle down to T2.
That's how the skill tree goes, isn't it?
I believe so. I believe that's how trickle-down economics works.
Yeah,
I might be wrong, but I think it's the same general concept. I don't know. Dorm's defense, final time. Nyx on Valkyrie. He's been fragging out of his mind. I think if Nyx shows up, this round might go the way of PogChamp, but it really depends if he ends up dying, how this will work out for the rest of the team, because, again, aside from him, everyone else is negative or just barely breaking even. He's on the roam, so he's in a position to get fragged out early, and if Gatekeepers can do that, it's probably much more likely going to go their way. But Nyx is gone on red, a Tracer flying through the barricade in front of him, but he remains fearless. He rotate back a little bit, but again, if Nyx gets picked early on, that's going to be the game changer for Gatekeepers. And at least for the moment, again, based off precedent, whether or not they will have a better chance of coming away with this.
But once you're seeing someone, but it's not going to result in anything from just yet. Tossing another drone out. I don't know why he's shooting the dresser. I don't know if that's a spot that you can hide your drone in, or if there's something like a piece of utility that's there. But okay, I mean, he's going to progress his way in through master. He's just okay. There's a Valkyrie cam there. I thought there was he's just shooting to shoot. I'm like, okay. Like, yeah, you do you. Splash is gonna get the wall open, however. So
The attacker's bomb diffuser
Nyx is still down below, and he's got to deal with Rexavy here potentially if he decides to come over towards main stairs. But Rexavy on the drone, the diffuser is outside. No one has controlled this diffuser, and they're not in a position to necessarily pick it up. But I think Rexavy might be baiting Nyx to come in. Butters is currently inside a split now, and he's very, very close to Rexavy. Rexavy, as he exits out of classroom, he'll rotate into Zulu. Butters could be on the flank here to try to shut down Rexavy. Diffuser is not in their hands as Nyx is up on the laundry stairs. Butters will get smoked off of the Apollo coming down from main stairs, not aware of his position. A minute left to go, and Nyx is going to try to avenge his team. He's got an opportunity to find one. He'll do so, rotating into Trophy now, finding another, slamming Apollo. Can he find a third? No! Splash is there to shut him down. That's an effective 2v3 here for the defending squad of PogChamp. Prod with a lot of damage before taking down Rexavy. Now it's 2v2. Health is not a factor here in terms of the advantage.
Indeed.
But now Prod will start to retreat, or actually progress his way through into the closet. Splash is his primary target here. Splash going for a quick pre-fire through. Doing that with Prod here. Looks the wrong way at the wrong time! And he'll get gunned down. Overtime is within reach as Mata starts to progress up the main stairs slowly but surely. He's inching closer towards Prod. He'll get lit up by Prod through the wall, who retreats into the closet. Gatekeepers have the diffuser, and now Mata's trying to make 17 happen here to end it here all on Oregon. One more best of three is in the hands here for Mata. He'll find Prod, but not able to land the shot. Sees the pistol, but Jarvis is there to shut him down. We need overtime to settle things here on Oregon.
And what do you know? Nyx on the flank was one of the game changers of that round. Butters, the other one on the roam, was the opening pick, but Nyx on that flank. And that double inside of master bedroom, sure he got traded out, but that was the moment and the play they needed, PogChamp that is, to find some more room to work with. And then Prod and the rest of the squad, by the rest of the squad, I just mean Jarvis on the Maestro, because he was the only one left alive at that point, were able to clean it up in that moment of chaos that Gatekeepers felt after Nyx unleashed his wrath upon their roster. To go back to dorms even after that fairly close round is, just look at the kills, by the way. Nyx is on 17 now. Far more than anyone on his team. 10 more than everyone on the, or 10 plus more than everyone on the roster, save for Jarvis, who he has 9 more than. I will say, I feel like a lot of PogChamp's games. Obviously, again, DP Fire and Young Alec, if you were not aware, this is not PogChamp's full roster. They are missing DP Fire and Young Alec, 2 of their young gunners. So there's a little bit of a difference. Might explain the shakiness that they are feeling. But I feel like a lot of the time when people on the roster did not show up while Nyx was there, Nyx was the one to just start fragging out of his mind, doing the most he could to win them the match. Maybe it's like a gunner thing where Nyx knows he's like, I'm T1, T2 talent. I'm just going to ego peek these fools and I'm going to win. I would not be surprised if that's the case because, I mean, you know, it's a little bit understandable. I can understand it a little bit. That might be a reason, but a lot of the time he is that player when he was on the roster who showed him those clutch situations if no one else was. So again, as long as he keeps showing up, PogChamp have a pretty solid light, pretty firm grasp on a potential dub here.
5 seconds to go.
PogChamp electing to start their overtime upstairs on the second floor, which is pretty close, all things considered, compared to their basement defenses. Then again, they lost their recent basement defense with a 1v1 from Splash, just barely able to frag Nyx as with counter defusing. So, PogChamp are clearly believing in their ability to defend second floor just as they did the previous round. Splash is going to be on the armory repel here, making sure that it's clear for him to enter on through. Butters, 4-11, not having the greatest of games. Nyx has taken a lot of damage here. He's going to be shut down to half HP. Not so sure exactly from who. My guess would have to be Apollo if I had to consider one. Maybe Rex. Who knows? So Nyx is going to be trying to create some havoc here inside of Zulu. Gets very close to seeing Apollo inside of Garage, but Apollo realizing that Nyx is coming up here. Easy pick for Apollo. Down goes Nyx, and this could be the game changer. He did re-peek that indeed. Nyx will fall here. Down goes your C4. And you've only got one left in the hand of Garage. So this could very well change the rest of the aspect of this round for PogChamp. The Splash will now rotate outside of Master, but I'd like to rotate back into Trophy this time around next to Feltwinter and drone out for his teammate. Smoke grenade's gonna get tossed in from Shipman.
I was about to compliment Nyx for not re-peeking that angle, and then he re-peeked the angle. Come on, man. I'm trying. I'm really trying. And I said earlier, that could be the game changer. Now it's on the rest of PogChamp to show up where Nyx normally had to do most of the work. Still not unwinnable. Master bedroom wall is open, and the defenders are firmly entrenched in their positions. Fair bit of time on their side. Utility and positioning are all still in the favor of PogChamp despite the man disadvantage. And Nyx, the powerhouse, being taken on board. Minute left. Frag grenade sails out. Does a bit of damage to Feltwinter. Might have gotten the Cade off the wall, and not entirely sure. And here, Modest start to put out those Hibana charges, so I'm assuming it's been taken down. Butters will go for a pre-fire. Somebody broke open big window, but they fell off, and now those have to consider the fact that, hey, somebody might be peeking big window. We have to be careful if we rotate in front of it, or else we can get easily picked off by Rex, who is the player to start rotating up. It's looking like it's actually a transition to a big window take, oddly enough. I thought it was going to be more master side, but that's what they're doing. Butters goes for a peek. It's a long pre-fire from Feltwinter to find a whole lot of nothing. Now it's a 4v4. Prod challenging the big window will find his head. Easy crosshair placement for Prod 2-3-4. Rex gets his head blown off right outside the big window. It's a 3v4 in the favor of PogChamp in these final 18 seconds. Butters gets one. Apollo with the refrag. Still the orange defense with the man advantage. Even more so thanks to Jarvis's good help. Apollo has to push through the door, land a lot of pre-fires with not a lot of HP, but Jarvis has too much ammunition for him to deal with. PogChamp move to match point. We might be seeing map 3. They can just win one more round.
It's very possible here. It all comes down to see if PogChamp can win out this next round, and if not, that's okay. They'll still have one more round to solidify their defense here on Oregon, which means that they can go down below into the basement if I am not mistaken. So now it's going to be the Gatekeeper's turn to move on into Oregon. Obviously into Oregon. To move on into into dorms. Actually, no, they're not even bothering to go down below into the basement, which I believe is where they've had a lot of success.
Yeah, basement's always kind of that side. It has a fair bit of success more for the defense, but I feel like the moment an attacker gets that plant down, that's when the tides turn in the favor of the attack. Obviously, that's for any post plant, but it's very rare, though Nyx came close, that we see our retakes work on that bomb site. Maybe it's just because of how the angles work, how the side is set up, but that's usually what happens. So if PogChamp are able to get that plant down, or at the very least, drive a lot of the defenders out of the position, not by simply routing them back into the bomb site, but actually removing them off the board. And again, I know this seems kind of literal, but just bear with me a little bit. If they're able to do that, that greatly favors the attacker win rate. But the longer that those defenders remain alive, and sure, you've got a lot of map control, just the way that bomb site is set up. You know, well, I guess it is dorms. I don't know why I started talking about laundry. Were they not going laundry? I had a whole point here. Then you go dorm. Come on, man. They still have 2 C4s, though, so we can work with this, okay? Copy and paste everything I just said to dorms, and it's still a bit more attacker favored. That big window take, if you're able to work those picks on big window, get a pick here or there. That's usually what signifies if that take works or not. But if PogChamp just jump in and it's a 5v5, 4v4 with a C4 or 2 on the board, that's going to be a big problem, and we'll probably be seeing round 15. So you see a lot of the analysis still worked out. Why did I think they were going basement? I think I'm just tired.
I don't know. They should be going basement in my honest opinion, but they're electing to go towards dorms. Nyx, however, is going to be on the Blackbeard. And just to update you guys on the SI qualifiers, it's currently 2-2 in map count. Altior just won Villa. So they will be moving on into their decider map very shortly over on the Rainbow Six channel. So that's an absolutely insane game. There's no better grand finals than to happen for that matchup right there. All 5 maps being played out in the decider.
I mean, the way it's looking right now, you might actually go on longer.
We might, depending on if Gatekeepers can win out this round. But if PogChamp are able to win out this round and push us into map 3, then they'll have just one more map to solidify their fate and claim themselves as the victors of this Nerd Street Gamers tournament.
Well, Feltwinter's looking to make the kind of play that would net them the win, breaking open both small tower windows, looking for a jump out. There's a Valcam right there, so again, showing why Valkyrie can facilitate that aggressive play, especially outside the map. And since nobody's pushing over there, that piece of intel can be utilized. Though everybody's inside of the building, or if they're outside, they're not really in view, so not all that helpful yet, though the Zofia is rotating over. I don't think it's not in range of sight for the Evil Eye, but still. It's something at the very least, potentially something that Feltwinter could work with there, but nothing at least for the moment. Nyx is also on Blackbeard, as Uzu said earlier, pushing in through attic as the wall has been open. Nobody really actively contesting it. You have a Valk at the rotate. Butters is also the first one to fall right outside that games window, that pool table window. I actually forget the exact call out. Starting to get tired.
It's games.
It is games? Okay, that is what I thought. So he'll fall outside of there, and it's the opening pick in the favor of Gatekeepers, which is not what PogChamp need right now.
No. It used to be referred to as generator because there was a generator there, but
Yeah.
That's old.
I almost said Gen, but I knew that was old Oregon.
I still sometimes refer to it as generator.
It's
but
basically the same room.
It's
Like,
basically it looks the same. It's just named it differently. I don't know. But Apollo's gonna get the opening pick here onto Butters. There's 45 seconds to go. Winter is still hugging around small tower. It looks to be that his Valkyrie camera has been shot, so he's clearly aware of someone potentially coming around to him. But from what we can see, nobody on PogChamp is hiding around over by big window. There's no pressure being brought on that side of the map. Apollo's gonna fight the best.
Oh my
Jarvis. Beautiful shot from Jarvis on Ash, but now he's gonna fight up against Winter, who's retreated over towards Zulu. Mind that Jarvis is going to retreat actually over towards main stairs. There's less than 20 seconds to go. This round needs to come in the favor of PogChamp if they want to solidify their chances into the third map. Otherwise, we move to round 15. 9 seconds of the round here as Trippin's going to go for the plant now. 4v4, Steve going to get tossed out. Tossed the wrong moment. Trippin frags him, and the plant will start to go down. Like a 2v4 here. Spot finds one. Mata will solidify him, and 2 from Mata. Coming bigger, but he'll fall. Trippin is right there in front of you, Winter, but he can't find him. Now it's a 2v1 for Winter, the biggest 2v1 of his career. Trying to push into Attic, see if he can find Trippin and Butters. He'll be able to see one on top of Attic, on top of Swamp, but he's not going to be able to do anything. Trying to bait out the shots. He can't do anything here. Maybe he can utilize the mirror window. It's in the wrong spot for Winter. Trippin is just waiting for the Jaeger to peek. He'll fall here. No! Trippin falls the Jaeger. PogChamp succeed, and we will be moving on to map number 3. And PogChamp will push us to the brink of the decider map here. Oh my god.
it's a 5-2 comeback to win it out in overtime for PogChamp. And again, we are going to map 3 of Villa. It's a map that likely favors Gatekeepers, at the very least a little bit. Just a little bit. We'll have to see how it ends up working out. Great play by PogChamp to start nailing it towards the end, and it looked shaky for a lot of them. It required a borderline inhuman effort from Nyx in order to pull that off, but managed to help his team, and the rest started showing up towards the end, especially Jarvis a lot of the times appearing on that scoreboard to manage to finally pull it off. And map 3 of Villa, again, I think a lot of the teams are probably starting to get tired now. This is going to be the dog days in terms of the series. Map 3 is already a lot after a long day, but these teams have been playing for about 8 hours now in what might be a lengthy series, and if Gatekeepers win, an even lengthier one. But Uzu, what was some of the problems that PogChamp were facing there? And can you name some of them? How did they fix it? What was overall kind of the theme of that matchup in terms of the issues faced by both teams?
I think with PogChamp, what they realized is that they knew that Gatekeepers were going to be playing this very aggressive gameplay. And just the way that they were able to compose themselves and realize, let's take the gunfights to them, let's win our ones, because we basically have to take the fight to them and win our ones. However, when it was with them on their attack, they just did not look like they had that kind of confidence heading into the first half. But then they transitioned over to defense. Nyx really came alive for them. And if Nyx didn't have the game that he had right there on Oregon, it's a completely different game. And Gatekeepers win this one 2-0. Because Butters finished 6 and 12 on that map. He had 7 assists. And, it was just amazing coverage. That final, the post plant really coming in from Nyx and Blackbeard, finishing at 18 and 10. And it was Trippin finishing off with even 9 and 9. So I think that just the Gatekeeper, or that PogChamp themselves, they just realized how the Gatekeepers are going to be playing, and then they just kind of brought the fight to Gatekeepers, and then they just never let their foot off the gas. They just kept bringing the aggression to them, and they just won their ones. It just really came down to that, was just winning those specific gunfights that they really needed to, and it was just over for Gatekeepers right there in the end.
Yeah, and that's experience sometimes. Playing for a long time allows you to read into your opponents better the more things you see, and that can be the factor sometimes. We'll be going to a break, though. Give the players a rest, give you guys a rest, and certainly give us a rest. We'll see you back in a bit for map 3 of Villa. You don't want to go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to potentially the final map of the December edition of the Nerd Street Gamers Monthly Tournament. If you were somehow living under a rock, or watching something else, as there is other Siege things going on, it's a 1-1 right now for both Gatekeepers and PogChamp in this series. PogChamp winning their map pick, and Gatekeepers winning their map pick. Had a bit of a brain fart for a second, but we managed to bring it out. And now we move to the decider of Villa. Now, Uzu, obviously, final map, Gatekeepers. We've seen them have a fairly solid track record on Villa, albeit maybe not against the best of teams. But do you think that they have what it takes to reset the bracket, or a PogChamp, are they going to end it here 2-1? Or is it too close to call? Could be that one as well.
Personally, I want PogChamp just to end it here. But I don't know. I think it'll be a very close map again, just the way that Oregon went. I think it might go into overtime as well. Like I mentioned before, the game had started. I did choose PogChamp to win it all. So did you. I don't think I think I did mention if they would win this first series, which I think I would like them to personally. But I think they might win it here on Villa. To be honest with you, I don't think that they're gonna drop more than 2 maps.
I honestly can't say. I think it's too close to call. I know I said PogChamp, so I will, again, stick by my predictions. No Jesse Chick behavior here. Not going to start switching. I will say PogChamp is probably still going to be the one to win it out, but I do think, in all reality, it's a little bit too close to call with how both teams have been playing and how PogChamp really struggled on Oregon. Sure, they might look to be on an upswing, but how much of that was a last burst of momentum due to the little bit of gas left in the tank? And how much of it is really indicative of something we might see on Villa. This is certainly the team that could bring it back and put up a really good fight on Villa, and hey, even end the series 2-1 here, denying Gatekeepers a second chance to try to win a best of 3. But at the same time, you have to keep in mind how hard and for how long they struggled on Oregon to even put up any semblance of a fight. They eventually made it, but now we're going into Villa to decide whether or not that will happen, or Gatekeepers will reset that bracket and have to win 2 more maps in order to win the December NSG tournament. Getting into the map right now, as you can see, ban phase going on Villa. PogChamp, they're first up.
Villa. This is like, what, the 3rd time I think we've casted Villa on this channel, if I'm not mistaken, because we had the one with North Coast. We've casted Gatekeepers now 3 times on Villa. If you're counting this one. PogChamp are going to be on defense first, so they get the first ban. They will be banning out Thatcher, as Gatekeepers will go ahead and ban out the second attacker. Wouldn't be too surprised to see if it was a, I don't even know, maybe Capitao or Jackal. If anything, it's going to be Ace, actually. So same bans as the map before, right? Because it was Ace and Thatcher, previous map. Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, so nothing going to change there. First defensive ban, I wouldn't be too surprised to see if it's Valkyrie, although Valkyrie did get through the ban phase of previous map, which led Nyx to really popping off quite a lot. She'll get banned out this map. No surprise there. She's been a very powerful operator in this recent meta. 4th and final ban, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Mira get banned, but we could potentially see Mai be gone as well.
No, it'll be Mira. Mira's a bit of an odd operator to ban on Villa. I mean, it makes sense, again, I mentioned earlier. Mira's just an operator you usually want to get out of the way no matter what, but overall, a lot of soft floors on Villa. Pretty much all the floors, except in certain spots, are soft, so whether you're above it or below it, sometimes it's kind of easy to actually get rid of those Miras, but Mira's always been a comfort ban. Early on, it was very much, a strategic decision, but now just, you haven't played against a Mira in a while, probably, and no, it's never fun to play against a Mira, so just getting her off the board is going to be easy. It's much easier to deal with a Wamai, albeit a little bit more annoying, but much easier in all reality to deal with a Wamai than it is to deal with a Mira. Thankfully, Hibana is in play. Thatcher was banned, so they do still have some hard destruction that does not need to be physically up against the wall, but since Thatcher is banned, you do have to work around that. Either bring a Maverick and risk him getting close to that wall, which puts him in compromising positions, especially on Villa, or you go down below, like Apollo could on that Zofia, or Splash could on that Ashe, or even Jackal if you wanted to with that secondary shotgun, to destroy those mute devices from below, or do some method to take it down and actually get your hard breaching on those walls. For example, Vault will be harder because of that, the study walls will be harder because of that, and that's just the pain of Villa when Thatcher is banned. Or really when he's banned on any map, for that matter.
If you guys haven't been watching the main Rainbow Six stream, I don't know what you're doing. Obviously, you're watching us, but, if you are,
Dual monitor it.
Dual monitor.
Split your screen.
Honestly. But yeah, looking over at the stream right now, it's currently up 2-0 for Altior on the Decider map of Theme Park, and Altior is on attack.
10 seconds to go.
That's pretty scary right now if you're a Beast Coast fan, especially if you're a player for Beast Coast.
Attackers
The 2
objective
Beast
is to
Coast
locate a
stands.
bomb and defuse it. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Dang.
Attackers
No
recover
disrespect
the
to Beast Coast.
No. Jazzman says he loves you, by the way, and he wants you to respond.
I'm gonna be honest, I do not have the stream open.
I do. That's why I told you.
Jazz, I love you. You are wonderful in every way. I even talked about you earlier. You were not here for that. Why? Because you were watching Ulquiorra and you did not open up 2 tabs like I suggested. That reveals a lot about you now, doesn't it? Not supporting Chris and not your friends. Nyx is supporting Apollo to an early grave, though, the Zofia Falls, so not that same vertical destruction I mentioned earlier. The Splash might be able to do it with his 3 Ash charges. Nyx is trying to end this series based on how he's been playing. He got 17 kills last map, and he's following
18.
the same style this go around. He's like, okay, just give me a gun. Any gun, really, as long as it can shoot fast, and I'm just going to run around and get as many kills as I can. He got 1. He'll cut his losses there and go back. Solidly, the open door in favor of PogChamp with no hope for a trade right now.
Now, Splash was hot on the heels for a moment, but seems to be that he's backed off for the time being. I think Nyx has retreated up to the 2nd floor right now, who I think is getting tracked right now.
Oh, no.
Unless that's someone else. I don't know. I think
Splash
that
gonna
might
do
be. I think that might be the mute actually. Unless it's tripping. No, I think it's Jarvis.
I'm surprised
Causing
Splash
it-
didn't at least try to shoot him through the floor. I feel like
4 members
that's
of
exactly
PogChamp are all around bar. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my god. We're all just having a quick teaming. Alright guys, break. Butters falling here, as per usual, that's been in the series. No hate to Butters, he's just had a lot of opening deaths, or a lot of early deaths without anything coming from it. Rexby's gonna get that opening, that pick for him. Call will answer here on the Nyx. Not a good start here for PogChamp at all.
No, not in particular. Nyx's head just barely coming above that shield, and that's an easy pick for Feltwinter.
Boy.
Prod did melee that drone, put him in a compromising position, but Splash is not opting to get aggressive. He's willing to hang back a little bit and just play the waiting game. Like the tortoise and the hare, he's the tortoise in this situation, and remember that short story, the tortoise did end up winning. So let's see if that rings true. We see a bit of a new addition in the sequel, if you want to call this game that. Rex is inside of Study, able to use those holes made at the bottom of Study wall to his advantage. Jarvis falls to that, but Rex gets refragged by Prod. Still on main stairs. He's not been removed, but Felwinter is still removing heads. He removes 1, but Prod's got a couple bullets still left in the mag, using them to great effect. A smoke grenade, or the remnants of 1, flew out. Stopped Mata for a little bit, but now he's able to get the diffuser down. Not in default, right behind the bomb chassis, and Prod's unable to counter right now. Sees him for the second, spots the head of the Jackal, and Mata goes prone, unfortunately. Not the best move there, and it's a 1v1. Splash out of Ash charges, can't go from below. He'll have to actively contest the angle, and Prod will have to bait out the defuse. He will instead look to potentially charge him. Splash will get some shots, but an impact grenade flies out. Does an inkling of damage to Splash, but far more is dealt to the Wamai. He'll take the fight to him despite his low HP count, bait out some shots, and run back. You know, Splash has been pushed further into Trophy, so he'll start to go for the defuse. Splash waiting a little bit, no, but he'll spot him. Doesn't even need the headshot, but he gets it for good measure. And Gatekeepers, they win that first round in the Patience game, paying off in that very first round victory.
Next, starting things off with a bang on that kill down below on the 1st floor, but then ultimately just kind of snowballed for the Gatekeepers, and they end up winning the first round here. So now moving into the 2nd round, PogChamp aren't going to go back to Aviator Games. They'll elect to just go back, or go now into Trophy Statuary. Nothing really going to change out here for the defensive lineup. Meanwhile, Prod, for the first time that I've seen him in quite a long time, is going to be on Jaeger. Maybe they're just realizing that Butters needs to just kind of lean back and just be on a more supportive role, because the way that he's been playing Jaeger, and at least in this series in particular, hasn't been all that well. So he'll be on the Maestro. He's going to have a bit more of a comfortable gun, so to speak. At least it's got 81 bullets and it shoots fast. So he's able to rip off heads. And despite Prod's great efforts there, unfortunately, it's not going to work in spades for him in that previous round. So number 2 will go into Trophy Statuary. Let's see if PogChamp can answer back and give us a different story.
We'll just have to see. Mata on the Jackal's an interesting pick. We've seen him banned in that very first matchup. In the very first map, I should say. Used it a little bit. We saw those Jackal tracks come out. They rhyme like you got that rhyme in there. Sometimes your mind goes to another word. It happens. But he's got those Jackal tracks. Again, we saw them used last time. Splash aiming right below the mute who got tracked, but didn't opt to pre-fire. So we'll see if that has a much greater impact as it's I believe an extension. I mean, there's a bunch of crap on the floor inside of. I don't know if those wood filings are always on the floor, or if something actually got shot open. I don't know. I don't look at the floor all that often, if I'm being honest. So it looks like there's still a roam coming out. Obviously, the Mute and the Jaeger and the Malusi all off the site right now, though one of them is rotating back, the Jaeger and the Malusi. Obviously, being mixed, because of course it is. Are off the bomb site. So those are the two operators that might succumb to a few Jackal pings, and if there's not enough reinforcements and not enough utility dedicated, might be the end of one of them if that ends up happening. Apollo also spotted someone close outside that risk window, but Nyx isn't opting to go for the re-peek, not making the same mistake he did on Oregon, and Splash is just walking up red stairs and takes down Nyx. Might make an entry into the bomb site with how close he is. There's still one inside of Study that can get a long angle onto the Ash or go for a flank. They haven't droned it out, or if nobody pushes up main stairs to go for the pinch. Prod will just hold the angle passively for the moment. Well, a little bit active, but not applying too much active pressure, so to speak, but he manages to land the shot onto Splash. A long angle that was a tricky engagement for both members, but thankfully, despite being on 1 HP, he's able to even it 4-4.
Yeah, I think Prod would just move it a little bit sooner there. I think that he doesn't lose as much HP. Comes out of that engagement, maybe not even losing any at all. So, fortunately for Prod, though, he will equalize, but he'll be lit up very, very much, though. So, at least for right now, the health department is in favor of gatekeepers. Now, Butter's on the Maestro. It's going to have to try to figure out how he can deal with Feltwinter, but doesn't even really do any kind of damage. He just puts, as Feltwinter just puts Butters down in the dirt.
Located a bomb.
And Prod being on low HP certainly doesn't help the situation. Bathroom controls in the favor of the attack. Not a lot really looking up for the defense. I mean, yeah, they're the favorite side, but most of the actual in-game factors aren't exactly going their way. Driven still has a fair bit of toxic babes in his pocket. One will be utilized at the minute mark, so maybe a bit early, but get in a position where you can't really afford to wait and see if there's a chance later on that it'll be useful. You have to make that decision, and if it's wrong with the long one, sure, but you just got to delay as much time as you can. Mata pushing up through 91 right to his right, but he doesn't able to see it. And Prod's able to take advantage of it despite the low HP. Gets the Jackal, but the low HP becomes the death of him as it's only one bullet from Rex to be necessary. Just take him down, and Pog can continue the downward spiral in terms of man count. Jarvis tries his best, but Rex takes a lot of damage, but does more to him. Now Trippin is the only one left. Gets one kill, still has a smoke canister, not exactly in a great position to use it, but still, he's got a solid chance, all things considered. Time is starting to work in his favor, but he can't even see Rexy. The bearing 9, oddly enough. Not the gun I would have expected, but Gatekeepers winning a second round. The way they won the first pretty decisively. Not all that surprised in that outcome.
No. So now it's going to be 2-1 here for the Gatekeepers. As PogChamp... I'm sorry, 2... Oh, Jesus. I'm losing my mind. Moving into round number 3, however, PogChamp not electing to go to either Aviator or Trophy. Instead, they'll be heading into Dining Kitchen, so just going to circle the bomb sites here for the time being, trying to see what they can do to try to slow down the bleeding that is being caused here by the Gatekeepers. Apollo's going to 6-pick to a Zofia, hiding away that glass, or shying away that glass. Meanwhile, Butters will don one of his trusty operators, the Capcan.
The patented Butters Capcan moment. It's an odd operator to associate with a player, but he is kind of the guy that plays Capcan the most often. It's always that fact where I see him pick it, I'm like, oh yeah, Butters actually plays Capcan like semi-frequently on Villa. Then I forget it because I'm not Crow. I don't just keep an active roster of that information sometimes. No disrespect to him.
Encyclopedia.
It is a great skill for the profession he is in. I just do not have that skill.
What profession is he going into?
This one.
Oh. I guess.
He's not going to be an encyclopedia author.
I
mean, having a...
Maybe Prestige.
Having just an endless Rolodex of 5 years of Pro League, player selections, strats, comparisons you could bring up on a cast, I mean, it's fairly useful. Can't flame him for it. He's got that over me. He's got a lot of things over me, actually, including height.
How tall is Crow?
Taller than me, and that's all that matters. Does it really matter by how much?
Is he taller than me?
I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Here's the thing, though. He is a stick, and despite my short stature, unless he somehow, does the thing where he puts his hand on my forehead, just pushes me away, if he doesn't do that, I think I could take him in a fight, in all honesty. Not sure. But he is very skinny, despite the fact that he has the stomach of a giant.
He eats so much.
He eats so
His
much.
diet is so.
He bought $200 worth of ramen 2 days ago.
Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous.
He's a madman. He's got, you know how Nyx gets kills? He eats ramen. Nyx not able to get a kill there oddly enough, so you know, that might be my bad on that one.
Curse,
Gonna
bro.
be honest. Felwinter will get the kill on Jarvis of the opening pick, not only in the favor of the attack, but removing a pulse into C4, by extension off the board. Nyx gets a frag grenade right in his lab, but he just kind of goes, and runs away. Pre-fire as well, outside bedroom window, not able to find purchase on anybody out there. So he'll live for the moment, still with the extension, by Prod as well, inside the bathroom. Up top. Okay, well, Prod's gone. I'm gonna stop talking, because it's not good for PogChamp. That's
I
on
don't know. Maybe my casting will kind of sort of like bump them up or something. I don't know. Tripping as I'm talking.
There you go. There you go.
He'll find Splash shutting down the Ash and Apollo on the Zofia, who hasn't had any kind of impact at all in this map whatsoever. It's mostly just been Rexavy and Feltwitzer with a little bit of Splash. But Nick's having a hard time hitting that drone, but he'll be able to retreat back. Butter's trying to use this vertical angle as Nyx will go ahead and prep a C4. I think that's below the bathroom door, right inside of Astro. Butters, for the time being, however, it looks to be that he's looking up towards Master, if I had to guess. No, not Master. Well, okay, we didn't see it, but Butters just snags Faultwinter inside of the closet, I think. To the floor. Butters with the second, tripping with the third, and Apollo attacking on the frag, and Butters with the 3K shutting down PogChamp. Or shutting down Gatekeepers. Jesus Christ. You can tell I'm tired.
It's fine. I think
been a day,
Gatekeepers
bro.
is tired too because they just got stunted on by the Russian SMG, which isn't great. That SMG is not the best.
I mean, I've played Splash only once and Apollo in ranked on this map with Capcan, and I've stunted on them with Capcan. So
Maybe it's just their Achilles heel. Their play
Maybe.
is
I have no
flawless,
idea.
except if you're Capcan. Then they just don't know. They just don't know what to do. AVG defense coming out next. Kitchen,
like-
the only.
it's like Butters gets off of gets onto Capcan and he just fries him. He can't do it on Jaeger. He can't do it on Maestro. This time around, however, he will be attempting Jaeger yet again. His Mata will switch away the Iana in favor for a Jackal.
Attackers need to
Yeah, it's the-
locate and defuse as many
The
bombs.
unorthodox picks that get them. But now this is kind of the moment for PogChamp to sell us on whether or not they can bring things back. Because, I mean, they lost AVG and Trophy. The two sites that you probably should not be losing. And they have one-on-ones. They go back to AVG a second time. They've run the gamut. They've tried all three. Only had one success on Kitchen. So now, on this second attempt with... Looking real quick. Not too many adjustments. Butters is back on Jaeger. Remember, the only kills he has are with Capcan's
10
SMG.
seconds remaining.
Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in the back of your head for any future info.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Jaeger might not be Butters up. If that round might indicate this.
Attackers
But overall,
objective
not
is
many
to
adjustments
locate
from
a bomb and
PogChamp.
defuse it.
Pretty
Attackers
standard
drop
setup
the bomb
overall.
diffuser.
We've been here before. We likely know what's going to happen.
Attackers recovered
I
the
could
bomb
do a crow
diffuser.
bit and just
The
start
attacker's bomb
reenacting or
diffuser has been
predicting
dropped.
everything that'll happen, but I'm not that confident in myself to be able to do that, so.
Moving into round number 4 here, the bomb site is going to be in Aviator Games yet again. For the second time. It's so strange that the first bomb site for PogChamp to win is an off site with Kitchen and defense, and it's off the back of a Butters 3K with a Capcan.
You know, Uzu, this game hasn't been making a lot of sense.
It really hasn't.
Nyx is probably about to die.
Okay, Splash.
Alright.
Yeah. Bait him out with the knife and then just, don't even shoot back. Feltwinter's trying to
Feltwinter's
see
yeah.
if he can read Nyx's movement here. But from my understanding, I think
Attacker
Nyx
dropped
might
the
try to
diffuser.
make the rotate over towards Pantry, which seems to be the thing that he's doing. He's getting double hunted here, so we'll have to come up against Feltwinter here in a short moment. Constant pings coming into play, but Feltwinter will fall here despite
Ow.
the pings coming in from the Jackal track. Another ping coming through. I'm surprised Mata still hasn't decided to shoot through the wall. Shoot through the wall! Shoot! Please, Mata,
There we
thank
go.
you!
There we go.
Jesus Christ, man.
Hey, finally got it.
Finally did it.
Attackers
Jesus,
recovered
man.
the diffuser.
Finally ping. And Nyx falls, albeit at the cost of 2 lives on the side of Gatekeepers. Won't be able to rotate back, but he's wasted a hell of a lot of time just by his sheer existence and persistence. But they're knocking at the door to the bomb site. Gatekeepers are ready to start rolling on in whenever the call is given. They don't exactly have the man advantage, but there's only one C4 on the side of Jarvis. If they're able to bait that out and some Toxic Babes as well, or if Trippin manages to kind of misplay those, they'll be able to get the plant down, but still, quite a bit of work to be done in order to make this succeed. Another Jackal mark will come out inside the 90 hallway, all the way over by Books on the top of main stairs, signifying that, hey, there's at least somebody over there. They might not know that there's 2 unless they droned it out, but that's entirely possible. Not entirely sure from this perspective. Prod's also rotating the study to try to contest that risk table and stop them from going in for a plant inside a vault, and right now, Gatekeepers, I don't think they really know what the hell to do. There's so many angles that are held right now, so much of the necessary map control that they need, and so many operators that they need to move away from their positions that they've just been flat out unsuccessful. One smoke grenade will fly all the way on the opposite side of the map, and Rexview will make the entrance in, but Prod's inside to study and somehow wins the gunfighter. Loses it, I suppose. The C4 flies and hits Rexview in the face and blows it clean off. That's 2v2 as Mata gets 1. Jarvis goes for a peek, isn't able to land the shots. But Apollo has the diffuser and drops it. No, is able to get it down, and Mata is literally directly on him for the coverage. No smoke grenades in the hand of Trippin. Mata gets 1. It's Jarvis with only 1 HP to try to clutch this 1v2, and it's not going to happen. Somehow Gatekeepers, despite all the odds going against them, come away with that round. And once again, it looks like this is just... These Villa defenses are not PogChamp's bread and butter.
No. The only bomb set that they've been able to win was kitchen and dining. 5th bomb site for them, they'll be going into trophy statuary. They obviously can't go back to kitchen dining just yet because they won it in round number 3. However, at the end of this round, win or lose, they will be able to go back to kitchen dining. Butters is going to be donning the Maestro. This prod will be put on the Malusi, trading ops with Nyx. Jarvis and Trippin will continue to be on the smoke and mute roles. Meanwhile, Butters will switch from one piece of intel anchor to another, which I think is the right call here, considering that there is no IQ being brought. And despite the fact that those yokais are easier to see now, given that the fact that their invisibility cloak has been removed, I think it's the right play, because there's just so much bulletproof utility being brought that the attackers of Gatekeepers are bringing a lot of explosives with Sledge, Zofia, and Ash that they're almost just getting canceled out because with the Jaeger nerf and with no Lamai being in play, it's just not really worth for those bubbles to be up there. You're better off just bringing in the Echo that can, 1, drone in your defenders should they need assistance, and 2,
10 seconds
it's just you're just able to maneuver your drones around and stop a plan if you need to, if you're able to, and if you're alive to. And you're also just it's just a lot easier, and you also have a shield to work with too.
TLDR, Echo equal good pick. If you tuned out and needed summation, that's what that means. Then Trophy and Statuary being the bomb site, coming out from PogChamp. Really not had any success overall. Maybe Nyx will try to make... That's Jarvis with him, just chilling over on that side of the map, extending over there. But right now, Gatekeepers aren't concerning themselves too much with the extension over on that south side of the map. Really just to push straight on through bathroom and master bedroom and assault straight onto the site before the defenders really have a chance to rotate back. Those mute devices and those Echo drones combined with that deployable shield are going to prove to be a bit of a hassle for them to try to achieve that goal. So they will be stalled out, and the defense will have plenty of time to rotate back. That is an interesting cam. How did he get it up there? Oh, you must have thrown it on the beam and then put it up. Okay.
That's what I'm guessing too.
It's like, how the hell did he phase it through that wooden beam? But he didn't. That's not what happened. Butters might be about to die though. Grenade sails in, only does a little bit of damage to him. Not too much. He has been stunned out. He's really just wasting a lot of time right now. And as much utility as he can. He will be spotted. A second frag grenade incoming. One will fly out. Will it get him? No, it will not. Sails deep into the corner. He's already vacated that position and moved back into the bomb site. Jarvis with the opening pick. Undirects the Hibana as well. Very
Attackers
impactful.
recovered
The opening goal going in the favor of the
Bomb has
defense.
been
Not
located.
only that is it very impactful, it's the only hard breacher down for the count here, and there's no other hard breach utility to be brought on the side of Gatekeepers, which could potentially give PogChamp their second round. They've already burned off close to 2 minutes of play here, and now Butters is able to give the call on for Trippin, dealing a little bit of damage here onto Splash, retreats from Master over towards Bathroom potentially.
Splash also just letting out a couple pre-fires over on really anywhere he decides to look. Feltwinter down below. Doesn't have any nades left, so he's just making sure that nobody goes for a C4 if they try to get the plant down. But again, there's a lot they actually have to cut through on the bomb site itself in order to reach that stage. Nobody is directly inside of Bash, though, so A, they at least have that. The Butters is doing his best to try and contest it, but Splash will manage to take him down. I actually thought that was Mata on Repel, but no. With the Ash to steal his fate. Nick's down below, Will and Feltwinter, so no more Sledge, and Nick's is retaking that position if Prod chooses to vault down and go for a C4 from below. Nick is on Astro stairs. Two members looking directly at him. Guns trained all on him. But he just has to delay time. Gatekeepers have already wasted a lot of it themselves. 18 seconds left and a 2v4 with thanks to Jarvis with the pump shotgun in Apollo's chest. This is a solid position to be in. Now the Jackal falls. 1v4. Flash on 25 HP. That should be the end. Yes, it is. Prod puts a bullet in his skull. PogChamp finally finds success on a site that is not Kitchen. They win their second defensive round on Villa.
Hopefully for PogChamp, they retreat down into the first floor bomb site with Kitchen Dining. There we go. Kitchen Dining is going to be our sixth and final bomb site for the defense of PogChamp. Butters will be back on that cap can. Curious to see if he's going to 6-pick away from it since he played it previously. We'll just have to wait and see how this goes. I don't think he's going to 6-pick away.
Nah, he's sticking it. Please? Please stick it?
Alex, I know you can hear us.
Come on, man. I need this one thing, man. I just need this one thing. You got a 3K before. The odds of Gatekeepers actually retaining that info is not going to yes. Check mark. He is sticking the Capcan. No 6-pick coming out from either team, actually.
No.
Though the Capcan is definitely the most unorthodox operator in the lobby, comparatively, at the very least.
Very
Attackers
true.
need to locate and defuse
I mean,
the
hey,
bomb.
at this, I remember, I don't remember where I heard this stat, but somebody said it. In rank, obviously this is comp, so take that with a grain of salt. But in ranked, Frost is most useful against silvers and diamonds. Why? Because you forget a Frost is there. You don't play against the Frost all that often, so you just kind of forget to look for bear traps. Capcan is a similar way. They might expect it a bit more since Butters does have a tendency to bring out Capcan on Villa far more than really most other players. But still, there's a tendency where if you're on the attack and Capcan is just not an op to play against all that often in comp, you might just forget to drone out and forget that a Capcan trap is there. Or if you see it and it gets down to that final 30, 20 seconds, you just succumb to that thing Capcan is known for, which is
Attackers are moving
those
out to locate a
EE1Ds
bomb.
being left alive in those final seconds, and you're too busy rushing in to notice, and you get taken down to 50 HP before you even have a chance to react. So he can be kind of strong in that way, obviously. Never going to say he's probably a meta pick. You're sacrificing a lot to bring a Capcan, combined with a Legion as well. But still, that is something that can be a benefit to PogChamp. It also helps that Butters can just frag out with a 9x19. And that's something. It's got a 1.5 as well. And a C4. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Swapping mugs.
I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know why, but it just hit me that Capcan used to be a 3-speed. Feltwinter looking to do what Butters is doing and get out the C4. I think Butters is smarter than that for the time being. Feltwinter realizing that Butters is there. Nick's going to get Apollo. Not having a good map here is Apollo on Villa. Who is having a good map is going to be Nyx, as well as Prod. So, PogChamp getting that opening engagement in their pocket. Splash looking to fight up against two PogChamp members. I think with both Nyx and Prod. Good night, Splash. Holy smokes. Absolutely
Splash.
dumpstered.
Yeah, based on an excellent pre-fire from Nyx, there was that Capcan trap doing 50 HP worth of damage to Mata. Heard the explosion and the health decrease soon after. At least indicating that way. That'd be extremely coincidental if that was somehow something else that was the cause of it, but I'm assuming that's what it was. That's a 3v5 in the favor of PogChamp. almost in a position to end, or they are in a position right now to end this half 3-3. Made even better thanks to Mata being finished off. Feltwinter will get the refrag onto Prod, a C4. Almost kills Feltwinter, but it's Nyx's MP5 to be the last thing he hears. 1v4. At least Rex has 6x Kairos in his pocket, I suppose, but not much beyond that. Yeah, he's just running around. Gonna take a tactical timeout of sorts, or actually, he is back in the building. If it were a tac timeout, he would have just sat and spawned, but maybe he's trying to go for something. I believe the wall to his right might be open. Right above that red stairs is soft. No, it's not, so he'll be able to go for it at least a little bit more. Not really all that much happening. Tracers flew right next to him, so they know that he's making his push up red stairs. And there's also Jarvis inside of bathroom, or not bathroom, inside of library, I should say, who can contest him if he so wants. I guess Rex, is he actually trying, or is he just...
I think he's just baiting for frags at this point.
Yeah, I thought he was going to try, but it looks like, yeah, he's just baiting for frags, as Uzu said. Thankfully, he's using his flash grenade, so using utility, and he vaults over. So there we go. Jarvis finally coming through. Chekhov's gun coming back in the final act. PogChamp will end the half 3-3 after a fairly dominant final round on the defense.
Speaking of defense, Altier is currently up 5-3 versus Beast Coast. They are 2 rounds away from qualifying for the 6th Invitational in Europe, and they are playing defense right now on Theme Park in the decider map of the Grand Finals. Just as we are in our decider map of the Grand Finals, with PogChamp currently tying it up 3-3.
But if Altior wins, they do not have to play another best of 5. Or if Gatekeepers do, as it's even right now, can you imagine how awful that would be if there was a best of 5 bracket reset? Oh my lord.
I
Jeez.
don't know who would agree to that. Maybe for exposure, but for your mental and your sanity.
Yeah,
God.
the mental on all sides would be chalked.
My mental is chalked right now.
This is not the case. There's only best of 3. If Gatekeepers win, there will be a bracket reset, and we will have to play 2 to 3 more maps to figure out who wins. But if PogChamp manages to have a really good attacking half on Villa, or at the very least secure overtime, maybe shore up their defenses there, it'll end here. This will be the final map. PogChamp will walk away the victors. So if any more map is played after this, their victory is now in question. But if it ends here, they are guaranteed the winners. There's no chance for Gatekeepers at a second chance. That's the thing. They have to do well on their attacking half on Villa. They managed to make it work a little bit on the side of Oregon, albeit it was very close. Managed to make it. I'm actually so tired, I can't remember which half it was on Oregon. Did they come back on their attack half? No, they didn't. It was the defense.
No, it was just defense. They were down 5-1.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so they will have to do a little bit better on their attacking half than they did on Oregon, which it is Villa. So, you know, new map, new PogChamp, new attacking strats, new lay of the land. Maybe you're feeling yourself a bit more. The work is evenly spread right now. Nyx is not just dominating the scoreboard. I have no idea what you just said. You stun-locked me for a second.
I said I want to be your little PogChamp quarter.
Okay, that's... I just gotta lean back real quick. Just gotta stand up. Stretch!
Honestly, yeah, that's a good idea. Make sure you use the bathroom too and you drink a lot of water. For those of you who don't.
I used the bathroom for this. I did not. I try to go between every map. I don't want to risk it. Hopefully the players did too. We don't have a tac timeout, so I don't know if Butters can go to the bathroom. Maybe they don't even know tac timeouts exist, because Abu and I didn't. And Abu and I was very confused when it was called. He was like, that's not a thing. And it was. It is a thing. I had the same reaction. I was like, I don't think we have tac timeout. And then we do. Which is cool. Again, never casted tac timeout before. Also never casted a bracket reset. Will be honest, not looking to right now. But I will not be disappointed if this continues to be a good game. PogChamp making some inroads on the master bedroom side of the map, as you'd expect on a Villa attack, usually where the attacking team starts to come from. Prod on the Jackal is currently roam hunting, spots the Malusi, and Nyx gets one upstairs. It's an early 3v5, the opening duel happening simultaneously. PogChamp favored in the man count for the moment.
Mata is going to take care of Prod for the time being, and trying to find a second here is Splash, who successfully takes down Nyx, equalizing here to a 3v3. Top department is somewhat in favor of PogChamp. Castle Burkett hasn't been taken down from study, so Mata does have free range to roam around top of main stairs as he pleases. Minute 10 left on the board as PogChamp are trying to find their 4th round. Same thing for the Gatekeepers. Time's starting to run down. Their execute needs to come pretty soon. Otherwise, they'll be facing down the barrel of a 3-4 deficit, which I don't think they really want to do. And they're going to come in from Jarvis to dispatch of the barbed wire. Trippin's going to keep that barricade up, but an impact nade will get tossed from above and not allow the X-Kairos to really come around and really get a line of sight.
Attackers have dropped the
Paul's
bomb.
going to find one and second here, I believe, as he gets that frag onto Jarvis somehow, some way. Leaving it all into Trippin in a 1v3 versus Splash, Apollo, and Mata.
Trippin's just kind of running in right now. We'll spot the Goyle, not looking his way. There's still one, I believe, behind Bar. Almost lands the headshot, but Baron 9 recoil a bit too finicky. Might go for the pre-fire, but now the crossfire is too strong in favor of Gatekeepers. Apollo on Maestro seems to be a bit of a terrifying sight, especially on Villa. And what looked like a strong PogChamp round is actually a 3v5 comeback that they didn't even know was happening. Gatekeepers, they get the first round on their defense.
I don't know if my mental will allow me to cast a second best of 3 if
It
Gatekeepers
will!
Wednesday.
You've got this. I believe in you. I'm here with you. I'm here with you.
I know. You have to be.
If I just left, if I just disconnected. Obviously, I would never do that because I'm not the worst.
No.
That would be kind of funny, though. I want to do it.
It would be pretty funny, even as a joke. Not gonna lie.
Crash is like, what do we do? Like,
Well,
he's
you're
just gone.
on your own.
We-
Like,
Crash like
will come in.
he's like Thanos. He's like Thanos on Titan. He's like, I'm about to step in. And just starts finishing the cast. Trophy Statuary will be the next bomb site, though, for Gatekeepers on their defense. That really looked like PogChamp were starting to get their groove on, got those opening duels, but again, Gatekeepers have shown to still be rock-solid players, even when they're certainly not favored to win the round out, and they're lacking in the man count. Oddly enough, I didn't anticipate this. Gatekeepers, obviously there's some moments where Splash will just overpeak and win it. But there are actually moments where Gatekeepers seem to be some of the more disciplined teams in the lobby. I mean, if you recall back to that Canadian relegations match, OB versus Nordic,
Oh, God.
T2T1, you know what I'm going to bring up. You know what I'm about to talk about. Cabal sometimes run outside. And maybe another member on OB would run outside or run at the attacking team, and they would die and throw away the bomb advantage.
Yep.
Gatekeepers don't do that. They're able to maintain that. Obviously, it's a 3v5. They have to make a play a little bit, but they're able to capitalize off the mistakes of PogChamp and even make kind of a smarter play to wheel it back in their favor. So I honestly didn't anticipate Rexvy's team to be one of the more disciplined people in the lobby and be able to make those man advantages and make those clutch situations happen. And not a consistent basis, but as consistent as you can get with clutches to a certain extent. So I'm pleasantly surprised. Bravo.
Airdrop is ready.
Indeed. So, round number 8, second defense for Gatekeepers will be inside this trophy and statuary. Bulletproof cannon will get dispatched by Butters as he progresses down the 90 hallway.
A bomb has been
Doesn't seem to be
located.
that there's anyone that's going to contest him here for the time being, as he has free roam to progress up here. He's got to deal with a Banshee close inside, but an Echo Drone will get shot by Butters right at the top of Wolf Door. Is it Wolf or Boar or Deer? I don't know. I think it's Wolf. But Splash, again, just trying to see if he can fight up against Butters. But Butters has decided to retreat away, and Splash will move back into the B bomb site.
I actually don't know if it's Wolf or Deer. I know it's both, and I think I use them interchangeably. I know Jazz uses Wolf a lot, I believe. I mainly use Deer. Rex is just going to jump outside, and Prod is literally looking away from the window on his drone. So that's a freebie for Rexby. He'll just continue existing inside a closet. That's a dangerous position, by the way, for the defenders to play in. Usually on a closet hold, the defender in there is either rotated out or died.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Rexby has done neither of those things.
Attackers recovered the
Splash will
bomb.
also get one onto Butters. That's the Zofia gone, and we see PogChamp in the same position they were putting Gatekeepers in. Will they manage to clutch out a 3v5 just like Gatekeepers did? I don't think so. Especially with the Yokai relaying Trippin's exact position, and it's not been spotted. Apollo finds a kill onto Nyx. Looking even more dire than it did before for PogChamp. Jarvis and Trippin are a world away, and HP as well. Trippin right into reloading, gets sprinted on. And it's just Jarvis left in a 1v5. Probably not going to happen. They're all just sprinting at him. He gets one at the very least. That's Rex, and almost gets the second on the Splash. He will get the down, so we can confirm that kill at the very least. In 38 seconds left.
What are they doing?
They're just
stop
sprinting at him.
peeking.
They're
Stop.
just sprinting at him.
Stop
Remember
it.
when I said they were disciplined?
Yeah.
That's my bad.
Yeah, that is definitely your
That one's on me. I'll retract that
You're
statement.
dealing with underage kids. You're not gonna find any disciplined kid,
Listen,
even on
man.
aerial.
Listen, man.
15
I'm
seconds
trying.
remaining.
I'm trying.
I know.
Jarvis will vault in, and he's dead. Mata seals his fate. Gatekeepers up 5-3 on Villa defense so far. They win the next site. It's match point. And we are in dangerous territory of a bracket reset.
Altior is 1 round away from qualifying for the 6th invitational. Holy cow. They're up 6-4 right now versus Beast Coast. Just for those of you who might be wondering if you're not watching the stream. But here on
Keep
Nursery,
streaming updated.
yeah, here on Nursery, we've got a match where the Gatekeepers are currently up 5-3, and they're 2 rounds away from pushing us into a bracket reset and another best of 3. PogChamp needs to fight for their lives here to win the next 4 rounds if they want to seal the deal and not play another best of 3, which at this point, I have to be curious if PogChamp's mental has also
Attackers need to
somewhat
locate
chopped.
and defuse
I was
the bomb.
kind of considering that. I mean, let's be honest, for PogChamp, there's not a lot riding on this. I mean, the money would be nice, but I was like, what if they just forfeit? What if they're like, you know what, we don't care. Like, you got it.
We'll take second.
We're done here. We'll take second.
Attackers have located
I don't think
the
they
bomb.
will,
I don't think they will either.
but it is an interesting idea considering
It's a very possible thing to have happened.
tonight is just not a good night to be a T2 level team in North America. Whether you're in T3,
10
an
seconds
NSG,
to go.
or you're qualifying for an invitational in your Beast Coast. Because as Uzu said,
5 seconds
they are
to insertion.
just 1 round away from losing it all, and Altior making it. Though update right now, it is a 3v5.
Attackers are heading out
Favor
to
Beast
defuse
Coast.
a bomb.
So, potential comeback in there. But going into the round that we're watching right now, it's a kitchen defense because he won the previous 2 bomb sites. Somebody's running out. I don't know who it is. My money is on Felt. Yep, maybe it's Feltwinter. That was a shot in the dark for me. Glad it worked out.
I think we switched over at the same time, and we just see Feltwinter boarding up a door or barricade. He's done that run out every single defense round,
Bomb
and
located
like
by
no
attackers.
one's running that direction because they know that you're going to do it. Or maybe, just maybe, someone on PogChamp will elect to move in that direction, pre-fire Feltwinter's position.
Maybe
and-
on
and
attempt
frag him
number
off.
4, they're like, there's no way he goes for it a second time. But he does. Butters, though. Bit of a slant rhyme at the beginning of that word. Takes down Apollo, the maestro. Very impactful operator, take down early on. Kind of like when Smoke isn't alive, similar role they both fill, albeit a little bit different. But the impact is what we felt to the same caliber nonetheless. Frag grenade sailing in to clear out some utility. We'll get caught by an ADS. A bit poor utility. I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Utility usage is the word we'll use. On the side of the attacking team, getting that frag grenade eaten up, and Feltwinter will get 1. 2 more members of PogChamp. Well, 2 will die and 1 will fall. They're really low HP. By the way, Altior just won. They have qualified for the Invitational. As Trippin will get the print down. Penguin is literally hugging him. This is an emotional moment, but again, Trippin is trying to I'm sorry I got distracted. I just love Keegan very much. Gatekeepers are on a 1v2. Nyx is the only one left alive, but the demon himself might have to awaken his demon inside. Diffuser is trapped inside the bomb site. Minute 20 left, spot 1, able to down him. Now it's just Rexv with the UMP, left to face the R4C on the side of Nyx, but Rexv lands the headshot. Gatekeepers, they're on match point, a flawless cycle for them. It'll require 3 rounds in a row for PogChamp. To at the very least, hope to settle this in overtime.
They're in dire need of a victory here for PogChamp, but the efforts coming out from the Gatekeepers has been absolutely tremendous. Pushing us 6-3 here on our decider map of the first best of 3. They're prime and ready to finish this best of 3 and move on to our second one, pushing us into another potential 3 maps. If you're on the East Coast, if any of these players are on the East Coast, Godspeed.
A salute to you, my friend. A salute to you.
If any of them are on the West Coast, then that's no biggie. Because, or at least if you're Central, then it's kind of not that bad. You're only 1 hour behind, but still, you know. If you're on the East Coast, it's gonna be tough for you. Granted, it is winter break for a lot of these kids,
Attackers
so
need to locate and defuse as
if
many
any of these guys
bombs
have
That's
to work
true.
tomorrow, then I don't know if they'll care enough to play.
For PogChamp,
play
it might
until
be an
1
issue.
a.m. Yeah.
PogChamp, there might be an issue because they're all older, and Jarvis, no offense to my elders, is a boomer. So he might have real-life responsibilities. But gatekeepers, a lot of them underagers, Splash being 16 is on winter break, so not too worried about staying up late. Probably, he's probably deep in gamer hours, as ranked stars usually are, or very good fraggers usually are, it seems like, kind of the archetype. Might end up working out,
10 seconds remaining.
at least in terms of time. Bro, seeing Keegan just cheer
5 seconds
made me
left.
very happy.
Yeah. Keegan's
I
so
felt-
passionate for this game.
Attackers are
He's
moving
been
out to
grinding for
locate
this,
a bomb and defuse
as long as I've known him, for the past 3 years, way back on Xeno. And we used to be, I think,
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Egg put it best right now. Nobu, Bread, World Eater.
yep.
The
Nobu
legacy of
and
Nobu,
Xeno.
Xeno, OB, all those teams, they didn't really have a chance to qualify for CL in their entirety, though I imagine they would have tore it out, but a lot of those players are still either very good or went on to do great things in the game. So you'd like to see it. You love to see it.
Well,
I'm just happy now. I'm happy.
someone on Wikipedia put in Beach Coast to win the North American qualifier.
Unlucky.
That editor's getting fired.
I don't think he's getting fired, but he might be like, hey, listen, you can't put your wishes in as
A bomb
fact.
has been located.
I was wishing you were on a bit higher HP, though. He's only on 1. Maestro was the opening pick last go-around, and we saw how well that ended out for PogChamp. Came close, but not ending up being a round victory. But they're still pretty much in firm control of all the map control they need. Bellwetter's pushed pretty far up inside of 90. That Goyo Shield also being rotated a bit further back. That was... I mean, he just wanted to put it a bit closer to the rotate, but I guess that micro adjustment felt like it was necessary. Nyx is the opening pick. Unfortunate. Prod will bring it back to Malusi Falls. Butters, too. He can withstand, but if there's a shot from Rexavy out into bedroom, yes, he can. He can also be picked up by his team to be put a little bit higher of an HP count. Now the
Attackers
castle
dropped the
turns his
diffuser.
sights over towards Study Balcony, where there's one member of PogChamp waiting to push in. Gets spotted. It's a headshot onto Trippin. Now it's a 3v4 in the favor of Gatekeepers, and Butters on low HP. I have a feeling we're about to see bracket reset incoming, whether PogChamp or Gatekeeper is one sit or not. Marks will come out, signifying 2 of them are over there, but I mean, even without those marks, you know pretty well where PogChamp is going to be coming from. Grenade will fly in, not find much. Really, all the defense has to do is hold their positions, bide their time, and PogChamp are just going to fall into their waiting arms unless it's a major fumble coming out from the defense, one I don't think we'll be seeing very much of. There will be Jackal Mark onto the castle inside of Study. He'll rotate and be pushed off his position. He'll go prone, though, so I guess he retakes it despite that. A late also Jarvis on 90 repel. I don't know if now is the time to do that because it's 30 seconds left on match point, but hey, at least you got the castle barricades open and you boosted your points a little bit, I suppose. Now we reach 20 seconds left.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Are PogChamp just stalling out this late? I mean, there's not much they can do. Don't get me wrong. I'm not ending their position, but I was hoping to do a little bit more. But Butters on 1 HP. Or Rexavy is. Mata takes down Jarvis. It's Butters and Prod. Left one gets taken down. It's 2 for him. And it's all up to him. In a 1v2. Apollo's on low HP. He might get the Goyo, but no, he can't. And Gatekeepers, they're able to do it. And PogChamp say GG, but are they aware that it's a bracket reset? Are they aware that they have another one to play? Who knows?
I don't know if they're aware of that.
Gatekeepers have done it. And we
They
might be
indeed
seeing
have.
another best of 3.
So, congrats to the Gatekeepers for winning out this first best of 3. They will have a second one to play. And if their mental isn't already chalked, by God, it will be at the end of this at the end of this next series.
Nobody's mental is coming out alive.
No. Not even ours. Not even ours.
I'm feeling okay. Y'all 2 are 1.
Not CR1.
I'm happy.
Indeed.
It's
I'm
like
happy they did.
one time I was casting with Crow and RSA. It was the night DGen beat PogChamp. Clearly, T3 Gunners are not a PogChamp strong suit to deal with. This matchup kind of showing that a little bit. But it was
Indeed.
DJ beat PogChamp, and Crow was absolutely knocked out. And then they won, and he got a burst of wind after that. So I kind of got that
Jesus.
right now. Again, seeing Keegan get excited made me all warm and fuzzy inside. I do believe we're going to a break, though. I would assume so. Just kind of get everything set up. We have to redo the map bans. I might be wrong, but I think you might be just taking a little bit. Uzi, you got anything you want to break down after that match, or you just want to take a little bit of a rest?
Honestly, probably just a little bit of a rest. But
All right.
the gatekeepers have really been shining here. They've been sticking it to PogChamp, and that first best of 3 that they had earlier today really helped them learn a lot about PogChamp. And then moving into this first series here in this grand final, they've been able to show what they learned. And these T3 teams, man, they're just PogChamp's kryptonite, it seems. But
yes, it is.
Yeah,
I guess they are. But we'll be going to a bit of a break, setting up the rest of the map bans, and I don't think we need to remake the lobby. We do, at the very least, need to figure out where we're going to. So we'll be back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Now that invite's over, you might see some more people jump in to see who will win between the Gatekeepers and PogChamp. Find out in a bit. All right, everybody, welcome back. In case you missed it, two big things happened while you were sleeping under a rock. One, Altiora going to invite. Let's go, boys. Everyone is happy today. Second big thing, more related to Nerd Street Gamers itself. Gatekeepers managed to beat PogChamp 2-1 in a best-of-3, but the way the tournament works, we have a bracket reset. Since they came up from the losers bracket, they have to try their luck again and win a second best-of-3 in order to come away the victors of the whole tournament. PogChamp managed to bring it out here. They're declared the winner. But if Gatekeepers manage to run it up and somehow win two best-of-3s in a row against PogChamp, which I have to say would be pretty damn impressive, all things considered, they will be crowned the victors. That's what we're deciding. We're on that second best-of-3. Don't have the maps just yet. We're waiting on PogChamp to, get back, figure things out. But then we'll get right into it and see who ends up winning it all. I do not believe we have the maps. I can check real quick. Obviously, I might be using outdated intel, but I will check just to be safe. Obviously, we do have to redo them. We're not just replaying the same 3 maps. And I really would appreciate if we don't do the same 3 maps.
Okay, we got 2 maps that are going to be new. We do have Villa starting off, which is the map we just ended on. But we'll be going to Cafe next, and then Console will be our decider.
I'm willing to accept that. For 2 new maps, potentially, at the very least 1 new map today, I'll take Villa right after we just got done. This also provides a good time for PogChamp to try to make a comeback, and if they can, observe what Gatekeepers did, figure out what went wrong, and able to seal up their defenses seal up actually both their attacks and their defenses right after they just got done, that'd be a good statement to start off, but we'll just have to see. We're getting in the game right now. As we said, it is Villa. Might look a little bit familiar, but hopefully for PogChamp, a little bit different.
Well, at the end of this, no matter who wins, they will become the victors of the NSG tournament.
Somebody's winning. Somebody's winning at the end.
Somebody's taking home the bacon.
No, bacon's on Dark Zero.
Oh, that's true. That's my bad, bro.
Yeah, that's
yay! Another Thatcher ban.
Yes, a Thatcher ban.
Haven't seen this one in a while.
Revolutionary. I mean, it makes sense. I know we're obviously we'd prefer to see something interesting, but I mean, it's not an illogical ban by any metric. Second make coming out from Gatekeepers, I imagine it's an Ace or Hibana. Will be an Ace, that first one I mentioned, so Hibana will be in play. Rex said, this is the longest series I've ever played. Well, this is the longest series I've ever casted.
Same here.
So, we're all in it together.
We're all in
here
it together.
Until the end. Hey, at least make it interesting and ban something new. Oh, wow, it's a Valkyrie.
No surprise there. Probably the same bands as
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same bands. Makes sense. As much as I hate it. Does make sense. I would like to see Nyx run around like a madman with Valkyries MPX. Would be a fan of seeing that, but alas, we will not. The final band coming out might be something different. Honestly, I think we could see something different here, and we will. It's a castle. That was the operator that Rexavy played quite a lot on their defenses, so makes sense. It was a crucial part of how they set it up. PogChamp, at the very least, reading into it and indicating that they have, at the very least, made some notes and some changes to how they're playing, at least initially. Now going in, trying something. Prod this pizza right now. Hey, I mean, Castle Band for Science, I'm intrigued. Obviously, there's a lot of Gatekeepers. They will be starting out on the attack, so won't see a lot of that impact until the second half. Once we get through that, it's PogChamp starting out the defenses, and Castle wasn't exactly a big part of how they played. So to be much more standard fare starting out to what we saw just a little bit ago.
Rex is a one-trick castle. Why would you do that?
Those one-trick castles, man. They get you every time.
Every single
Except
time.
for the one-trick castles you expect.
Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden they start pre-firing you with 26 rounds and literally shooting baked beans, and you just can't compete.
Mm-hmm. Those baked beans just fly right at your face, and
they do.
You can't do anything about it.
It's like a 3D movie.
Defenders
First Sight coming out.
I haven't watched a 3D movie in forever.
I haven't either. I mean, they kind of... There's a big phase around, like, late 2000s, early 2010s, and then just kind of died out. I feel like Avatar was the peak, and then after that, it just kind of went downhill. We'll see Amira in play, by the way. She was banned the last matchup, and Trippin will be bringing her out in the first round, this go-around on Villa. Interested to see where he puts them. Normally, the default, it's been a long time since I've seen Amira, so I'm kind of scratching this part of my mind that I have not utilized in a while. Normally, we see one get put on that right reinforcement. Why did you make the rotate and just reinforce
5 seconds left.
Why'd you do that?
Why not?
Just a waste of time, man.
Objective is to locate a bomb and
I mean, okay. Why not? I mean, I get the idea. He's guarding before he's
Strategy, bro.
making the rotate on that wall. He's probably going to put a mirror on that right wall. Yeah, you can see it's what he's doing. Interested to see where he'll put the second one. Hasn't put it down fully yet.
Okay, I know the reason why he's doing that. Because you shoot open. This is what I do with mirrors too. You shoot open where the mirror is going to be positioned.
Oh, yeah.
That way it's easier to have more peripheral view around the mirror.
Normally, I'm just used to it being done in the opposite order. You put up the mirror, then shoot around it, not shoot a hole open and then put it down. But I guess that makes more sense than actually the
I've been
normal
doing
way.
that for like 2 years.
All right, Uzu's just a pioneer.
It was something that I had seen in like I think a pro league match. And I'm like, huh, I've never thought of that because I mean you're gonna shotgun up the wall anyway. Might as well just do it beforehand.
Fair point.
Also saves you the time for having to
Okay.
saves you the time for having to like rotate around and shoot it from the front. But next ball here, Apollo and Winter are gonna die. Prod will get the advantage in favor for his team as looks to be Jarvis. I think he's the one that's running away. Butter's gonna find the first pick for himself here onto Rexy. That Castle been really doing numbers on his mental.
Yeah, not doing a lot for his mentality, unfortunately. Splash still outside of the building. Mata the only one actually inside. Hey, you know where the default cam is, though, and there's something to be said for that. Intel, whether a little bit redundant or not. And, I mean, not much is happening now that most of Gatekeeper's attack has collapsed in various parts of the map, mostly on that master bedroom side. Splash with Diffuser as well will be going for a plan, and Splash will get one on the come up through red stairs. Jarvis the mute to fall. There's only one C4 left on the side of PogChamp, and going into a minute, that'll probably be one of the biggest factors. Still the man advantage strongly in their favor. Makes it a bit hard for the remaining two members of the attack to do that. Uzu literally just sucker punched his mic, and that scared me to death. So much so that I stopped casting. Didn't scare Gatekeepers, though. They're still trying to make the push in. The Black Mirror will scare them a little bit, though. Flash is going to try to get it through the floor. It's been Z-pinged, so might be able to shoot it, but probably will have to use one of his 3 remaining Ash charges. He's got 3 Ash charges, and it's 35 seconds left. Okay, at least he can use one for the Mira. Try to open it back up. Angle's not exactly favorable. The bars as well, not the best thing. You also can't look straight up in siege, so he's got to back up a little bit. Will manage to get it, but it's only 19 seconds left, and a lot of that time was spent just trying to contend with a vertical angle. Okay, I mean, you'll keep using an Ash charge down below, but, like, you guys actually have to push the site. You have 9 seconds left. Like, come on, guys. But Splash pre-fires that angle. That's an easy read on the prod. Mata trying to get the plant down to his own 1 HP, but Splash, if anybody wants to cover it, can be him. He gets tripping. This might be a great 2v3 clutch to open things up for Gatekeepers. Carter's will get it. Go for the pre-fire around the corner, and you'll land it. He's been silent for most of the series, but on the first map in the first round of the second go, he gets a 3K in the very first round for PogChamp.
Diffuser disabled by defenders. Defenders win.
He was saving his power for that moment.
Yes, indeed he was. So, it's going to be PogChamp rising up here. Round number 1 of series number 2 in map number 1.
A lot of numbers there.
Yeah, after what looked to be a chalked round from PogChamp, Butters just says, you know what? I'm sick of tired of Uzu talking bad on my name. I'm gonna show him what's up. I can play Jaeger. I can do things. But when I saw Butters go on Capcan, I knew they were going dining. It's almost a staple operator for him to play on that.
Name a better trio than Butters, Capcan, and Kitchen Dining. You can't.
No.
And you will never be able to.
And if you're on the side of Gatekeepers, seeing that Capcan is in the reveal phase, you're knowing that Butters isn't 6 picking off of that. You know that it's Butters picking that operator, and you know that you're going to have to attack Kitchen Dining.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Hopefully,
bombs.
if they've taken any like mental notes, but as far as I know, their mental probably also been chalked. So.
Especially got to face Butters on Capcan. Side of Gatekeepers, they're mental. That's what I'm referring to. Not exactly the best thing on the planet. Seeing that man with the 9x19, it's a scary sight. Any reasonable man, it's like I don't play TF2, so I'm gonna botch this quote. It's like, I don't fear many things, but that man, and it just cuts the Butters on Capcan. That thing scares me.
10 seconds to
It'd scare any reasonable man as well. He's just putting his Capcan traps down like the psychopath he is. Just calmly setting traps for the enemy. Mata did step into one previously. We haven't seen anybody die to it yet, or any large member or large group of members on the side of Gatekeepers actually walk into them. But we have seen at the very least some impact in terms of utility, more so on just Butters getting kills with the gun. I'm interested to see if they remember more at this point, since again it's the same map, same site, same guy playing the same op. All four of those things should signify that we won't see many Capcan Trap ignitions. But then again, we're also in a second best of 3. People are probably tired. I won't be surprised if maybe Splash just walks in and gets 50 damage done to his shins. Not a lot of things can surprise me at this point.
It's gonna be the Malusi of Prod getting tracked right now. Nyx is currently in bathroom, getting shot, I believe, from the drone hole. I had to guess, but maybe not. It's kind of hard to tell where the attackers are. Nyx maybe his back going out. Finally gonna die here. It's Mata. Butters finding the equalizer, yeah. And then Butters just falls to Splash. So 3v4. Prod will ease away here, but is that someone repelling a 90 window? I have no idea. Trip and falls here, and this is not looking good at all for PogChamp.
Yeah, it's not Prod C4, just really not signifying anything all that much, but Jarvis literally just finds Mata looking completely the wrong way, and that's an easy headshot for him. Still a 2v3. A lot of work they have to do to try to bring this back, and Jarvis is above the site, so still a fair bit of control, but most people are just now pushing the site, and there's actually no defenders on it. And the Malusi has to rotate back, move through a barricade, and a drone coming in through Memorial that will likely see that. Really, nobody's on the bomb site, not having anybody. Splash is now just going to be able to watch over there and maybe Kitchen to the rotate unless Malusi's able to get this kill. Since Splash isn't looking that way, but now she'll crash right behind the bomb chassis. Lance should be able to get down without much resistance of any kind coming out from the defense. Kind of a misplay to have so much of your remaining defenders off the bomb site for Prod on the flank back. Gets one. Apollo makes it a 1v2 though. Prod's all alone. Butters will get a Capcan trap from the grave. Apollo gets his shins blown out and he falls to the floor. A defeated man in a broken body. Rexy spots him. Gets a little bit of damage on the Prod, but the MP5 is still alive and could ring true. 28 seconds left, maybe about 20 combined with a defuse, but it's not going to happen. Rexby sees the head. Prod runs out of ammo. Gatekeepers, they even at 1-1.
I'm still trying to figure out where this Rexivy was in CCS. Like, it's still just in my mind.
Where in the world was Rexivy in CCS?
Dying. A lot.
You find out and answer all that questions more on the next edition of Sherlock Holmes and the BBC. Documentary, Where Was Rexivy? And where is he going? It'll be on the Discovery Channel right after this match. It's a career dive into the life and the trials and tribulations of Rexivy Jones, I believe is his name. I don't actually know if that's true, I just made that up. We could figure out where exactly he was during CCS on 7 Spades, but he's here now on Gatekeepers, and he's actually putting in the work a fair bit for his team. So is really everyone on the roster. There's not really a name you can point out and be like, yeah, they've really been slacking. Feltwinter, that was him early on, but he came back a lot during the latter portion of that series. Has been a little bit quiet, but we're still only 2 rounds in. Plenty of time for him to shine and reclaim that former glory. But the Targaryen duo, Apollo and Mata, they've also really stepped up big. Combined with Splash, those 3 have been a trio to be feared on the side of Gatekeepers, to put it mildly, whether on their attack or defense as well. It's not really phasing them at all. PogChamp, on the other hand, a lot of their guns have been silent. It's Nyx doing a lot of the work. Maybe Prod will come alive here. Maybe Jarvis there. But it's never really the same coordinated effort coming out from the defense that we see on the attacking, on the side of Gatekeepers in general, really. So that's been one thing that's kind of just been affecting them the entire map, is not everyone seems to be showing up in the ways that Gatekeepers are.
Probably gonna set up another Banshee over on the red stairs. This time around, the bomb site's going to be inside of Trophy Statuary. Feltwinter normally making his entry inside of Closet, as he's normally done so in the previous map, which was Villa. Normally he would make his way through the closet and into the bathroom trying to progress on anyone and frag anyone who might be sitting inside of
A bomb has been
Astro. But for
located.
the time being, there is nobody in Astro, and Feltwinter instead he's going to make his entry down below into Laundry, as it appears to be that there is going to be a below hold, an extended hold, for this bomb site.
Feltwinter runs up, gets that meat jammer. The extension down below. Actually, it's not much of an extension. It's just Jarvis kind of doing his thing. Nick's also down below, but Splash takes him out. It's the Roamer in the opening pick and basement. Feltwinter soon after his LME5 ends Jarvis. Butters will do his best to mitigate the damage done by the
Attackers recovered the bomb.
fairly current 2 losses. It's just Mata now dying shortly thereafter, but it's a 4v3 that PogChamp have to deal with, and the repercussions that spring forth there from. Started to get there. Started to lose track a little bit during that sense, but we made it back. PogChamp, they have a fair bit of utility. 3 C4s on the side of the defense, and Trippin, first kill of the match, will find Apollo down below, but his mirror gets popped. We'll see another one. It's Splash should take a hell of a lot of damage. Oh, that's actually Butters looking down. That's on me. He's got 6 kills so far. Almost at a 7th, if not for Splash being the wily little coyote that he is. But the attack not really pressuring upstairs all that much. There's just now one coming outside a bathroom, and the pre-fire will not be able to net the head of Rexy. But still, it's a 3v3. 2 members on low HP and 3 C4s. All of that kind of signifies PogChamp are in the stronger position this round. They've been in the strong position quite a lot during this tournament. Trippin also missing a lot of shots there, but beside the point. They've been in the stronger position a lot during this tournament, and they're here in that second best of 3, fighting for their life. Question is, can they finally start to change that tide?
I think it's just the vector from like long
Yeah,
range.
I mean,
just
I'm not going to blame him
effective.
for that.
Yeah,
I'm not going to hold that against him.
yeah. Unless you're like, you know, Sweater just controls every single gun in the map without any trouble. Schopenhauer is gonna go prone right now, trying to see if he can find anyone that entries into from Master into Statue. Nade's gonna come out from Feltwinter but get eaten up by an
Bomb located
ADS,
by
placed out by
attackers.
Nyx earlier in the round. Flash is gonna start popping off, and Rexby's already going in for the plant as Prod is there with the C4 into Feltwinter. Shots coming in from Butters, not able to land though onto Splash. Rex will start to go for the plan, and Splash will provide some cover. C4 getting tossed over will land. It's a will. The shrapnel reaches around, and Butters with a massive round, eliminating Rex and Splash in the matter of 2 seconds. Huge play from Butters.
Yeah, he's really been almost a different player, it seems like, in this second series so far. 3 rounds in, I believe. Is that 9 kills he's at right now in 3 rounds? Might be wrong. Could be wrong. It's entirely possible, but he is having a much better game in this second best of 3 than he was really the entire night. And well, we've only seen that first best of 3, but even then, wasn't exactly having the best go rate. Yeah, 8 kills so far, not 9, but hey, that's one off. Who's really splitting hairs at that point? It's 3 rounds in, and he's doing the most for his team by far and away. On ops like Cade and such and so forth, but now we're going to Butters on Jaeger. This is the Butters that didn't do all that well. So is it that Butters as a whole is doing well, or is it those operator choices he's making that's allowing him to do well? Or is it just the curse of the Jaeger? A lot of factors in play. This will decide if we see good Butters or potato Butters. And that'd be a baked
Attackers
potato.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
That joke made more sense in my head, but him actually saying it did not come out exactly how I meant it. Not that it was bad. It was just, it was like, I said it and I was like, that was great. But, I have potato, butter. You saw the methodology there. The method
I
of my
did.
madness.
Yeah. Butter your potatoes.
Butters don't potato. 3 words you need to live by right now.
10 seconds
I don't think
left
I've ever
before
heard better
insertion.
advice in my life.
I pride
now.
myself in the advice I give.
5 seconds to go.
Not a therapist, not qualified.
Not yet.
Attackers objective.
I do not want to be a
Locate
therapist.
bomb.
I'm completely real.
You're going to get your
That
back.
is so much pressure. Dealing with people's mental health issues, I'm not qualified. Though if you do need to go see a therapist, if you have stuff going on, do not feel ashamed. Everyone has issues. Everyone's going through a lot. Someone will be there for you. Therapy can be a solution to a lot of people's problems. That took a weird turn, but the message is still important. Still a very valid message.
Reload.
Excuse me.
A bomb has
Yeah,
been
so
located.
moving into round number 4,
How
Splash.
did he lose that? How did he lose that?
Normally, from the shots that we've seen Splash hit today, you wouldn't expect him to lose that, but Butters just had the superior angle and sent Splash into the Shadow Realm for that one. He'll be going into the graveyard for the time being, and he'll have to come back later.
I don't think, unfortunately, they have any revives left. I don't think he bought Tombstone, so he won't be coming back anytime soon. Reference didn't exactly work, but you get the bit I was going for. Call of Duty Zombies reference is what I was trying to do.
It worked.
Alright.
It worked. It worked.
I'm trying my best. 90 control will be firmly in the hands of the attacking team, though, so there's something to be said for that, but losing your main entry and your top fragger so far is a burden you're going to have to deal with. Apollo has decided that the bookshelf and the elevated surface is where he will stake his claim and make the play inside of 90 that will win them the round. Never mind, he just dropped down. Everything I said was a lie. 90 control is not relinquished, though. He's just one body. He'll go for a flank main stairs, I assume, slowly crouch walking over there. There is the Maestro of Prod playing there, and if he gets on his cams, as Maestros tend to do, he'll be in a bit of a rough spot. But there's a drone leading Apollo in, guiding him slowly. Instead, use the map control to his advantage and open up some holes right next to the pool table, a spot will sometimes see defenders prone to catch the attackers entering off guard. Still has one impact lifeline. He wants to find another angle. But 45 seconds in, not much made in terms of map control beyond 90 for the attackers. This is looking like the longer they wait and the longer they delay, PogChamp are going to win this round.
Throwing flashbang.
I'm very cautious for how he wants to aggress on Faultwinter. We'll be able to win out the gunfight before getting instantly traded by Rex to be Faultwinter, and Nick's actually Faultwinter finds Prod. I didn't even see where Prod came from.
Flashbang is out.
What?
I don't think Prod even knows where Prod came from. But also, Apollo doesn't know where Butters came from. So he's kind of running over. How are you prone and you just miss all of that, Apollo?
10 seconds
It's fine, you still got it. Armada got it. That's my bad. Rex is getting the plane down. Only one health. Thankfully, the Broken Mirror provides a great avenue for Jarvis to throw a C4, and it's a double kill for him. PogChamp. They even at 2-2, thanks to that double C4 from Samuel Jarvis.
Samuel Jarvis, the oldest man in all of T3. Well,
Hold on, I gotta run the
that we
I
know
gotta
of.
I gotta run the math up on that one real quick.
That we know of. That I know of. I think he's. Let me
Think
look him up on
he-
Wikipedia.
I think he either is 29 or 30. So he probably is. I'm just like, the only other old guy I know is IBK Corey, and he's also like getting up there. But I think Jarvis might have him beat.
Unfortunately, does not say his birthday on Wikipedia.
I know Jarvis is 29 or 30. So he is.
Yeah,
We
he's
can-
somewhere around
We
there.
can probably hedge our bets and say he's the oldest guy in T3 right now. Probably safe to make that assumption.
Protect your bombs from being
By the way,
by attackers.
he's doing pretty solid so far. Nowhere near as Butters, but then again, Butters is kind of in a league of his own at the moment, 10-2. Again, doing way better than we saw from him at all in the previous series. I don't know what's going on now. I was gonna make it like a joke or a guess there, but I just don't know. Sometimes those things happen. Somebody's just not feeling themselves, then something snaps, whether in their subconscious or even if they make a conscious choice. Trying to know what Butters made. He seems to be playing fairly similarly. He's just hitting his shots a bit more, and that just happens
10
sometimes.
seconds remaining.
But that might be the game changer for PogChamp. I mean, now they're up 3-1 on their defenses. They were last time against Gatekeeper, so this is the moment. If they win one more, they'll do better on this half than they did previously.
Attackers are heading
It
out.
might be enough to seal map 1 in their favor.
Yeah, I think Butters is sick of it and realizing that he could have done better
See,
in the
though, we
previous
said
series.
that about Nyx, and it didn't work.
Yeah. Now, as we say that, Butters is about to have the worst few rounds of his life, so to speak, I guess.
We don't
That's
know
usually
yet.
how the caster's curse
We
go.
don't know yet.
We don't. Indeed. Either way, Butters is going to shoot open a hole to toss over a C4 into Laundry. Of 138 shots to burn through in the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds, which is a whole lot of ammo. The bomb site is yet again down below inside the kitchen and dining. Next is going to be the first one up to bat here should anyone aggress towards him. He's going to be prone underneath the Astra window. But she does hear Mata on the rappel, and he does have an opportunity to jump out that window, but it doesn't appear that he's going to want to. He does have a C4 prep, so he can toss it on that window.
Located a bomb.
There's a prime opportunity for Nyx to do so, in my honest opinion. You should just go for it.
He will go for it, and he will get it. Swing and a hit. Not a swing and a miss, as that expression often goes. Nyx finds Mata in a very easy C4. Obviously, if he had jumped out there, that would have been pretty dumb, because there's no really place to escape. So, backing up using that secondary utility, the best move and the best bang for your buck. Coming out on the side of PogChamp. Nyx will go for another kill on the Feltwinter. Not nearly as good, 50 damage, about the same amount of damage gone both ways. He'll cut his losses and rotate back. He's already got a pick and done some damage to the sledge. Let the rest of your teammate on site try to shoot through the holes he'll make and finish the job you started. He'll continue to put some passive pressure on Astro's stairs. We know Prod is putting more active pressure on the skull of Rex, so much so that it bursts, and he dies and falls immediately. Brothers will fall, though, so maybe our curse coming true, not having the best round. Jarvis picks up Feltwinter. The 4v2 in the favor of PogChamp. Paula not able to find much of an entry, both kind of trapped in laundry. We'll start to get a pre-fire out. Splash will find one great spray transfer onto the Mozzie, but still, you've got a long way to go to try and make this work. One more kill and it'll be even, but again, not a lot to work with, especially with Splash on low HP and going for the rotate of the century right now. Nyx is also rotated up above to hold these vertical angles, and with Diffuser up top, that's the key play that'll win them the round. What? Apollo just curved bullets. He is in Tenet. Meanwhile, we are all in Rainbow Six Siege. Trippin did not anticipate that, and now he is dead. They still have Diffuser, though. Nyx and Jarvis do. They're playing defense up on the top floor, despite the bomb site being on the bottom. Flashes the tip of the spear in this retake effort, but they just have to go for the kill. He's going for the knife bait once again. Almost hip-fires Jarvis to his grave, but it's the pistol kill to take down Splash. There goes Apollo with one. Nyx has to run away and bide his time and let Apollo lose the round all on his lonesome. We'll go for the plant, but that means Nyx can easily land that shot. PogChamp. They finally surpass the previous defensive victory of 3-3 on the previous best of 3. They secure themselves at the very least a 4-2 half.
I think Splash just needs to stop knife baiting, because he's died to that
He's
twice
still
now.
doing it, isn't he? He's still doing it.
He really is, man. I don't know really what to give advice for that, other than to just stop, because it's not working out for you, man. Just got to give it up.
I mean, maybe if you're on 100 HP, but he was 25. Like,
yeah,
I don't think... Splash is a very talented player, but I don't think the knife bait on 25 HP is what's going to win you that gunfight. Because you're on 25 HP.
Yeah. Mata gonna 6-pick over into a Twitch from Jackal. No 6-pick. Oh, actually, there is a 6-pick coming from Prod. He'll switch away from Legion into Malusi. Actually, no Twitch this time around. We'll be seeing an Amaru. We could be seeing some very interesting plays come out from Mata
This is the play.
in the following minute.
Attackers need to locate and
This is
defuse
that
any
is
bombs
definitely
if
the
they
play.
can.
Play is the way as Mata will embrace his Mandalorian.
Yep, I can feel it. The Gara hook in G8 is what's going to win them the round.
Very well could. It very, very well could. But the thing is, where do you Gara hook into? Do you just enter? Do you just spawn front yard, go into mudroom, and then rappel up
Quiet,
through
Uzi.
the vines
Quiet,
into
Uzi.
sight?
10
Just-
seconds to insertion.
That very well could happen. It could be very, like,
5 seconds left.
unforeseen from PogChamp, and I could see Mata trying to do something like that. Maybe,
Out to locate a
you
bomb
know,
and defuse it.
he pushes his way through mudroom, creeps his way up into the red hall, and his teams just start shooting. And he's also using the suppressor, mind you. So those body shots are not
Just let it
gonna.
happen. Just let it happen.
In other games, the suppressor doesn't necessarily affect the gun, but in Siege, it affects the damage for whatever reason. Even though it's got a longer bullet to really go through, or it's got a longer distance to travel before it leaves the gun. I don't know.
I appreciate your attempt to find the logic of the Amaru pick. I really do.
That's just the only thing that I can guess, other than just bringing her to frag.
Okay. Jarvis just walked right in front of the window Mata was on, but Mata was on a drone, so he did not see it. Unfortunate for the Amaru. That happens sometimes, and, well, it is what it is. You gotta move on. Splash is creeping up the basement stairs, the back stairs if you want to go with the in-game call-out. Thankfully, there's not much really around him all that much. That mute rotated long ago. So actually, there is one right around the stairs. I lied. He's actually right there, and he dies. So I paid for my insolence, and Jarvis pays for his in turn. Splash gets the opening pick. 7 and 5 so far, leading his team in terms of build. But it's a minute 38 seconds left, and I've still not seen why they picked Amari. Still yet to see the launch.
He's using the guard hook at the time, but now it's going to be Apollo who ends up getting that pick. And Fellwinter as well, but Trip infiltrated back onto Rexity. 2v4 here for the PogChamp on defense. Trip taking a little bit of shots here. It's going to be a great pick for Mata, finding one. Now he's got to find Nyx. Olin's Lonesome, who's not even anywhere near the site, as Nyx will find Splash. Now he's going to have to rotate up the Astro stairs, pulling back the bullet into the chamber from the hammer, but that's going to be Apollo with another pick here, and the Gatekeepers will not go down 5-1. Instead, they will decrease their deficit now to a 2-round deficit at 4-2.
Again, it's looking better for PogChamp, much more so than it was previously. Now they're moving to their attacking half. This is the point where they have to prove to us that they can win. I've used that expression a few times tonight, so I apologize for the repetition, but the point still rings true. It was their attacking half on Villa that really sealed their fate, in that it was just not up to par with what Gatekeepers are bringing out on their defenses. Now they're back in that position. PogChamp have made much greater strides on their defensive half than they were able to previously, albeit literally marginally so. Marginally being the exact definition of one more. They got one more round. I busted out some economics there. That was impressive for me, and I will take credit for that. Marginally being the literal definition. They got one more round. Now they have to win 3 attacking rounds in a row. These first couple rounds will be crucial to finding out whether PogChamp have it in them or not. If they're able to win a round on Trophy or win a round on AVG, on top of that, combine that with maybe a kitchen win, or at the very least, if they can just win 2 attacking rounds, or 1 convincingly to start it off, I have much greater confidence that they can close it out on map 1, or at the very least secure overtime. But if Gatekeepers just run away with it, it's all over.
I'm looking back at the chat, and Razor's heard you mention IBK Corey. He goes LMAO, IBK Corey, what a creature.
IBK Corey is an eternal being.
10 seconds left before insertion.
He has been around since time immemorial.
5 seconds remaining.
Haunt the underages of T3 with his life experience
Attackers must
and
locate and
mental
defuse the
prowess.
bomb.
That is a conversation for another time. Tomas Kanata, that is a problem for another time. And a discussion we can continue off stream. Because IBK Corey is not in the lineup, or in any team episode currently playing. It's AVG. None of those letters are in IBK Corey. Thankfully, that's a solid segue. I had to think real quick. I had to think really hard on that one. Wait,
Are you sure?
How do you know?
It's not. I do know. I just thought about it. Listen, man, you can't down me like that. Also, Splash is on mute, and he is roaming.
Well, he's got the MP5K, so it is valid.
Is it, though?
He's got an opportunity to come up the red stairs here and find Nyx, but Nyx trying to find the mirror window, which he's struggling so much to do so, and he pays for it! Down goes Nyx. Apollo Targaryen, able to dispatch the Ash, who had so much trouble finding the canister. After 5 years, we still don't know what's inside.
We don't know what's inside the canister. Also, I mentioned Exo's tweet earlier about Altior, how the Splash is pre-fire. Oh, no, that was Feltwinter pre-firing. Splash got the kill on the trigger. But I mentioned earlier how I'm trying to connect it, but it's not happening. Splash gets a kill on a prod. Jarvis with the refrag.
Prod is dumbfounded.
What I am trying to say is that Apollo on Maestro is really good. And that was the point I was trying to make. Connecting it back to Exo, talking about Altior and how noble-bred world eaters. That is what I was saying about Apollo. He is a world eater on Maestro. I had to talk really fast because people don't want to let me talk. By people, I mean the players in game, because they keep just getting these kills and going for trades. As the conversation happens in chat, fair dialogue for the fair silence going on right now. Butters will send a frag grenade in.
I killed you, then died to a flying pancake,
That
which
was-
I assume is Butters.
I would
That's
assume it
his
is
11th
Butters.
pick.
I don't know. But either way, Butters will send a frag grenade in. Not find much. Jarvis also going for some vertical pressure down below, but 50 HP and trying to contest an angle being held by someone up above. He's also trying to go for the mirror window. That is scary, because that mirror window is cursed. If you try to shoot it, you will die. At the very least,
So
might meet the same
strange.
fate of Nyx. We'll take a Banshee off on red stairs, but they already have been notified of his position. But Butters gets Apollo. That's the World Eater I mentioned earlier, but he's pushed up at 90. Not really paying attention to the players inside the bomb site, which he kind of needs to do when you're attacking that way. But that means just Jarvis has a great time to show his prowess and clutch this 1v2. He's got the F2, but he's facing a mirror window. Rexby, this might be an easy pre-fire if Jarvis ends up running through. He will manage to go through, but he's got an Evil Eye right behind him. He'll go for the pre-fire, but no, Rexby. All he has to do is look at you, hold mouse 1, and press A on his keyboard, and that's an easy kill for him. Gatekeepers win their first defensive round.
Slowly but surely, the Gatekeepers will be closing in at trying to tie this map, which PogChamp have failed to win against against the Gatekeepers. Yeah, I literally just said their name 5 seconds ago and it just escaped me.
Happens to the best of us.
It really does, man. I don't know. We got at least 2 more maps.
No, at least.
most
Oh,
3.
I guess technically this one isn't over, so I guess you're
Yeah.
right.
Or at least 1.5 more maps. At most 2.5. Jarvis gonna switch away from Jackal into Lion, and I guess just trying to deny the aggression that comes from the Gatekeepers, which is just honestly just endless, and it just has
Attackers
to
need
end
to
nowhere in
locate and
sight.
defuse bombs.
So
Yeah, Crow asked
No,
how
it-
I still have energy. How are they still peeking things? If I were playing for this long, I would like barely be able to move my mouse, let alone have the confidence to peek. Maybe it just goes the other way though, that they're so tired that they're like, I just might as well keep taking these gunfights. What else am I gonna do?
these boomers are getting tired. We're 16 yards cracked on our own energy, possibly G fuel. It's not bad at
As
all.
Abraham Lincoln once said, never underestimate a 16-year-old on winter break playing Rainbow Six
10
Siege.
seconds to insertion.
That was a line of the Gettysburg Address.
5 seconds.
And it
left.
rings true still to this day. And that is a very fair sentiment.
Attackers must locate and
They don't have to worry about school. You oldies, you gotta worry about your real life responsibilities. But Rexby and Feltwinter, Splash as well. Whoever just jumped outside, I assume Feltwinter, because he just, went for the same spawn peek. He's been going for 5 rounds at this point. So,
Every
this
single
reminds
defense
me,
round.
there's somebody in RSA, I think they were on Redux Rising, who are a T3 team that I think disbanded at this point. Every time he was on Villa defense and they weren't
What?
defending AVG. Okay, Splash has got a kill. Okay, Butter's got the refrag. But he would sit behind that couch and study and just peek out over towards ruins
He was in study. I thought he
every
was, like-
single round.
I thought he got fragged off the roof. I was like, huh?
Yeah, I was confused too. But that didn't happen. And now it's a 4v4. Apollo being gone on Maestro as well. Very strong player on a very powerful operator. The two combined make a strong force. That's not going to really feel that effective now that he's dead. Solid pick for PogChamp. It's even 4-4.
All right, well, Mata is just stupid aggressive there. Like, there's literally no reason. Oh, okay,
Attackers
Splash is
Thread the needle.
yeah.
All right.
Made to somehow not reach Splash because it can't be bounced off anywhere else. So now Splash has to get revived by Feltwinter, who's retreating over into Wolf, but I think Splash is just trying to crawl his way there since his bleed out time isn't as quick as some others can be. For some reason, Splash is electing to not. Okay, well, Splash is pretty much dead at this point, yeah.
Bomb located by attackers.
I don't think
Feltwinter
we're,
should have just honestly moved in to just go for
I was
the
about to
revive
say,
at that point.
I don't think Rex clutches it out, but Butters finished it off before I could even finish my sentence. First attacking round.
Who are you peeking,
PogChamp.
Rexy?
Exactly. Butters is on a heater this one.
not peek
Butters playing
the
Villa
Butterman.
once? No. Butters playing Villa twice? That's the play. That's the man
That
you
is
gotta
the play.
fear. Butters when he's on his second attempt at Villa.
Aw. Someone posted linkstore.png in chat and I clicked it and it didn't lead anywhere.
Oh, wow.
Pain.
That's just a, you might have seen it on the camera. There's a door in the background. If I stand by it, I look very short. So the joke is that I'm short.
But you just have a really tall door.
No, I'm just short.
I thought you would have defended yourself right there.
Nah, I just, you
you
know,
just-
I've always built myself on having candor in all
Defenders, protect your
situations.
bombs from being
And if I'm
defused
being
by
honest with you,
attackers.
Uzumaki R6, Chris,
Yes.
I'm just short.
I'm not with that attitude.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to manifest that into existence. I would love to. That's not gonna happen. I did grow actually while I was at college. I was 5'6" and I became 5'7", so there is still hope.
There's room for improvement.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
Room for growth.
5 seconds.
I got what you did there. Hold on, I'm gonna write that down.
No, I think because you haven't been eating your Mike and Ike lately.
Pencil that in for the grudge match
The
later
reason-
on.
I think because you haven't been eating
Don't
your
you
Mike and
bring
Ike.
Mike and Ike's into this. Don't you tarnish their name.
You know, if you had a Mike and Ike every single day, you probably wouldn't be 5'7" and a half
I appreciate you gave me the half. Really appreciate it there.
and three quarters.
That is true. I don't eat Mike and Ike's frequently. I also don't eat candy all that frequently, so maybe that is why. Butters probably should have eaten some Mike and Ike's. He would have hit that Escanade there. Unfortunately, his impression is a bit faulty and a bit hollow, and we can see right through it. Still got 15 kills, but just stick to shooting that L85, man. That's Eska's territory. You're not going to beat him in that. Delwinter is also going for an aggressive peek. Well, an aggressive play. Not really all that aggressive. Thinking about it now, he's just kind of vaulting and sprinting in the bomb site.
Located by attackers.
Sometimes he has the tendency to do. He's also been having a bit of a quiet game so far, not nearly as loud as he was previously. Butters might have siphoned all his power. That is a potential reality.
That is potential shoe. This is 15-5 at the man. 3.0 KD for the sled. Why did I say that? Felwinter's gonna shut me right up and he'll lay down the butter. Unfortunate for the man on sledge there. So now the advantage is in
Attackers
favor of
located
the
a bomb.
defending squad of gatekeepers. And we could potentially see another round here, but right as Jarvis, I'm sorry, Nyx gets close to trying to frag off Apollo, he has Splash right behind him, shoot him in the back, blast him away. And speaking of blasting away, it's Jarvis off the rappel of a Felt Winter C4. So now it's all of a sudden on Trippin and Prod in a 5v2. One will fall here for Trippin, great pick there. Gotta find 4 more alongside Prod, who doesn't have any nades unfortunately anymore to deal with that. He's just got to claim more for his secondary gadget. But there goes Prod with the F2000 taking care of Felt Winter. Great shot onto the Evil Eye. There's 60 seconds left to go, and this actually is pretty winnable given the health circumstances.
I was going to say, you think he comes away with this? You think they get the 2v5?
You're gonna go for it again?
He might. I don't know. This is not impossible. Trippin is doing his best splash impression with the knife bait. Did he just challenge Amira with the knife bait? That is
He just
former
did.
SSG player Trippin doing the same move as a 16-year-old entry fragger.
I mean, if it works against him, it's probably gonna work against
But the
his
thing is, it
friend.
didn't work, though. That's the issue. Prod in a 1v3. 23 seconds left. Again, I don't think he's coming away with it.
Rexify just dropped the hatch. Apollo prone with the Alda, easily cleaning up Prod there, and there's just no hope. Such an interesting strat. I would never think of that.
What do you mean?
With the mirror windows and the footholes inside of bathroom. I normally always just reinforce the middle wall inside a bathroom because I want to play bathroom. Y'all need to tell Nyx to stop crouch walking in. Well, he's playing Ash, which is his best operator, and he's trying to take advantage of being quiet, and it's not working. So
But he is on Blackbeard now, so
he is. So instead of crouch walking in with Ash,
he'll crouch walk in.
maybe
with
he's gonna
Blackbeard.
crouch walk in with Blackbeard.
That would be the true game changer this series needs.
Only time will tell in the next.
What if they
Honestly,
all? What if they all crouch
60
walk in?
seconds. That would be. They should honestly take a strat out of strat roulette.
Attackers need to locate and
Where-
defuse bombs.
I think it's called the human centipede, where all 5 of them are in a line as a snake, and they just crawl. They just crawl their way.
I saw that in a Shroud video and a Bikini Body video. So if we see it here, it'd be fitting with the general vibe that the game has devolved into. He's just happy Eska's going to SN, man. Leave him be.
It really is.
Leave him be. I'm excited too. I'm excited too. I even worked in an Escanade there. I worked in a reference.
10 seconds left.
Butters did kind of hand it to me a little bit. He's also on Buck. Speaking of Eska, one of his
5 seconds left.
favorite operators back when Buck had nades. Unfortunately, he does not anymore. He has flashbangs. Butters will still have a fair bit of vertical destruction, and on a site like ABG, this is where, if a Buck is to be brought, the site where he is most likely to be seen, and we'll be seeing him brought out. Butters will try to make the entry in the library, likely aided by someone, maybe Jarvis, maybe Prod on a drone, maybe Nyx on a drone since he's Blackbeard, but I don't think Nyx has his 5Q actually bound. So, yeah, he's just going up. Not really droning so far, but that's what we're going to see Butters doing, trying to rip open the floorboards down below. He's already made an entry into piano, so impressive from the Buck, to say the least. But no, he's not focusing on vertical destruction right now. He's just trying to find some members of the defense, some wayward defenders that might be in the wrong spot, and he's dead.
Yeah, he just re-peeks into the 81 bullet go burr.
That's my bad. That's on me.
He wasn't making any vertical destruction, you were right, but he just decided to re-peek into Apollo's gunfire. Probably gonna resume Butters' position. And he could be the second one to find another death here. Only time will tell. Is Probably going to retreat away into piano, maybe rotate outside, or maybe go over towards the main stairs, as it's going to be, I think, Jarvis on the rappel. I'm not so sure where Nyx is.
I don't know where Nyx is either. It's not him. That's Prod getting a mirror window. Nyx is all the way across the map. Oh, no, he's not. He's outside main door. I got my spatial awareness messed up there. My tracker was confused. He'll be rejoining Prod, rappelling up to study window, as, oddly enough, this is a fairly one-sided push. Normally we'd see someone go from master bedroom side, but I think a lot of their strategy was hinging on Butters down below. And I think he used one skeleton key shot, and then he died. So that linchpin of their strat, can't really use it much anymore. Trippin will make the push, and as nobody's watching the study door, there's also Jarvis on main stairs, Nyx with an opening pick for his team, evening at 4-4, on to Rexby. He did it, boys. Bit of a lull. Bit of a downward turn for the Blackbeard, or Nyx overall. He's now on Blackbeard. But he finally brought it back. It's 4v4. But still, not much in the way of map control for the attacking team. They have study and top main. That's cool, but this is kind of an execute I would see in ranked, and there's a reason those executes are usually relegated there. There's also a mute on the side of gatekeepers, and Thatcher's banned, so you can't use him. You'll have to physically destroy the mute jammer, which they fail to do. We're going to pick on a felt winner. So now it's the man advantage has swung in the favor of PogChamp, but the time is still favoring the defense by a heavy margin. As many times you want to try to open that wall as you can. A late impact trick as well, but the Blackbeard of Nyx will be on the floor. That's over to Mod in 1v4, and he falls. Did not expect PogChamp to win that round. Gotta be honest, that was a one-dimensional execute, and not exactly a great one. But they managed to work picks at the right angles, and it worked out in their favor.
So, PogChamp clearly showing no signs of giving up here. They will be put on a 6-4 match point here, as the gatekeepers are looking to try to extend this match and potentially try to win it out here. They will need 2 more rounds. Nyx will resume the Blackbeard play, considering that this is the first time that they have won an attack round. Or, no, second attack round, because they ended at 4-2. Now it's 6-4.
Hopefully PogChamp can win it out here. Need a little bit of a motivation booster after the previous loss. There we go.
But this has been stellar in this map.
Somebody banned Crow. Appreciate it.
Thank God.
Finally got him out of here.
Attackers need to
What did he
locate and
say?
defuse as many
He was
bombs as
just-
they can.
It's just an inside joke.
All I see is alt-right crow message deleted by a moderator.
Mod,
Stuck in that
whoever's on the stream,
Yamero.
whoever's on the stream right now, you deserve a raise. You're doing it for your country, and I appreciate that.
I have a feeling with either Hal Plays or Oral Cats, because those are the only 2 mods that I've seen really in chat.
I don't know, but whoever did it is my favorite, and I appreciate it. Potentially the final bomb site.
10 seconds left.
It's going to be AVG, a second go around. Butters is no longer on Buck, he is on Sledge, so he can't exactly go below and hope to even do the same vertical destruction he had the potential to in the previous round. So I assume it'll be more of a master bedroom-sided execute. coming out from PogChamp.
Drop the diffuser. Attackers
Please
have
don't go for the
recovered
study
diffuser.
execute again, because that was really boring to watch you sit outside the map for 2.5 minutes just to win the round. Though I appreciate you guys won the round. Made it very interesting to watch, to say the least, because I didn't think you would. But I would appreciate a little more diversity. A little bit more variance in attacking strategy than you just to sit on study balcony and wait. But right now, 3 people are rappelling up to study. Prod has at least assumed the position to watch the flank and to rotate in. But now Butters is pushing over. Felt winner at the door. Could go for an aggressive peek, as we often see players do. Only time will tell if he has the guts and the gumption to go for it.
I felt Winter just biding his time here, waiting for what appears to be Butters entering into Master. Hearing the vault in, and Butters getting so close, but felt Winter not wanting to do anything to give away his position just yet. He'll allow Butters to rotate over into Master, into Bathroom. But I don't think Felt Winter's aware of this.
All right.
Down goes Felt Winter, not aware of a second person entering in. If I have to quote what Felt Winter was probably going to say, it's like, why are you there? Why are you barely entering into Master? What is your purpose? Well,
It was
Nex's
that.
purpose there is to eliminate Felt Winter, make sure he finishes this map with the 0.5 KD.
That's where we might be heading. Unless
Possibly.
Rexivy, or Rex,
There's not a lot of there's not a lot of E's. There's definitely a lot of X's.
yeah, so Rex
Rex.
/Yana.os and Apollo Targaryen managed to bring it back. It starts with the Maestro killing Prod. Already used the majority of his air jabs. That's mainly just the guy watching study balcony. Somebody from the attacking team, if they want to continue holding that flank. Oh, they've already rotated the Hibana over there. He's assumed the position. There is a mirror inside the gatekeepers. Pardon my misspeaking.
The attackers
So the Hibana will use some of her X-Kairos to blow it up and remove that angle for the defense. Rex, if he's still inside a vault, will have a solid position to destroy those other X-Kairos, as he's gone unchallenged and no one's watching the angle. Flash down below can go for the C4, and he gets at the very least 1. Evens at 3-3, 2-3. Now that Nyx has been put on the floor, it's effectively left up to Trippin and Jarvis to try and win this for their team. Apollo gets down. Nyx and Jarvis both on the floor, but Trippin gets one more. It's a 1v1 versus Rexivy. We've seen him win this before when it counted. But now Trippin has to do his job. 5 and 6 so far. If he gets this kill, he'll at the very least break even, but win it by 3 for his team. That's the part that'll matter. 15 seconds left. He does not have diffuser. It's in the hands of the defense. He'll rotate around, but there's no time to get Nyx if he wants to make this work, but he'll still go. He'll make the risk, and they both push out, or Rexivy does, and he gets both of them. Probably not the play, Trippin. I appreciate the effort, but Rexivy will exploit that in Gatekeepers. They stave off to map 1 defeat for just a little bit longer.
I applaud Trippin's courage to bring back his teammate from the dead. Rexivy made the right play there, hiding around, baiting Nyx's body, thinking Trippin might go for the revive, just waiting for he's coming. They probably had some intel on Trippin. And then, alas, we see what happens exactly with Rex getting the final 2 picks there to end the round, pushing us to the brink of regulation, and potentially pushing us into overtime.
Potentially, as that was, as it turned out to be, a 3v5 clutch from Gatekeepers. They've done that a few times today. Less so on the side of PogChamp, who hasn't had nearly the same luck clutching things out as Gatekeepers has. And for the final side of regulation, it will be trophy and statuary. As I look at my notes and I realize my handwriting has gotten sloppier as the night went on.
Defuse as many bombs as they can.
I don't exactly have the record in my head. But that being said, with the setup they're bringing out, Uzu also did mention, the setup coming out from Gatekeepers, they have those holes in bathroom floor to make it a bit harder for the, not bathroom floor, but on the wall of bathroom to make it harder for the attacking team to really feel comfortable on that master bedroom side. Again, I can't remember if it exactly worked. It's getting late. But it's a solid setup from Gatekeepers overall. Nyx also sticking the Blackbeard for another time. Is that the play?
10 seconds remaining.
Is that really the play? I mean, it's worked a few
5
times,
seconds
don't
left
get me
before
wrong.
insertion.
But instead of,
Attackers'
I don't know.
objective is to locate a bomb.
if I were to
and
hedge
defuse
guess,
it.
instead of bringing in an Ash,
Defender
or like
exposed.
Changing megs.
But Winter, man, you gotta give it up, bro.
still doing it.
Stop. No one is
Still-
spawning there.
Doing it.
Maybe one of these days, Ford Feltwinter, he'll think, you know, one of these days I'm gonna catch PogChamp there. But every single round that you defend this bomb site, he jumps out of that bathroom window. He's predictable.
It hurts a little bit, man. It hurts to see him do that every time, just because it's like, you're not learning. Just don't go for it, man. Obviously, but then, you know, kind of like, well, what if I get it? It's like, well, you could get it. But you look like a fool, Feltwinter. You're just going for a whole lot of nothing. Nick's pushing in 90, though. The entering Blackbeard, trying to get a kill. Spots the head for just a second, but isn't able to land the shots. Rex to be a bit too loosey-goosey for the Blackbeard. He'll just slink back down red stairs into the kitchen below, holding the map control, denying it for the attackers. Splash to C4 Butters. Opening pick in the favor of Gatekeepers. And your top fragger off the board.
Bomb located by attackers.
That's why you clear out the roamers.
On the first half of this round, we'll go ahead and come to a close. Splash having a drone, currently sitting at 14 and 11. Apollo at 12 and 8 as well, carrying his twin of Mata at 3 and 8. So this time around, Mata has been the worst player in the lobby, unfortunately for him. But Splash is currently trying to creep his way up the red stairs. Down goes Nyx as Mata didn't find his fourth one before ultimately dying to Trippin here. Splash is trying to make something here against Trippin, which he'll do so and take control of that diffuser. 2v4 here for PogChamp, and we are on the brink of moving into overtime as Jarvis will now assume the position that Splash was currently at. But Splash coming down the red stairs will get shied away from a stun grenade coming out from Jarvis. Now it's just Prod and Jarvis trying to work their way here. But Jarvis has made the opportunity to rotate around as Prod will assume the position that...
Did he just go for the knife bait?
Yes. If it's working against them,
spreading.
it's going to work against the team. It's spreading at this point.
Well, Jarvis at the very least did a little bit of damage to Splash. Prod might be able to have the diffusers. They've managed to work their way back over, and control has been relinquished for the most part, but there's likely going to be a flank both through 90 and Study. No, mainly just 90 right now, as Mozzie's the only one over there. He's also going for the knife bait. I hate my entire life, but
Splash,
Jarvis
stop, dude.
is going to be
Holy
feeling
crap.
a little bit better about his. Wall bait Splash through the wall. Feltwinter will get Prod. That's diffuser in sight. 3 seconds left. We're seeing overtime. Folks, it's a C4 to spell his fate. Oh no, it's Rex getting the headshot. I lied. But Rexy's aim was true. And overtime comes as a result. And silence falls over the land. Map one overtime, huh?
Yeah. Who would have thunk it? Not me.
Would have thunk it. Gatekeepers starting on the defense. Clearly PogChamp struggling more with their attacks than their defensive side, as sometimes teams will do in the trappings of Villa. But now they're starting the attack. If they win this one, I'd say they have a fairly solid chance of pulling away with it. But if they lose this one, it's not looking great. It's not looking great. They really need to win this round if they want to guarantee a win. Obviously, it's possible that Gatekeepers could, once PogChamp get to their defense, as they will play at the very least 2 rounds no matter what, so they'll get a chance on both attack and defense. But ignoring the possibility of Gatekeepers winning their defense, if PogChamp win here, I think they'll be able to close it out 8-6. But honestly, beyond that, I don't know. Not nearly as certain. What are you laughing at now, Uzi?
There's... I was looking at Twitter, and Belly posted something from Instagram, and someone commented on his photo saying, the grind never stops, thanks, Belly. And Belly just says, anytime, National Cuck Association.
Alright, you said it on stream.
10 seconds to insertion.
As your lawyer, is trying to tell you to stop, but you didn't.
5 seconds to go.
How was Crow?
Did not advise me to plead the fifth.
Not the exact
Locate and
context,
defuse a bomb.
but similar intention. He went for it again, and what do you know? He didn't kill anyone.
Drone's ready.
One of these rounds, he's going to hit it.
He's not. He's just not, man.
One of these rounds, in his mind, he thinks he will hit one. one and two.
There's only 2 maximal rounds of Gatekeeper's defense on Villa. If PogChamp win this one, this is probably the only one. Mathematically speaking, he's not getting it, if that happens. Maybe we go to round 15 and he gets it there. Still don't buy it, but it's possible. I'll concede that point. Ave Maria is playing a fitting, haunting song to cover the gloomy prospects for PogChamp on this attack, to say the least. Jarvis, or Nix, I should say, on the Jekyll. Try to get the peak, but bit of the angle favoring Splash more in that engagement. Looking going the way of Gatekeepers. Looked gloomy before, thanks to the overtones of Ave Maria, but now it's looking more gloomy in practice than just in ambiance. Don't need to sing it. Don't need to sing it.
I don't know the words after that, honestly.
It's just Ave Maria, really, I think. I also don't speak Italian, so that's a bit of an issue. Jarvis is on Ash, by the way, Chris.
He is. And he's having a stellar performance so far. In the last map and in this map, too. Hasn't been showing the same numbers as Butters, but still he's ahead of Nyx, Trippin, Prod, Feltwinter, Rex, and Mata. He's not doing too bad for himself. And picking up his 12th pick onto Mata, who hasn't been having a stellar performance at all in this map. At least in this series. He had one really nicely on Oregon in our first series, which is the map that Gatekeepers won, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong.
I don't believe you.
I don't know. My brain is just gone.
It's all
at
good.
This point.
Splash's brain might about to be gone. If Prod manages to land this pre-fire, sees the shot, and catches Splash trying to get the air jab. Bit of a bait, almost. Unintentional by Prod. Across time, his past self aiding his future self and making the man count 4-3 in the favor of PogChamp. 30 seconds left. Feltwater around the corner. Wilk's got a flashbang. Almost get 2. He gets 1 while blind. But he has to back off, and he gets Jarvis blind as well. Removes the head from both. Trippin tries to get the plant down. But in that moment of uncertainty, he has to back off. He falls. Butters as well. It's another round for Gatekeepers. PogChamp, they fail on their first attacking round. Butters will revive himself, so I guess it's not over yet. Apologies. There we go. Rexby finishes him off. Gatekeepers move to match point.
Oh my god. There's no way that's supposed to happen. Feltwinter fully blinded. He kills both the Zofia and the Ash.
Yeah, I didn't expect that one.
I did not either. I think Feltwinter just held the trigger and Jarvis just did not think to crouch peek, I guess, or I don't even know. I couldn't tell exactly where Feltwinter was positioning his crosshair because he was full blind, but that is absolutely a tough pill to swallow for Jarvis. Wow.
Man, all of you are going to invite. It's a good day. Sorry, I just saw. I happened to click on Twitter because I got a notification. I just saw Eska's tweet. That just says 6 invitational in all caps, indicating excitement.
Attackers need to locate and
In case you
defuse
cannot
as many
read.
bombs as they can.
Jasmine, if you're in chat, I'm just helping you out there.
When did Crow get unbanned?
He was only timed out. He didn't get banned.
I cannot believe I just got timed out for what PMS stands for.
That's just not what it stands for. AVG. The only defense PogChamp will have. They will stake their claim here. In terms of history, if you want to go back, I believe they only played it
10
once
seconds to insertion.
on their defensive half, maybe twice. Again, my handwriting really started to paper off, but at the very least, they won it once. The very first round, they played it all the way back on. I just realized, wait, is this the first map of Villa? No, that's not the first map of Villa. My mind is going. So the one time they played Villa this go around, it does bleed together a little bit. They did win AVG when they defended it, so at least they're going to the strongest bomb site in theory. Maybe that'll work out. They won each bomb site once because they ended the half.
Yeah.
No, they ended the half 4-2. It worked out a little bit. They've won each bomb site once. Really, overall, AVG probably your best bet, Barter's also trying to even the odds early on, firing down through the floor. Splash tried to challenge that angle before, or somebody tried to challenge that angle before, and it didn't really work out. Feltwinter tried to challenge Nix, and that was probably a bad decision. Rex also gets prod on the refrag, so it's a 4-4. Splash continuing onward to try and cut off the rotator. Jackal Mark is, well, marking a member of the defense, signaling that he's in basement. The Malusi's still down there. Splash ready to cut off the rotation. But Nix is also going for a flank of his own. That was not the Malusi downstairs, that was somebody else. Nix will play the waiting game. He knows that Splash has to come back upstairs at some point. Oh wait, no, it is marking the Malusi. Nix is just going on a weird game of loopy-loop, ring around the rosy. Splash, why do you keep going for the bait? And you're dead.
It happens every single time, man.
Does he... That's the Feltwinter peak of in-map engagement.
He melees to bait the shots and then just sprints in and doesn't decide to shoot back.
Yeah, why are you baiting it out if you sprint right after? Like,
if you just decide to just peek and pre-fire, you most likely will win the gunfight just because of how good his aim has been.
Splash has died every round.
He has. He actually has. He's 16 and 14. He has a survival rating of 0. Stop the knife baiting. It's not working.
Rexby at the very least. Alright, never mind, he's dead.
Reloading.
My bad.
You're just holding an angle against a peeker's advantage.
He also went for the knife
Wide
bait
swinging.
too.
Yeah.
A different form, but he melee the barbed wire and then backed off.
And then just didn't shoot.
And then just didn't shoot back. Uzu. It's the Targaryen boys.
It is the Targaryen boys.
They could win it here. Only have 30 seconds left. Apollo doing a lot. Mata doing nada. If we want to go for the rhyme. He has made the entry into sight, and he's dead. Okay, so it is all left up to Mata. They're on match points. He's got it. If he clutches this 1v3, they'll win, and that motivation might boost him to the finish line. I don't think it's happening. Just being honest with you. He's gonna
Great
get
shot
it.
onto the canister.
You look at the mirror window at the very least, but not much beyond that. And he will continue to get nada, and he's finished off as well, so he can't even hold back and save his KD. PogChamp, take us to the 15th round, and no matter what happens, someone is winning map 1. Could be Gatekeepers, could be PogChamp, but they'll be moving up 1-0 in the series, whoever it ends up being.
Well, Mata wants to know what the 4-1-1 is. Currently, that's his KD. And also, 4-1-1 is also that we're moving into the final round of Villa, sitting at 7-7. 15 rounds to settle it all here on map number 1. Next map, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Cafe.
Yes.
Yes. And then after that, our decider is Consulate.
Yes.
Yes. So we could cast 2 different maps here, depending on how this series goes.
If it goes to map 3, the only map we would not have casted would be Theme Park over the course of the entire tournament.
Which I'm okay with.
I'm also kind of okay with. I don't hate Theme Park as much as most people, but it's not the most fun I'll have in a day. Not exactly, my idea of a good time. But it's not bad. I don't hate it, again, not nearly as much as most people. PogChamp are going to hate the fact that they're on their attacking map, though. Because, to put it bluntly, they haven't been very good at it so far. They've made it close. How much is to be certain? They've made it 7-7. They've at least made it this far. But in terms of overall success, it's really not been there for their team. They have to attack AVG as well, a side they themselves have struggled with in the overall struggle of their attacks in general. So it's not looking great. And with Thatcher is banned. So that Cade from Maxivy, it's gonna be an issue to deal with. Your Hibana might get some next Cairo shocked. We'll have to go below and deal with it, or maybe chuck a grenade on through. Well, I say that, but as I get to next, they're not bringing any grenades.
So back at the stream, and it showed Trippin's kill onto Rexavy. I switched at the right moment because Rexavy melees the barbed wire, and then just he just stands still. And you see the silhouette of Trippin just creep on over. You barely see the visor from her helmet, and Rexavy's just dead. Oh my god. Well, Splash is going to be on Jaeger this time around. No more Mozzie for the man. Nyx, forgoing the R4C, going to bring in the 1.5 on the G36C.
Yo. Let's go.
Interesting
Variation.
turn of events. A little bit of a variation, yeah. Great flick onto the default cam.
Let's go.
Starting things
Big
off
ups.
nice. Thought once you're going to be sitting inside a statue area, but he'll sprint his way over towards Zombie, where there is currently a member right outside the window, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to be the Zofia Butters. So he has a prime opportunity here to come around. C4 will get chucked out from Mata. But unfortunately for him, no dice, as it's going to be Prod on the Nomad right around the corner. Currently sitting at the top of the main stairs. Actually, I'm sorry, that's not Prod. That's somebody else. I think that's... Oh, it's the Jaeger. Jesus Christ.
Splash. Looking to make a big splash in this round.
Then what was the C4 for?
Trippin also succumbed to that K charge mission earlier, seeing like affects Kairos, but they got shocked, unfortunately. So 6 of his 18 will be nullified, and he has to be careful when he allocates. That's the word I was looking for! Earlier, when I kept like stumbling over utility, it was allocation. That's the word I was looking for. We finally got it. That's the thing that PogChamp might win this deck. They might finally get it. Not entirely sure. An E1D will be allocated. I'm going to keep using that word now because I remembered it. We allocated. Not really found much, though. Mata's the only one who's taken some damage on the side of gatekeepers, and in terms of positioning, it's all very strong on the side of the defense. Not really much in the way of room for the attack. Cleared out 90. That's cool. Now they made a foray on the main stairs. The Jaeger's falls, but a lot of kills happened in that silence, and it went to the favor of PogChamp. He's trying to get the guy down and get one more. It's 2v4. But as long as Apollo's left alive on Maestro, they still have a chance. For the pre-fire, he gets 1. He gets 2 on a second. Now 1v2. Pre-fires through the vault. Has to go for the defuse. He spots him on the throne. There goes Nyx. It's a 1v1. Jarvis on 25 HP. He has to burn time. If he goes for the gunfight, he's surely a dead man. And Apollo the Targaryen, first of his name, is going to land it! And Gatekeepers, they win map 187 due to a 1v4 clutch from the Maestro. Going to Cafe. PogChamp. They're the team on the back foot now.
I understand that your team won, but bro, you cannot be talking smack at the bottom of the leaderboard. I'm sorry, homie. Oh man, your
How
brother.
the hell did he just clutch that?
81 bullets go burr.
Man, I said Apollo was good on Maestro earlier. I didn't mean that good. I really did not mean he was that good at it. But he is. It's a pleasant surprise. Not for PogChamp. Now a down 8-7 in the series. Going on to, I believe, their map pick of Cafe. I don't want to... I'm not entirely sure. I mean, some Gatekeepers on blue. This was their map pick. I'm not entirely sure. But either way, going on a Cafe, they're on the back foot. Whether their territory or not, it's a rough spot to be in for PogChamp. You've now lost 2 maps in a row. The same one both times. And it was a pretty nail-biting, tiring defeat on the first one as well.
No,
Villa was Gatekeepers.
Now, yeah.
So, yeah, they've lost 2 in a row on the same map. So, going to Cafe, hey, it's your map pick. That's cool. You just lost a 1v4 clutch to a Maestro. Alone in the site. Not the best mentality booster.
Especially in a 4v1.
Especially in a 4v1. In a 4v1 post-plant, attackers probably win that 98% of the time. That's not a real statistic. I just made that up off the top of my head, but you get the gist. It's not common. And it's not good if you lose it. It's not like, you know what happens. You're not favored to win it. It's like, wow, you messed up really badly. And that's exactly what happened. Cost them the map, unfortunately. You can't have it happen at those times. You got to make sure all your bases are covered. Things are working out. Don't know if we're going to a break. I believe we're just going to get into the next map. So focus on that. Uzu, how are you feeling about Cafe? You feeling good after Villa?
I'm feeling good. I feel like I'm getting a second win coming in, and I'm ready. I'm ready to get Cafe underway, but that's up to the teams right now. I think they're just gonna get some water, get some Mike and Ike, maybe get some lemon orangey fruit chews. Yeah, water sounds good.
I don't like drinking on camera. Feels a bit unprofessional, but I'm very thirsty right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. My throat kind of hurts, so
yeah,
gotta
I would
nurture
imagine
it.
after the sequence, you just have to shout right now.
I felt good. I can still, I can still feel the energy in me. I don't know how I still have it. Crow made a good point earlier. He was like, how are you still energetic? I don't know. And I'm kind of nervous for myself. What if, I'm like, thank you and good night. and I sign off, and then I just die? Like, what if I just collapse in my chair and I just succumb to the elements? It's possible. Could happen.
Well, pretty sure one of us would probably call 911
I
in
would
your
hope so.
state
I would hope so.
and just an alert what exactly is going down.
Thank you for the serious response, Uzu. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, love you, of course.
Lynx, if you were to die, if you were to be in a bad situation, we would help you out. It's like, thanks. Not funny.
Yeah.
It does boost my self-esteem a little bit. We'll have a quick 3-minute break, though. We'll be back in a little bit to see Map 2 of Cafe, how it pans out, and what is shaping up to be a pretty good series and what might be Gatekeeper's final Cinderella run, one that might be successful for them in the NSG series of tournaments. We'll be back in a bit. You don't want to miss this one. I promise you. All right, everybody, welcome back. Totally be a quick break. Was not nearly as long as it could have been. We're trying to storm through this. It's getting kind of late. All getting kind of drowsy. Want to make sure we bring the content to you as quick as possible. We're just waiting on one final side selection, then we'll get into the map of Cafe. Now, we haven't seen this since the Biggity Boobop match yesterday, which is a solid matchup. Got to cast NVK and
That
Necro.
was yesterday.
Always a good time. That was yesterday.
Jesus.
Depending on how late this
I feel
goes.
like years ago.
Depending on how late this goes, it might be 2 days ago, depending on how much Gatekeepers and PogChamp continue to put up a fight. But at this point, it might end here for Gatekeepers. Obviously, this is PogChamp's map. Gatekeepers have to win it 2-0 in order to end this series right here. Think they got it in Amuzu? Do you think they have the potential to end it right now?
It's possible. It's very possible. You know, we haven't seen Gatekeepers play Cafe yet, at least between us. But should make for a very interesting game, especially given the fact that, you know, it just seems to be that Gatekeepers just don't care what map they play. They will just completely throw the aggression in your face. So that's pretty much all that I see from him, and they're just winning their gunfights when it really matters.
I think everyone would agree with you on that one. Impactful gunfights are kind of the name of the game for gatekeepers, and they don't seem to be showing any sign of stopping on that front, especially Apollo's 1v4 clutch to end the first map being indicative of that fact. We'll get an impactful ban as well, Maverick being the first off the board. Could see PogChamp leave Thatcher up. They're starting in the attack, so that would certainly help them going into this, which they might need that initial boost, so leaving it up might actually not be the dumbest idea on the planet. But we'll have to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we still see a Thatcher ban, because it is Siege, and Thatcher doesn't get much play anymore. And yep, there we go. Math Thatcher ban on Cafe. What else is new?
Seeing a sludge ban would be pretty cool.
Would have been new. But alas.
Although I don't think we'll ever see a sludge ban on Cafe.
Probably not.
It's been crazy to see Buck bans every now and then, but that was before, he got his nades taken away. Normally, it was mainly a target ban for the player that they were going up against, whether it be Rampy or Achieved.
Saw a Buck ban against Gunner one time, I think on Villa or Cafe. So I have seen it recently, but again, not all that common. First sight gonna be Bar Cocktail. Makes me sad a little bit because that sight ain't great for the defense, but hey, good on you, giving it a good try. Paulo also looking like he might go Bandit, combined with the Cade and the Mute. I think that might be a little bit overkill for the top floor. Hopefully one of them 6 picks. Not the one I was gonna go for. Gonna be honest, that one stunned me a little bit. I really did not expect a Bandit, a Cade, and a Mute to be on top floor for Cafe. Well,
first time for everything.
We'll see how this goes. Dude, there is a Valkyrie in play. That permaban we talked about earlier will be on the board. So despite the fact that there are 3 hard reach style operators taking up 60% of the lineup of gatekeepers, Flash on that Valk might still be the most important operator / player on that lineup, depending on how she pans out.
I'm curious to see how many kills Splash has gathered throughout this tournament. It's got to be like in the 100-somethings. Maybe even close to 200.
I mean, I don't think 200. He has had 5 maps to play so far, though. So if he hasn't broken 100 yet, I would be extremely surprised.
Well, not necessarily just in this series. I'm just like thinking like the tournament as a whole.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like if he has gotten so many kills this series that would have had to have put him over the top of 100 if his performance has been similar. I mean, he performed well in the North Coast game. He's performed well in this series, getting a fair bit of kills. Double digits or damn near double digits about every single time. So assuming that performance is the same or comparatively the same across all fronts, Splash will go for an early pick. It's actually Nyx to get the opening frag. Putting a bullet in the back of the head of Butters. Splash doing so much confusion and causing so much panic in the ranks of PogChamp. Nyx, in his own fury, killed his teammate.
He's upset about that too, because you saw him like melee with the building like
It would
4
appear
times.
in your anger you killed him. No, that's not possible. I felt sorry, I didn't Star Wars quote there. Felt we got 1 because he ran out. It's 5v3 in the favor of gatekeepers. Feeling the dark side. The dark side is running out.
Rise.
Like brainless children. How much is happening? Alright, well, I lied.
Been discovered.
Did he just run out again? From the same spot?
Uh-huh.
Okay, no, Triple's dead.
No time to react whatsoever. Splash is there to shut down Jarvis.
I got it.
These guys just they don't lose energy. Like I don't get what's with these guys.
I had to take a walk after that one. I had to contemplate what I just witnessed. Felwinter jumped out the same window twice, got a kill both times. Splash ran out and caused Nyx to kill Butters. And at that point, it's a 2v5. And those things didn't even happen in the order I said them. So it's a flawless round to start off from Gatekeepers. I mean, I don't even know. Yeah.
I didn't see a flawless round appear at the end of.
Was it not a flawless?
I don't think so. We'll find out right now. Jesus, this is how tired we are.
I swear it was a flawless round. I swear. I did not see. There's no way Jarvis killed someone. Yeah, exactly. So, flawless round. Nobody died. I think CD just has those.
I don't know what's going on with the UI.
She just has those overlays turned off. So it was a flawless. Nobody ended up dying.
You can't turn that off though.
Yeah, you can.
You can?
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh my
God. I think it's the same thing as like the 5v5 up top. It's the same control because whenever people get multi-kills, we also don't see those appear on screen. So I'm assuming they're all connected to the same setting.
Yeah, that's kind of like testing my memory and my mental to see if I can keep track of who's got who's got how many kills in the round.
It also doesn't help that there's that weird overlay thing where if somebody dies, it'll just be delayed and coming back up. So I'm like, I have no idea who was alive.
Attackers' objective is to locate.
You know what I'm talking about? We've talked about this already. Like your problem with observing how it'll like it will switch and it'll slowly like move in from top to bottom.
Yeah, it takes forever for the UI to like reset itself.
When somebody dies and you switch back, the same thing happens. So it's a bit rough. Same for XV as well. He comes away alive, so not really rough for him. Just he didn't land a shot, so no clip for him, unfortunately. But I'd say, honestly, coming away with that alive and not dead is probably the best you can get in that engagement. Trippin will take a lot of damage early on as it's just full monkey mode coming out from Gatekeepers. They're just swinging everything on the planet, and it's not working, at least in that instance. Jarvis just slams Feltwinter, dumpsters him, takes out the trash. Now it's an opening pick in the favor of PogChamp. Trippin's still low HP. Jarvis also a bit of a reduction in terms of health count, but still, they are favored.
Well, Rexy will fall here. 2 picks for the side of PogChamp. Looking to equalize in round count here as Rexy and Feltwinter have fallen. Splash is the remaining member of Gatekeepers up above. Being cautious here, trying to find the angles of where his opponents could be, but according to us, the only member that's going to be on his tails is right behind him. Now as he faces his attention towards White Stairs, Nyx is trying to see where Splash is, but without the Jackal being played here for him, he won't be able to exactly see where those footsteps are. Splash easily able to dispatch Nyx, no problem.
Shoot and shoot. He's
Basically,
that.
I didn't even see Nyx pop up on his screen. He was just shooting to shoot. Like,
you know what? I'd rather have that than him knife baiting around a corner, so I'll take what I can get. Power falls to Butters through the sledge hole made in the floor of Train, but Splash is going for a flank now that Nyx was not able to fill his quest of flank watch, but he just whiffs all the shots that actually matter. Butters gets his second kill. Mata tries to go for a C4. Mark is a different player entirely.
Targaryen.
Mark the Targ, want to call it that. Goyosha will blow up in Mata's face, missing it, or actually landing on his mark, and he has to make sure his shots hit. They will. He finds his mark on the head of Jarvis. Trippin trying to get the plan down. 1 bullet will seal his fate. Butters upstairs will have the coverage, and it rings true. A 3-kill round. PogChamp even at 1-1. Looking like another close game, ladies and gentlemen. Looking like another close game.
I'm so glad that we don't cast Jesus Christ. Counter-Strike. Because that needs minimum 15 rounds before you go into overtime. Or, Jesus.
But at
30 rounds. 30.
But at the same time with Counter-Strike, the games kind of do go by a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Only like a minute 40-second rounds. Not much downtime.
It's like 2
by the
minutes
way,
for every single round because of the buy phase.
I want to be honest, this has nothing to do with Siege. Big CS news. During our broadcast, Twists stepped down from the lineup of Team Liquid.
Yep.
I do not, obviously I'm not a big CS guy. I'm not a consistent watcher, but I do not remember a time where Twists was not on Team Liquid. So for me, that is weird. I cannot imagine him not on that team.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Twist could also rip me in half. Not I want him to, I'm just saying like he's much bigger than me. Not like Crow, who is tiny and a stick. twists is a demon. He's not in this matchup, though. Butters is the one who's so far taking the reign in kill count, seemingly trying to carry forward on his momentum game for map 1. Despite the loss in their favor, he's going to do his damnedest to win them the map. He's got a quad, so that's something to start with. After all, it was a flawless round to start out, but really anything to claw back is appreciated. Kitchen being given a second shot. Don't hate it. Overall, similar setup, kind of implementation and methodology. That's where we're at. Splash on Valk, though. Will him and Feltwinter start flying out of windows again? That is the question.
Feltwinter yet again being aggressive on these windows. First victim in line looks to be tripping. At least if he's going to come into his crosshairs, but for the time being, he won't. Trippin's just being extra cautious here of Feltwinter's moves. But it appears that Feltwinter will fall back here, and he will move all the way over towards White Stairs. So fortunately for Trippin, he won't have anyone to contest him for the time being. Meanwhile, it looks to be that Butters will be self-droning himself into mining.
A bomb has been located.
He will. He's getting the kills. He might as well drone himself in. Do as much as he can to help his team. Maybe not the best allocation of resources, but, you know. He's putting in the most effort. Probably has a little bit more to divvy up. He'll go back up top, though. Start clearing out the room from that top-down position. There's really nobody on his team has made many entrances into the building overall. Feltwinter on the second floor will spot a drone, rotate back downstairs. Or I say that. He's just still on white. Paulo and Butters are the ones that exchange damage and go blow for blow. Try to bakery. Neither is taken out, unfortunately. Paulo has either expended this D4 or pre-placed one. I believe he's already expended it, so the only one left is on the side of Rexv, who is sort of in the wind at the moment. Don't exactly know where the Malusi is, but again, final minute. Not much has happened. Looking like a bakery execute coming out from the attack. They haven't really cleared out much in the way of defenders, so that's going to be an issue. Splash getting the opening kill on Nyx as well. And Sophia being 0-3. Not what they need at this moment in time.
Trippin gonna get the frag here onto Splash. Nyx is also fallen as well, so this is not a good map, at least to start for Nyx. Rexv is gonna be on a roam, trying to rotate back down to the bomb site, but he could encounter someone in small bakery who's got the diffuser in the hands of Trippin, but right now Feltwinter is still on the red stairs. And swing around, shoot Jarvis in the back as Jarvis peeks, doesn't see him, and decides to rotate around back towards mining. So now the advantage is back in favor of the gatekeepers. Rexv has already made his entrance back towards the bomb site. Still got Butters from up above. His prod will clean up Rex. Shield is going to get blown up here by Butters. There is still Feltwinter, I believe, on that red staircase, so he could get pinched here by Butters as well as Trippin. Now Feltwinter is going to make his advancement down here into small bakery. Trippin taking a lot of damage before he gets, and then that's going to be Butters actually taken down as well. Prod 2. This is not going to be around in the hands of Podchamp. It's Trippin on very low HP. We'll find one, though, through the wall. Doesn't have much time to work with. Has one right around the wall, but he's not going to find anything for his troubles. And Gatekeepers will proceed to win out round number 3.
Time getting the best of PogChamp on that one. It's doomed for us all in the end, unfortunately. Him making that lesson evident. Only 2 sides have been played, by the way. We have not gone to reading or mining yet. It's only been kitchen and cocktail attempted. Obviously, cocktail and kitchen both won once by gatekeepers each in the other round. Going the way PogChamp was a kitchen defense. They'll go back to up top, not trying out second floor yet, as they don't really need to at this moment in time. This is one of the more defender-favorite sites, so keep that in your back pocket for a rainy day, and a nice boost in morale, if it ends up going your way, will be nice. Splash also 6-picking to the Valkyrie. Clearly doing well so far, or doing well on it previously. Just causing overall a lot of headaches for the attacking team. Also, Rexv is on Castle. So the one-trick Castle main is back in action. And the 1.5 UMP. Could be the killing blow for PogChamp. I mean, it's the UMP, so it's kind of an oxymoron, I will say. But it works for Rexv, and that's what matters to a certain extent. That Castle will just be overall not signifying extension, oddly enough. Normally when we talk about a Castle, that's usually what it means. We'll see people, obviously, pushing in where those castle barricades are placed, or allowing for further rotation outside of the bomb site because you castle barricade. Say in construction on Clubhouse, allows you to rotate into cache and hold there on a better defense. So similar
10 seconds
methodology.
left before
But on
insertion.
top floor, you don't really need to extend downstairs all that much, and you don't need to castle barricade necessarily for that. The farthest he'll go is put one on the right window, but beyond that, just making it harder for the attacking team to get that necessary control of Pixel, Christmas, and Cigar. So, an instance where similar logic of wasting time for the attack, but it actually does not signify an extension like it normally does. A little bit of fun info for you.
For some reason, I was just compelled to find Mata's Twitter, which took a little bit of digging, but if you guys are curious of Mata's it is currently at CPR_X. Just for those of you who might be curious of his Twitter X. I don't know. So I noticed that I was looking through the Nerd Streak Twitter and seeing like some of Mata's clips were on there, but they just didn't have the for him, I guess. So I guess Nerd Streak can probably go back and clip that later, but yeah, so.
Well, I'll tell you what. If Mata does better with this map than he does the next map, he deserves a follow.
Probably gonna take a lot of damage here, a little bit of damage, excuse me, from Feltwinter, who appears to be peeking from the second floor. He's actually got two people that are peeking him, so he's gonna be stuck here for a little bit. God, just this playstyle from Gatekeeper is just one that is just so annoying to play against. Butters will fall here. This Feltwinter will die to Nyx. Butters currently going to be on the second floor balcony. Feltwinter trying to be aggressive there, and unfortunately not able to find exactly where Nyx was positioned. So Butters going to get picked up here right outside, and the Valkyrie currently sitting right below the red stairs. It's going to be Splash, and he's waiting for someone to peek him. Sees the gun peeking out, and that's going to be an easy death here for Trippin Find onto Splash. So,
Yeah, that's usually why you don't go for that peeking in the hatch kind of play, because you die if you're not facing people way worse than you. And sure, PogChamp might be on the back foot, but they're not that bad. Come on. Also, Mata running off of Uzu, shouting out his Twitter, got a bit over-aggressive, running straight at the attacking team, and Cade isn't exactly the operator built for that. Now it's Apollo left as Rexamy falls, and Nyx gets 2 more, 3 in a flawless round overall for PogChamp. Even at 2-2. Cocktail defense, the second go around, more successful for the attack than it was the defense.
Crow just DM'd me on Twitch right now, telling what PMS stands for. I'm like, I saw the tweet on Twitter, bro.
He just wants to inform you.
He just wants to inform the public. He's doing a PSA.
Yes. Hey, public service announcement,
Yes.
as the kids say. Do believe.
Yes.
So
was Castle the one that Nyx was repelled on? I guess he just impacted it open.
So hear me out. I think if gatekeepers don't peek everything, they will do a little bit better in those rounds. In the rounds they've lost, it's been a lot of the over-aggression, as Uzu has aptly pointed out, and I've aptly pointed out quite a few times on this broadcast.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
When it
attackers.
works, it gets them round wins. But when it doesn't work, it's easily exploited and capitalized, built upon by the enemy team you're playing against. It's kind of that play style. It's when it works, it's great, but that doesn't exactly mean you're doing the smart or the right thing overall. It just means that one time you did it, it worked. And, hey, that's cool. You can't build it off a consistent play style because it is inherently inconsistent. So, try and build more around outplaying PogChamp as opposed to out-peaking them. And then if you get to your strats and they're even, that is when the peaks and the gunfights start to come into play in a much more respectable fashion. But it's like starting at step D when you haven't done A
Attackers
through
must
C.
locate and defuse a bomb.
You're not nearly going to win with the same efficiency. You've done those prerequisites.
What do you mean? Isn't the strategy that wins games Swinger v Swung?
You know, I am plat 3, so what do I know? My opinion is discounted. It just doesn't matter. Feltwinter is going for a peek again.
Yet again. At least he's not running
Inside-
out of bathroom window this time.
At least he's not running out of bathroom window this time. This looks to be the equivalent, though, which I guess is marginally better because he's not running out and pre-firing with nothing. But we're really splitting hairs at that point.
Try and act right on the mark.
just looking at the chat and just Crow and Alex just talking about Alex's adventure to Boise, Idaho.
Oh yeah, Alec is not here. He was on a plane. And Alec, this is what you have wrought.
Apparently Crow is 6'5", 130 pounds.
That is simply not true.
So
The 130
according to
pa-
young Alec.
The 130 pounds, yes. 6'5", I'm sorry, I'm pressing next to doubt that he is as tall as Loaf. I just do not believe it.
Loaf is 6'5". She should
Loaf
be
is
the
6'5".
Position device.
Butters is not 6'5", but he's maybe blind, not able to see the evil. He does have a sledgehammer.
He does wear
and-
glasses.
He does wear glasses. Nix might need some. Wasn't able to see Splash, who is still outside. Okay, he's run back. Opening pick in the favor of gatekeepers.
Even the punch holes inside of the piano, like, it just aggravates me. Like, there's just so many rat things that gatekeepers will catch you off guard with, and it's just so annoying to play against. Nix does fall here, though, to Splash, who's got his 4th pick. A lot of people in this lobby have 4 frags to their name. And by a lot, I only mean 3.
30%.
Jarvis still trying to make his way down below. He does have an opportunity to find Mata, who's currently sitting inside of Laundry. Jarvis does have one more drone to deal with, and it's currently being active. He does have Mata around the corner, who does get shot up to pieces. Unfortunately for Mata, he's able to get away, and unfortunately for Jarvis, one more bullet, and he's able to seal Mata's fate throughout the remainder of this round.
30 seconds left. 4v5 in the favor of gatekeepers. Splash right around the corner. Couldn't get a pre-fire,
Oh
but
my
it's
God.
Butters to be the one that handled the shot there. Jarvis on a long time will actually finally get kills, but they all ring gatekeepers' way. What do you know, Jarvis, the old man on the ash, is the one to try to make it happen, but a C4 blows him sky high. Obliterates him. He's got a couple kills that round, and that's something, at least. But he falls. Gatekeepers have secured themselves at the very least a 3-3 half, but again, the way this map is looking, it's pretty dead even. Would not be surprised if PogChamp get the next one and we end at 3-3. Only time will tell in this final round, which appears to be on Kitchen.
It's currently a 3-2 split right now for the Gatekeepers as they face their final defensive round here in the first half. Alibi coming out from Mata. Kitchen will be our final defensive bomb site. Triple will don the diffuser. 4 members look to spawn at River Docks, while Triple will spawn solo at Christmas Market. Mata going to be 6 picking away here, potentially. He's got 6 seconds to do so. He's thinking about making a move. He's got to make it now. There we go. He's going to pick into Mozzie. So some intel now and some intel gathering as well. Not a bad pick to come here on the bomb side, in my opinion, but the only person to really do any breach now will just be Apollo with those bandit batteries, but in all honesty, I probably would prefer to Cade. If I'm being honest.
Listen, if I'm being honest with you, Chris, the operators they're picking don't really matter. They're kind of just window
they're
dressing.
just gonna swing everything.
Exactly, they're just window dressing and different skins.
There's no
and
3
forms.
armors on the side of this defense.
It doesn't really matter what they are if they're just a blur flying around a corner or out a window, shooting and holding mouse 1 against their opponents. Whether you're, as long as you have a good gun, you should be fine. That appears to be the logic.
What classifies as a good gun?
Locate and defuse a bomb.
You know, that's a very profound question. One I don't have the answer for. I
It's
personally
me.
prefer the Commando over the P10 Roni on Mozzie.
Just
Other
because
than
of the
that-
extra ammo.
Extra ammo also, I just think the gun feels better to use personally. I don't know why. I feel much more, maybe it's also because Pete and Roni, low mag, fast fire rate. I can't hit
Yet
my
again,
shots.
Fault Winter is oblivious to the drone that Trippin has set up.
Why?
Well, for the time being, he's gone ahead and abandoned his position. Fault Winter's going to look to help out, possibly, from White Window. Maybe. Potentially. He does have a Valkyrie camp to support him, which
He's
Prod
going
is
out
to
this
be
window.
unaware of.
There's not a chance in hell he does not go out this window.
Prod is just biding his time here, waiting for Fault Winter to cop out.
We know he's going to
Doesn't
do it.
appear that there's going to be any air jabs either to assist Prod with this jump out. Fault Winter will get compromised here, so he's not going to go for that jump out. Unfortunately, as much as we would have liked to have seen it to end Fault Winter's suffering. Butters going to fall to Mata here, who's currently all the way at the bottom inside of Wisp. Meanwhile, the Sophia of Nyx going to be contesting against both Splash and Faultwinter. Maybe even 3 members of Gatekeepers because they're all over here near the white stairs. Jarvis going to take a lot of damage here alongside Splash, but he'll finally fell Splash, eliminating the Valkyrie from play. No more C4 to use for the Valkyrie, as the only C4s left will just be with Apollo and Rex.
Jarvis flying over the railing to join the rest of his team. I don't know if with a minute 10 seconds left that rotation is absolutely necessary, but I appreciate the thoroughness coming out from Jarvis. Still has 3 Ash charges left, but there's really not much on the defense aside from those Malusis that you really need to have all these explosives for, funny enough. So, a situation where attack comes by utility, it's actually over-prepared. They can use it to great effect now that Butters is dead, so maybe they were accounting for that possibility. It's a bit more awkward, but a lot better than it would be otherwise. I think Rexivy just ran out and is now moving back in the site. Did not anticipate that one, especially with 40 seconds left and it being 4-4, but I don't know why I did not expect it with how this game has been going. And now we move to 30 seconds. And not much has happened. Nyx is slowly moving down white stairs with the release of a turtle. Apollo flips tripping over on his back and he's unable to get back up, unfortunately. Might need life alert on that one. Nyx also might need to find himself a subscription depending on how this gunfight pans out. That one is also getting aggressive. A stun will signify the position of a defender inside VIP. There goes Apollo. It's a 3v3. Jarvis finds that one. He's been on a bit of a heater, but Felwinter as well finally finds a pick later on in the round. Yash trying to get the plan down. Will be spotted by Felwinter. He's on 1 HP. But it's at 0-0. He's got to stick the plan. Rexivy finishes him off. Gatekeepers 10.5, 4-2. Going into their attacks, if they're able to steal this out, they will win the map here. It's looking much more like a Gatekeepers game than a PogChamp comeback, at least at the moment.
Keep in mind that Gatekeepers do have the 1 map lead here. So Gatekeepers are currently 3 rounds away from solidifying their victory over PogChamp, which, if I'm being honest right now, I think PogChamp's mental as a whole has been chalked since the first series. They won that first series that they played in, and now we're playing a second series. Well, technically a third series. The second one of this best of, what, 6, I guess?
Yeah, wait, it just occurred to me that this is technically the 3rd best of 3 that PogChamp and Gatekeepers have played against each other today.
Yeah.
Winners finals, PogChamp won. Then Gatekeepers won the second one. I did not actually connect those dots until just now.
Yeah, so they will have played collectively 9 maps, potentially, against each other, depending how this map goes. If PogChamp can't make a comeback, then it will be 8 maps. Switching sides now, we will have PogChamp on the defense. Preferred side for Cafe. Our first bomb site will be down below into the kitchen. Mata is definitely having a better map this map compared to Villa. Oregon and Cafe seem to be the maps that he really shines on. Rex is kind of even, sitting at 3-3 over 6 rounds, not too bad. Paulo being on that entry role, he's kind of had a lackluster performance on defense, but now that he's on the Zofia, potentially he should have a better go-around, maybe? I guess, I don't know. Maybe he's just an attacker player, but as we saw on Villa, he was much more than that. He was both. So, I don't know, maybe he just needs the 81 bullets, which he wasn't really utilizing in Cafe.
It's a possibility. 81 bullets is never something you're going to shirk away from. Jarvis doing his best Felwinter impression, funny enough. Well, actually, it's a bit of a bad Felwinter impression because the aggressive play worked. The runout actually netting a kill, something Felwinter didn't really, not able to do in his play. Oddly enough, the 30-year-old man of all people was the one who got that pick on a runout. Didn't anticipate that one, but a pleasant surprise nonetheless. Surprised to be sure, but a welcome one. I know it was a bit clunky right there, but I just wanted the Star Wars quote. I really wanted it very badly. You gotta respect the hustle, to a certain extent. I'm a Star Wars fan. That's my thing.
Reload.
I think if Ash had like about a third less bullets that she currently had, I don't think we would see Flash free firing as much often as he did. He doesn't even care about his own teammates.
Listen. You
Rex
gotta shoot.
Well, Apollo falls here. No surprise there. You know, he's going up against Samuel Jarvis. Somehow, Splash wins that fight against Butters before instantly getting refragged. Another pick will not go his way as down goes, I believe, Trippin. Yeah, it's Trippin. So, unfortunately for Rex, he's gotten his back shot a little bit from his own teammate previously in this round. But now we're sitting at a 3v2 for the defending squad of PogChamp. They have a Banshee to deal with and no explosives to get rid of that. So this is going to be a very big detriment. Mata falls here to Prod. Rexby entering his way into the bomb side. Jarvis shooting some shots. But now Rexby's going to try to come up against Nix, who's currently sitting inside a freezer. Rexby will fall here to Jarvis, who goes huge this round. Although he's a boomer inside of gamer years. Still got the guns to deal with everyone on the side of gatekeepers.
He is old, but his aim actually still is pretty solid, I will say.
Yeah. If you ever watch some of his raw clips, that is some beautiful content to witness.
Yeah.
Especially back on like in last year's, like if you go back and watch last year's invite qual clips, oh man, like some of the shots that he hit against like Reciprocity. Ooh.
Also, DreamHack Montreal Jarvis when he was on TSM for that short period of time. Ooh, that was
a really good Jarvis.
That's obviously a bit later on after a lot of the bulk of his career, but still, that's pretty peak Jarvis content right there. Obviously,
he didn't have the flashy plays or the best stats, but
dude, he was the best gridlock you have ever seen.
Gridlock Lion Main, yeah. And then,
he was actually a bit of the clutch minister that event.
You just got snaked by Gotcha, as a lot of people refer to it as.
All right, delving into.
I mean, that's basically
shaky territory here.
They secure their SI spot, and then you just get dropped. Like, what are you gonna do?
Well,
two pro league games, one reminder, and then he's just gone. I felt so bad for him after that.
Well, it happens. It's in the past, unfortunately. As I see Jarvis doing it a little bit well, though. T3 is a bit of an odd place for him, but hey, I love the guy. I've always liked him as a player. Cool they get to cast him. That's something I've liked if I've started to kind of move up. I'm casting people, I was like, whoa. Like, I watched you, and now I'm casting you. Like, I was like, Jarvis, you've been playing this game longer than I've been watching. You've been playing the game actually the same amount of time. Obviously, he is much better than I am. Doesn't help that I played Xbox for 4 of those years. Kind of got my, kind of delayed a lot of my potential.
Why did it take you so long to get the PC?
Oh, it was, just because all my friends were on Xbox.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Simple as that. Like, I'd wanted to go to a PC, and then some of my friends started migrating, and they were falling away from Siege, whereas I was starting to get into just watching comp and Pro League. And wanted to play and kind of experience, you know, the promised version of Siege that the PC version seemed to be. So once my friends started moving away from the game, we all just kind of started drifting apart as things do. That was the time. So that's mainly why I started. Also, you know, console kid. I don't want to buy new parts every year. I like my console for 7 years that can barely run at year 3.
Yeah, just buy a brand new console and you don't have to waste money on all the new specs.
Difference of taste. Difference of taste. Glad I made the decision, though, obviously. Be able to be here, casting with brand new. Had Sade on Xbox, likely would not be happening. Rexby,
probably would have been a
bit of a switch up as well onto the IQ. Same.
Yeah. You probably would have been a little bit with Razors. I don't know if you've cast with him before, but he casted a lot of Xbox Go 4s in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know about the comp. I just assumed the comp on the Xbox died after it got canceled. Then I was like, oh, it still exists.
No, the only form of comp they have was just a bunch of mouse and keyboarders on Xbox just playing Go 4s every Sunday.
It's a sad reality we live in. For Rex,
speaking of Jarvis, Jarvis gonna find Rex as Apollo falls to a C4 as well. Nick's got a prime opportunity here. He'll fry Splash, finding a third possibly. No, but the Zofia will be able to pick themselves up. With Mata able to dispatch of Nyx. Now all of a sudden you're facing the 3v3. Health advantage is fully in favor of the side of Nevermind. That's gonna be falling to shut me right up on tripping, but Prod will answer right back onto Apollo, who falls down the balcony. Prod has to deal with one more up top, which is going to be on Mata. Meanwhile, you got Trippin or Jarvis actually down below in a 1v1 with Faultwinter right now for the time being. Doesn't have a really prime position to deal with Jarvis for the moment. But Mata has decided to rotate over towards mining and go for the plant instead of firefight. Jarvis doesn't have a C4 and neither does Prod, so they're going to take these gunfights head on. Prod with one, getting canceled by Feltwinter, but Jarvis is there for the trade, and it's PogChamp to win out another round here. 4-3 is the scoreline in favor of the Gatekeepers. PogChamp are one more round away from tying this game up.
One round away from a perfect cycle as well. They've won Kitchen, they've won Reading, and now if they win their third bomb site of Bar Cocktail, they'll, as Uzu said, take the lead 5-4. Be impressive, to say the least. They haven't looked the best so far this matchup. This should be, if you want to look back, it might be one of the first and only times they've really truly taken the lead this series. They got the opening round on Villa, and they actually held a steady lead overall, but obviously losing in overtime. So far, this matchup not had nearly the same amount of luck. It's been Gatekeepers firmly holding it. This is the closest they've come within reach, I would say, of netting that lead. Bar Cocktail, obviously the least of the defender favorite sites. If there's a chance for Gatekeepers to pull this out, it is most certainly now. But the guns on their side have kind of started falling a little bit quiet comparatively. Obviously, still somewhat alive in the hands of, I want to take a look at the stats, just about to load in. Overlay just taking 18 billion years to do so. Feltwinter, Mata, and Splash, and actually all fairly even, save for Apollo on 2 and 7 right now. It's all fairly even across the board, but not nearly the same dynamic level of effort being put in by, say, Splash and Apollo. Feltwinter also sprinkled in there if you want to go back to map 1. On the side of PogChamp, Samuel Jarvis is 9 and 5, putting these youngsters to shame. Showing that this old dog still has a few new tricks. I hated that analogy. Why did I say that? I didn't like that. Scratch that from history.
5 seconds left.
I really did not like that. Also, they really just reinforce bathroom.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb. Attackers drop the diffuser.
Okay.
Attackers recover the diffuser.
Why not? It's a bit risky. I mean, you do have that
Usually,
key.
you usually do have a rotate there, but
Yeah, I mean, they have the Cade and no Thatcher or Maverick on board, so, I mean, Nyx can't get, like, pushed out through the wall, but rotating back will be hard if they actually start, like, applying a lot of pressure on Pixel. I don't know. That's a bit of a risky move. I understand the logic, but, again, I don't want to be that guy, but defaults, a lot of the, those default rotates are usually there for a reason. But changing up the format can be very risky. Could pay off. They're able to get the early aggressive game, but what are you laughing at now?
no,
Chris Uzumaki Valdez?
Razor. It's like, did I hear Xbox Go for? Those are my favorite. He has like the sad, pensive face. I was really worried his favorites before we started switching over to PC full time and coming into Challenge League last year.
I've never watched, let alone casted an Xbox Go before. I can only imagine they are the pinnacle of gameplay. An experience hitherto
With 60
undreamt of.
FOV, 60 FPS locked. Yeah, that's the best.
That sounds like the play. That sounds like the play.
I'm surprised that we don't have that.
I was gonna do a bit about that, but it just that's such a grim reality. I don't want to think about it.
It honestly is. We had that at the beginning yesterday. Thankfully, CD was able to transition the settings accordingly halfway through the first map. Jarvis.
Okay.
Again, felt like
Okay.
an arch nemesis. It seems like. It just seems like almost every death in this map specifically has just been through the hands of Jarvis for Feltwinter.
Yeah, Feltwinter hasn't been having the best time going up against Jarvis, as he's now the one just running around the map, no longer relegated to the site play. He's letting this full might shine. Also have Steve's able to continue it though. Black IK will be spotted by Splash going into the final minute. That's actually fairly solid. Less intel on New Balcony, but their presence is most surely known. Also some Selma charges being utilized. Did he just go for them? Why?
The knife bait?
Did you do it there? Either way, Rexy gets a kill onto Nick. Splash with one on the butter, so the knife thing not really working. The other two members getting those kills on the side of that New Balcony. Crippen has like one more Toxic Bay left in this pocket, 30 seconds left, not exactly enough to eclipse and cover the full amount of time. It won't even matter thanks to the Zofia getting a long-range shot. That's Apollo stealing Trippen's fate. It's Prod and Jarvis left in a 2v4. Prod does have a C4, Jarvis less so, but he's got 10 kills so far, and he's looking to add a few more to that roster.
15 seconds.
Spots one. Okay, never mind. Not able to land the shots. That's my bad, Jarvis. Might have cursed you there. So we just have Prod in his best. All right. It's over. Yeah. Apollo gets that one. Gatekeepers win the tertiary bomb site. But now is the question. going back to the primary ones, as I'm assuming that PogChamp aren't going to try Cocktail again. I could be wrong. I think that'd be a bit of a troll, considering that was a 1v4 at the end. Yeah, they will be going back to Kitchen. If they're able to win this one, they'll be on match point, and that puts PogChamp's fates in a much greater question. But if we end up being a slave to precedent, and we repeat history, it should be match point for PogChamp if they're able to re-win Kitchen and re-win Reading, which should be the next 2 sites they go to.
Well, Gatekeepers need just 2 more rounds. I almost just fell out of my chair. Jesus Christ. You heard like the sudden urge in my voice right there.
I've slowly just been like moving upwards in my chair. Like now I'm sitting on one of my legs, and I might just go full like squat in my chair, depending on how into this I get.
I've slowly
Attackers need to
transitioned
locate and defuse bombs.
while casting, which is actually improving my like sentence structure.
You sound a bit more echoey, so I don't recommend that.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll get close to my mic then. Yeah, I've been standing closer to my well, obviously standing.
Who's just
closer
bent
to
over at a
yeah.
90-degree angle right now, trying to talk into the mic.
Yeah. I'm sitting in my chair right now, but yeah. Whenever like I can just start, like I'll stand up and like lean in so that I'm able to like, put my mouth to my mic, but not too close, obviously.
10
And I'm
seconds
able
left.
to like, I don't know, it's able to like allow me to
5
cast
seconds
better,
to
so to speak. Oh,
Yeah,
and,
it stretches your vocabulary.
Attackers bomb
hard
has
to
been dropped.
No, I get what you mean.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Sometimes standing can clear your head a little bit. I'm not dissing you. I get it. I've also never seen the white crosshair before.
Located.
yeah, it's been used all weekend. It's the CD's preferred crosshair color.
I kind of dig it. Not gonna lie.
I do too. It's pretty clean.
It's hard to see sometimes, but obviously not too much actual like white objects in the building. So when you're outside, it kind of gets obscured a little bit. But I don't know. I kind of dig it overall, the way it looks.
We
when you're
have
actually
been
inside the building.
live for over 11 hours and 14 and a half minutes.
Yep,
We are some grinders, Carter.
we are some grinders. We be on the grind. So is Gatekeepers as well, grinding their way through the site slowly but surely. Concerted effort inside a bakery. 4 members currently find their homes, looking at the delicatessen. Maybe some pastries they're peeking at, but not kills are finding their eye at the moment. Pretty much everyone on the defense is chilling back. Prod is on long bar, so could go for a pre-fire or a long gunfight if he wants. Probably be a bit ill-advised though, just based off the sites that the attackers have access to is much more in their favor. There's also one trying to pinch him out from white. Now Feltwinter will retreat though, so much less pressure now because Feltwinter will join the rest of his team on that side. Maybe repel up as well, go for some vertical destruction. I would hope so. But honestly, I don't really know what's going on. Gatekeepers now just making their way onto the second floor. It's a bit of a weird attack, to say the least. And he's dead. Jarvis, once again, going absolutely ballistic. Sees one on the dining room window. Goes for a pre-fire and a prone. Jarvis, I don't know if that was the play, but Feltwinter has got his scent and he's on the hunt. Jarvis will continue to be the bane of his existence, put him down to 50 HP, and as Feltwinter cooks a grenade, Jarvis might rotate back into it, and yes, he does, but he still is only at 25 HP. Meanwhile, Apollo down below finds the head of Prod and evens it to a 4v4. The second grenade being cooked will fly right over Jarvis, or it should do a little bit more damage, just enough to put Jarvis on basically 1 bullet left, and he's basically trapped inside a train. Not a lot of room for him to move. Feltwinter has his position pinned. But as long as this Cole remains alive, Feltwinter won't be able to start opening up those holes, and PogChamp kind of have an advantage because of it.
Jarvis slowly trying to creep up now. It seems ahead of Feltwinter. Finally
Oh, Lord.
scalps him.
You're joking.
No, I am not. That'll be 2 down here, and Rex is going to be the next one up to bat here against Jarvis. As Jarvis finds Apollo. What?
What? How? Mata finds 1. He's in a Banshee getting the plant down. Rex has moved down red stairs. Spots tripping. It's now Nixon 1v2. He is in the site. He has to let the diffuser go down, and he gets spotted on the vault in. That's 2 kills for Rex, and despite the inhuman effort from Jarvis, getting kills horizontally and vertically, Gatekeepers move to match point. It's 6-4. Series point, map point, tournament point. If Gatekeepers wins this, they will win their second best of 3. Their second best of 3 out of 3 against PogChamp.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Jarvis on that one.
I do too, man. He put in an absolute stinker of a shift just to lose. He's putting in a shift in this matchup specifically, and in this series, like most notably. So
It's a shame because Nick's put in his best work. They lost. Jarvis put in his best work. They're losing. Butters put in his best work, and they lost map 1 of this series. You hate to see it. Rexavy is on Cali.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
This is the play.
is this the way?
This is the way. This is success right here, what we're seeing. I mean, it's not a bad... okay. Not the best in terms of weaponry, but they kind of struggled getting those cades open, though. They got open red wall. But overall, struggled a little bit with the hard breaching, wasted a lot of time, so getting those Calis will speed things up, surely. Oh, they are bringing the ace, though, so won't be able to focus too much on hatches since Splash decided the IQ.
10 seconds to insertion.
Ikebana would have been nice there, but unfortunately, Splash wants the 5.52 commando instead.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
So you really have to decide, are you going to focus on the walls or the hatches? If you focus on the hatches, you can only get one hatch and then maybe a wall. So with what little resources they have, bringing the Cali, I mean, sure, it's nice, but I feel like at the very least to supplement it and be truly effective, I think Splash should go on Hibana. Oh no. Jarvis just went for another run out.
Jarvis doing his best Felt Winter impression. In all honesty, I mean,
Apparently Feltwinter needed to do his best Jarvis impression.
I guess
Looking back
so.
on it now.
Yeah. See, the thing between Jarvis and Feltwinter is that Jarvis has been a lot more successful,
Bomb located
Yeah.
by attackers.
and he's actually positioning these cameras in spots to where he knows it's high traffic areas where the attackers have been coming through. But this time around, it appears to be that the gatekeepers are looking to just want to clear everything that's inside, or maybe even just go for a full-on bakery take. Rexby's not even going to bother using the lance. I think it's up top.
Yes.
I don't think that's the spot that you're supposed to go for.
Yeah, that's also you can't shoot through that. Like it's not gonna happen. That might work.
No.
Okay, that also is not gonna work. So Cali was not the play.
No, just bring Twitch. It worked for you last time. Like why switch?
There's also Jarvis is the only one up top, and sure he got 3 kills last time, but he's not that powerful. Just send a couple guys up top to pinch. I know it seems simple, like
Yeah,
Fortnite logic,
just
but
pitch him.
yeah. I mean, I guess
That's a
not.
simple way to
That's-
say it.
That's all 3 lances gone on the side of Rexavy, so I guess he has the SPSMG9 now. Woo! Yay! I guess Feltwinter's dead. Prod killed him. Through the holes made below the window, so maybe that's why they just did not have confidence in his ability to clear up top. Splash will retake his position, but unfortunately no breach charges. His only form of soft destruction will be making holes in the floor. Unfortunate. Jarvis picks up Rex as well, so that's his 14th kill. 2.0 KD so far. He's looking like he's going for more. Still up top on the 3rd floor, literally above the attacking team who have retaken the position, taken the position from his team. He can go for a flank down red stairs. Meanwhile, on the site, Butters is down. No big surprise there. Butters not having the best matchup or the best map so far. Villasing like a little bit of a fluke in the grand scheme of this series, unfortunately for the man himself. Jarvis going for the flank vet, spotted by Mata, so now it's a 3v4, with potential for Butters if he gets finished off by just a stray bullet or two, to even this to a 3v3. Diffuser could potentially be in the hands of the attackers. They haven't picked it back up. It is on the floor, so that's something they have to factor in into how they allocate the remaining 15 seconds. It's looking like probably going to be going for the frags as, yeah, nobody's even near the diffuser. Mata gets 1. It's now 3v3. Mata gets 2, but now 3v2. Trippin gets splashed with a shotgun. Prod gets 1 more, and Apollo with the diffuser only has 3 seconds left. They get 2 kills. He'll get 1, not the second. Prod holding the angle. The crossfire too strong for even Apollo's mighty self. PogChamp runs 6-5 and have to win 1 more round. Send us to overtime. Decide if we need map number 3.
Prod too strong on the Alda, as it seems to be.
Prod shoot.
Prod
Prod
shoot.
win.
Prod win. Prod aim. Prod hunt. Prod shoot. Like a dog chasing cars.
That actually wasn't a bad Joker impression, which scares me. Like a dog chasing cars.
I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught one.
All right, we're delving into edgy territory here. We need to back off, or we're still ahead.
I can smell you.
All right, let's. Yeah, I'm cutting this bit short. I'm making an executive order on this one.
You're executing Order 66 on me.
Not at all where I was going with that. That wasn't even a Star Wars reference. That
I
was
know.
it. That was just a U.S. government bit.
Defuse bombs.
6-5. Going to reading room fireplace. Potentially final bomb site if gatekeepers manage to get their act under control on the attacking side. Splash is still IQ. Understandable. Valkyrie has been in play, so it's not a dumb pick. Understandable why they're bringing her. And plus, you don't need hard breaching nearly as much on reading room and fireplace as you do on bakery. So, much. Obviously, it was a solid pick before, but it's a much more viable pick here due to the lesser emphasis on hard breaching. Felwinter is the sledge, though.
10
I
seconds.
have a tip for you. If you don't die, your team has a
5
much
seconds to
greater
go.
likelihood of winning the round. Because you died in the kitchen a few times. I know, it's crazy, right? But I think he needs to hear it. I think he needs to hear it. Because he keeps dying before he can actually open up the ceiling, which is one of the more necessary parts of not only bakery, but reading the site they're now going to. Probably even more so that bomb site when this bomb site was currently on. Felwinter keeps getting picked the moment he enters the building, or before he even enters the building, as in some cases with Jarvis just running out and seemingly finding Felwinter due to his luck. But honestly, if Felwinter just stays alive and can actually do sledged things, Gatekeeper's chances of winning the round just boost up exponentially.
Well, potentially the field could be sailed within the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds of this round if PogChamp lose. Jarvis has been putting an absolute work of a shift side of the series. Right now, it's just that Gatekeepers are just trying to find a way to win out this round.
They're trying. They're hunting on the prowl. Splash more so on the prowl for Valcams. Hasn't found any so far.
Nope,
They'll try his darndest.
he definitely will. Jarvis going to be on the Malusi this time around. C4 is going to get set from Prod. It's currently going to be available inside of, I believe, bar stock, inside of that little area, right before the freezer. But Splash should be able to spot out where that C4 is, should he get on his C4. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, should he get on the C4? Well, Prod's going to go ahead and blast the C4, which is the one I was mentioning. A little bit too early as his camera got shot, so it's not going to work out for Prod, scheme of things. And that's actually the wrong spot I was referring to. It's actually on the actual bar, not the bar stock. Splash going to go ahead and beat up some barbed wire into a pulp, while Feltwinter starts to progress over towards Brownstairs, realizing that Jarvis is down there. Yeah. Jarvis is down there, and another Valkyrie camo gets spotted out and shot by Feltwinter.
There goes Nyx. Rexby finds that opening duel. Jarvis below still has a C4, so that could work, but honestly, the fact that Felwinter isn't doing much work up above, really, I mean, it's allowing Prod and Trippin to play in those positions. I don't know. That's a bit of a bold decision, but Rexby's just killing people, so maybe they're relying on that. Prod will get one, the first kill suffered by Gatekeepers, but the amount of work Rexby's putting in on the Ash, an operator he's not at all accustomed to so far this series, might just be the game changer. Not if Butters and the rest of PogChamp have anything to say about it, though. Hollow watching the flank will spot the head of Butters. It's now 2v3 with the final 10 seconds. 3 Toxic Babes held by Trippin. I don't know why he hasn't used them yet, but he's got the SMG-11 with great effectiveness. Maybe he's just relying on that. But now that Rexby's got him, Mata getting the plant down. You're able to spot him, Prod. You can get him. No! He's not able to see, and it's a quad kill from Rexby. It ends the game. Gatekeepers on the bracket reset win their second best of 3 in a row, and it's 2-0. Even better scoreline than the one they had initially. As Apollo said, the gate has been kept. PogChamp not able to overcome.
Finally, we come to a close here after a very long and grueling day, but the Gatekeepers prevailed this time around over PogChamp, winning 2 best of 3s back-to-back. After coming in through the losers bracket, they've only lost 1 match throughout this entire bracket, and this entire tournament. The Gatekeepers will move on to 4-1 PogChamp, and they will ascend their title and acclaim it. and I believe that they will be invited into the Invitational for Nerd Street and the CCS tournament that will be happening in late February.
Yep, so they have, as they said, they were able to hold the line, keep the gate, and achieve their spot, something that they struggled to in the previous month, obviously getting knocked out in the semis, but again, an incredibly strong run after a bit of a downward spiral, not just for Rexy personally, mentioned him getting dropped off his team in CCS a little bit, but their run in this tournament is something to be commended, and commended they shall be. They beat PogChamp, a team that many thought would go on to win it all, and they upset a lot of good teams along the way on top of this very surprising victory. Don't believe we will have an interview coming up, as we've been going on for quite a while. We might have an interview, not entirely sure. I might get worried if that's different. But yeah, we're not doing the interview. It's a bit late. We'll just wrap up our thoughts on everything, though. You saw the bracket. You know how things ended up panning out. Just want to say, go to nerdstreetgamers.com/siege. See the next Rainbow Six Siege tournament coming out. I believe there might be another last chance qualifier before the tournament in April, or not April, in February. Don't hold my word to that, though. Might be wrong, but still. If you want to check out any upcoming Nerd Street Gamers tournaments, that's where exactly you want to be. Remember, nerdstreetgamers.com/siege. And if you're feeling any other games, Valorant, Warzone, Magic the Gathering, if you're that kind of guy, if you like your card games, that's the spot you want to be. To find all things game-related and tournament-related. But as a result, Uzu, it's been a hot minute today. We've been casting for a while.
We have been on a grind today. 11 and a half hours of casting. And it's finally coming to a close.
Anything you want to say before we wrap it up, before we say goodbye? Anything you want to get off your chest?
I want to thank Nerd Street for inviting both me and you out here, as well as Loaf and Crow, to come and cast this event. Thank you to Nerd Street for allowing us this opportunity, and I can't wait for the next one. You guys have always been solid to us. Thank you to Lynx as well for being my duo for this weekend. It's a pleasure been working with you, man. Appreciate you.
I'm here. I just talk. It was a team effort.
You brought some good comedy, which I think would have I would have been bored to death had it not been for you. So,
well, again, you were also graded too, Izzy, so don't sell yourself short. But thank you all for watching. Again, it's been 11 and a half hours. It's been a long day, but we're very happy. So, again, thank you to Nerd Street Gamers. Thank you to Mike and Ike's, of course, always the tournament presented by that faithful sponsor, as always. So thank you to them for always being here. No more creative ad reads because it's been 11 and a half hours, and I'm ready to go to bed. So thank you all for watching. Hope you all enjoyed, and congratulations to Gatekeepers for winning it out.
Comes in at the last second.
At the last second, like, guys,
sucks. Holy.
Did we win? No, PogChamp lost, unfortunately. But we'll see you later. Have a good night. See you in February.